Chu Fan unexpectedly reborn, bound to a sign-in system, and became the peak master of the Tao Sect. Starting with Quasi-Emperor cultivation, living a carefree life on Xianling. Peak, signing in every month. Little did he know that the system suddenly issued a disciple recruitment task. For the tempting rewards, Chu Fan accepted the eldest disciple with a longevity body, the second disciple with a power god body, the third disciple with a reincarnation body, the fourth disciple who is a transformation of a chaotic fire lotus, and the fifth disciple with a heavenly mechanism god body. Regardless of their initial qualifications and strength, under Chu Fan's guidance, each disciple became formidable. At the same time, influenced by the sect's culture, various old Six behaviors emerged among the disciples, such as sneaking up to hit enemies from behind, throwing bomb-like pills at enemies, secretly drugging opponents, and warning everyone they encountered about ominous signs. Other forces boasted of being invincible in the world, only to realize in the end that they were nothing in front of the Taoist sect. As major events unfolded one after another, Chu Fan began to discover that there seemed to be a mysterious hand guiding the course of events. Not only were his disciples' identities extraordinary, but even his own had terrifying implications. He continuously explored and grew stronger, while the ultimate secrets of the world began to gradually reveal themselves. Chapter 1. Peak Master of Tao Sect Ding. Sign-in successful. Received 1 Bodhi Divine Tree. I actually drew the legendary spiritual root. Chu Fan was overjoyed. For more than 20 years, he had signed in on time every month, receiving cultivation, comprehension, and techniques, but he never expected to receive a Bodhi Divine Tree this time. The Bodhi Divine Tree is one of the 4 great spiritual roots of the Kanglan realm, a legendary existence. It is said that cultivating under the Bodhi tree can lead to a miraculous effect of perceiving 1,000 years in one glance, while a moment passes outside. One has cultivated for 10,000 years under the Bodhi tree. Not to mention the Bodhi seeds that can enhance qualifications. Chu Fan excitedly gazed at the Bodhi Divine Tree planted by the system at the top of Xianling Peak. Chu Fan had crossed over to the Kanglan realm 25 years ago, becoming a newborn baby by chance. He was favored by the peak master of Xianling Peak and brought back to the Tao Sect to cultivate, becoming the only disciple of Xianling Peak. Relying on the sign-in system, at just 25 years old, his strength had already reached an unfathomable level, mastering various supreme techniques and numerous divine abilities. However, on the surface, he was only at the first level of the Holy King realm that a year ago, the peak master of Xianling Peak announced his intention to retreat and enter seclusion, handing over the vast Xianling Peak to Chu Fan. Naturally, he became the new peak master of Xianling Peak, also the youngest peak master of the Tao Sect. Chapter 2. That delicate figure. A day and a half later, a contestant finally reached the mountaintop and, guided by the disciples of the Tao Sect, arrived at the center of the square to wait. This contestant was a boy around 15 or 16 years old, handsome and full of vigor. When he saw he was the first to reach the top, a proud expression appeared on his face. The other elders nodded in satisfaction, not saying anything due to the boy's pride. At 15 or 16, it was the time of youthful exuberance, and achieving such results was certainly worthy of pride. As time passed, more and more people reached the summit by the afternoon of the next day. Among the hundreds of thousands of contestants, more than 5,000 had completed the climb, while the rest had failed the trial. With the first test concluded, these 5,000 were considered disciples of the Tao Sect, and the second test, a talent assessment, was about to begin to see which outstanding disciples would catch the elders' attention. Just as the second test was about to start, Chu Fan's gaze was drawn to a delicate figure on the stone steps. As the other contestants left the mountain after failing the trial, only this delicate figure gritted her teeth and climbed up step by step with great difficulty. Chapter 3. Chu Fan's senior disciple. Qing Shui. Such a scene is rare and enough to attract the attention of everyone present. Chu Fan turned to see that the one with blue talent was a handsome young boy, around 16 years old, who was slightly bowing his head, appearing a bit shy. Chu Fan, this is a good seedling that can be trained as a direct disciple. Would you consider taking him to Xianling Peak? Guan Tianyue asked. As the sect master, Guan Tianyue naturally considered the development of each peak. Aside from Chu Fan, the other elders had already taken in quite a few disciples. So he wanted Chu Fan to take this boy in. No, it's better if you take him. Chu Fan shook his head and continued to focus on the little girl still climbing, who was now less than 20 steps from the peak. Hearing Chu Fan's words, Guan Tianyue shook his head helplessly and then stood up to approach, intending to take the boy under his wing. The other elders, seeing the sect master personally stepping in, stopped their eager thoughts. Before long, the boy named Yi Xian successfully became a disciple of Guan Tianyue. After another half an hour, there were less than 100 disciples left for the talent test, and very few showed good talent. They were all arranged to the outer sect. Chapter 4. Bestowing the longevity technique. Qin Shui was full of anticipation until Chu Fan took out a pill emitting a rich medicinal fragrance and an ancient-looking manual. Here, take this pill, and you can practice this longevity technique. Thank you, Master. Qin Shui quickly took the pill in her hand and studied it carefully. Just smelling the medicinal scent made her body feel a burning sensation. Master, what kind of pill is this? This is a perfect grade 10 pill, the Nirvana pill. Pill grades range from 1 to 9, and above 9 is the perfect grade 10 pill, which is rare and hard to obtain. Upon hearing Chu Fan's explanation, Qin Shui realized the pill's preciousness. Such a precious pill, Master just gives it to me without a second thought. You are too kind. Thank you, Master. I will work hard to become stronger to repay you. After saying this, Qin Shui swallowed the Nirvana pill in one gulp. She then immediately sat down on the ground. The Nirvana pill melted in her mouth, and a miraculous medicinal power began to take effect within her body, covering all 108 acupoints and 72 meridians. Qin Shui's body began to heat up and turn red, but she gritted her teeth and remained silent. She knew that this was the Nirvana pill transforming her body, allowing her to be reborn, so she constantly encouraged herself to persevere and not let her master down. Chapter 5. Guan Tianyue suffers a setback a month later. Qin Shui, who was practicing tirelessly, finally reached the 9th level of the Martial Master realm and was about to break through to the 1st level of the Martial King realm. This performance made Chu Fan very satisfied. As her cultivation improved, Qin Shui's personality became more stable, no longer as carefree as before. Master, do you think that breaking through to the Martial King realm so quickly will lead to an unstable foundation? Should I spend more time solidifying it? There's no need for that. If others hear you say this, you might end up without friends, Chu Fan kindly reminded, looking at Qin Shui, whose foundation was as solid as could be. With the longevity body paired with the longevity technique, how could there be a problem with an unstable foundation? If people didn't know better, they might think you were bragging. Okay, then I will go into seclusion tomorrow and strive to break through to the 1st level of the Martial King realm within 10 days. Oh, why is Master here? Chu Fan nodded and then noticed Guan Tianyue at the foot of Xianling Peak, trapped outside the formation. Master, you came to find me for something? Chu Fan opened the formation and greeted Guan Tianyue warmly. Can't I come if I have nothing to do? By the way, who set up this formation? It even prevents me, at the 1st level of the Holy Emperor realm, from stepping in, Guan Tianyue said with lingering fear. Chapter 6. Qin Shui exits seclusion. Consuming the Bodhi seed. What? Your master sent you here to practice? Looking at Yi Xian standing at the door, Chu Fan asked in confusion, wondering what Guan Tianyue was up to. Is he trying to mooch off some opportunities? Yes, Elder Chu. Master said that learning from you would help me progress faster. Yi Xian replied sincerely. All right, come in. Chu Fan, helpless, allowed Yi Xian to enter Xianling Peak. Chu Fan had a guess that Guan Tianyue was probably feeling increasingly dissatisfied after returning, so he sent Yi Xian over to take advantage. Immediately, Chu Fan used his insight eye to check Yi Xian's information. Yi Xian, age, 16, cultivation level, Martial Master realm. 7th level, physique, flame god body, awakening not yet achieved, talent, blue, good qualifications, and he's a possessor of a divine body. The divine body ranks just below the longevity body, reincarnation body, and other supreme physiques. As long as he doesn't fall midway, he will definitely reach the Holy Emperor realm. As Guan Tianyue's disciple, Yi Xian had extraordinary qualifications, and he could be observed for a while. If his character was acceptable, he could be cultivated as a future sect master. At that moment, Chu Fan made a plan. Yiv 1. Qin Shui is currently in seclusion to break through to the Martial King realm. You can arrange your activities for these days. You can move freely anywhere except for the peak. After saying this, Chu Fan's figure flashed and disappeared before Yi Xian. Chapter 7. New Disciple Recruitment Task. Root out the problem. Yi Xian became a fire person, burned by raging flames for a full 2 hours before completing his transformation. His flame god body was activated, with a flame mark hidden deep in his eyes. Elder Chu, I feel like I have endless energy, Yi Xian exclaimed excitedly. Before that, put some clothes on. It's too uncouth like this, Chu Fan kindly reminded, looking at the naked Yi Xian. Yi Xian exclaimed in surprise, realizing that his clothes had completely burned away. He hurriedly took out a new set of clothes to put on and then looked around. Sister Qing Shui shouldn't have seen that, right? No. She went down the mountain before this. After a while, Qing Shui returned, and Chu Fan looked the two over again. After consuming the Bodhi seed, Qing Shui had improved her comprehension, but her talent remained blue, and her physique was still in the early stages of the longevity body, with a long way to go before reaching the small completion stage. Yi Xian, on the other hand, had awakened the flame god body, and fortunately, his cultivation had risen a level to the 8th level of the martial master realm, and his comprehension had also improved. The foundation for both of them was well established, and as long as they worked hard, their cultivation would soon improve. Yi Xian, I have awakened your flame god body for you. Don't tell anyone else about this except your master. One must learn to keep a low profile, understand? Chapter 8, 30 Years in the East. 30 years in the West. 3 days later, Chu Fan arrived at an official road. This place was already far from the Taoist sect, belonging to the jurisdiction of other sections. Many people came and went on the official road. Some were entering the city, while others were traveling for business. Mu Liai, Qin Song, owe you nothing. I have not mistreated you these past few years. I have shouldered everything alone. Why do you have to treat me like this? Near the official road, Chu Fan noticed a group of people arguing. To be precise, it was a man in his 20s quarreling with a strikingly beautiful woman, while others stood behind the woman, appearing to be her guards. Qin Song, how dare you say you haven't wronged me? Over the years, you've kept feeding me wild vegetables. I've never even had a piece of meat, and I've lost over 40 pounds, the woman named Mu Li said indignantly. I made you eat wild vegetables because you thought your weight was too heavy, and you asked me to supervise you to avoid greasy food. Look, aren't you now slim and pretty? But why didn't you give me food when I was hungry? Weren't you trying to lose weight? Do you have any reason at all? Chapter 9. The Second Disciple, Jiangfeng Master Chu. Can I bring my sister to Taoist sect? Her talent is not inferior to mine. During the flight, Feng Huai introduced his background to Chu Fan. He came from a small mountain village and lived alone with his sister. Last year, everyone in the village disappeared overnight. He and his sister searched for 3 days and nights, but found no clues. The villagers had vanished without a trace, and he had not found any signs of blood or anything unusual. They could only survive together, and more than 10 days ago, they arrived in Tianqing City, participating in this competition to seek a better life. All right, let's go take a look, Chu Fan nodded. If what Feng Huai said was true, his sister might meet the system's requirements, and he could also investigate the strange occurrences in the small mountain village. Feng Huai pointed in a direction, and soon, Chu Fan took him to the secluded village. As they entered the village gate, they saw a little girl about the same age as Qing Shui, dressed in simple blue clothes, carrying a wooden basin full of clothes, apparently just returning from washing. Fang Qian, 16 years old, Chapter 10, Returning to Taoist Sect, the peculiar Jiangfeng, Ding, mission to accept disciples completed. Reward, Hercules Pill, Power Technique. Divine Tree Peach, Ancient Eye Technique, Cycle of Life and Death. The Hercules Pill and Power Technique were for Jiangfeng, while the Divine Tree Peach's main function was to extend lifespan. There were 3,000 mature peaches on the tree, and each one consumed could add 1,000 years to a person's life, stackable indefinitely. As for the Ancient Eye Technique, Chu Fan felt a flash of light in his eyes, and the information about the cycle of life and death appeared in his mind. Cycle of life and death, Ancient Eye Technique. With just one glance, everything is destroyed. With another glance, everything revives. Life and death are but a thought apart. Chu Fan nodded in satisfaction. Among the rewards over the years, this Ancient Eye Technique could be called a divine ability, which could not possibly exist in the Kanglan realm. With this eye technique, his strength would further increase. All right, it's been a long time since we came out. It's time to return to Taoist Sect. Chu Fan planned to give Jiangfeng the Hercules Pill after returning to the sect. Master, is my talent good enough? Will you take me as your closed-door disciple? Jiangfeng looked at him with pleading eyes. To him, disciples had distinctions, with outer disciples and closed-door disciples. Outer disciples received fewer benefits and mostly relied on themselves for cultivation, But closed-door disciples received one-on-one guidance from their master and enjoyed the most resources. Chapter 11. The True Closed-Door Disciple. Jiang Feng, tell me about your situation. Jiang Feng had to truthfully recount his background. He did not know who his biological parents were. Since he could remember, he had only a tiger demon accompanying him until he turned 16, when the tiger demon left. By the age of 5, he had already reached the first level of the martial king realm and possessed immense strength. Initially, he had no concept of cultivation and didn't pay much attention to his own strength, as he was the strongest in the entire area. As he grew more aware and learned about cultivation from others, he began to cultivate to become stronger, like other powerful beings who could soar into the sky and dive into the ground. For some unknown reason, no matter how hard Jiang Feng cultivated, he could not improve his realm, even after consuming countless spirit herbs, and he made no progress for over 10 years. Bored, he occasionally resorted to robbing the rich to help the poor until he met Chu Fan. After listening, Chu Fan fell silent. It was the first time he had heard of Jiang Feng's situation. On the way back to Daoist Sect, he had checked Jiang Feng's body and found nothing unusual. The key point was with the Hercules pill. Jiang Feng only broke through his cultivation after consuming the Hercules pill rewarded by the system. Chapter 12. The Hidden Power of Daoist Sect. After briefing on the lecture, Guan Tianyue squinted his eyes and revealed a cunning smile, lightly bumping into Chu Fan. Master Chu, I just spoke with Yi Xian and heard that you have a miraculous fruit here that can awaken one's physique. I wonder if it's true. Chu Fan shook his head with a smile. He had anticipated this day when he decided to give Yi Xian the Bodhi seed. Come with me, Master Guan. Chu Fan turned and walked toward the peak of Xianling Mountain, with Guan Tianyue following closely behind. Upon reaching the peak, Chu Fan pointed to the nearby Bodhi Divine Tree and the Peach Divine Tree, introducing, Master Guan, this is the Bodhi Divine Tree. The Bodhi seed I gave to Yi Xian can increase one's comprehension and has a chance to awaken their physique. The other one is the Peach Divine Tree. The effect of the peach fruit is to extend life, and consuming one can add 1,000 years to one's lifespan. As soon as he finished speaking, Guan Tianyue's eyes widened like copper bells, and his mouth dropped open. Then he swallowed hard. Master Chu, where did you get such a miraculous treasure? This Bodhi Divine Tree is one of the 4 great spirit roots. Guan Tianyue was obviously shocked and struggled to speak. Chapter 13. The Secret Realm of Daoist Sect. Everyone refining Bodhi seeds the originally peaceful night at Daoist Sect welcomed the sun of the next day amidst the wild laughter of the ancestors. Guan Tianyue used a flawless excuse to explain the events of last night, and the disciples, who had been frightened all night, began to engage in tasks or cultivation. In the main hall of Daoist Sect, Guan Tianyue summoned 56 elders and began distributing Bodhi seeds. Sect Master, is this the legendary Bodhi seed? Why haven't I seen Master Chu come over? Chi Xian tightly held the Bodhi seed, looking around but not finding Chu Fan, so she inquired of Guan Tianyue. Chu Fan had found her a genius alchemist, so whenever there were benefits, she immediately thought of Chu Fan. Other elders also directed questioning looks at Guan Tianyue. Haha, elders, please don't be anxious. I forgot to mention that this Bodhi seed was contributed to the sect by Master Chu. Besides you, some are to be given to the inner disciples. So that's how it is. Master Chu is thoughtful. Indeed, Master Chu's spirit is worth learning from. All the elders present praised Chu Fan sincerely. After returning, please consume the Bodhi seeds as soon as possible to enhance your strength and comprehension. Also, remember to keep this matter confidential. It must not be overheard by outsiders. We are not afraid of trouble, but we cannot let Master Chu attract trouble because of this. Guan Tianyue instructed solemnly. Chapter 14. Required courses for inner disciples. By the time Chu Fan and Guan Tianyue left the secret realm, it was already time for the new disciples to attend classes. Chu Fan, nephew, we both understand the situation here, so it's best not to disclose anything outside. Although I know you won't speak carelessly, I still want to remind you, Guan Tianyue said. Rest assured, Master Uncle, I will keep it secret. By the way, nephew, this is the token given to you by the ancestor. With this token, you can request 3 things from each ancestor. Remember, it's from each ancestor. Guan Tianyue handed a black token engraved with a single character to Chu Fan. This was a joint decision made by all the ancestors of the Daoist Sect. Chu Fan provided them with the peaches of immortality, allowing them to no longer lie in their coffins, avoiding the ravages of time. As a token of gratitude, this token was created. Chu Fan accepted the token without refusal and stored it away. Although he didn't need anything from the ancestors at the moment, it might come in handy in the future. Time is almost up for the class. Let us hurry over. Thus, Guan Tianyue and Chu Fan made their way to the square in front of the main hall, which was where the disciples' talents were tested initially. As disciples of the Tao Sect, they must first have good character and must not harm their fellow disciples. Those who violate the rules will face the harshest penalties. Chapter 15. Obtaining the Phoenix Rare Chicken, Qing Shui and Jiangfeng Breakthrough to Martial Sovereign Realm. Beep. Sign-in successful. Obtained rare item. A pair of Phoenix Rare Chickens. 3 days later, Chu Fan completed the sign-in task and received 2 Phoenix Rare Chickens. The Phoenix Rare Chicken, along with the Ling Luo Pig, Monxiang Snake, and Chiming Rabbit, are collectively known as the 4 great rare treasures of the world, and the meat of these 4 beasts is considered the finest delicacy in the world. With the passage of time, these 4 great rare treasures have long since become extinct, and only records of them can be found in culinary literature. Looking at the 2 Phoenix Rare Chickens snuggling together, Chu Fan had already conceived several methods for preparing them in his mind. One of the chickens was male and the other female. The female was a light brown color, with streamlined feathers, while the male was exceptionally beautiful, with magnificent plumage. A golden filamentous crown on its head, and fan-like feathers on its neck adorned with orange-brown spots. Its body was deep red, extending to its tail, which was brown and remarkably beautiful. Beep. Sensing that the host is about to use the Phoenix Rare Chickens, a special reminder. Please make good use of existing resources. Eat the eggs and keep the chickens so they can be used endlessly. Phoenix Rare Chicken Egg has a certain chance to enhance talent when used. The system's prompt made Chu Fan abandon the idea of frying them directly. He set down his fishing rod and carried 1 Phoenix Rare Chicken in each hand to the peak, placing them under the peach god tree. Chapter 16. Invitation from the Falling Sunset Sect Master. The Phoenix Rare Chicken Eggs are so delicious. I want to eat more. Jiang Feng exclaimed after finishing 1 egg and clamoring for a second. Chu Fan smiled. At over 20 years old, he still had a childlike character. This was likely due to his long years living in the wilderness, having had little exposure to the outside world. Qing Shui was different. She was calm and composed, eating her Phoenix Rare Chicken Egg delicately, taking small bites like a lady. There are 2 more for you. Help yourself, Chu Fan said, pointing to the 4 Phoenix Rare Chicken Eggs in the pot. Without hesitation, Jiangfeng quickly grabbed 1 egg, peeled it, and swallowed it whole. After both Jiangfeng and Qing Shui finished their eggs, Chu Fan asked, "So how do you feel? Any special sensations?" "Not really, master. Just no feeling of hunger." Jiangfeng scratched his head, and Qing Shui nodded in agreement. "All right, you both need to eat 3 eggs every day until your talents improve," Chu Fan instructed before continuing to fish. Jiangfeng understandingly cleaned up the pot and headed toward the gate of the Xianling sect. 5 days later, while Chu Fan was fishing, Qing Shui and Jiangfeng hurried over. Chapter 17. Arriving at the Falling Sunset Sect. The competition begins now that everyone is here. Let us set off quickly. Remember, if you encounter danger outside, your first priority is to protect yourself. Don't be stingy with those protective talismans. And remember to call for help immediately. The Tao Sect will always be your strong backing, Elder Yen Lu reminded solemnly. Understood, Elder. Yi Xian and the others replied in unison. Thus, under Qi Xiyun's control, a group of 9 boarded the flying boat and headed towards the Falling Sunset Sect. As soon as the flying boat left the Tao Sect, Chu Fan sensed something unusual. He used his insight eye to scan around and revealed a mysterious smile. In the Tao Sect, everyone is crafty. The Tao Sect is located in the southeastern part of the eastern continent, while the Falling Sunset Sect is to the east. Traveling from the Tao Sect to the Falling Sunset Sect takes 3 days by flying boat. Qi Xiyun divided her spiritual power to control the direction of the flying boat while sitting cross-legged on the ground, concocting her pills. Chu Fan admired the scenery below, while Yi Xian and the others gathered together to chat. Qing Shui, what level are you at now? I can't believe you've only reached the 4th level of Martial King Realm in the past 6 months. Yi Xian quietly asked Qing Shui. I'm at the 9th level of Martial King Realm now. Remember to keep it a secret, senior brother Yi, Qing Shui said playfully. Chapter 18. All Oscar actors' junior brother Meng Zhe is quite skilled. Even facing a 6th level Martial King opponent, he can still handle it with ease. Watching Meng Zhe and Ning Ku exchange over a dozen moves without any signs of defeat, Yi Xian nodded in approval. Senior brother Yi, junior brother Meng Zhe, is known as a powerhouse at the Tianju Peak. It's nothing unusual for him to fight above his level. Honestly, with Ning Ku's mediocre skills, I think junior brother Meng Zhe could defeat him within 10 moves. If it weren't for the remaining words, Li Yoji didn't finish his sentence. This can't be helped. Before coming, Elder Yin Lu had already instructed us not to reveal all our strengths. Yi Xian nodded. Meng Zhe's strength is indeed among the top tier of the new disciples, as expected of one of the key disciples cultivated by the Tianju Peak Master. The first match was fierce. Ning Ku, who started out arrogantly confident, ended up red-faced and embarrassed. The cheers from the audience had diminished significantly, and some disciples from the Falling Sunset Sect began to doubt whether Ning Ku had overindulged the night before. How could he not defeat a 5th-level Martial King opponent? Wasn't he supposed to win with one move? This has already gone past 30 moves. Chapter 19. Encountering Bandits Elder, did we perform well? On the flying boat, Yi Xian and the others looked at Qi Siyun and Chu Fan with anticipation, hoping for their approval. You did very well. Not only did you not expose your strengths, but you also disrupted the Falling Sunset Sect's plans. Seeing their force suppression and how red-faced they became, I almost laughed out loud, Qi Siyun praised. Chu Fan added, you all have great acting talent, especially Li Yoji, pretending to be exhausted and collapsing to the ground. Even I couldn't see through the flaw. This trip to the Falling Sunset Sect can be said to have fully met expectations. On the way back, everyone was chatting and laughing. The next day, as the flying boat passed over a desolate mountain, Chu Fan suddenly opened his eyes while meditating and softly murmured, they're coming. Qi Xian also stood up at that moment. Everyone, stay alert. Something's happening. Qing Shui, Jiang Feng, and the others focused their attention after Qi Siyun's reminder, taking out protective talismans and applying them to themselves while also helping others. Then they took out thunder talismans and bomb talismans, ready to use them against any approaching enemies. After 10 breaths, 10 flying boats of various shapes appeared outside Chu Fan's flying boat, all of them being high-quality Earth-level flying spiritual tools, just like Chu Fan's. Chapter 20. The Unconscious Girl at Sea. Let's go. Although the scene has been completely cleaned up, we still need to be careful, Qi Siyun said, pulling Fang Qian's hand as they walked back to the flying boat. Fang Qian looked at her master with envy. She had just witnessed Qi Siyun kill a masked man at the 9th level of the Saint King realm with a single palm strike. Such strength was definitely above the 3rd level of the Saint Emperor realm. She couldn't discern the exact level and didn't dare to ask. In Daoyi Sect, unless you were a very, very close friend, you wouldn't ask about such matters, and even if you did, you might not get the truth. After all, prying into others' true cultivation was frowned upon, and such behavior was prohibited in Daoyi Sect. Thus, although it was the first time witnessing the elders displaying their power, no one dared to inquire about their cultivation levels, and even if they did, they wouldn't say anything. They were just strong. Everyone obediently entered the flying boat. At that moment, a voice from the system rang in Chu Fan's mind. Beep, mission released. Please accept the 3rd disciple within 3 days. Rich rewards for completing the task. Special reminder, one of the rewards is the Xianhuang Tower. The Xianhuang Tower is a merit artifact. Owning the Xianhuang Tower will prevent one from being entangled by karma, and it has more uses that need to be explored gradually. Chapter 21. The Transformation Pool. Beep. Congratulations on successfully accepting a disciple. Rewards obtained. Reincarnation Technique, Green Robe, Xianhuang Tower, Insights into Spiritual Arrays. When Ling Qingxian completed the apprenticeship ceremony, Chu Fan received the rewards from the system. Since you have taken me as your master, I will also give you some gifts. Saying this, Chu Fan transmitted the light of the reincarnation technique from Ling Qingxuan's forehead into her mind, allowing her to comprehend it gradually in the days to come. As for the Bodhi seeds, they will be consumed after returning to Daoyi Sect. Chu Fan treated all his disciples fairly. After transmitting the reincarnation technique, a green robe appeared in Chu Fan's hand, embroidered with a pattern of a divine beast, the Qing Wan, exuding an aura of immortality. Put on this robe. It is resistant to water and fire, and can withstand attack below the 1st level of the Saint Emperor realm. Its defense will also grow stronger as your strength increases. Seeing the green robe handed over by Chu Fan, Ling Qingxuan's tear-streaked face revealed a joyful expression. The robe was too beautiful. As soon as Ling Qingxian touched the green robe, it automatically dressed her and established a connection with her, allowing her to change the color of the robe at any time. Thank you, Master. The gift you gave is truly wonderful. Chapter 22. The Hen Hatching Chicks. Yi Xian's invitation in the end, Guan Tianyue decided to give up the competition and directly distribute the remaining spots. The next day, Qing Shui and Jiang Feng went to the peak to greet Chu Fan, only to find that Ling Qingxian was absent. Let's go check on your junior sister. She might have overslept, Chu Fan said. Ling Qingshuan's residence was not far from Qing Shui's, both located on the halfway up Xianling Peak. But Qing Shui usually practiced at the foot of the mountain, and Jiang Feng, as Chu Fan's closed-door disciple, naturally lived at the entrance of Xianling Peak. Now, Xianling Peak had been fitted with a more advanced and sturdy gate, looking extremely impressive. This was because Jiang Feng had broken the previous gate due to a lack of control over his strength during his breakthrough. Upon arriving at Ling Qingshuan's residence, Chu Fan and Jiang Feng waited outside, while Qing Shui knocked on the door. However, after several knocks, there was still no response from Ling Qingxian. Still sleeping? Qing Shui wondered, sensing Ling Qingshuan's aura inside. Qing Shui had no choice but to open the door, and at a glance, she saw Ling Qingxian curled up on the bed, breathing steadily, with a faint golden light surrounding her. Master, it seems that junior sister Qingxian has entered a special state. Hearing Qing Shui's call, Chu Fan and Jiang Feng also walked in. Chapter 23. Disciple Exchange Meeting. Jiang Feng's new weapon the next day, led by Qing Shui. Followed by Jiang Feng and Ling Qingxian, they set off from Xianling Peak to Shengzhou Peak. The venue for the exchange meeting was at the foot of Shengzhou Peak, where a small square and reception area had been established long ago. It seemed that the disciples of Shengzhou Peak had held such exchange meetings more than once in the past. When Qing Shui and the others arrived at Shengzhou Peak, Yi Xian personally came out to greet them. He had also practiced at Xianling Peak for a while and, with Chu Fan's help, awakened the flame god body, significantly improving his aptitude. Just a few days ago, he successfully broke through to the first level of the martial sovereign realm, excluding Qing Shui and Jiang Feng, who were both freaks. He could be considered a solid big brother. Junior sister Qing Shui, you're here. Oh, is this the new junior sister? Yi Xian greeted Qing Shui and immediately asked upon seeing Ling Qingxian beside her. He remembered that Chu Fan had left halfway back from Luo Xia Sect, saying he had matters to attend to. Could it be that he accepted a disciple at that time? Yes, this is our junior sister from Xianling Peak, Ling Qingxian. Hello, senior brother Yi. Ling Qingxian greeted politely. All right, come on in. Fang Xian and the others have just arrived too. Yi Xian smiled broadly and led the three towards the square. Chapter 24. Let the ancestor live as senior citizen life master. We're setting off. On the morning of the fourth day, Qing Shui and the others greeted Chu Fan as they prepared to head to the Sect Square for assembly. Then enter the transformation pool with the main group. Master, once we enter the transformation pool, we will definitely be able to break through our cultivation. What about our rewards? Jiang Feng blinked and asked. Yes, when we return, I will give Qing Shui a low-grade, earth-level spiritual weapon, the Ziwu sword. Yours is also ready, to surprise you. I will keep a secret for now. That spiritual weapon is of a higher grade than your senior sister's. Chu Fan did Diang Feng. Jiang Feng was overjoyed, revealing an expectant expression. Really? Master, you're the best. Master, do I have one? Ling Qingxian chimed in. Chu Fan was taken aback, and after carefully checking his inventory, he realized he didn't have a suitable spiritual weapon for Ling Qingxian. He then explained, your spiritual weapon is still being refined, and it will take a little time. Once it is ready, I will give it to you right away. How about that? Wow, Master can also refine weapons? That is amazing, Jiang Feng exclaimed. He thought Chu Fan was just exceptionally gifted, having reached the Saint King realm at just over 20 years old. He didn't expect him to also have weapon refining skills. Based on Chu Fan's character, the spiritual weapon crafted for junior sister Qingxian would at least be of the same level as the Ziwu sword. Chapter 25. A major move in Dao E Sect Guan Tianyue rushed in and out in a hurry, holding 3 blueprints in his hands. Upon closer inspection, they were designs for mahjong, chess, and go. Guan Tianyue had been tasked by the ancestors to create these 3 items. The sudden appearance of such strange and profound things, coupled with Chu Fan being present, led the clever Guan Tianyue to quickly guess that this was something Chu Fan had come up with for the ancestors. Therefore, he immediately gathered the 6 elders from the outer sect to assign this task. treating it as urgent. The 6 outer sect elders did not ask too much and immediately began to arrange matters, calling upon several capable disciples to work overtime on it. Later, due to a shortage of manpower, they called in over 100 outer sect disciples to help. Anyway, Guan Tianyue said that this was not something important, so there was no need to worry about it being leaked. In this way, the Taoist sect was divided into 3 batches. The first batch had the ancestors gathered together watching 4 old men play mahjong, occasionally asking Chu Fan if their strategies were correct. The second batch took place in another forbidden area in the back mountain, where a large number of disciples were undergoing transformation in the Tue Fan pool, with several elders overseeing them not far away. As for the third batch, the outer sect disciples were busy making mahjong and chess pieces, creating a scene of bustling activity. Chapter 26. The turmoil caused by mahjong. The 7 great holy sects are coming to Tao East Sect Master. What do these patterns represent? I only recognize the directions of southeast, southwest, northwest, and center, and this 10,000 character. Could it be that there's a treasure hidden within these patterns? Do the directions represent something? Have you noticed that each pattern has the same 4 sections? This is crucial. Yes, we need to be attentive. After looking at the patterns, the 18 elders expressed their opinions, most of which were discussions about mahjong. Everyone, don't forget that these black and red soldier pieces, horses, and these black and white chess pieces must also have different meanings. I suspect that the black and white chess pieces represent yin and yang, said an elder from the Qingshan sect, named Hua Yunxiang. He was the most knowledgeable among the 18 elders, having made many decisions that kept the Qingshan sect ahead of the Taoist sect. This elder could be considered the strategist of the Qingshan sect, nicknamed Qingshan the Wise. Upon hearing Hua Yunxiang's opinion, the other elders also shifted their focus to the chess and black and white pieces. It seems reasonable. The black and white pieces should represent yin and yang, like the Tai Chi, if that's the case. Then do southeast, southwest, northwest, and center represent the 8 trigrams? Chapter 27. The secret realm of Lingshu. 5 days later, the Tue Fan pool, which lasted for 10 days, closed, and Qing Shui, Jiangfeng, and Ling Qing Xian returned to Xianling Peak. Indeed, you all have the demeanor of your master back in the day. Looking at the 3 whose cultivation had significantly improved, Chu Fan nodded repeatedly. Through the eye of insight, Chu Fan clearly saw that both Qing Shui and Jiangfeng were at the 7th level of the martial sovereign realm. And even more impressively, Ling Qing Xian had caught up, reaching the 6th level of the martial sovereign realm. As expected of a golden talent, this speed of cultivation is impressive. You two better step it up. Qing Xian is already at the 6th level of the martial sovereign realm and is about to surpass you. Chu Fan reminded Qing Shui and Jiangfeng. What? The 3 looked at Chu Fan in surprise, exclaiming in unison, Master can see our true cultivation level? They immediately checked to see if their concealment technique had failed. After all, Qing Shui and Jiangfeng had been showing as 9th level of the martial king realm, while Ling Qing Xian was only at the 8th level. Don't be surprised. Besides your master, no one else can see your true realm. Chu Fan said with a smile as he noticed the 3 becoming slightly flustered. Qing Shui, your Tao heart has not been tempered enough. Is it necessary to panic over such a small matter? You need to put more effort into your Tao heart in the future. Chu Fan looked at Qing Shui and earnestly instructed her. Chapter 28. The appearance of the secret realm. The task of recruiting disciples is triggered on this day. In a desolate mountain 100,000 miles away, Guan Tianyue, Chu Fan, Yin LV, and an ancestor of the Tao East Sect named Chi Fu hovered in the air. Ancestor Chi, it's up to you now, Guan Tianyue said respectfully to Chi Fu. A small matter. Chi Fu was calm and quickly formed a series of mysterious hand seals, creating a blue bird. Go! With a flick of Chi Fu's hand, the blue bird traced a graceful arc in the air, screeching sharply as it dove into the desolate mountain below. After 10 breaths, the earth began to tremble, accompanied by a roaring sound. The surrounding beasts sensed the danger and quickly fled with their young. As the sound grew louder, the ground below changed shape, trees collapsed, and the yellow earth sank, revealing a deep ravine with dust swirling above it. Then a light flashed in the ravine, and a massive aura rose, carrying an ancient breath. Ding! Task triggered. Please enter the Lingshu secret realm to recruit the 4th disciple. Talent requirement, golden. Completing the task will yield rich rewards. As the entrance to the Lingshu secret realm appeared, the voice of the system echoed in Chu Fan's mind. Huh. Chapter 29. Anomalies in the Secret Realm. 3 layers of space in less than half a day. At least hundreds of thousands of people had arrived outside the Lingshu Secret Realm. Among the 8 great holy sects, the Wuji Sect and the Qingsu Sect had not yet arrived due to the distance, but all other holy sects were present. The 6 major holy sects were at the forefront, followed by various sects that were weaker than the holy sections. As time passed, more and more forces arrived. After another half a day, the Wuji Sect and the Qingsu Sect also arrived. As the sect that discovered the ruins, the Daoi Sect could be considered the host. Guan Tianyue straightened his clothes and stepped forward, hovering in the air as he announced, "The Lingshu Secret Realm is about to open. All disciples from eligible forces may enter in an orderly manner. The Secret Realm will last for 1 month. After 1 month, everyone must exit. Inside the Secret Realm, regardless of life or death, only strength matters. Now let us begin." As soon as he finished speaking, the representative of the Xian Tian sect stepped forward. Leading the way was a tall, handsome young man with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, wielding a silver great sword as he strode towards the entrance of the Secret Realm. Behind him followed 8 disciples, 6 men and 2 women, all wearing the attire of the Xian Tian sect, each exuding an aura of at least the first level of the martial sovereign realm. "It's Shangke from the Xian Tian sect. I didn't expect him to come." Chapter 30. The inheritance of the Qing Xian Heavenly Emperor. The Emperor Tower has a total of 100 levels, with different inheritances available at different levels. The inheritance of the Qing Xian Emperor is on the 100th level. In the Lingshu Secret Realm, an ethereal voice spread across every inch of the land. And everyone heard this voice. "Emperor inheritance? Hurry, the opportunity has appeared." Disciples who were still exploring different areas of the Lingshu Secret Realm all rushed towards the direction of the Emperor Tower. At the same time, above the entrance to the Lingshu Secret Realm, a long dark stone tablet unexpectedly appeared, enveloped in blue spiritual energy, with the words Qing Xian Emperor Inheritance Tower rankings written on it. The most eye-catching part, of course, was the 4 characters Qing Xian Emperor, while others were unaware. The leaders of the 8 great holy sects were very clear about it. The Qing Xian Emperor was a powerful figure from ancient times, on par with the first human emperor, the Chaos Emperor. According to records, the Qing Xian Emperor was the 2nd person to reach the Emperor realm after the Chaos Emperor. In later generations, those who reached the 9th level of the Emperor realm were referred to as Heavenly Emperors. So the Qing Xian Emperor was also called the Qing Xian Heavenly Emperor. "This is the inheritance of the Qing Xian Heavenly Emperor," Li Bin exclaimed. Others also realized this. The inheritance of the Qing Xian Heavenly Emperor. It is said that the Qing Xian Heavenly Emperor controlled the laws of yin and yang, merging yin and yang, turning everything into nothingness. The master of the Wuji sect, Wu Qi, trembled with excitement. Chapter 31. The ranking of the Emperor Tower Inheritance Senior Brother. "Are we going in?" Outside the Heritage Tower, Feng Huai and others stood beside Yi Xian, waiting for him to make a decision. "No, Rus. I've already asked Junior Brother Jiang Feng to consult about the situation at the Heritage Tower, and I believe he will be back soon." As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, he saw Jiang Feng returning with a red brick in hand, beaming with a smile. Seeing Jiang Feng's expression, Yi Xian knew he had received useful information. "Junior Brother Jiang Feng, tell me, what is the situation at the Heritage Tower?" "Senior Brother, those who came out weren't willing to speak at first, but under the dual pressure of my brick and the truth symbol given by Senior Brother Mengze, they finally told the truth." Jiang Feng first complained a bit, then continued. "After entering the Heritage Tower, it's all about breaking through formations and fighting. The formations are mostly simple, mainly illusion formations and confinement formations, with very few lethal formations. The fights are a bit more challenging. Some opponents are relatively weak, while others are evenly matched. These opponents appear randomly, and they get stronger as you progress." Jiang Feng didn't know much about the later stages, as the people he asked hadn't passed many levels. After hearing Jiang Feng's words, Yi Xian confirmed there was no danger and said, "Then let us go and give it a try. Remember, don't expose all your strength." Chapter 32. Signing in for essence of all things, Flower Fairy appears. Yi Xiao Xiao, the cowherd, and the shepherd girl. Who exactly are these 3? I want to obtain all their information within a day. Elder Yu, you understand what I mean, right? Li Bin, the master of Zantiangong, said to the elder Yu Minjin behind him, "Master, I will go investigate right away. Remember, Use all means necessary to recruit them into Xuandiangong, Li Bin instructed. Elder Yu respectfully responded, then began to leverage his connections to consult with all the cultivators who might know Yi Xiao and the others. Not only Li Bin, but the other sect masters also began sending their elders to investigate information about these 3 loose cultivators, all wanting to take them as disciples. The achievements of these 3 were no longer just a matter of talent. Calling them monstrous geniuses would not be an exaggeration. As long as these 3 grow, they will surely have their place at the peak of cultivation. Even if they can't become emperors, they are bound to become quasi-emperors. Guan Tianhua looked at these 3 names. Yi Xiao seemed normal, but the cowherd and the shepherd girl clearly had fake names. What normal person would use such names? Could it be Feng Huai and Feng Qian? Guan Tianhua suddenly had this thought, and once it came to mind, it was hard to shake off. Chapter 33. Naming Flower Wanqing, Rewarding Divine Beast Cub Phoenix. Shall we talk? Chu Fan said calmly, concerned that Hua might have reservations, and added, Don't worry, I mean no harm. I can tell, Hua replied, recognizing that Chu Fan would not harm her. Otherwise, she would have left long ago. Do you want what's in this bottle? Chu Fan asked knowingly. Can you give it to me? I only need a drop. Sure, but you have to promise me one thing. What is it? Seeing that Hua was very innocent, she was led away by Chu Fan after just a few sentences. Chu Fan maintained a friendly smile and said, Can you be my disciple? If you agree, I will give you this entire bottle of essence. Chu Fan spoke as if he were enticing an innocent little girl, his tone gentle. What is a disciple? Hua showed a puzzled expression. Having lived in the secret realm for over 3,000 years, she had only learned to speak and did not understand many concepts. Chu Fan patiently explained, A disciple is a title. You are the disciple, and I am the master. I can teach you many things. Hua remained silent, lowering her head as if in thought, then looked towards the essence, her gaze gradually becoming determined. Chapter 34. Old Phoenix Tree. Soon, Chu Fan and Hua Wanqing rode the flower cloud to the 3rd layer area. The 3rd layer area was much smaller than the 1st layer, with an environment similar to the 1st layer. The 1st layer was mainly filled with towering trees, brimming with greenery, while the 3rd layer had relatively fewer trees. The most prominent and central position had a magnificent tree. From a distance, the tree looked like an oversized green umbrella spreading across the sky. What a huge tree! Chu Fan exclaimed. He had seen this tree before. It was the glowing tree that appeared when he first entered the Lingshu secret realm, which divided the realm into 3. However, now the tree had retracted its divine nature and had become a relatively large, ordinary tree. As the 2 approached, the large tree began to sway its branches, as if welcoming them. Master, this is Grandpa Tree. Hua Wanqing softly revealed the tree's message. Child, you've come. Oh, you have completed your final transformation. Congratulations. A kind, elderly face appeared on the stout trunk of the tree, smiling at Hua Wanqing. The 2 stopped in front of the tree, and Hua Wanqing ran up to it, her eyes squinting with joy as she said, Yes, Grandpa Tree, I have successfully transformed. Chapter 35. Humble Old Tree Seeking to be Taken Away. The Phoenix Tree began to lower its tone. Chu Fan grinned, but did not respond to the Phoenix Tree. Instead, he continued to take out the Phoenix Cub from the system space and said to the little Phoenix, Go, fly a few circles around that Phoenix Tree. The little Phoenix understood Chu Fan's words, flapping its tiny wings, and flew up to the branches of the Phoenix Tree, circling around the large trunk a few times before returning to Chu Fan's hand. Throughout the process, the Phoenix Tree did not dare to move its spirit tense. It had recognized that this was the divine beast Phoenix, the divine beast it had longed for. As a Phoenix Tree, its greatest dream in life was to have a phoenix land on its branches. It had lived for 470,000 years and even witnessed the rise of Emperor Qingxian. It had asked Emperor Qingxian if he knew the whereabouts of the phoenix. At that time, Emperor Qingxian was incredibly powerful and stated that he had never seen the divine beast phoenix, saying there were no divine beasts in the Kanglan realm. Only in higher worlds would there be such creatures. The divine beasts of the Kanglan realm had long since disappeared, existing only in records. Quick, I promise you, I will go out with you. The Phoenix Tree nearly roared, growing anxious. Chapter 36. Trial Ends. Competing for talented loose cultivators. 6 months had passed since the opening of the Lingshu secret realm. On this day, the stone tablet above the entrance of the Lingshu secret realm began to disappear. and everyone knew that the barrier of the Lingshu secret realm was about to vanish. Sure enough, with a thunderous sound, countless people flew out from the Lingshu secret realm. Shang Ku of Zantiangong, Wu Yang of Qingshu Sect, and others brought their junior brothers and sisters out, immediately being taken away by their sect elders. At the first moment, Li Bin flew to the sky above the entrance and shouted loudly, "Who among you is the Snow Girl? Who is the Jianyang Bandit? Who is Xiao Ku? And also Yi Xiao Xiao, the Cowherd and the Shepherd Girl? As long as you join Xuantiangong, I am willing to offer you the treatment of a personal disciple and teach you personally. Master Li has too big of an appetite. Do you want all of them? Aren't you afraid of being surrounded by us?" The master of Qingshu Sect, Qingshu Taoist, whose strength was on par with Li Bin, both at the 7th level of the Sacred Emperor realm, raised his whisk and confronted Li Bin upon hearing him mention those 6 top loose cultivator geniuses. The other sect masters also flew in, each with their own intentions. "Which of you is the Jianyang Bandit? The Wuji sect promises you the position of the Son of God. Once your cultivation level rises, I, Wu Qi, will immediately step down." The sect leader of the Wuji sect shouted down, choosing only the notorious bandit Jianyang. Chapter 37. The strength of the 4 disciples after the Lingshu secret realm completely lost its exploration value. Over 1 million cultivators from the eastern continent left one after another. But only Li Bin from Xintian sect stopped Guan Tianyue. "Master Guan, the Xintian sect plans to rest at the Daoi sect for a day or 2. Could we trouble you for a favor? We can pay with spirit stones." "Of course, spirit stones are unnecessary. Shall we go together?" Guan Tianyue responded with a smile, secretly cursing Li Bin multiple times his heart. "Don't think I don't know what tricks you're up to, old sly fox. Luckily, I anticipated this outcome and have already prepared a countermeasure. Come on, feel free to look around. It won't be discovered anyway." On the other side, the 3 who had already returned to the Xianling Peak, Qing Shui and others, stood side by side behind Chu Fan, all looking at Hua Wanjing, who was about to exit her closed-door training under the Bodhi tree. A few days ago, when they returned to the Xianling Peak, they saw that the entire peak had transformed, becoming more vibrant than ever, with 3 unfamiliar auras present. Upon meeting Chu Fan, they learned that the changes in the Xianling Peak were due to the ancient phoenix tree, which had taken root there, shielding it from the wind and rain, serving as the warmest harbor for the little phoenix and the strongest backing for the Xianling Peak. Through Chu Fan's introduction, they also learned about the origin of the ancient phoenix tree and marveled at its power. Chapter 38. The sudden realization of Li Bin. Opening of the war, God Hall one day. Guan Tianyue brought Li Bin and a total of 20 elders and disciples from the Xintian sect to the inner gate of the Daoi sect. Guan Tianyue did not directly take them into the Great Hall. He had already seen through Li Bin's intentions, which were simply to doubt whether the leaked blueprints were only related to the Lingshu secret realm. "Then I will satisfy you and let you see that the secretive blueprints you thought were concealed in mystery are just entertainment props in my Daoi sect." Guan Tianyue thought to himself, already imagining the expression of discomfort on Li Bin's face when he realized that the things he had painstakingly studied were meaningless, as if he had swallowed a fly. "Dear guests of the Xintian sect, welcome to my Daoi sect for a tour." Once they stepped in the inner door of the Daoi sect, Guan Tianyue warmly introduced every detail of the sect to everyone. Li Bin cooperated with Guan Tianyue, occasionally nodding in praise. He was worried about how to thoroughly investigate the Daoi sect, but now Guan Tianyue's actions played right into his hands. Thus, the 2 sect leaders, each with their own motives, chatted and laughed as they wandered around the inner door of the Daoi sect, while the elders and disciples of the Xintian sect silently followed behind Li Bin. After a while, Guan Tianyue led Li Bin and the others to the area where the inner disciples practiced combat, which was the place where disciples usually sparred and exchanged insights. Chapter 39. The War God Hall. The War God Hall is not a force but a giant palace. The Kanglan realm consists of 4 continents: the eastern continent, southern border, central continent, and the extreme north. Excluding the various special races living in the extreme north, the majority of activities in the eastern continent, southern border, and central continent are conducted by the human race. Like the eastern continent, the southern border and central continent also have sacred sections. The southern border has 4 major sacred sects, with overall strength comparable to the Xintian sect, while the central continent, with its advantageous geography, boasts the strongest power among the 3 major realms, particularly famous for its 3 major sacred sects and 10 minor sacred sections. The 10 minor sacred sects have similar strengths, each possessing power comparable to the Xiantian sect, with disciples becoming stronger with each generation, currently experiencing a period of vigorous development. This is due to the fact that over time, the spiritual energy in the Kanglan realm has become denser than before, indicating that a great era is about to begin and a new round of imperial competition is on the horizon. The War God Hall is located at the junction of the central continent, eastern continent, and southern border, amidst a naturally formed giant mountain range. Every 500 years, the War God Hall opens, and at that time, the entire Kanglan realm receives the news. As long as the cultivator is under 100 years old, they can enter the War God Hall to gain opportunities. Chapter 40. The Eve of the War God Hall opening. Qing Shui, the eldest disciple of Chu Fan, wore a snow-white dress, holding the Zawujian, her frosty face bearing a hint of heroism, her long black hair cascading down her waist, with red lips and white teeth. Standing tall and elegant, Jiang Feng, the second disciple of Chu Fan, was a head taller than Qing Shui, dressed in light blue garments, with a tall and upright figure, sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, his pupils deep and spirited, often sporting a faint wicked smile, constantly holding a red brick in his hand. Handsome yet with a somewhat rogue aura. Ling Qinxian, the third disciple of Chu Fan, was pure and lovely, with bright large eyes and a round face resembling an apple. Appearing innocent and harmless, her fair skin like that of a peeled egg, dressed in a green dress that highlighted her pure and delicate appearance. Hua Wanjing, the fourth disciple of Chu Fan, looked like a fairy stepping out of a painting, her petal dress tightly hugging her body, accentuating her enchanting figure. Her jade feet lightly touching a large red flower petal, lowering her head, further enhancing her beauty. Among the four disciples, except for Hua Wanjing, who was at the second level of the martial saint realm, the others were at the first level of the martial saint realm, all possessing top-tier physiques and talents. With such physiques and talents, becoming an emperor is just their starting point. Accurately speaking, they all possess the potential to become immortals, with the immortal realm being their true stage. Chapter 41. The tragic scene in the extreme north. The red-haired old monster the extreme north has fallen. The divine envoy replied. What? As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted like a pot of boiling oil. The extreme north has fallen. How could that happen? Due to the vast sea separating the extreme north from the three major realms, no one would venture there unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, most areas of the extreme north are shrouded in extreme cold mist, meaning that people from the three major realms have very little understanding of the extreme north. Only during major events like the opening of the War God Hall would people from the extreme north appear. No one could have imagined how the sparsely populated extreme north could have fallen. Had it encountered some terrifying entity? Fortunately, the divine envoy did not keep everyone in suspense and continued. The reason for the early opening of the War God Hall is partly due to the situation in the extreme north. An ominous event has occurred there. However, you need not worry, as there is still at least 3 years of preparation time. Additionally, a new era will begin in 1 year, coinciding with the closing of the War God Hall. At that time, the path to the emperor will be revealed, and the great imperial competition will commence. The words of the divine envoy struck the hearts of the people like a bell hammer, resonating again and again. Chapter 42. The terrifying creature from the legends of the extreme north after the red-haired monster swallowed the polar bear. It sat down on the ground and closed its blood-red eyes to begin sleeping. From start to finish, it had no idea that someone was watching it. Seeing the red-haired monster asleep, Chu Fan continued to control the divine mirror, sweeping over the sky of the extreme north. Just now, Chu Fan had clearly sensed the cultivation level of the red-haired monster, a Quasi-Emperor. Aside from the known realm, there was no further information available. The Eye of Insight could not obtain specific information through the images of the divine mirror, so Chu Fan had to give up on that. As the territories passed by, the scenes presented to Chu Fan were all the same. It could be said that there were no living beings left in the extreme north, except for the mysterious red-haired monster. Then, Chu Fan began to explore deeper into the extreme north, aiming to investigate what the most terrifying creature under the glacier, as recorded in historical texts, truly was. If there were no creatures present there, did it mean that the red-haired monster came from beneath the glacier? Soon, the divine mirror reached the deepest part of the extreme north, where visibility was already very poor, and the entire space was enveloped in thick fog. The images seen through the divine mirror made Chu Fan feel a chill creeping in. Chapter 43. One person, one brick takes them. All the encounter between Jiang Feng and the disciples of the Seven Stars Sect quickly attracted the attention of some people outside, especially the elders of the Tao Yi Sect and the Seven Stars Sect. He Qiong, the sect master of the Seven Stars Sect, looked at Guan Tianyue with great interest, a smirk of glee on his lips. The conflicts between territories had never ceased, often manifesting in battles among disciples. Guan Tianyue also noticed He Qiong looking at him, remaining expressionless and not glancing at He Qiong, instead lifting his gaze toward the scene where Jiang Feng was. He knew very well that Jiang Feng's strength should not be limited to the 7th level of the martial venerable realm. Perhaps he was also at the martial saint realm. It depended on how Jiang Feng would resolve this. Would he endure and retreat or reveal his strength to take down the people of the Seven Stars Sect? Those with good relations with the Seven Stars Sect or those eager to curry favor began to flatter. That kid from the Tao Yi Sect has run into the 3 swordsmen of the Seven Stars Sect. It seems he's in for a rough time. No kidding. The 3 swordsmen are at the 1st and 2nd levels of the martial saint realm, dealing with a kid at the 7th level of the martial venerable realm. They could take him down in one move. A few of them deliberately raised their voices, making sure He Qiong and the elders of the Seven Stars Sect heard. Upon listening, He Qiong and the others felt quite pleased, their faces brimming with pride. Chapter 44. The ladder to heaven opens while Chu Fan watched Qing Shui slay the monster beasts. The people outside the War God Palace were also paying attention to their disciple situations. Look, Bai Ziyue is indeed a favored one. He just entered the War God Palace and received a high-grade heavenly spirit artifact, and now he has also obtained a supreme-grade heavenly technique. An elder of the Tianji sect exclaimed excitedly, his exuberance making it seem as if he had acquired some supreme treasure. Bai Yang, the sect master of the Tianji sect, looked at the elder with a look of someone who had never seen the world. My son is a favored one. Isn't it normal for him to obtain these treasures? What's there to shout about? Basic skills, no 6. Sect master, Jiang Yubai just killed 13 2nd-level martial saint realm monster beasts with our sect's ultimate technique. Did you see that? I saw it. Not bad, but that's not Yubai's full strength. Deng Yue, the sect master of a shaking light holy sect, floated in the air with his hands behind his back, neither happy nor sad, watching the constantly changing images in the sky, lost in thought. Qian Sidu of the Tianyao Holy Sect entered a cave and obtained treasures from a 6th-level ancient holy master, raising his cultivation by 1 level. Zhong Tao of the Bihai Holy Sect and Jun Ani of the Hanbing Sect fought fiercely over a supreme-grade heavenly spirit artifact, with Zhong Tao ultimately coming out on top, defeating Jun Ani and leaving gracefully. Chapter 45. It seems I have discovered a great secret at Xianling Peak. Chu Fan and the old tree of Wudong watched the opening of the ladder to heaven through the divine mirror. When a curtain appeared in the sky, Chu Fan quietly asked the system, if I were to climb the ladder to heaven, how far could I get? The system only responded with 2 words, reach the top. Chu Fan was very satisfied with this answer. Peak Master, their essay saying about this ladder. I wonder if you've heard it? The old tree of Wudong spoke up. Chu Fan knew that the old tree of Wudong had witnessed the rise of the 2nd Emperor of humanity, Emperor Qing Xian, who had also entered the War God Palace and performed exceptionally well. Go ahead. I heard Emperor Qing Xian mention that starting from the 100th level, the ladder changes. It is known that 9 is the extreme number, their essay saying that if you reach the 100th level, you can become an ordinary level emperor. And if you reach the 101st level, you can become a yellow level emperor, and so on, including the mysterious level emperor, earth level emperor, heaven level emperor, saint level emperor, divine level emperor, immortal level emperor, and celestial level emperor. Back then, Emperor Qing Xian reached the 5th level, which is the level of heaven level emperor, the most powerful celestial level emperor, able to touch the barrier of the celestial realm and ascend to the celestial gate, going to the celestial world. Chapter 46. Jiang Feng's astonishing performance after the ladder to heaven opened. The disciples of the holy sects began to compete, making it the most exciting performance. At this moment, the ladder was a grand stage for these individuals to showcase their strength. Countless people below cheered and shouted, the sound of excitement never ceasing. The atmosphere was completely ignited. At this time, Jiang Yubai, Qian Sidu, and Zhong Tao stood out, having firmly established themselves on the 93rd level, while others struggled to maintain their balance on the 92nd level. Just from this aspect, one could see the gap between the three major holy sects of the central continent and other sections. Jiang Yubai's gaze was resolute as he focused on the 94th level above, struggling to lift his leg, gritting his teeth as he stepped up. With a boost, he successfully climbed to the 94th level of the ladder. Just as he steadied himself, the invisible pressure weighing down on him suddenly intensified, causing him to stagger and half kneel on the ground, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The 94th level of the ladder was basically the limit of what Jiang Yubai could bear. Seeing his performance, Qian Sidu and Zhong Tao frowned slightly, exchanging glances and concentrating their efforts to step up to the next level of the ladder. Ultimately, after adapting to the 94th level of the ladder for half a moment, the three of them attempted to ascend further but could no longer step up. Chapter 47. Chu Fan's disciples each show their power. Shocking everyone among the crowd below the ladder, three unassuming young girls stood together. One of the girls asked in confusion, "Senior sister, why is the second senior brother doing this? With so many people watching, isn't that exposing himself?" They were indeed Qing Shui, Ling Qingxian, and Hua Wanqing, who had disguised themselves as loose cultivators to participate in this training at the War God Palace. The one asking was Ling Qingxian, dressed in green. Her big eyes filled with curiosity, her features graceful, though the freckles on her nose somewhat detracted from her beauty. Qing Shui shook her head, sighed, and replied, "Your second senior brother is climbing under pressure. He can't hide his identity like us. To not fall behind you, he has to take this approach to quickly enhance his talents." Ling Qingxian and Hua Wanqing both had golden talents under the same cultivation conditions. Their progress would certainly be faster than hers and Jiang Feng's. As the senior sister and second senior brother, they naturally did not want to lag behind. "I see. Does that mean senior sister has the same intention?" Ling Qingxian understood and tilted her head to continue asking. "Yes, I will also go up. You follow soon. The benefits of the ladder are numerous." Qing Shui nodded, and after saying that, she leaped with one step, covering 10 rungs and standing directly on the 95th level in just 2 breaths. Chapter 48. By Ziwe's tribulation injured, Bai Ziwe quickly adjusted himself, collected the turtle shell that had fallen to the ground into his arms, and then took out a pouch that had been sealed for over 20 years. This pouch was given to him by his master, the elder Tianji, the founder of the Tianji sect. When he was born, there was a celestial phenomenon, with the shadow of a divine beast lingering in the air, and he received the blessings of heaven. Throughout his life, he has been fortunate, sometimes finding treasures or high-level spiritual herbs just by walking down the street. For this reason, the elder Tianji had once divined his fate and told him he was a child favored by heaven, with a smooth path ahead in his cultivation. But there would be a hurdle in the future. Subsequently, the elder Tianji gave him a sealed pouch and said he could open it the first time he was injured. Bai Ziwe, now only 25 years old, has already reached the 9th level of the martial saint realm, with potential surpassing that of Jiang Yubai and others. It can be said that once the new era arrives, he has the capability to become an emperor, provided he crosses that hurdle. He cautiously opened the pouch, wanting to know what the elder had left behind, only to find a note inside with a single character written on it. Qing. Qing? What does this refer to? Could it be related to that woman? Chapter 49. Tianjing senior sister. Someone is following us from behind, and his gaze is on you. I suspect he has ill intentions. On the way to Tianjing, Hua Wanjing quietly transmitted a message to Ling Qingxian. After coming down from the heavenly ladder, she sensed someone tracking them. I noticed too, but let us ignore him. Ling Qingxian was indifferent. The person following them was likely just trying to make friends or recruit them. With that, the two sped up, shaking off Bai Ziwe. Bai Ziwe realized he had been discovered and helplessly shook his head. He had intended to greet Ling Qingxian and get to know her, but he still didn't understand the meaning of the pouch given by the elder. Initially, he speculated that the character Qing might be part of someone's name, but the screen showed Xiao Ku and Qing'er, which had nothing to do with Qing. Alternatively, it was possible that Xiao Ku and Qing'er were just aliases and not their real names, which was why they wanted to follow him to deepen their understanding. He knew their destination was Tianjing, so he had the opportunity to go there as well. The second checkpoint of the small world, Tianjing. Chapter 50. As shocking as ever in the Tianjing space, the challenges faced by Ling Qingxian and Hua Wanjing were similar, with the only difference being the enemies they needed to defeat. Jiang Feng faced puppets, Qing Shui faced humanoid monsters, Ling Qingxian faced pure beasts, and Hua Wanjing faced flower demons. Both Ling Qingxian and Hua Wanjing were at the 6th level of the martial saint realm and easily defeated their opponents in the earlier rounds. All 4 of them could fight above their level, and not just by 1 level, making it effortless to defeat opponents of the same realm. It was just a matter of seeing where their limits were and how many opponents of the same realm they could fight at once. After about half an hour of the 4 entering Tianjing, others arrived in droves, including Jiang Yubai, Qian Sidu, and Zhong Tao. Looking at the enormous mirror in the air, everyone clenched their fists and silently vowed, "I must break through my limits," ideally aiming for an 8-star rating. A highly skilled cultivator murmured to himself, filled with a fighting spirit. He was a 3rd-level Saint King, but due to the rules of the small world, he was currently limited to the 9th level of the martial saint realm. Only in the Tianjing space would the cultivation restrictions disappear, and at that time, he would face opponents of the same realm. My cultivation technique is perfected. I can fight 2 levels above. A 7-star rating is a certainty for me. Chapter 51. Chu Fan's plan, what should we do, Junior Master Chu? The voice of Guan Tianyue came through the communication token, causing Chu Fan to fall silent for a moment. Once Zhang Feng comes out, I will arrange things. Leave this matter to me. He had just seen the results of the 4 disciples, including Qin Shui, through the divine mirror and was very satisfied with their performance. There was no need to mention Qin Shui, Ling Qingxian, and Hua Wanjing, as they had hidden their identities and could perform exceptionally without worry. Chu Fan had arranged everything for the later stages. The only one difficult to handle was Jiang Feng. His performance in the God of War Palace had already attracted a lot of attention, having climbed above the 101st level of the heavenly ladder, leading people to suspect he might possess a golden talent. However, his cultivation lagged behind others by too much, so it hadn't caused too much of stir. But in the Tianjing test, he achieved an 8-star rating, undoubtedly making many envious. It's known that a 7-star rating can elevate one's cultivation by 2 levels, let alone an 8-star rating, which could at least grant a 3-level increase. In this case, Jiang Feng was likely to become a thorn in the side of other sects, and they would try everything to eliminate him. Peak Master, I have a plan. Do you think it's feasible? Seeing Chu Fan in a dilemma, an old tree named Wudong suggested. Chapter 52. The Chosen Building, Rewalking a Life regarding the suggestions from these elders. The leaders of the 7 great holy sects of the Eastern continent basically had the same opinion. Don't worry, I have already notified the ancestors within the sect. After this trial in the God of War Palace ends, the Taoist sect will suffer greatly. I believe others from the holy sects think the same. When several forces are at a similar developmental level, they will only engage in minor skirmishes. However, once a force has an extraordinarily talented disciple, if that disciple grows, it can completely upset the existing balance and even lead to a reshuffle, making that disciple a target for elimination. Unless that sect is incredibly powerful and can continuously protect that disciple, it is evident that they believe the Taoist sect lacks this ability. So Jiang Feng will not survive until he returns to the Taoist sect. Although these individuals acted discreetly behind the scenes, Guan Tianyue still noticed it, not because he was adept at reading people, but because he had prepared for this eventuality. When Jiang Feng displayed such extraordinary talent, he had anticipated this. So for the past few days, his attention had been focused on Li Bin, Lin Qi, and others. Sure enough, Li Bin and the others were already secretly recruiting people. Chapter 53. Why isn't Master here? The middle-aged woman realized the current situation. No matter how she struggled, it was impossible to escape the village chief's control. As an ordinary person with a 4-year-old daughter, she was no match for the martial artist village chief. In desperation, she had to resort to more extreme measures. She would rather die with her daughter than see her be used as a living spiritual herb and boiled alive by someone else. She poisoned the candied hawthorn that Qin Shui loved to eat, planning to take poison herself after Qin Shui ate it, only regretting that her husband, who had been hunting outside for 2 days, had not yet returned. My poor daughter, I'm sorry for you. In the next life, you must be born to a good family and live happily. The middle-aged woman looked at her daughter's adorable face, engraving her likeness in her mind. Mother, why are you crying again? This candied hawthorn can't be eaten. It's poisonous. Qin Shui's words left the middle-aged woman stunned, her mouth trembling slightly as she looked at her incredulously. How do you know? The middle-aged woman could not understand how such a young child as Qing Shui knew the candied hawthorn was poisoned, especially since she hadn't poisoned it in front of Qing Shui. She tightly grasped Qing Shui's shoulders with both hands, shaking her violently as if she had entered a frenzied state. Sure. Quickly tell me how you figured it out. Chapter 54. The trial in the Chosen Tower ends. Chu Fan comes out of the mountain as the surroundings turn dark. Qing Shui felt her feet firmly planted on solid ground. Then, the darkness dissipated, and she returned to the interior of the Chosen Tower. Past the trial, Dao heart comprehension granted. She had cleared the level. Qing Shui's expression was calm. She did not show any signs of excitement or agitation. This was the result she had anticipated long ago. From the very beginning, when she chose to return to her childhood, the trial had quietly begun, divided into two phases. At first, using her memories before she could remember, mother and daughter faced a crisis that presented her with two choices. One was to kill the enemy, and the other was to abandon her mother and embark on the path of cultivation. Depending on her choice, it smoothly connected to her earliest memory of the small village being raided by bandits, but it also left a flaw: Qing Shui's father. In Qing Shui's original memory, her parents were both killed by bandits, but in this experience, her father did not appear. From that moment on, she kept a watchful eye. Then, she lived according to the original trajectory, eventually reaching the disciple-recruitment ceremony of the Dao One Sect, which was the second phase. It was from a moment she began to climb the mountain peak that Qing Shui slowly developed her Dao heart. She consistently encouraged herself, determined to become a cultivator. Chapter 55. All holy sects start competing for talents. Time's up. The trial is over. At the entrance of the War God Hall in the War God Mountains, the two divine envoys suddenly opened their eyes, and one of them spoke in a loud voice. The one-year trial in the War God Hall had concluded. The sect masters and elders who had been waiting outside for a year perked up, knowing that the battle for talents was about to begin. In the past, when the War God Hall closed, the cultivators who performed excellently would be courted by various sections. Surviving from the War God Hall meant that they would achieve significant accomplishments in the future, making these loose cultivators highly sought after. All the holy sects focused on the most talented loose cultivators, such as the Snow Maiden and Shaoka this time. The first-tier sects lacked the strength to compete with the holy sects and sought out medium-quality loose cultivators, recruiting one whenever they could. It can be said that many loose cultivators would join sects after the trial ended. There was no way around it. If they didn't join a sect, they would face the threat of death. As the divine envoy recited a spell, the War God Hall shone with white light, illuminating a radius of 1,000 miles. And in the next moment, 200 to 300 million people were transferred out of the War God Hall. Chapter 56. The ancestor of the Yaoguang Holy Sect appears. Life and death cycle shocks the audience, seeing the development of events seriously deviating from his expectations. Deng Yue could no longer care about anything else. Enraged, he appeared frantic. In his hand, he had prepared a signal flare to summon the hidden ancestor to come out and seize the talents. As for Qing Shui's so-called master, it no longer mattered. If he truly existed, they would seize him back to the Yaoguang Holy Sect, with the foundation of the Yaoguang Holy Sect. Promising him countless benefits would surely make him willingly serve them. Oh, so you're very brave, not even putting this old man in your eyes. As Deng Yue's voice fell, before he could be seen, his voice was heard, and then, in midair, an old Taoist wearing a Dao robe with white hair appeared. His complexion was rosy, not much different from that of 20-something youth. He held a whisk in his hand, standing on a cloud formed by spiritual energy. He stood on the cloud, with the breeze gently blowing his Dao robe and hair, not revealing his realm, but such an image could draw everyone's attention. No one dared to underestimate such a prominent-looking old Taoist, most standing aside with curiosity to watch the drama unfold. Chapter 57. Chu Fan easily kills a Saint Emperor. Is this it? Garbage. Chu Fan said bluntly, even spitting downwards. The crowd was speechless, thinking that the behavior of this Zhang Zhenren was too different from his appearance. A person of such cultivation should be ethereal and detached, yet he seemed like a ruffian, behaving in a manner unbefitting of a high person. Could this be the peculiarities unique to experts? Who exactly are you? Seeing that their moves disappeared with just a glare from Chu Fan, the Yaoguang Holy Sect's ancestor at the 7th level of the Saint Emperor realm looked grave. He realized that the Yaoguang Holy Sect had kicked the steel plate. The Zhang Zhenren before him was at least in the 9th level of the Saint Emperor realm. No. More accurately, he was a Quasi-Emperor. Only such a master could easily block their attacks. The moves he displayed seemed to carry the breath of the law of destruction. A strong person who comprehended the law of destruction could be called a Quasi-Emperor at the 9th level of the Saint Emperor realm. He did not believe that such a powerful person would be an unknown, as he had never heard of Zhang Zhenren and had only met him for the first time today. Didn't I say? I'm Zhang Zhenren. Are you deaf? Chu Fan mocked, digging in his ears. Chapter 58, Jiang Feng disabled. Dao 1 sect ancestor self-destructs with one move. 3 people were killed, and 1 was seriously injured. The other Saint Emperors had no fighting power left. Chu Fan felt very satisfied with this. Deng Yue was almost scared to pee. Zhang Zhenren's strength exceeded his imagination. He constantly prayed for the Quasi-Emperor ancestor to come quickly, or else the Yaoguang Holy Sect would be finished today. Lin Chong was supported by other Saint Emperor realm experts, standing in place, not daring to move. Their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at Zhang Zhenren. Fortunately, Zhang Zhenren did not attack them again. Instead, he turned to the Snow Maiden and the other 2 behind him and asked, "My dear disciples, who else has bullied you? Tell your master, and I will resolve it together." Upon hearing this, everyone's hearts tightened, nervously looking at the Snow Maiden, fearing that she would randomly point them out, which would be an undeserved disaster. Fortunately, the Snow Maiden shook her head, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. They wouldn't dare to bully my disciple, but that person is unnecessary to keep. Saying this, Chu Fan pointed to a certain location. Everyone followed his finger and finally fixed their gaze on Jiang Feng of the Dao 1 sect. Jiang Feng? It seems they one team need to make a move. Jiang Feng's life is at an end. Zhang Zhenren made his move. How could the Dao 1 sect defend against it? Chapter 59, Zhang Zhenren leaves. Holy Sect seeks disciples as the explosion sounds gradually faded. The flames at the location where Chu Fan stood in midair gradually dissipated, revealing his tall figure. His expression was grim, his hair slightly messy, the whisk significantly damaged, and even his Dao robe had several holes. But that was all. After withstanding the self-destruction of 20 Saint Lords and Saint Emperor realm experts, he had only been slightly affected. That's about enough. Chu Fan slightly raised the corners of his mouth, glancing at a certain position further away with a sneer, shaking the whisk, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared beside Qing Shue and the other 2, using the technique of Sleeve of the Universe to take them away, vanishing into the horizon. The hearts of the crowd were completely put to rest as this mysterious Quasi-Emperor powerhouse finally left. Zhang Zhenren made his move, taking down 3 of the ancestors from the Yaoguang Holy Sect, while the remaining more than 20 were left with no fighting strength. Even worse was the Dao E sect, where the disciples with exceptional talent were crippled and 20 ancestors self-destructed, causing the overall strength of the sect to plummet. After this incident, the Dao E sect was very likely to fall from its status as a holy sect. In response to such events, some rejoiced while others worried. The 3 swordsmen of the 7-star sect, led by Yao Hu, were particularly pleased to see Jiang Feng reduced to a waste. Chapter 60, Gift of a Holy Grade Spiritual Artifact, returned the Dao E sect members more than 10 days after the conclusion of the God of War Hall. Chu Fan and his group returned to the Dao E sect. At this time, the atmosphere in the Dao E sect was extremely gloomy, with inner disciples scattered in pairs, not engaging in any sparring, simply standing there in a daze, each with a serious expression. Master, Ling Qingxian looked at Chu Fan. Chu Fan could sense the situation, knowing that the disciples who stayed in the sect had already learned about what happened in the God of War Hall. Guan Tianyue and the others were slower than Chu Fan and would need at least another 2 days to return to the Dao E sect. Let's head back to Xianling Peak first, and we'll talk when Jiang Feng and the others are back. At the top of Xianling Peak, Qing Shui and the others took turns recounting their experiences in the Tianjing and Tianxian towers, while the old Wudong tree quietly listened nearby. Due to the events at these 2 checkpoints, the outside world could not see what happened, even the divine mirror that Chu Fan signed and did not reveal their circumstances. The experiences of the 3 were thrilling yet safe, performing nearly perfectly, especially Qing Shui, who achieved a 9-star rating. Throughout history, only a handful of individuals have received a 9-star rating in Tianjing, each of whom was a notable figure. As for the Tianxian Tower, besides Qing Shui, Ling Qingxian entered the reincarnation space, where she encountered the 3-tailed fox Shao Ku, and the 2 spent a long life together. Later, at the moment of truth, a pair of eyes identical to Chu Fan's appeared, awakening her from a beautiful fantasy. Chapter 61, Elders Meeting. Qing Shui gifts a sword in the main hall of the Taoist sect, Guan Tianyue, elders from both the inner and outer sects and secret realm elders. Totaling 30 people were seated, while Chu Fan's 4 disciples, Yi Xian, Feng Huai, Feng Xian, and others stood beside their master. After a while, an old man walked into the hall. Everyone was surprised to see that it was the ancestor Chen Xianming, who was at the 9th level of the Sacred Emperor realm. But his cultivation had now dropped to the 1st level of the Sacred Emperor realm. Ancestor, except for Guan Tianyue, Chu Fan, Qing Shui, and Jiang Feng, who remained relatively calm. The others were incredulous, their shock lingering on their faces. They all understood that Chen Xianming and the other 20 ancestors had self-destructed to buy more time for their escape. But why was the ancestor standing alive here? Chen Xianming did not let them ponder for long and explained, "I know what you were thinking. Indeed, to deal with Zhang Jinren, all the ancestors self-destructed. I, due to the nature of my cultivation method, have survived in a damaged state, and my strength has greatly diminished." After speaking, Chen Xianming pretended to cough a few times. An elder Yinlu rushed to pull over a chair for him to sit down. The name Zhang Jinren cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. He alone had killed over a dozen ancestors, with only one ancestor surviving, and their strength had plummeted. Chapter 62, Sparring Among Disciples. Taoist Sect to close its doors regarding Qing Shui, gifting a heavenly grade spiritual artifact to Yi Xian, Feng Huai, and Feng Xian were also envious but not jealous. The two had also performed well in the God of War Hall, achieving a blue talent rating in the Heavenly Ladder, obtaining a 7-star rating in Tianjing, and receiving matching cultivation methods in the Tianxian Tower. Feng Xian even acquired the Yanhua Ding, which could enhance the quality of pills. The two siblings were currently at the 6th level of the Martial Saint realm, appearing as if they were at the 9th level of the Martial Venerable realm on the surface. After arriving at Xianling Peak and chatting with Qing Shui and the others for a bit, Yi Xian and the others left under the pretext of returning to cultivate, giving Jiang Feng time to recover. Once Yi Xian and the others left, Jiang Feng instantly became energetic, circling around his senior sisters and carefully examining them. "Sisters, have you both reached the Sacred King realm?" Jiang Feng asked, half in doubt, half in certainty. I won't tell you." Ling Qingxian pouted, turning her head away, still sulking over Jiang Feng's earlier performance that nearly brought her tears. Hua Wanqing smiled and twirled a red petal on her finger. "Senior brother, how about we have a spar?" "Sure." Jiang Feng was eager for a sparring partner and readily agreed. On a clearing by the lake at the foot of Xianling Peak, Jiang Feng and Hua Wanqing stood 20 meters apart, both already brewing their moves even before the battle began, their cultivation at the 1st level of the Sacred King realm surging forth, creating ripples on the lake's surface. Chapter 63. Tianjizi. 2 hours later, all the outer disciples who chose to leave the sect had departed from the Taoist sect, leaving over 4,000 people in the square. Nearly 3,000 outer disciples chose to advance and retreat with the Taoist sect. Guan Tianyue paused to signal everyone to be quiet, then spoke. "First of all, thank you for your recognition of the Taoist sect. Next, I want to announce something. The nearly 3,000 disciples who have stayed will be merged into the inner sect, and from now on, there will be no distinction between inner and outer sects in the Taoist sect." Guan Tianyue's voice echoed across the square, resonating in the hearts of the 3,000 people, transforming their shock into joy and excitement. "Great! I am finally an inner sect disciple. Thank you, sect master. Li Guangniu will definitely contribute more to the sect. Born as a member of the Taoist sect, die as the soul of the Taoist sect." Someone shouted such a passionate line, and everyone began to raise their fists, shouting in unison, "Born as a member of the Taoist sect, die as the soul of the Taoist sect." The increasingly stirring scene also stirred the emotions of the inner sect disciples, who began to shout along. Seeing this grand scene, a few elders turned red-faced, turning away to secretly wipe away their tears. Chapter 64. Holy Spirit Tower on the already shattered turtle shell. The 3 large characters, Taoist sect, were revealed. "You err, your opportunity lies within the Taoist sect." Tianjizi used all his strength to utter his last words. Then his hands fell weakly, and the turtle shell shattered into dozens of pieces that fell to the ground. Tianjizi, with his last bit of strength, pointed out a path for Bai Ziyue. Bai Yangxi gid helplessly. The ancestor had passed away, and he was powerless to change it. Fortunately, the hope of the Tianji sect still remained. Your father will escort you to the Tao sect. Bai Ziyue shook her head. Father, a new era is coming. The Tianji sect needs you to oversee it. Moreover, the Tao sect has closed its mountain gates, so I will go alone. Is that okay? Bai Yang still felt slightly worried. Father, have you forgotten I am the child of heaven's favor? Don't worry, everything will be fine. I will faithfully carry out the ancestors' wishes and promote the Tianji sect. All right. The next day, after bowing 3 times in front of Tianji's spear hall, Bai Ziyue left the Tianji sect alone, heading towards the Tao sect in the East Continent. Sign in. Beep. Sign in successful. Reward obtained. Spirit Tower, super artifact. With a total of 9 levels, primarily for assisting cultivation, integrating various martial arts legacies, martial techniques comprehension, cultivation insights, etc. The tower has 9 levels, corresponding to different realms. Chapter 65. A new era begins. The news of the Spirit Tower gradually reached the ears of the ancestors of the Tao sect. On a dark and windy night, more than 10 ancestors stealthily arrived at the square, carefully read the rules, and exchanged knowing smiles, revealing their missing teeth and looking somewhat lewd, before diving into the Spirit Tower and entering the 7th level. Hey, junior brother, didn't we just see a few strangers hanging around outside the Spirit Tower? A disciple rubbed his eyes and asked, looking towards the distant square. He and his junior brother had just finished cultivating in the Spirit Tower and were about to return to their residence when they sensed some movement at the Spirit Tower. Turning around, they saw several blurry figures slipping into the tower. Really? That's impossible. We've closed the sect, so no one should be coming. You must be seeing things. Senior brother. The junior brother was immersed in the joy of his cultivation improvement and didn't notice what was happening around him. All right, maybe I really did see things. Let's go back. After saying this, the 2 brothers linked arms and walked back to their residence, chatting and laughing. In the secret realm of the back mountain of Tao sect, 3 elders looked at the 460 disciples in front of them, their expressions serious. We called you here today to convey an important matter. Elder Chu has placed a Spirit Tower in the sect square. You can enter in groups, preferably controlling it to around 20 people at a time. Chapter 66. Ancestors emerge. Number of ancestors? The new era has begun. Although it was unclear why the spiritual rain, which should have fallen for 3 days and nights, suddenly disappeared, it did not extinguish people's enthusiasm. The spiritual rain may have ceased, but the spiritual energy became 10 times denser. Under such circumstances, cultivation and breakthroughs were much easier than before. In less than 3 days, some lower-level martial masters and martial kings had already made several breakthroughs. Half a month after the new era began, at the Yangwang Holy Sect in Zhongzhou, Huangfu Yi stood at the forefront, with Lin Chong, Deng Yue, and others behind him. They were in a forbidden area of the Yangwang Holy Sect, shrouded in mysterious energy year-round, inaccessible to ordinary people. At that moment, the mysterious energy slowly dissipated before them. Even the white mist above disappeared. Boom! A large earthen mound, covering about 100 miles, rose from the ground, emitting an ancient aura. Deng Yue's eyes sparkled, and he grinned widely. Just now, the Quasi-Emperor ancestor Huangfu Yi found him and said that with the new era beginning, the ancestors of the Yangwang Holy Sect, who had been dormant for tens of thousands of years, would awaken. This matter was known only to Huangfu Yi and almost no one else. If the ancestors emerge, wouldn't that mean the overall strength of the Yangwang Holy Sect would rise to a new level? The more Deng Yue thought about it, the more excited he became. Chapter 67. Old 6th Guan Tianyue Hiss. The ancestor beside Jiang Yu secretly gasped, deeply examining Chu Fan. Who would have thought that this seemingly dignified, handsome young elder of the 5th level of the Sacred King realm was actually a small lamp of the Emperor realm in private? The ancestor murmured softly, then widened his eyes to look at Jiang Yu. Senior brother, wasn't it said that no Emperor realm exists before the arrival of the new era? How is Chu Fan? It was no wonder the ancestor was shocked, as only after the new era arrives is the existence of the Emperor realm permitted. This does not mean that one can immediately break into the Emperor realm as soon as the new era begins. One must wait for the emergence of the Emperor Road and reach its pinnacle before becoming an Emperor realm. Therefore, there's a saying in the world, before the era is complete, there are no emperors. This means that no one can become an emperor before reaching the fullness of an era. But today, this unchanging rumor was shattered by Chu Fan. I think it should be related to the spirit tower that little you mentioned earlier. Jiang Yu thought of the key point. Shall we go take a look? Let's go. In the square of the Tao Sect, Jiang Yu and the other ancestors looked at the Tianzhong tall spirit tower, secretly amazed. Its level was higher than any spiritual artifact they had ever seen. Chapter 68. Explosive superhuman Meng Zhe Guan Tanyue arranged for disciples to go to various territories to seize opportunities, and Chu Fan watched it all from the sidelines. On the surface, Guan Tianyue's arrangement seemed very reasonable, but in reality, it was an act of old sixth. For example, the blood domain opportunity under the jurisdiction of the Haitian sect is suitable for disciples with cultivation between the 5th level of martial venerable and the 2nd level of martial saint to participate. But those sent, like Feng Huai and Feng Qian, all had cultivation above the 7th level of martial saint. Yes, on the surface, Feng Huai and others' cultivation was at the 9th level of martial venerable, but as the sect master of Tao Sect, Guan Tianyue should know the ins and outs, right? Thus, this move was simply to bully people while also training those newly initiated disciples. At the East Continent Haitian Sect Master Fan Minshan was sending disciples to the blood domain. Xing Xuan, you take your junior brothers and sisters to the blood domain and try to hunt blood demons to improve your strength. Yes, Sect Master. Xing Xuan replied proudly, her voice charming. As a rising star of the Haitian sect, Xing Xuan had high talent, having reached the 3rd level of martial saint in her 20s, even more outstanding than her senior brother Wan Ronkai back in the day. She was beautiful, with a curvaceous figure. Her most distinctive features were her enchanting eyes and that voice that could make one feel weak all over. Together, they instantly captivated a large number of men who turned into sycophants. Chapter 69. Dead Trap. I'll smash your mouth, fortunately. Li Yoji and their target was not by Yunfei and the others. After plundering the Xintian sect, they left swiftly, with the injured Shang Ke's eyes fixed tightly on their departing figures. Yangli sect, very well. I will make you taste the consequences of offending me. After leaving a harsh remark, Shang Ke led his junior brothers and sisters away in a huff. On the other side, Meng Zhe curiously asked Li Yoji, senior brother, why not just kill them directly to eliminate future troubles? Li Yoji explained, junior brother, you don't understand. With their strength, can they pose a threat to us? Don't you think it's more frustrating when they call for help to seek revenge and find there's no one there? Furthermore, we can also ask senior brothers and sisters to deal with them again. Isn't it more enjoyable to toy with them like this? Meng Zhe nodded. As expected of senior brother, you think of everything. It seems you're even more twisted than I am. Li Yoji, the nearby Feng Huai and Feng Qian couldn't help but chuckle. Our next target will be the Haitian sect. I noticed that Xing Xuan has gained a lot. Li Yoji plotted. Chapter 70. Female cultivator terminator, bomb girl, chicken leg peeler, beep, sign in successful, gained cultivation. Automatically integrated into the host's body. Sitting on a chair and using the divine mirror to observe the outside world, Chu Fan felt a surge of spiritual energy. Then it returned to calm. Before the new era began, Chu Fan's realm had already reached the peak of the Quasi-Emperor level due to over 20 years of sign-ins. But he had always displayed the first level of the Sacred King realm. Now that the new era had begun, after entering the Spirit Tower, he fused the accumulated cultivation, and now reached a very strong realm. At present, the cultivation he exhibited was merely the 6th level of the Sacred King realm. Recently, he hasn't gone out, relying on the divine mirror to browse through the Kanglan realm and discovered many interesting things. The territory of the Kanglan realm has doubled compared to before, and the concentration of spiritual energy is more than 10 times greater than it was. In such circumstances, various secret realms and strongholds of powerful beings have emerged, and some pristine lands that have been sealed for tens of thousands of years have sprung up like mushrooms after rain. Chu Fan roughly calculated that there are about 17 such pristine lands throughout the Kanglan realm, not counting the pristine lands of over 20 holy sect forbidden areas, which are inhabited by ancient powerful beings and their descendants. Most of these descendants possess extraordinary talents, but due to the unfavorable times, they could not attain the realm of the great emperor and chose to seal themselves away. Now awakened, their goal is to compete for the title of great emperor. Such prodigies are referred to as misplaced generations. Chapter 71. The Void Passage, when everyone casually discussed the humiliating incident involving the master brother of the 7-Star Gate and the 3 swordsmen during their tea breaks. Most were worried, concerned about being targeted by the chicken leg skinning man. However, from this incident, they deduced that the strength of the chicken leg skinning man definitely did not exceed the 8th level of martial saint, reasoning that he dared not confront Sherbinbai directly and could only use underhanded tactics to drug Sherbinbai. This reasoning received everyone's agreement, and soon bold individuals began to gather some fellow practitioners at the 6th and 7th levels of martial saint, about 10 people, to set a meeting place to discuss how to lure out and eliminate the chicken leg skinning man. They aimed to rid the people of this harm. Among these 10 people, there were no females, as they feared retaliation if they were hung up by the chicken leg skinning man. How would they face others in the future? What they did not expect was that among the righteous individuals attending the meeting, one was actually the disguised chicken leg skinning man. The consequences were predictable. As they talked, they were drugged, and the next day, they were found hanging outside the city, just like Sherbinbai, completely naked. Chapter 72. The Kanglin realm tumor, Lisli Yoji, and the other 3 divided the spoils they obtained in a 3-7 split, giving 3 parts to the 4 disciples at the 6th level of martial venerable and 7 parts to the sect. Then, they slipped away to the south border, looking for the next unfortunate target. Senior brotherly, can I ask you a question? In a hidden corner, Fang Qian asked Li Yoji beside her. You can ask. Why are you so ruthless towards women? Li Yoji shook his head and sighed. This goes back a few years to the most unforgettable and heartbreaking experience of my life. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Huai and Meng Zhe perked up their ears, entering listening mode. The incident occurred in my hometown, Shiliang City. My parents ran a cloth business there and were quite well off. When I was 14, a matchmaker introduced a girl to my parents, intending for her to be betrothed to me. My parents thought the girl was cute and obedient, so they agreed. In the following days, we became familiar, then fell in love, and were just waiting for a good day to enter the bridal chamber. Little did I know, this was merely my one-sided assumption. That seemingly gentle and clever girl was actually quite promiscuous, seeking pleasure with other men while I was engaged to her. I caught her in the act, and I wanted to kill the adulterous couple, but my kind-hearted mother stopped me, not wanting me to end up in prison because of this. Chapter 73. Bai Ziyue becomes a disciple junior brother Zeng. Where are you now? Li Yoji sent a message to Zeng Mingwei, a disciple of the Daoyi sect. After a while, Zeng Mingwei replied, Senior brother Li, I'm currently lying in ambush outside the cold ice gate in the south border. Why are you ambushing them? It's because that Mani has been spreading bad rumors about me and inciting others to hunt me down. I've set up 7 ambushes along her usual route. When the time comes, Junior brother, you aren't the chicken leg skinning man on the tumor list, also known as the hanging madman, are you? Oh, senior brother, how did you know I understood? You're the female cultivator terminator, right? Hurry over here, senior brother Li. Once I catch Mani, I'll let you take a heavy punch at her. After saying that, Zeng Mingwei sent Li Yoji a location. Li Yoji put away the communication token. Feeling proud, I knew there was an 80 chance that this chicken leg skinning man is junior brother Zeng. Is the junior brother you mentioned the one who exchanged knowledge with us last time? The one good at using drugs? Meng Zhe slapped his head, recalling a junior brother from Huang Kaifeng. This person was small in stature, but shrewd. During the disciple exchange organized by senior brother Yi Xian, they exchanged martial arts. And it was this unassuming junior brother who claimed to be best at using drugs. Chapter 74. You have the qualities of a great emperor. After Chu Fan left the pavilion, Bai Ziyue felt much more relaxed. The pressure brought by Chu Fan was too strong, and he hadn't adapted yet. Second senior brother, is your injury healed? Bai Ziyue pointed to Jiang Feng's abdomen. Initially, Jiang Feng had his cultivation destroyed by Zhang Zhenren and became a cripple. Bai Ziyue had witnessed the entire process, and now, as Jiang Feng's junior brother, he naturally wanted to express his empathy. What injury? I'm not injured. Not injured? Weren't you just taken down by Zhang Zhenren? Bai Ziyue was confused again and continued to ask, Second senior brother, are you joking with me? I'm not joking with you. Now that you're my junior brother, I'll tell you a secret. Actually, Zhang Zhenren was disguised by our master. What you saw was all a show put on by us. How about that? Can't tell, right? Ha! Hiss! Bai Ziyue gasped. This secret was too shocking. Who would have thought that Zhang Zhenren, recognized by countless forces as being able to match the strength of a great emperor, was actually an elder of the Daoyi Sect? If he didn't know Jiang Feng wasn't lying, he really wouldn't dare to believe it. Suddenly, Bai Ziyue's eyes widened, and he asked urgently, since Zhang Zhenren was disguised by the master, then what about the snow woman? Chapter 75. The Catastrophe of the Tiangong Sect. The Central Continent Semi-Emperors unite against the red-haired monster junior sister. Your fateful relationship has manifested. That person is right beside you. You both admire each other, but are worried that once you make it clear, you won't get the desired outcome. Do you understand what I mean? Bai Ziyue explained to his junior sister while looking at the golden character Mu floating on the tortoise shell. Really? That's great. The female disciple's face lit up with joy. Just as Bai Ziyue said, she indeed had a crush on a senior brother from the same peak. After every training session, she secretly observed him from a distance, watching his every move, which made her particularly happy. However, she was also afraid that if she confessed to her senior brother, he might not accept her. Thus, she was very conflicted. She wanted to be with her senior brother, but worried that her impulsiveness would ruin this beautiful relationship. As a result, when Bai's senior brother divined her fate, he said that her senior brother actually admired her too, and they had mutual feelings. How could this not excite her? Thank you. Bai's senior brother. I'll go back and confess to my senior brother right now. The female disciple bowed in gratitude to Bai Ziyue and then quickly ran towards Tanyuan Peak. She and her senior brother were both disciples of Tanyuan Peak. Seeing that Bai Ziyue's divination skills were indeed effective, other disciples lined up as well. Bai Ziyue explained in advance that there were only 7 slots left for today's divination and that he would provide divination for fellow disciples from time to time in the future. Chapter 76. The Defeat and Escape of the Semi-Emperor, Gourmet Zhang Ikuan in the extreme north. 11 semi-emperors faced off against a 30-zhang tall, red-haired monster and a semi-emperor that had transformed into a green-haired creature. The red-haired monster attacked brutally, without any technique, striking down with massive fists aimed at its targets. The 11 semi-emperors unleashed their most powerful martial skills, but were unable to inflict any damage on the red-haired monster. When their attacks made contact, a red light flickered across the monster's surface, rendering it immune to all harm. The green-haired creature was weaker. 2 human semi-emperors working together could send it flying. However, these semi-emperors were cautious, attacking from a distance and afraid to get too close, fearing they might be possessed by the green-haired creature. The process of the green-haired creature's formation was vividly remembered. The biting cold wind of the extreme north mixed with a faint smell of blood howled past as the battle between the human semi-emperors and the red-haired monster turned the surroundings into nothingness. The red-haired monster grew more ferocious with each fight, and as time passed, the spiritual energy of the human semi-emperors was exhausted. 2 of them were struck by the red-haired monster and transformed into green-haired creatures within 10 breaths. This entity was extremely bizarre. Retreat quickly. The semi-emperor of the shaking light holy sect realized that if they continued fighting, they would definitely suffer a crushing defeat and all become green-haired monsters. The remaining 8 semi-emperors, upon hearing his words, retreated, fleeing the extreme north in the blink of an eye. Chapter 77. Staying to sweep the floor, how did he discover me? Zhang Ikuan was surprised and puzzled at the same time, quickly checking the spiritual hidden pearl in his hand, finding no issues. The problem seemed to lie with the young man in front of him, but he was only at the 6th level of the Holy King realm. This was too strange. He had to escape first and come back later when he had the chance. Thinking this, Zhang Ikuan turned to leave. After suffering losses last time and being trapped for tens of thousands of years, he finally escaped and couldn't afford to make the same mistake again. However, Zhang Ikuan wanted to leave, but Chu Fan would not allow it. Bang! His face collided intimately with the formation, leaving Zhang Ikuan dizzy, with the first thought in his mind being that it was over. This experience was identical to the last time, being trapped by an inexplicable formation, with the spiritual hidden pearl ineffective. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. How could he be so unlucky? Chu Fan looked at Zhang Ikuan, having fully grasped his information. Zhang Ikuan, 41,000 years old. Cultivation, semi-emperor, fake, possessing the realm of a semi-emperor but lacking its strength. Physique, none, talent blue. His qualifications were not particularly good, but his cultivation was high. The important thing was his name. It was quite interesting. A dignified semi-emperor master actually infiltrated another sect to commit such theft. Didn't he feel ashamed? Chapter 78. The return of the 3 from Jingjue 3 days later. At the Xianling peak of the Dao Yi sect, with Jiangfeng Shout, Bai Ziyue finally met the legendary 3 senior sisters. Having met the 1st, 3rd, and 4th senior sisters, Bai Ziyue respectfully greeted the returning Qingxue trio, finally seeing the true appearances of his senior sisters. Indeed, each of them possessed a beauty that could make fish sink and birds fall. So this is the new disciple taken in by the master. Quite handsome. Hey, isn't this the stalker? As Hua Wonking was about to praise Bai Ziyu, she instantly recalled his previous stalking of the two of them. Bai Ziyu awkwardly smiled, explaining that at that time, he only wanted to get to know Ling Qinxian and had come to understand that the character for Qing in the note referred not only to Ling Qinxian, but also to Chu Fan behind her. As for why the ancestor of the heavenly machine did this, it was likely because Chu Fan's strength was too formidable and the heavenly machine was unpredictable, allowing only partial calculations. Senior sister, at that time, I had no idea of your identities. By coincidence, I just want to get acquainted, Bai Ziyu explained, subsequently recounting how he saw Ling Qinxian and them ascending the heavenly ladder, the divination, and the events that followed, thereby clearing up the misunderstanding. Chapter 79. Chu Fan's Strength. Miss, you have a great ominous sign. Jiang Feng and Bai Ziyu headed to Zhongzhou, while Qingshu, Ling Qinxian, and Hua Wonking entered the Holy Spirit Tower to cultivate. Su Qian and the other three inner disciples had already gone out to train with Yi Xian, and the ancient Wudong tree was still asleep, leaving only Chu Fan and Zhang Aiqun, who was busy cleaning and performing rituals for the Phoenix Precious Chicken on the entire Xianling Peak. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Gained cultivation, automatically integrated into the host body. Since breaking through to the Emperor realm, the rewards from signing in had all been cultivation boosts. And Chu Fan had gotten used to it. A massive panel appeared in his mind, displaying his information. Chu Fan, 27 years old. Cultivation, Xian level Emperor, 3rd level of the Emperor realm. Physique, perfected 10,000 path divine body. Talent, golden. Comprehension, max level. Spirit tools, super divine artifact, Holy Spirit Tower, divine artifact, Xianwang Tower. Divine powers, cycle of life and death, eye of insight. Laws, perfected time law, perfected space law. Perfected reincarnation law, perfected 5 elements law, perfected fate law. Martial skills, Shifeng absolute kill, divine level. Reincarnation / divine level. Moment of bloom, divine level. Return to void finger, divine level. Chapter 80. The mistaken identity of Mu Chun, the young woman, was Yu Xiao Xiao, the inner sect master sister of the 100-Flower sect. With a cultivation at the 6th level of the martial saint realm, ranked 73rd on the earth ranking. Today, she brought her junior brothers and sisters to the peak of Mount Huashan to broaden their horizons. Another reason was that Yu Xiao Xiao had a crush on Jiang Yubai from the Shaking Light Holy Sect, belonging to the type of one-sided infatuation. As soon as they reached the peak of Huashan and found a spot to stand, a plain-looking young man approached her and said she had a great ominous sign. If it had been someone else, they might have directly attacked him, and Yu Xiao Xiao actually wanted to do the same. But to maintain her image in front of her junior brothers and sisters, she had no choice but to endure. Moreover, she thought of more. What if she acted against him and caused a commotion, leading Jiang Yubai to mistakenly think she was a violent woman and thus dislike her? Therefore, despite being furious inside, she still maintained a friendly expression and spoke gently. This warrior, please do not speak recklessly. Bai Ziyu shook his head and said, what I said is true. Let me calculate it for you right now. Saying this, without waiting for Yu Xiao Xiao to respond, Bai Ziyu's eyes flashed with golden light. And then a character from Maple appeared on her forehead. Chapter 81. The arrogant Mu Chen being targeted by Jiang Feng. Mu Chen's sudden appearance and arrogant words prompted Jiang Yubai and Xian Sidu to say nothing. But the onlookers had their opinions. Those with objections were generally of lower strength, and some were even die-hard fans of Jiang Yubai and the others, thus disapproving of Mu Chen's actions. Where did this person jump out from? Not very old, but quite cocky, right? Could it be that he wants to get famous in this way? Sigh. He is quite handsome, but his brain must be infested with worms. Jiang Feng and Bai Ziyu were also watching from a distance. It took Bai Ziyu a whole day to successfully calculate the fortunes for 10 people. The first 2 were relatively cooperative, but the last 8 were unable to find anyone to calculate for. So Bai Ziyu pointed a knife at their necks and asked them, do you want your fortune calculated or to become a corpse? Without a doubt, all 8 of them chose to have their fortunes told, and they said it was their favorite thing for others to do for them. Senior brother, this person's strength is very formidable. I'm afraid I'm not his match, Bai Ziyu remarked as he watched Mu Chen. In reality, his cultivation was at the 1st level of the Saint King realm, and with some hidden cards. He could contend with someone at the 3rd level of the Saint King realm, but upon seeing Mu Chun at the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm, he sensed that this person's true strength was even greater than his. Chapter 82. The chicken leg peeler has come to Central State. The competition at the peak of Mount Hua concluded with Mu Chun effortlessly defeating Jiang Yubai and Xian Sidu, claiming the top spot and becoming a figure of great attention. At the same time, Mu Chen's identity as a misplaced generation began to spread, letting many in Central State know that there was such an existence in the Kanglin realm. As time passed, disciples from the southern border and eastern continent also began to form teams to come, particularly representatives from Xintian Sect, Qingshu Sect, Hanbing Sect, and Fengqing Sect, challenging those on the Earth ranking, including Jun Ani, Sun Jingyu, Gu Qingfeng, and Yang Huanqing, all of whom were well known. In particular, Gu Qingfeng from Xintian Sect ranked 5th, just behind Zhong Tao, representing the Eastern Continent's prestige. Junior brothers and sisters, we will rest here for one night and return to the sect early tomorrow morning, Yu Xiaoxiao said as she led the disciples of the 100-Flower Sect to an inn. After giving a command, she left the inn under the pretext of having official business to attend to, heading to the place where Jiang Yubai of the Yaoguang Sacred Sect was located. She planned to express her feelings to Jiang Yubai before returning to the sect, having completely forgotten about the ominous signs Bai Ziyue had mentioned earlier. Yu Xiaoxiao stepped on her flying sword, soaring through the air at high speed, unaware that 2 ordinary-looking youths, Jiang Feng and Bai Ziyue, quietly followed her from behind. Chapter 83. Plotting against Mu Chun. Mu Chen's grandfather takes action. Crisis arises 3 days later. Jiang Feng and Bai Ziyue were getting closer to Mu Chun. But Mu Chun kept moving, so the two had no choice but to continue following. On the 4th day, Jiang Feng's communication token rang upon checking. He saw it was a message from Yi Xian. Senior brother Yi Xian, what's up? Jiang Feng asked. Junior brother Jiang Feng, where are you now? I'm coming to find you. Okay, I'll send you my location. Hearing that Yi Xian was coming, Jiang Feng quickly reported his location, with Mu Chen's strong abilities. Having Yi Xian assist would make things more stable. Fortunately, the distance between them wasn't too far, and after half a day's time, Yi Xian met up with Jiang Feng. Bai Ziyue and Yi Xian also met for the first time, and after introductions, they became acquainted. Senior brother Yi, why are you alone? Where are the others? Jiang Feng inquired, knowing that Yi Xian had brought 7 or 8 disciples along, including Su Qian from Xian Spirit Peak. Yi Wan replied. They all had minor gains and have returned to the sect to enter seclusion for cultivation. I heard about the matter with Yu Xiaoxiao from the 100-Flower Sect. I guess it was your doing, and you did great. With me, Jiang Feng, it's a piece of cake. By the way, senior brother Yi, do you know about this chicken leg peeler guy? Chapter 84. Chu Fan's Phantom. A single finger destroys the Quasi-Emperor senior brother. Should we retreat? Bai Ziyue asked as he saw the spiritual power palm that Mu Yongxian had struck down. They all had marks that could instantly return them to the Hall of Marks. So even when the Quasi-Emperor Mu Yongxian made a move, they were not the slightest bit worried. Jiang Feng shook his head and said no need. This is a good chance to test this move. After saying that, he stepped forward, held his head high, placed his hand on his chest, and then suddenly slapped it. Immediately, golden light radiated from his body, and a handsome, extraordinary young man's phantom rose above his head. The young man had a calm expression. He merely glanced at the spiritual power palm in midair, and that palm vanished as if it had melted away like snow and ice. Its master, Elder Chu. Bai Ziyue and Yi Xian exclaimed in surprise, their hearts filled with excitement. They were finally going to see Chu Fan make a move. Although it was just a phantom, it could still highlight Chu Fan's strength. With just a glance, the Quasi-Emperor's attack dissipated, as if it had never happened. You hit the small one to settle the score with the old one. Then we are even, the phantom of Chu Fan said lightly. Then with a thought, 3 hidden formations rose outside the array set up by Mu Yongxian, and these 3 formations were of a higher level than Mu Yongshuan's, with even greater power. Chapter 85. The Heavenly Machine Sect is destroyed. Central State Alliance in Central State, with the emergence of the misplaced generation. The list of the young talents and the heavenly ranking officially opened. After a series of evaluations, the list was released. Additionally, news spread from somewhere that Mu Chun, the first on the young talents and earth rankings, had been killed, causing Jiang Yubai and Qian Sidu to rise 1 rank. Currently, the fighting in Central State was still among disciples in the Saint King realm and Martial Saint realm, with everyone striving to be the first to break through to the Saint-Emperor realm, becoming the top figure of the younger generation. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng, Yi Xian, and Bai Ziyue arrived at the Heavenly Machine Sect in Central State. Upon seeing Bai Ziyue return, Bai Yang was overjoyed, thinking he would never see his son again. Yue, have you been well recently? Father, I'm fine. Let me introduce you. This is the senior brother of Daoyi Sect, Yi Xian, and this is my second senior brother, Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng? Bai Yang looked at Jiang Feng with confusion. Bai Ziyue knew what he was wondering. Originally, the three of them had disguised themselves. But after returning to the Heavenly Machine Sect, Bai Ziyue returned to his original appearance, while Jiang Feng and Yi Xian were still cautious and presented themselves with masks. Father, this is the Jiang Feng you've seen before, but senior brother Jiang has just changed his appearance, Bai Ziyue explained. Chapter 86. Preparing for Rain. Chu Fan's master has exited seclusion after a month. Central State transitioned from being ruled by various scattered forces to becoming a whole, known as the Central State Alliance, which indicated that they would soon take significant actions. All disciples of Daoyi Sect outside were summoned back by Guan Tianyue, including those who were cultivating in the Sacred Spirit Tower. They all lined up neatly by mountain peaks, and over 400 direct disciples, including Qin Haoran, were present. Guan Tianyue, inner sect elders, secret realm elders, and others were seated. Aside from Chu Fan and the Quasi-Emperor, the majority of Daoyi Sect's members were present. Where's Chu Fan? Why haven't I seen my good disciple? A middle-aged man with a shiny face scanned the crowd and asked. Elder Hua, Chu Fan is in seclusion. As his master, you don't even know where he is. I really don't understand you, the Grand Elder Yin LV criticized. Senior brother, I just exited seclusion. Elder Hua said, scratching his head awkwardly. Hua Honyuan, Chu Fan's master, had just exited seclusion and was called by Guan Tianyue. After a while, confirming that everyone had arrived. Guan Tianyue cleared his throat and began his speech. The disciples of Daoyi Sect listened as he spoke of the formation of the alliance in Central State, warning them that it was very likely they would take action against the southern border and eastern continent. He gathered them here to solemnly remind them that in the coming chaotic times, besides training within the sect, they should avoid going out unless necessary. Chapter 87. Eastern Continent Crisis on Shanzhou Peak. Chu Fan and Guan Tianyue sat at a tea table drinking tea. Guan Tianyue opened his mouth and said, Chu Fan, the Tiangong sect has been destroyed by the Central State Alliance. Based on what you said last time, they have formed an alliance, and their next step should be to deal with the southern frontier and eastern continent. I'm afraid our Daoyi sect cannot remain uninvolved. Do the ancestors have any plans? Ancestor Jiang Yu indicated that several ancestors could take action, and exposing 5 quasi-emperors from our Daoyi sect is not a big deal. As far as I know, the other holy sects in the eastern continent also have 5 quasi-emperor ancestors appearing. Chu Fan nodded. In that case, the 7 great holy sects in the eastern continent have a total of 35 quasi-emperors. Although it's somewhat inferior to the Central State Alliance, it doesn't mean we can't contend with them. When necessary, I will take action in the identity of Zhang Junren. That's good. With the new era opening, there will be countless disputes. This conflict among the 3 great territories is just an appetizer, the sect master said. Did he know some secret? Chu Fan detected the meaning behind Guan Tianyue's words. Guan Tianyue nodded and said, this matter was told to me by ancestor Jiang Yu. He has a feeling that this era is different from the past. There will be great changes, conflicts will arise, and things that have disappeared for a long time will also gradually surface. Chapter 88. The Battle Among Quasi-Emperors. Qi Ancestor shows his might. Another half-month passed, and the eastern continent was peaceful. The disciples who often went out to train were all obediently staying in the sect to cultivate. They had received news early about the events in the southern frontier, and the wise ones had already sensed the danger. Once the Central State Alliance consolidated its power in the southern frontier, they would turn their attention to the eastern continent. For this reason, the leaders of the first-tier sects were secretly praying that the holy sects of the eastern continent would not submit to the might of the 4 superpowers of the southern frontier. Fortunately, in less than a day, represented by Xuantiangong, sect master Li Bin issued a declaration to the eastern continent, vowing that the 8 great holy sects would defend the territory of the eastern continent at all costs and would not allow the Central State Alliance to trample it. This declaration received support from countless people, and many righteous individuals expressed that they were willing to give everything to protect this land when needed. Throughout the eastern continent, not a single faction chose to compromise. Each stood firm with unyielding resolve. Soon, the Eastern Continent's stance reached the ears of the Central State Alliance's leaders, and Deng Yue and others decided not to negotiate with the 8 great holy sects and gathered a large army to march towards the Eastern Continent. In the shadows, more than 60 Quasi-Emperor ancestors followed the main force. In the entire Kanglan realm, aside from the Pure Land Quasi-Emperor that does not interfere with conflicts, all Quasi-Emperors would clash in the Eastern Continent. Chapter 89. Ancestor Zhang's strategy, from one-on-one to group attack. The scene was momentarily quiet. It was too fast and too shocking. From the moment Huang Fu Yi unleashed the golden great sword to being sent flying by Qi Ancestor, the entire process took less than a breath. Everyone saw Qi Ancestor disappear into the air, after which Huang Fu Yi let out a scream. Li Bin turned to Guan Tianyue in shock. Sect Master Guan, your Quasi-Emperor ancestor is too powerful. It's no wonder he was surprised. After all, the overall strength of the Daoist sect was not that strong. And after losing 20 ancestors to Zhang Junren last time, they had become even weaker. However, unexpectedly, the Daoist sect surprised him again this time. Yes, Qi Ancestor has high attainments in speed, so severely injuring Huang Fu Yi is naturally not a problem, Guan Tianyue replied, his face filled with joy. Seeing his ancestor displaying power made him genuinely happy and excited. In the lineup of Quasi-Emperors in the Eastern Continent, after Qi Ancestor returned, Ancestor Jiang said, Junior Brother Qi, you could have taken his head, but you only used 10% of your strength. Well, consider it his good fortune. Now, let me show my performance. After speaking, Ancestor Jiang flew forward, looking down at the Central State Alliance opposite him, and said in a deep voice, this time, I will take the stage. Anyone who wants to die, come forward. Out came a gray-haired old man in blue robes. He was a Quasi-Emperor ancestor of the Tianyao Holy Sect and ranked 3rd among all Quasi-Emperors of the Tianyao Holy Sect, significantly stronger than Huang Fu Yi. Chapter 90. Zhang Junren takes action, shocking the entire scene in just 15 minutes. 5 Quasi-Emperors from the Eastern Continent were severely injured, all in pairs against one. In the Eastern Continent's Quasi-Emperors struggled against 4 hands, falling after only a few exchanges. Fortunately, they only lost their combat ability and did not endanger their lives. Among Quasi-Emperors, if the strength difference is not too great, it is difficult to be killed. Seeing that the Eastern Continent camp was at a disadvantage, Qi Ancestor sent a message from afar. Junior Brother Mo, the situation is unfavorable for us. We can break out to help now, and then pretended to be severely injured as he retreated. Okay, Senior Brother Qi. After that, Ancestors Mo, Yang, and others feigned desperate struggles, burning their spiritual energy to unleash greater strength, repelling the 3 Quasi-Emperors around them, and then used their movement techniques to launch hit-and-run attacks on other Quasi-Emperors of the Central State Alliance. After knocking one out to the west, they immediately fled, and when they spotted another Quasi-Emperor's opening to the east, they kicked him in the backside. On the other side, Ancestor Lin pulled out a large black iron rod, specifically targeting the Quasi-Emperors with large heads. Each of the 5 Quasi-Emperors he focused on ended up with a wound on their heads, blood streaming down their faces. These Quasi-Emperors were furious and quickly sought help from the Quasi-Emperor of the Yaoguang Holy Sect. Chapter 91. The Secret of the Disappearance of All Races. Even the Great Emperor is infected with ominousness. Did we win? The people of the Eastern Continent camp were stunned for a long time, until the Central State Alliance army retreated and disappeared into the distance. They still hadn't regained their senses. Everything felt like a dream. When they saw the Quasi-Emperor ancestors of the Eastern Continent retreating one after another, with only a few stronger ancestors struggling, despair grew in their hearts. Although they said they would defend the territory of the Eastern Continent at all costs, when actually feeling the pressure of battle, they still felt their hearts pounding. It would be a lie to say they were not afraid. Fortunately, heaven favored them. At a critical moment, Zhang Junren appeared, turning the tide, effortlessly eliminating Quasi-Emperors, causing the enemy to flee in panic. We won. The Eastern Continent has held its ground. Some began to cheer, tears of joy in their eyes, and some deeply bowed in the direction where Zhang Junren had disappeared, expressing their respect and gratitude. Zhang Junren is one of us in the Eastern Continent. He is our guardian spirit. Chu Fan, pooh, don't put labels on me. Everyone cheered and leaped for joy. Some embraced, and others clapped. This victory was enough to indicate that the Central State would no longer invade in the future. Because with Zhang Junren around, they didn't have the guts to do so. Brother, I don't even know what words to use to describe our master. If I had the strength of our master, how could I not eliminate those enemies? By Zu Elemented. Chapter 92. The Egthetan Zhang Ikoan. After returning to Xianying Peak, Chu Fan closed his eyes, surrounded by mysterious golden spiritual energy. Similar to Bai Ziue's heavenly mechanism technique, but at a higher level. Chu Fan was using the principles of causality and fate to check the future. He wanted to see when the demon clan, as mentioned by ancestor Jiangyu, would return, reciting the incantation in his heart the next moment. When Chu Fan opened his eyes, two beams of golden light shot out, forming an image before him. In the image, the familiar scene of the central state appeared. Above the desolate and empty central state, a blood-red disk hung, exuding an eerie aura that enveloped the entire central state. All the sects in the central state had withdrawn, leaving only empty buildings. In the next moment, at the coast of Zhongzhou, two gigantic hands emerged from the sea, grasping the edge of the cliff, followed by its head. The pair of blood-red eyes instantly made Chu Fan recognize it as the red-haired monster. It let out a low roar and, with heavy steps, slowly walked towards Zhongzhou. Behind it, a swirling mist of black and red followed closely, remaining 3 feet behind. Then the scene changed to a familiar place, the deepest part of the far north, where the divine beast Xuanwu lay asleep. Chapter 93. Disciples leave the sect. Jiang Feng challenges the heavenly rankings. Qing Shui and the others had been in seclusion for nearly 2 years and had greatly improved their cultivation. Qing Shui was at the 5th level of the Saint King realm, her true strength equivalent to the 1st level of the Saint Emperor realm. Ling Qingxian was at the 4th level of the Saint King realm, her true strength equivalent to the 9th level of the Saint King realm. Hua Wanqing was also at the 4th level of the Saint King realm, her true strength equivalent to the 9th level of the Saint King realm. Jiang Feng was at the 4th level of the Saint King realm, his true strength equivalent to the 9th level of the Saint King realm. Bai Ziue was at the 2nd level of the Saint King realm, his strength equivalent to the 5th level of the Saint King realm. Among the 5, only Bai Ziue's strength was slightly weaker. The other 4 were stronger than those outside. Here, Qing Xian, this is for you. Take it and refine it into your life artifact. I will give Qing Shui and Wanqing something suitable for them later, Chu Fan said as he handed the reincarnation disc to Ling Qingxian. Ling Qingxian happily accepted the reincarnation disc, saying, "Thank you, Master." Qing Shui and the others congratulated Ling Qingxian sincerely, genuinely happy for her, without any feelings of jealousy. They knew that Chu Fan would not favor anyone and would give them suitable spiritual artifacts when available, just like Jiang Feng's virtue brick, which was very suitable for him. Your strength is already among the top of the younger generation. From today onwards, you can go out and explore as disciples of the Taoist sect. While keeping some things reserved, you should also make a name for yourselves. But always remember the sect rules and do not expose all your trump cards. Chapter 94. 4 of the top 10 rankings, reactions from all sides. Meng Liangjun was carried away by disciples of the Qingshu sect. And Jiang Feng continued to challenge the 12th ranked Di Cheng'an, who was from the Xintian sect, and also at the 3rd level of the Saint King realm. Slightly stronger than Meng Liangjun. Upon hearing that Jiang Feng from the Taoist sect had defeated Meng Liangjun and replaced his ranking, Di Cheng'an gladly accepted Jiang Feng's challenge and came to the venue the next day. "Jiang Feng, I know about you. I didn't expect the Taoist sect to really heal you," Di Cheng'an said. He had investigated Jiang Feng and knew that Jiang Feng had high qualifications, making him one of the most talented among the younger generation, except for those from his own sect. But unfortunately, he had been crippled by Master Zhang. Now seeing that Jiang Feng's cultivation had reached the 1st level of the Saint King realm and had defeated Meng Liangjun at the 3rd level of the Saint King realm, Di Cheng'an mistakenly believed that the Taoist sect had cured Jiang Feng. Unlike Meng Liangjun, Di Cheng'an did not look down on Jiang Feng. In his eyes, being able to defeat Meng Liangjun meant that Jiang Feng could at least surpass 4 levels. He was only slightly stronger than Meng Liangjun, and if he underestimated Jiang Feng, he might end up with the same fate as Meng Liangjun. But what he didn't know was that even if he did not underestimate his opponent, he would still meet the same fate as Meng Liangjun because Jiang Feng was not at the 1st level of the Saint King realm. Chapter 95. The Blood Moon Day arrives after the 4 disciples of the Taoist sect occupied the 7th to 10th places on the heavenly rankings. Yuan Yitong, who had been defeated by Qing Shui, was dissatisfied and sought to challenge the 8th-ranked Ling Qingxian. However, Ling Qingxian replied, if you want to fight me, you first have to get past Jiang Feng. She directly refused. Yuan Yitong was so furious that her chest hurt, and she angrily sought out Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng, I challenge you. Jiang Feng asked in confusion, why choose me? Only by defeating you can I get Ling Qingxian to agree to fight me. Jiang Feng understood, thinking that Qingxian was really clever. All right, let me be the guardian of the heavenly rankings. In the future, anyone who wants to enter the top 10 must ask me first. At that time, each of them would have a virtue brick. Wouldn't they worry about the seal on the virtue brick being lifted slowly? Okay, I accept your challenge. What do you want to compete? Right now, after defeating you, I still want to challenge Ling Qingxian. Yuan Yidong was a bit impatient. She hardly regarded Jiang Feng as a threat. Among the four of the Dao Yi sect, she only feared Qing Shui, as this mysterious woman was stronger than her. When she fought against Qing Shui, she was always on the defensive. For some reason, every time her attack was about to hit Qing Shui, it would suddenly pause, and in that moment her attack would miss. Chapter 96. Bringing Xuanwu back to the Dao Yi sect. Xuanwu's identity, the appearance of the black mist, caused the Quasi-Emperors to flee in panic, cold sweat running down their backs. Only when they confirmed that the black mist was no longer moving did they breathe a sigh of relief. No wonder it was like this. This black mist was actually a curse. A well-informed Quasi-Emperor, who was the first to shout for everyone to escape, said with lingering fear, Elder Ji, do you know something? Other Quasi-Emperors asked. Elder Ji was the Quasi-Emperor ancestor of the Tianyao sacred sect, and he was the oldest. He had once obtained a booklet from a great emperor, which contained information about curses. Zhongzhou will become a cursed land, and the master of the curse will awaken. Only those who are above the great emperor realm can confront the master of the curse. We should leave. We must never step into the cursed land again. After Elder Ji finished speaking, his expression darkened, and he turned to leave. The others looked at each other. The master of the curse? We've never heard of it. In less than a day, the land of Zhongzhou was completely shrouded in black mist, turning into a cursed land. Some reckless individuals attempted to enter the black mist, only to instantly transform into green-haired monsters, disappearing into the depths of the mist like puppets. Those who witnessed this scene turned pale with fear, their legs trembling, crying out as they crawled away from the cursed land. Chapter 97. The essence of the great emperor. All right, I can agree to your conditions and stay here. But I will not become your beast pet, and you must help me obtain the essence of the great emperor in the future. In the end, Xuanwu made a decision. That's fine, but you need to tell me what the essence of the great emperor is. Chu Fan knew that divine beasts placed great importance on credibility and would adhere to their words, so he didn't insist that Xuanwu become a beast pet. Along the way, he also lifted the restraining formations on Xuanwu. After the formations were lifted, Xuanwu's body began to expand rapidly, as if wanting to overturn the small area at the peak of Fengling Mountain, causing Feng Jinji to hide in a ball under a tree in fright. Stop, stop. Hurry up and stop, or this place will be destroyed. Chu Fan quickly raised his hand to protect the vegetation at the peak, including the old Wudong tree that was still asleep. Xuanwu shrank to 10 meters in size, confidently shook its head, and said, the essence of the great emperor is a mass of energy at the end of the emperor's path that can help quasi-emperors break through to the great emperor realm. It is a great tonic for our divine beast clan. I only need to devour 7 more masses of the essence of the great emperor to break through the limits and reach the 9th level of the great emperor realm. Tell me everything you know. Chu Fan was very curious. If Xuanwu hadn't mentioned the essence of the great emperor, he wouldn't have known that this was what could help one become a great emperor at the end of the emperor's path. Chapter 98. The tumor reappears. Li Yoji's plan for redemption, while the human and demon races have just entered a relatively coexisting state. News has emerged from the extreme north about the appearance of the demon race. After the demons emerged, they initially aimed to ascend into the central continent. But all the demons that entered the central continent turned into green-haired monsters, forcing them to take a detour, some heading south and others east. Why have demons and monsters suddenly appeared in the Kanglan realm? Is this the beginning of great chaos? What happened to the promised grand era? Why has it turned into a chaotic world, where the 3 races of humans, demons, and monsters are vying for the position of the great emperor? Some human cultivators are already in a state of panic, especially when they witness their kin being brutally killed by demons and monsters, causing their will to collapse completely. The demon race has also entered the territory of the monster race, leading to fierce battles. with even the Quasi-Emperor of the monster race taking action to block the top forces of the demon race at the sea outside the territory of the monster race. Later, seeing the situation turn unfavorable, the Quasi-Emperors of the demon race retreated, and upon hearing about the agreement between the human and monster races, they also sent their martial saints and holy kings to join the competition for experience. Thus, the territories of the monster race and the southern regions became battlegrounds for the young cultivators of the three races, with encounters between the monster and human races, the human and demon races, and the monster and demon races happening everywhere. No one could stand the sight of the other. Fights broke out on sight, with one side either fleeing or being killed. Chapter 99. Heavenly Maiden scattering flowers. The emergence of the demon and monster races has made the territories of the monsters and the southern regions the most bustling battlegrounds, filled with fighting and killing. These cultivators are all below the level of Holy Emperor, and none above that level have been seen for now. Strangely, when the demons headed towards the eastern continent and were about to enter its territory, they seem to have seen something terrifying and fled back in a hurry. Thus, the eastern continent now appears very calm. The calm territories also include the central continent, which has become a cursed land. None of the human, monster, or demon races dare to step into the cursed land, as many have paid with their lives to confirm that those who dare to enter the cursed land will meet death. Among them, a powerful demon at the Holy Emperor level, not believing in evil, relied on his formidable strength and invincible defenses, wanting to break into the cursed land, only to end up becoming a green-haired monster, delving deeper into the cursed land. Since then, no one is willing to come to the cursed land, and most cultivators operate within the territories of the monsters and the southern regions. In a certain place in the monster territory, Yi Xian, wielding the meridian sword, rampaged through a group of 8th-level martial saints of the monster race, known for their strength surpassing that of humans. Upon encountering the flame-encased meridian sword, they were easily cleaved apart like fragile paper. Chapter 100. Hunting the heavenly rankings talents not only Li Yoji, Yi Xian, and Qin Shui, but many disciples from the Taoist sect have come out, forming groups of 3 to 5, concealing their cultivation levels by several grades, and stealthily killing many demons and monsters. For instance, Zheng Mingwei, at the 9th level of Martial Saint, displayed his cultivation at the 3rd level of Martial Saint while training in the southern regions, only to be targeted by 3 4th-level Martial Saints of the monster race. They stalked Zheng Mingwei, planning to strike when he let his guard down. Just as they were about to make their move, they suddenly felt their heads become incredibly heavy, and after a dizzying spin, Zheng Mingwei easily severed their heads. With such little skill, you dare to play at stalking? Zheng Mingwei disdainfully kicked the headless corpse of the monster. After looting their treasures and cleaning the scene, he pretended to be a lost young cultivator wandering about, secretly laying down narcotics to trap another foolish cultivator. Another example is Qin Haoren, a direct disciple of the Taoist sect, whose cultivation has reached the 8th level of Holy King. The world believes that the most powerful young cultivator under 50 is Jingtu Quodai Miao Xingyu, but in reality, the strongest should be Chu Fan, followed by Qin Haoren. Having started refining Bodhi seeds, Qin Haoren reached the 4th level of Holy King before the age of 40. And after experiences in the War God Hall and training in the Holy Spirit Tower, his cultivation has far exceeded that of others. Chapter 101. The monster race surrounds Qing Shui and her companion senior sister. I just calculated that you are in danger. The talents of the demon race are plotting to ambush you. Bai Ziyue's voice came through Qing Shui's communication token. Qing Shui asked, "Little junior brother, can you calculate the strength of the demon race's talents?" "Yes, 3 at the 5th level of Holy King, 5 at the 2nd level of Holy King, and 1 hiding in the shadows at the 7th level of Holy King." "Good. We will be careful. You should also take care." Qing Shui put away the communication token and relayed Bai Ziyue's calculations to Ling Qingxian and Hua Wanqing. Hua Wanqing joyfully said, "Really, senior sister? Does this mean we are about to make a big score?" Ling Qingxian also rubbed her hands in excitement, feeling very pleased about the ambush they were facing. Qing Shui solemnly warned, "We must not let our guard down. Since the demon race has a talent at the 7th level of Holy King, it indicates that they take us very seriously. A talent of that caliber must have a noble status among the demon race. I wouldn't believe they don't have some life-saving items. It will be somewhat difficult to slay him. What should we do, senior sister? Do we have no good plans?" "Not at all. Listen to my arrangements. We can set up concealment and confinement formations in advance. Once the demons enter the formation's range, we will activate it immediately. Then, Wanqing can use the Flower Fairy domain to confuse them, and Qing Xian can use the reincarnation plate to cover them, suppressing any life-saving artifacts they might have, while you coordinate to deliver a fatal blow. Chapter 102. Qing Shui's Strength Boom. Two deafening explosions sounded, and Sun Shao turned to see Lung Shao and Mao Shao being knocked away by two other talents of the human race, with their 5 subordinates at the second level of Holy King already heavily injured on the ground. "Cousin, help me," Sun Shao shouted anxiously. The development of the situation had far exceeded his expectations, completely different from his plans. He had intended for the 3 of them at the 5th level of Holy King to work together to capture those 3 human race talents, but the opposite happened. Now, they were the ones being captured. Trembling with fear, Sun Shao sought help from Kong Shao. Fortunately, Kong Shao arrived, otherwise, he would have been thinking about fleeing right now. Haha, I didn't expect these 3 human race talents to be so strong, defeating those at the 5th level of Holy King with the 1st level. If you were given more time to grow, you would inevitably threaten my demon race's grand plans. Fortunately, I am here. You can rest assured to die. With an arrogant voice, a flamboyant figure appeared in midair, with golden hair flowing behind him, piercing golden eyes, an aquiline nose, slightly thin lips, and a bronze complexion, complemented by a garment made of peacock feathers, looking like a human-shaped kaleidoscope under the sunlight. Chapter 103. The Lord of Curses Want to Escape? Too late. Seeing Kong Shao turn to flee, Qing Shui coldly smiled, darting towards his back. Kong Shao, covering his injured left arm with his right hand, disregarded Qing Shui, his feet picking up speed as he attempted to escape. Bang! Kong Shao collided with the confinement formation. His expression changed as he realized that from the very beginning, these 3 human cultivators had planned everything. What a cunning woman! Kong Shao's gums nearly ground to dust. His eyes bloodshot as he roared and lunged at Qing Shui. He knew he couldn't break the formation and escape in a short time, so he could only fight to the death for a slim chance of survival. Come on! Qing Shui no longer held back, unleashing her cultivation at the 5th level of the Saint King realm. The power of the coaling sword in her hand surged, faintly reaching the strength of the 2nd level of the Saint Emperor realm. The sword light flickered in Kong Shao's eyes, and with a puff, he felt a sharp pain in his neck, followed by the sight of a headless corpse slowly falling. Kong Shao desperately shouted, but his throat was filled with blood, rendering him unable to make any sound. Qing Shui's lethal strike instantly separated Kong Shao's head from his body. The proud demon king of the demon race was dead. As Kong Shao's corpse fell, the flickering holy armor on him gradually dimmed, and his human form transformed into a peacock with golden feathers. Chapter 104. Talking with the Lord of Curses. The true Great Era begins in response to the Lord of Curses' question. Chu Fan did not answer, but slowly said, 130,000 years ago, a black stone fell into the Kanglan realm. Inside the stone was a remnant soul. After enduring for hundreds of thousands of years, the remnant soul regained some strength, but its arrival tainted the heavenly Tao of the Kanglan realm with a curse, so that every emperor essence condensed in each era carried a curse. To counter this, the heavenly Tao suppressed the remnant soul, which fought against the heavenly Tao for 1,000,000 years. Until 300 years ago, the remnant soul used secret techniques to split off a portion of its soul, reincarnating as Baiyang, the sect master of the Tianji sect. It intended to use your son to scheme against the heavenly Tao, but unexpectedly fell into a trap set by the heavenly Tao. Although your son possesses the Tianji divine body, he has a significant flaw that even you cannot remedy. Fortunately, your next move is ready to be revealed, hence the appearance of the red hair monster and the destruction of the Tianji sect, leading to the annihilation of your soul body and the return of the remnant soul. All of this was guided by you in the shadows. With the new era about to fully begin, your plan has reached its most critical point. However, I must say, with your current strength, you cannot return at all, nor can you compete with him. Chapter 105. The 10 great emperors of humanity. The arrival of the spirit reign greatly benefited the disciples and ancestors of the Taoist sect. Those disciples at the 1st and 2nd levels of the martial saint realm mostly reached the 8th and 9th levels of the martial saint realm. Among the elders and the sect master, the weakest were the original 6 elders of the outer sect at the 3rd level of the saint master realm. Next was Chu Fan's master, Hua Han Yuan, who missed a great opportunity due to a closed-door meditation and is now at the 8th level of the Saint Master Realm, while the remaining elders are all above the 9th level of the Saint Master Realm. Even more astonishing is that nearly 2,000 ancestors, aside from Ancestor Jiang Yu and 5 others who reached the 1st level of the Emperor Realm in the Sacred Spirit Tower, are all at the Quasi-Emperor Realm. This lineup can be said to be the most powerful force in the entire Kanglan Realm. However, one must not be too complacent. Chu Fan knew that in a few days, those emperors who had lifted their curses would return. Not only the human race, but also the demon race, the devil race, and other myriad races. Note, the human race is one race, while the demon and devil races are a collective term, with creatures like the peacock demon, the green phoenix demon, and the green deer demon classified as races, and demons like Yaksha and charm demons also included in the classification of myriad races, would return. If not counting Chu Fan, the entire Daoist sect would not be enough to withstand a single blow from a 5th-level emperor. Chapter 106. You have the chrysanthemum calamity. This artifact is called the binding immortal silk. You will know its specific uses once you refine it. Okay, thank you, Master. Also, remember to return to the sect in 2 months. I will take you to a place. Your cultivation progress is still too slow. Ling Qingxian said in surprise. Master, is this still considered slow? I'm not even 23 yet, and senior sister has just turned 18, having reached the 3rd level of the Saint Emperor Realm. Isn't that already the best among our peers on the continent? Chu Fan nodded and continued. If it were in the past, it would indeed surpass countless others. But now the times are different, and strong individuals are emerging frequently. Your current cultivation is not enough to be noticed. You are right, Master. We will definitely work hard to improve. By the way, Master, this is what we obtained after slaying a demon. Could you see if it could be refined into a spiritual weapon? Qing Shui took out the golden peacock feather, the peacock fan, and the holy armor to give to Chu Fan. This spiritual weapon, made from peacock feathers, is not even comparable to the Kowailing sword. Just take it back and contribute it to the sect. Looking at these useless spiritual weapons, Chu Fan had no intention of refining them. Now, aside from Qing Shui, Ling Qingxian, and the others each had a personal artifact, making these holy-level spiritual weapons seem too shabby. Better to take them back to the sect for others to use. Chapter 107. The Human Race's Divine Machine by Banzian. Breaking news. Breaking news. 3 demon kings of the 2nd level of the Saint Emperor Realm are working together to hunt down the Daoist sect disciples Qing Shui, Ling Qingxian, and Hua Wangqing. Is that true? What is the situation now? Qing Shui and the others are currently fleeing and are not in immediate danger, but the demon race evidently has a plan. The results will be out in a few days. It seems that the 3 disciples of the Daoist sect are in danger. They are fighting for the pride of our young human talents. If it weren't for my low strength, I might have gone to help them. No need for your help. It is said that disciples of the Daoist sect have already rushed over to assist. It just depends on whether Qing Shui and the others can hold on until reinforcements arrive. In the area where the south border intersects with the demon domain, Qing Shui and the others had serious expressions as they navigated through dense forests, evading the pursuit of more than 30 demon race members. Among these 30 demons, 3 were demon kings at the 2nd level of the Saint Emperor Realm, truly powerful enough to rival the 5th level of the Saint Emperor Realm, while the rest were all at the 9th level of the Saint King Realm. Senior sister, is it okay? This place should be a good hiding spot, Ling Qingxian said. Qing Shui looked around. It was silent, and the dense trees blocked most of the sky, making it indeed a suitable burial ground. Chapter 108. The South Bamboo Emperor. The demon strategy is to eliminate the problem by first dealing with those who pose the problem. The demon race has suffered heavy losses, and the devil race is not in a much better situation. All of this is driven by Jiang Feng and by Ziyue from the Daoist sect. So they must first eliminate these 2. However, after completing their plan, Jiang Feng and Bai Ziyue quietly retreated back to the Daoist sect. Usually, only Bai Ziyue uses the disciples of the Daoist sect to predict the movements of the demon race, including their numbers, cultivation levels, etc., helping the human race easily ambush them. The demon and devil races gritted their teeth in hatred, with the devil race even blaming the demon race for bullying the weak and outnumbering the few, saying that fair competition would be better. Now it's just as well. The human race occupies the moral high ground and strikes them mercilessly, while the high-level combat power cannot intervene. At this rate, before the clan emperors awaken, the young talents will be wiped out. Thus, the human race continued to hunt down the demon and devil races for more than 2 months. On this day, the sky appeared very gloomy, with a faint pressure making people feel oppressed. Only the quasi-emperors of the human race knew that the legendary emperor strongmen were returning. In the East Continent, several quasi-emperors in the south border were excited, with tears in their eyes. Chapter 109. The return to the Void Realm after the complete death of the South Bamboo Emperor. Blood rain fell from the sky in the Kanglan realm. Regardless of whether they were from the human race, demon race, or devil race, every cultivator involuntarily felt sorrow. This is a sign of heaven's grief. Could it be that an emperor has fallen? The emperor's strongmen reacted immediately, each trying to deduce the outcome. After paying a certain price, they calculated that the South Bamboo Emperor had fallen, but they could not determine who had killed him. Witnessing the entire process of Chu Fan killing the South Bamboo Emperor, the One-Yin Emperor was stunned, staring blankly at Chu Fan, unsure of what to say for a moment. The South Bamboo Emperor was at the 7th level of the Emperor realm, not just some small cultivator at the Martial Saint realm. Did Chu Fan really just kill him in an instant? Isn't that a bit disrespectful? At that moment, Chu Fan turned to look at the One-Yin Emperor, startling him into shivering. A dignified emperor was actually frightened by a mere glance. If this were spread, it would surely be a laughingstock. Ancestor, your friend knows some secrets. Please help me deal with it. If it doesn't work, I will take action, said Chu Fan, then withdrew the formation and disappeared, reappearing at Xianling Peak. Since the ancestor Jiang, you had instructed the disciples of Dao, Sect, not to leave the sect from the beginning. The only ones who witnessed Chu Fan's action were him, the One-Yin Emperor, and the fallen South Bamboo Emperor. Chapter 110. The story of the Qing Xian Emperor and the Wutong Old Tree when Chu Fan returned to Xianling Peak. He noticed a middle-aged man in green wandering outside Dao Sect. Qing Xian Emperor? What is he here for? Does he know that the Wutong Old Tree is here? Peak Master, the Qing Xian Emperor has come to find me, the Wutong Old Tree said excitedly, its branches trembling in the air. Go ahead, it's good to take a look. The Wutong Old Tree shook its body, and the more than 10-meter-high tree disappeared, transforming into a gnome-like old man with green hair. He stepped forward to stand before the Qing Xian Emperor. Xiao Xuanzi. The Wutong Old Tree's eyes brimmed with tears as it opened its arms to embrace the Qing Xian Emperor. Grandpa Wutong, you're really here. The Qing Xian Emperor smiled broadly. Yes, after all these years, you haven't changed at all, the Wutong Old Tree remarked, looking at the Qing Xian Emperor, who still looked the same. Gazing at the familiar face, memories returned to that summer 460,000 years ago. Back then, the Wutong Old Tree had just surpassed 10,000 years, enjoying a warm sunbath when a youthful boy, around 17 or 18, walked over. That boy, perhaps tired from walking, kept battling with his eyelids, and eventually he sat down under the Wutong Old Tree, sweetly falling asleep. Chapter 111. 8 emperors enter the War God Hall. The departing Qing Xian Emperor felt increasingly puzzled. Clearly, the aura of the South Bamboo Emperor had disappeared upon reaching Dao Sect. The appearance of Tian Bei could confirm that the South Bamboo Emperor was indeed dead, but there were no signs of a fight near Dao Sect. Could it be? Did the South Bamboo Emperor get killed in an instant without even a chance to resist? The Qing Xian Emperor was taken aback. Could it be true? If so, how strong must that person be? Even he, at the 9th level of the Emperor realm, couldn't possibly kill the South Bamboo Emperor at the 7th level in an instant. Sigh, forget it, just be cautious of Dao Sect in the future, the Qing Xian Emperor muttered to himself, not wishing to think about it any longer. The Qing Xian Emperor took out a communication token and sent out 7 identical messages. After a quarter of an hour, 6 emperors arrived simultaneously, but the One-Yin Emperor was not among them. What is One-Yin doing? Why did he miss the appointment? Asked the Fanghua Emperor. Fanghua and Ji Qing were the only 2 female emperors, both at the 8th level of the Emperor realm, second only to the 9th level Qing Xian Emperor and the Xianqi Emperor. If he doesn't come, then he doesn't come. It's no big deal without him, said the Ming Xian Emperor. The One-Yin Emperor was the weakest among them, and his presence or absence would not affect the progress of their plans. Chapter 112. The Demon Clan army attacks Dao Sect. Guan Tianhua informed Jiang Yu about the Demon Clan's attack on Dao Sect. Jiang Yu held a night-long elders meeting, even interrupting his cultivation to come out of the Holy Spirit Tower. When he emerged, he noticed a message sent to him by the Qing Xian Emperor. He shook his head and smiled, then ignored it. He was now the ancestor of Dao Yi Sect and could no longer have too many entanglements with the Qing Xian Emperor and others. At that moment, all the ancestors and elders gathered in the forbidden area of Dao Yi Sect, totaling nearly 2,000 people. Jiang Yu was at the second level of the Emperor realm, the One Yin Emperor at the third level, and the 37 ancestors like Jiang Zhu and Qi Zhu were at the first level, while the other ancestors and elders were at the Quasi-Emperor realm. The weakest among them were the 6 elders and Chu Fan's master, Hua Hong Yuan, all at the 9th level of the Saint Master realm. Once everyone arrived, Jiang Yu reiterated the situation regarding the Demon Clan's attack on Dao Yi Sect. Everyone, this should be the Demon Clan's plan to target us as a show for others. If we show weakness, they will become even more aggressive. Therefore, this time, we must leave none of them behind. He continued, now, I will arrange the battle personnel. I will deal with the Demon Clan's third-level emperor alongside Wen Yin, while Lao Jiang, Lao Mo, Lao Qi, and the other 10 first-level emperors will handle those of the same realm. The remaining emperors will deal with the Quasi-Emperors, and the Quasi-Emperors will handle the Saint Emperors and below. We must catch them off guard and not let a single demon escape. Chapter 113. The desperate Demon Clan army. Seeing that Dao Yi Sect still had no one emerging, the Demon Clan's tribal leader at the Emperor realm grew displeased. With a cold snort, he raised his hand to unleash a massive spiritual power palm, intending to crush Dao Yi Sect. Just as the spiritual power palm appeared, a figure flew out from within Dao Yi Sect, pointing a finger to shatter it. The One Yin Emperor smiled and said, so arrogant. Are you in such a hurry to die? The Demon Clan Emperor was taken aback, and then said, so there's a third-level emperor backing you up. But do you think that will be enough to control the Demon Clan? Ha ha ha. As the Demon Clan Emperor laughed, countless formations suddenly rose within a 10,000-mile radius of Dao Yi Sect, enveloping them all. Jiang Yu, Jiang Zhu, and others came from all directions to confront the Demon Clan. It turned out they had just activated the formations. The face of the Demon Clan Emperor changed slightly as he felt the formidable power of the formations. Even if he tried to break them, it would take time. Is this your trump card? Humans are indeed cunning, but in the face of absolute strength, any schemes are useless. In response to the Demon Clan Emperor's question, Jiang Yu couldn't be bothered to speak, directly proving it through action. He and the One Yin Emperor flanked the Demon Clan Emperor, while the other 10 ancestors, who appeared to be Quasi-Emperors, surrounded the first-level Demon Clan powerhouses. Chapter 114. The divine beast Xuanwu takes action while Dao Yi Sect was slaughtering the Demon Clan. The Quasi-Emperors of the 6 major holy sects of the Eastern continent quietly arrived, wanting to see if Dao Yi Sect had already been slaughtered by the Demon Clan. However, they were blocked outside the formation and could not know the situation inside. What to do? Could it be that the Demon Clan Emperor set up this formation to capture Dao Yi Sect all at once? What grievances do they have? The Quasi-Emperor of the Xiantian sect was astonished. The Demon Clan has always been at odds with our human race. They think they should be the rulers of the Kanglan realm, and humans can only be their slaves. Sigh. Dao Yi Sect is in deep trouble this time unless a miracle occurs, sighed the Quasi-Emperor of the Qing Su sect. We can't enter this formation. We can only pray for Dao Yi Sect's safety. The Haitian sect is already gone. We don't know who will be next. The Quasi-Emperor of the Xiantian sect expressed great concern. Before the Demon Clan appeared, the 8 major holy sects of the Eastern continent would often compare themselves. But on such a major issue as the conflict between races, they still stood united. The Haitian sect was destroyed by the Demon Clan, and now it is the Dao Yi Sect. As fellow holy sects of the Eastern continent, they understand the principle of when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. However, they are powerless against the Demon Clan, which has strong emperors, while they only have those at the imperial level. Chapter 115. Residents of the small mountain village. Uncle Li and Aunt Li, while A.O. Lai was heading to the extreme north to seek a discussion with the Demon Clan Emperor about secret matters. A bonfire was lit in the square of the Dao Yi Sect. Over 4,000 disciples were singing and dancing, gnawing on demon beast legs and drinking delicious soup, enjoying themselves immensely. Junior sister, come here. This is the nourishing soup I carefully brewed for you. Drinking it will make you more plump. Really? Senior brother, I don't read much. You can't be lying to me. Really? How could your senior brother lie to you? Hurry and drink it. Junior brother, look at my biceps. Aren't they perfectly sculpted? Wow. Senior brother, is the effect of this demon beast meat really that significant? In just a short while, you become even stronger. Tonight was destined to be sleepless. Every disciple of the Tao Sect received a significant boost. Some disciples even triggered their talents and wrote an article praising the heroic sacrifice of the Demon Clan warriors to help the disciples of the Tao Sect improve their cultivation. The article was titled Shocking the Past and Present. The heroic sacrifice of the Demon Clan warriors was to help the disciples of the Tao Sect improve their cultivation. On the third day, someone came to visit the Tao Sect. When Guan Tianwei saw, it was the sect leaders of the Shintian sect and other holy sects. He was taken aback. Li Bin, Qing Su Dao Run, and others had arrived. Guan Tianwei led them into the inner hall. While the Holy Spirit Tower in the square had long been sealed by Chu Fan, making it impossible for those without the mark of the imprint hall to see it. Chapter 116. The ancient immortal clan at this moment. The old village chief looked at Chu Fan, forcing a smile on his aged face as he said, "This must be the esteemed guest. Welcome to our small mountain village. If our hospitality is lacking, please do not take offense." Chu Fan replied, "Not at all. But if you harm Feng Huai and Feng Qian, I cannot guarantee that you will continue to live peacefully." The old village chief's expression froze, a bit awkward. Uncle Li and Aunt Li beside him couldn't hold back and wanted to act, but he waved them off. "What are you saying, esteemed guest? How can we harm these two children? They're also from our small mountain village." The old village chief tried to argue. Chu Fan protected Feng Huai and Feng Qian behind him, looking at the old village chief's fake smile, and calmly said, "Ling Chu, the clan leader of the Ling clan, has been hiding in the Kanglin realm for 200,000 years to resurrect the ancestor of the Ling clan. Recently, he discovered a pair of golden boys and jade girls, who are the most important materials for resurrecting the ancestor of the Ling clan. This time you sent someone to bring them back. Do you not plan to kill them and use their blood to resurrect your ancestor?" As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Huai and Feng Qian turned pale, unable to believe this was true, and they looked at the equally shocked old village chief. Chapter 117. The ancestor of the Ling clan, Ling Xie, the 3 certificates path inside the small mountain village. The old village chief invited Chu Fan, Feng Huai, and Feng Qian to sit down. "What should I call you, esteemed guest?" Chu Fan. Chu Fan. The character Fan means simplicity in the great way, returning to the essence. Truly a great person. I sincerely hope you do not take offense at the earlier matter. Chu Fan smiled. There's no need for the village chief to worry. Isn't there still room for negotiation? If viewed from another angle, I might not do better than you. The great person is magnanimous. I am ashamed. The old village chief said, his wrinkled face filled with despondency. For 200,000 years, he had only one wish, to resurrect the ancestor of the Ling clan. As long as he could bring the ancestor of the Ling clan back to life, he would not mind being labeled a sinner throughout history. Subsequently, the old village chief also told Chu Fan the history of the Ling clan and the reason for coming to the Kanglin realm. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "Since the esteemed guest wishes to discuss this matter, do you have a better solution?" Chu Fan nodded. "I'm not quite sure. I need to see your ancestor to provide the right solution." The old village chief hesitated for a moment before nodding. "All right. Then let's go take a look." A little while later, the old village chief led Chu Fan deep into the small mountain village, while Feng Huai and Feng Qian stayed in the house, reassured by the old village chief's guarantee that they would not be in danger. Chapter 118. Ling Xie awakens. Chu Fan took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and began to help Ling Xie complete the Tao rules. Chu Fan was the body of the myriad paths, and initially thought it was of the same nature as the divine body of the Kanglin realm. However, the system informed him that the body of myriad paths was a physique above transcendence, capable of integrating thousands of Tao rules into one. This physique cannot be compared with the strength body, longevity body, or reincarnation body. It can be said that the body of myriad paths is a fusion of all physiques in the Kanglin realm, while other physiques have a single attribute. The body of myriad paths possesses everything that should be in addition to things that should not be there. With Chu Fan's current cultivation level, he only needed to infuse the perfected Tao rules he comprehended through the life's eye of rebirth and create new Tao rules to integrate into Ling Xie's body in order to revive her. The 6 broken Tao rules of Ling Xie were the Tao of pills, the Tao of wood, the Tao of water, the Tao of wind, the Tao of arrays, and the Tao of talismans. Chu Fan's eyes glowed as 7 kinds of Tao rules rotated in his gaze. In order for Ling Xie to awaken in perfect form, he added the Tao of life. In his hands appeared 3 Bodhi seeds and 3 peaches of immortality. Under his refinement, the Bodhi seeds and peaches turned into rich energy that flowed into Ling Xia's body. Chapter 119. The Heavenly Tao Has Defects, Young Master Chu. May I ask where you are from? In the end, Ling Xia asked Chu Fan a question. Chu Fan looked into Ling Xia's sincere eyes and knew she cared about the answer. He understood why Ling Xia asked such a question, because anyone capable of completing the chain of 6 Tao rules must come from a higher realm. This was Ling Xia's understanding, and it was common knowledge. I am from the Kanglan realm, a cultivator born and raised in this world, Chu Fan answered. What he said was technically true. After all, he came to this world as an infant, not knowing who his parents were. If it weren't for the fortunate encounter with his benefactor, Hua Honyuan, who knows where he would be living freely now. Ling Xia was surprised. But the Heavenly Tao has defects, young Master Chu's strength. The Heavenly Tao has defects. It is difficult for cultivators above the 3 certificates path to appear. This is a law because the Heavenly Tao is incomplete. No matter how hard one tries, one cannot make up for that defect and cannot break through to the Supreme Realm. To break through to the Supreme Realm, the primary prerequisite is that the Heavenly Tao of the world must be complete. Otherwise, the demon clan, the demon race, and figures like the Qing Xian Emperor would not have been stuck at the 9th level of the Emperor realm for so long. Chapter 120. The Heavenly Tao Has Reincarnation. Who can escape the heavens? Chu Fan placed the divine beast nest under the peach tree, right next to the nest built by the Fengzhen chicken. Little phoenix, go in and try it out. Chu Fan called over the divine beast phoenix and let it enter the divine beast nest to see how it worked. Little phoenix tilted its head, looking curiously at the divine beast nest. After receiving Chu Fan's command, it flapped its wings and flew to the edge of the nest, then gently jumped in. Endless great power covered it, and little phoenix felt a warm light membrane wrapping around its body, as if every part of its body was being gently massaged by invisible hands. It felt very comfortable and wanted to close its eyes to enjoy it. Immediately, the divine beast blood within the little phoenix became heated, and its flow accelerated several times, yet it felt no discomfort. After half a day, the little phoenix, feeling unsatisfied, was expelled from the divine beast nest. Upon careful observation, Chu Fan noticed significant changes. First, its size had increased noticeably, and the color of its feathers had become more vibrant. Its cultivation level had risen from the 3rd level of the Holy Emperor realm to the Quasi-Emperor realm. Such a miraculous transformation in just half a day, elevating the little phoenix to the Quasi-Emperor realm. Chu Fan marveled, thinking that if the divine beast nest could be used by humans, it would be worth letting every disciple of the Tao Sect enter to undergo transformation. Chapter 121. Being human, never regretting. Up to now, the demon race had awakened fewer than 20 emperors. The strongest being Ao Lai at the 9th level of the Emperor realm, with 5 others at the same level and 3 at the 8th level still in slumber. These 8 sleeping Emperor-level demons were injured by the Chaos Emperor long ago. Since ancient times, the demon and monster races had dominated the Kanglan realm for about 1,000,000 years, with an era changing roughly every 20,000 years, resulting in a considerable number of emperors. The total number of demon emperors was 29, with 4 fallen, while the situation for the monster race was similar, having nearly 30 emperors. If it weren't for concerns about the contingencies left by the Chaos Emperor, the demon and monster races would have confidently moved forward without such caution. Moreover, the recent death of Meng Yu might be related to the contingencies left by the Chaos Emperor. Therefore, the demon and monster races decided to first conquer the southern region, while the eastern continent could be dealt with gradually. A month's time would be enough for the demon and monster races to awaken the remaining emperors. By then, even if the human emperors acted, they would be unable to contend with the combined forces of the demon and monster races. Currently, the southern region and the demon domain remain the main battlefield for young cultivators. Since Bai Banzian left the southern region, the human race as planned to hunt the demon race has stalled, primarily due to the inability to obtain information on the demons and thus cannot set up ambushes. Chapter 122. The Chaos Emperor. A great battle was about to break out. However, before the demon race took action, the 6 demon and monster emperors, along with those powerful emperors observing in the shadows, all looked up in the same direction. Other cultivators felt it too and looked up as well. In the sky over the southern region, a figure dressed in white and gold, with long black hair, cascading down like a waterfall, floated effortlessly. His features were handsome, with sharp eyebrows and deep, star-like eyes, especially the golden mark on his forehead, accentuating his extraordinary identity. He hovered naturally in midair, exuding immense pressure. Upon seeing this figure, the faces of the demon and monster emperors changed drastically, their hands trembling involuntarily. They would never forget that familiar silhouette, that handsome yet imposing face, which brought them infinite terror. It was the Chaos Emperor. Someone exclaimed, "The Chaos Emperor has appeared. How wonderful!" On the human side, excitement erupted. The Chaos Emperor, the first emperor of the human race, led them to defeat the demon and monster races, allowing the human race to become the masters of the Kanglan realm. His achievements were so numerous that even recounting them for 3 days and nights would not suffice. His life was truly legendary. Chapter 123. The Origin of the War God Hall Predecessor Chaos Emperor. Where are we going? On the way, the awakened Xian Emperor asked. Just opening his eyes to see the revered predecessor made him extremely excited. The legendary first emperor of the human race appeared right before him. The Chaos Emperor shook his head, waved his hand behind him, and all traces were erased, including barriers that isolated them from all detection. Even a powerful figure like the master of the War God Hall could not trace their whereabouts. I am not the Chaos Emperor. The appearance of the Chaos Emperor began to change, transforming into a similarly handsome young man, still wearing a confident smile. Who are you? Xian Emperor was startled. Such a transformation technique was beyond his perception, indicating this person was at least much stronger than him. No. Being able to rescue him from the Master of the War God Hall showed that this person's strength was on par with the Master of the War God Hall, if not higher. When did such a powerful cultivator emerge in the human race? I am Chu Fan, from the Tao Sect. The old tree of the Phoenix tree is on my Xianling Peak. Grandpa tree? Xian Emperor was astonished, then suddenly realized. He had figured out how the South Bamboo Emperor died. If it weren't for this strong man named Chu Fan, no one else could have killed the South Bamboo Emperor in an instant. Chapter 124. 5 disciples exit their retreat after witnessing Ling Xie's operation. Chu Fan slapped his forehead. He had completely forgotten. He could use the same method to bring the Guishu realm over. Although the nature of the Guishu realm was distinctly different from that of a small village, with the small village being akin to a secret realm, existing in the same time and spatial dimension as the Kanglan realm, the Guishu realm was situated in the fault space of the Kanglan realm. The effort needed to pull it over was not small, but compared to a powerhouse like Ling Xie for Chu Fan, it was merely a matter of integrating a few more Tao principles. Without hesitation, that very night, Chu Fan quietly moved the Guishu realm back to the top of Xianling Peak, severed the void passage connecting the Guishu realm to the Kanglan realm, and reforged a new portal for entry and exit. This made accessing the Guishu realm much more convenient. Chu Fan began to move the Bodhi Divine Tree and the Pan Tao Divine Tree into the Guishu realm, along with the Divine Beast Xuanwu, the Divine Beast Phoenix, and the Fengjin Chicken family. The environment of the Guishu realm was more suitable for their existence, with the threat of the Fengjin Chicken family removed. Zhang Ikuan's life finally welcomed tranquility. He had suffered quite a bit during this time, constantly being watched by the Fengjin Chicken family, and when caught, he was subjected to a relentless pecking, leaving him in agony. Chapter 125. The Shattered Holy Realm, Kanglan Realm by Zue, sat alone at a table with a flag. Dressed in Taoist robes, if paired with white eyebrows and a white beard, he would truly have the air of an immortal. After 3 years of seclusion, he not only perfected the heavenly secret divine body, but also comprehended the heavenly secret technique to an unfathomable level, capable of discerning the fortunes and misfortunes of any cultivator below the Holy Emperor realm at a glance. During the 3 years of his retreat, those disciples of the Tao Sect whom he had predicted had the potential to become emperors only realized this later. It turned out that Bai Ziyue's predictions were accurate. With the emergence of the emperor potential list, these few disciples quietly compared their overall qualifications and found they could rank among the top 20. What did this indicate? This was undoubtedly the potential of an emperor. When they realized this, they lamented, "We misunderstood senior brother Bai Ziyue." Therefore, upon hearing that Bai Ziyue had exited his retreat and was once again setting up a table to predict fortunes, they all rushed to the square to support him. "Senior brother Bai, I want to predict my fortune. please tell me when I will achieve perfect love. Senior brother Bai, I want you to help me determine if he is sincere towards me. Bai Ziu said, Junior sisters, don't be anxious, one at a time. There's enough for everyone. Chapter 126. The Curse Master versus the War God Temple Master. Sign in successful. Reward obtained. Mother and Child Divine Nails. Mother and Child Divine Nails Super Artifact. One-time spiritual tool. As the name suggests, the child nail and the mother nail are divided. Using the child nail to pin down the enemy's spiritual body. No matter where the main body is hidden, the mother nail will lock onto and track it across billions of miles until it is pinned down. Chu Fan stood up from the recliner in surprise, carefully examining the large and small blood-colored nails in his hand. This couldn't have come at a better time. He was worried about how to deal with the War God Temple Master Yu, and the arrival of the mother and child nails allowed Chu Fan to advance his plans. He had been wanting to deal with the War God Temple Master for several years, and since Yu's main body was not in the Kanglan realm, but somewhere in the 7 Great Realms, Chu Fan had been plotting while also waiting to strengthen his power to ensure he could eliminate Yu with certainty before taking action. Chu Fan put away the mother and child nails and crossed into the Curse Land. The Curse Master asked in surprise, Chu Fan, what brings you here today? The plan has been advanced. I am confident I can pin him down, so you can prepare, Chu Fan replied. Really? The Curse Master was overjoyed. If Chu Fan could indeed kill you, it would be beneficial for him without any harm. Chapter 127. AIE Infinite Void. Faced with the Curse Master's ultimate kill, the War God Temple Master did not dare to be careless. His eyes shimmered with spatial laws as he reintegrated his body into a deeper layer of space, while 16 tentacles continued to swing the War God Temple towards the Curse Master. Shake! The War God Temple Master shouted coldly, and the War God Temple trembled continuously. Layers of spatial ripples sweeping towards the slashing blood-colored curved blade. The entire sky was filled with lightning speed, the void rippling and blood-colored dark clouds covering the sky, forming a sea of void. In the sea, there were terrifying screams and the explosive sounds of thunder. Boom! The sea of void surged with huge waves. Purple lightning and blood-colored dark clouds exploded, rolling violently in all directions. The Curse Master flew back from the sea of void, and the black mist of curses around him had thinned considerably, faintly revealing his arms, shoulders, and chest, which were crackling with purple lightning. He was injured and quite severely. However, the War God Temple Master was not in a good position either. His 16 tentacles, due to having to control the War God Temple, had also taken significant damage. Under the Curse Master's ultimate kill, all his tentacles were shattered, leaving only a bald head with a pair of large purple eyes, while the War God Temple floated above him, emitting divine light to continuously heal his wounds. Chapter 128. Poorly Tianxin Daoi Sect. The War God Temple Master's thoughts flashed quickly in his mind. Wasn't Daoi Sect the holy sect of the Eastern Continent? The strongest ancestor was only at the Quasi-Emperor level, but this suddenly appearing Chu Fan clearly had the strength of a supreme realm. While the War God Temple Master was contemplating, the nails pinned to his back continuously extinguished the life force within him, causing him to spit blood in large quantities. On the other side, having lost the control of the War God Temple Master, AIE's power had decreased by half, and he was being toyed with by the Chaotic Emperor. No, it should be the Chaotic Emperor disguised as Ling Xie. While the Curse Master watched the show while recovering his strength, the War God Temple Master, with the single name Yu, was the overlord of the Void Realm, and by coincidence had arrived in the Kanglan Realm, attempting to devour the heart of the heavenly Tao to break through beyond transcendence. Am I right? The War God Temple Master's face turned pale. How do you know my secret? Chu Fan shook his head. Unfortunately, you shouldn't have set your sights on the Kanglan Realm, as you would touch my bottom line. Therefore, you deserve to die. Haha, is it Chu Fan? Do you think you're very clever? Let me tell you the truth. This is just my spiritual body. My main body is in the outer domain. When the time comes, as long as I reveal the coordinates of the Kanglan Realm, what awaits you will be the siege of several Transcendence Realm powerhouses. Chapter 129. The opening of the Imperial Road. After Li Tianxin woke up, she found all her belongings had been searched, which made her furious. She had always been the one robbing others, and now it was her turn to experience this frustration. Don't let me find out who you are, or I'll make sure to tear you to pieces, Li Tianxin said fiercely. While speaking, she inadvertently moved her head, causing pain to shoot through her injury, making her exclaim in pain. Now, she didn't even have any healing pills, and she was worried that if she called the other disciples of the Xianming sect over, they would discover her embarrassing situation. Half an hour later, after recovering from her injuries, Li Tianxin once again entered the secret realm of the demon clan. She had a premonition that the thief who robbed her must be inside. Over the course of half a month, Li Tianxin searched for treasures while also investigating the whereabouts of the robber. Not just her, several other outstanding individuals were secretly searching for Jiangfeng, as they had all been poisoned by the Zhuang. Found you. Li Tianxin hid behind a large tree, carefully observing Jiangfeng not far away. At this moment, Jiangfeng had just knocked out a 9th-level Holy Emperor realm genius and was skillfully looting the treasures on him. Li Tianxin seized the opportunity and quietly approached when Jiangfeng was focused on looting the treasures. Chapter 130. The Heavenly Tao of the Kanglan Realm. 2 months after the opening of the Imperial Road, news of casualties finally arrived. Some martial saints and holy kings had fallen from the Imperial Pass, their bodies shattered. But this little difficulty still couldn't scare them off. 3 months later, the main force had crossed the Imperial Pass and began to seek opportunities in the Imperial Sea. 5 months later, some began to break through their cultivation, advancing from the Holy Emperor realm to the Holy Master realm. The Quasi-Emperor ancestors even delved deep into the Imperial Sea. As for what they obtained, no one knew. After spending some time in the Imperial Sea, Miao Xingyu, Lu Xiangdia, and others began to make their way to the Imperial seat. A year later, the geniuses finally reached the 3rd pass. In the 3rd year, a deep voice echoed from the end of the Imperial Road. Today, I, Miao Xingyu, become a great emperor, known as Emperor Xingyu. The first great emperor was born, and indeed, Miao Xingyu took the lead. Emperor Xingyu. The happiest was naturally the Quasi-Emperor of the Pure Land, where Miao Xingyu was, who was cultivating in the Imperial Sea. Upon hearing that Miao Xingyu had become a great emperor, he laughed heartily. After Miao Xingyu broke through to the Great Emperor realm, Lu Xiangdia, Gu Qingfeng, and others also successively broke through to the Great Emperor. For a time, at the end of the Imperial Road, the names of the great emperors resounded continuously. Just as people had predicted, those who broke through to become great emperors were mostly the outstanding individuals on the Great Emperor talent list, with only a few non-listed talents breaking through to the Great Emperor realm. Chapter 131. The Supreme of the Star Extinction Realm in the Outer Domain, to be precise. It should be the outer void of the Kanglan Realm. Chu Fan entered the void alone through the portal opened by the Heavenly Tao, and at a glance, the entire void was enveloped in thick white mist, which had the effect of shielding divine consciousness. No wonder so few people have been able to find the location of the Kanglan Realm over the years. Just the white mist covering billions of miles made many people hesitant. Moreover, in the void, there were occasional spatial rifts that could easily tear apart those at the Supreme Realm. Fortunately, Chu Fan had a mark given by the Heavenly Tao of the Kanglan Realm, which allowed him to faintly sense the location of the other half of the Kanglan Realm. Although it said so, retrieving the other half of the Kanglan Realm is difficult due to the countless space paths that have been exiled. Otherwise, the Chaos Emperor and the founding ancestors wouldn't have spent so much time without any achievements. Once a direction was determined, Chu Fan took out the Xianwang Tower, hiding inside it and controlling it to slowly fly towards the outskirts of the white mist. A month later, Chu Fan safely arrived at the outskirts of the white mist, where visibility was relatively high, and his divine sense could extend outward for thousands of meters. Just as Chu Fan was about to exit the Xianwang Tower, he suddenly sensed 3 figures flying towards him at high speed from not far away. Chapter 132. Star Extinction Realm. The eternal being Chu Fan silently entered the Star Extinction Realm, slowly flying in midair while observing the local customs. The Star Extinction Realm is quite different from the Kanglan Realm. There are obviously more female cultivators than male ones. Moreover, Chu Fan discovered that all 4 transcendent beings in the Star Extinction Realm are female, and even among the Heavenly Emperor realm, it is the same. The strongest male cultivator is only at the Supreme Realm. Additionally, the Star Extinction Realm values martial prowess, with people frequently seen fighting and sparring. Young master, since you just arrived, why not come to my residence for a visit? At this moment, a stunning figure appeared beside Chu Fan, twirling a strand of hair with her small hand and casting flirtatious glances at him. Ji Du, 2 million years old. Cultivation, Transcendent Realm. Introduction, one of the 4 dominators of the star extinction realm, enjoys devouring the hearts of male cultivators under despair. I seem unable to refuse. Chu Fan smiled lightly. Ji-Du smiled back, waved her hand, and she and Chu Fan appeared in a garden in full bloom, with flowers of various colors blossoming, creating a refreshing atmosphere. What a beautiful scene, Chu Fan exclaimed. What do you call yourself, young master? Chu Fan. Chu Gongzi looks like an outsider. Are you looking for someone in my star extinction realm? Chapter 133. Chun Yu's background. Hey, can you guys show me some respect? Don't just keep bickering. Seeing both sides ignore him, Chu Fan had to speak up. This matter has nothing to do with you. Just hurry and leave. Du Mingji was not unreasonable. He could tell that Chu Fan was just an accidental encounter with Chun Yu. It was thanks to Chu Fan that he managed to block Chun Yu. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to catch him. Oomph. You guys don't even recognize my brother. I'll tell you the truth. Chun Yu, am just a little brother of the Gravedigger Sect. The real mastermind behind digging up your ancestors' graves is my big brother, Chun Yu said, moving behind Chu Fan and grabbing his arm, speaking vividly. His expression and movements made it seem all too real. Chu Fan shook his head helplessly. It was a pity that Chun Yu didn't go on stage to perform. Oomph. Enough nonsense. Brothers, let us take him down. Du Mingji didn't believe Chun Yu's words at all and waved to his 3 brothers, ready to kill Chun Yu on the spot. Seeing this, Chu Fan directly dodged, and Chun Yu was bombarded by the 4 joint forces of the Emperor realm, dying without a complete corpse, even his ashes scattered. Finally got rid of this tumor. Brothers, let us go. Du Mingji spat and turned to leave with his brothers. Chapter 134. Master Lungshi Chu Fan described the appearance of the Chaos Emperor and the founding ancestor to Master Huang Tian. Master Huang Tian skillfully took out a turtle shell and began chanting over it. He chanted for a full quarter of an hour, but no divination symbols appeared on the turtle shell. Master Huang Tian's face turned ugly. This was the first time he had failed to divine. Guessed. The fates of these 2 people have been blocked. I cannot ascertain their whereabouts. Thank you for your efforts. Chu Fan had already guessed the outcome and didn't mind. Turning to leave. Please wait a moment, guest. Here are your spirit stones. Since I couldn't solve your problem, I shouldn't take your spirit stones. Master Huang Tian handed a spatial ring to Chu Fan. Chu Fan took back the spatial ring, secretly admiring the superpower's exceptional business acumen. Arriving at the entrance of the Misty Rain Pavilion, Chu Fan spent 1,000 high-grade spirit stones to purchase information about this world and the distribution of forces. This world is called the Sacred Realm, and on the surface, there are 17 transcendent realm powerhouses, 163 Heavenly Emperor Realm, and 512 Supreme Realm. These powerhouses have existed for over 2 million years, and in that time, no one has been able to break through to the 9-fold Emperor Realm, without exception. Chapter 135. The Doggo Liquor. Su Tian, just as Chu Fan prepared to bid farewell to Master Lingxi and head to the burial ground, a handsome, imposing young man in brocade entered with a bold stride. Lingxi, how have you considered that matter? The man completely ignored Chu Fan, his eyes only on Master Lingxi. Chu Fan looked at him and quickly gathered information. Su Tian, 240,000 years old. Cultivation, Transcendent Realm. Introduction, the dominator of the Lin Guanyu, Transcendent Realm. Deeply in love with Master Lingxi, has relentlessly pursued her for countless years, showering her with gifts, yet she remains indifferent, only loving the Chaos Emperor. Wow. P.S. The ultimate dog of a liquor in the Transcendent Realm. Rare indeed. Chu Fan instantly became interested, leaving at this moment wouldn't be appropriate. So he decided to watch the drama unfold. Surely, this Su Tian wouldn't target him, right? Su Tian, I've told you many times, give up on this. Lingxi, I just want to know what exactly you dislike about me. I will change, as long as you give me a chance. I don't like you being alive, all right? Master Lingxi said angrily. Su Tian was taken aback, then seemed to understand. I knew you liked me. You want me to die, so we could be a pair of star-crossed lovers, right? But wouldn't we enjoy the beauty of life even more if we lived? Chapter 136. The Burial Ground. The Fallen Clan. The Burial Ground is the most terrifying forbidden area in the Sacred Realm, bar none. Whether it's the Heavenly Emperor Realm or Supreme Realm, anyone who has entered the Burial Ground has never come out again. Even transcendent beings only send out a single scream upon entry, and no further news is heard. Inside the Burial Ground, terrifying sounds occasionally echo. Some sound like bones being chewed, others like things being chopped up, combined with chilling screams that prevent anyone from daring to approach the burial ground. In fact, Many people fall silent at the mere mention of the burial ground, fearing trouble. Chu Fan stood outside the burial ground, observing the dead silence of the scene, and quietly thought that this burial ground was indeed not simple. In his insightful eye, the invisible death energy wafting through the burial ground floated aimlessly, and its eerie nature was such that even a heavenly emperor would fall victim. Only transcendent beings could barely withstand it. And this was just the outermost layer of the death energy. The deeper one went, the denser it became, increasing exponentially. No wonder it is said to be the most dangerous and terrifying place in the sacred realm. Chu Fan cautiously wrapped himself tightly with various Tao laws, took out the Xianwang Tower, and held it in his hand. If he encountered something unmanageable, he could immediately hide inside the Xianwang Tower. Chapter 137. The astonishing identity of the ancestor fellow villager. You come from the Kanglan realm? Exactly. I'm a master of Tao Sect, Chu Fan. Upon hearing that Chu Fan came from Tao Sect, the Chaos Emperor's lips curled into a slight smile. He turned his head and shouted into the courtyard, "Old man, your ancestors have come to see you." After speaking, the Chaos Emperor let Chu Fan enter the courtyard. Chu Fan could observe the situation in the courtyard. The layout was very simple, with a peach tree shedding its bark. Under the peach tree, a group of chickens was scratching the ground. Not far from the peach tree, there was a small pond where goldfish occasionally poked their heads up. There were also 2 birds sleeping on the peach tree, their feathers a bright red, and their plump bodies were very cute. Near the eaves of the house, kitchen knives, hoes, shovels, and other tools were carelessly placed, and there were still some vegetables on the cutting board that had not been fully chopped. On the surface, everything seemed ordinary, but under Chu Fan's insightful eye, that peach tree was a divine tree, slightly inferior to his Pan-Tao divine tree, and the 2 birds on the tree were vermilion birds. The group of chickens under the tree also possessed divine beast bloodlines. Both the vermilion birds and the chickens had reached the transcendence realm. As for the pond, the water was a 9 heavens spiritual spring, and the golden carp in the pond faintly hinted at a trend of transforming into dragons. Chapter 138. The Burial Ground Master. Do you know the specific location of the Taoist green lotus? With your strength, you should be able to obtain it easily. Lin Chun shook his head. No. Some things are not absolute. The Taoist green lotus can be considered as one with the heavenly Tao. I suspect that the Kanglan realm is very likely where the Taoist green lotus is nurtured. To obtain the Taoist green lotus, one must completely separate the heavenly Tao from it. Once this is done, the Kanglan realm will completely decline. Lin Chun had thought of such a method, but doing so would be no different from the strong ones that shattered the Kanglan realm, which was why he left the Kanglan realm to seek other methods in the Holy Realm. Is there a way to have both? Yes. As long as the strength of the heavenly Tao in the Kanglan realm is raised to another level, it can completely separate from the Taoist green lotus. However, the difficulty of raising the heavenly Tao in the Kanglan realm is quite high, Lin Chun explained. Chu Fan fell silent. Indeed, according to the rules of the entire world, the peak strength of the heavenly Tao in the Kanglan realm should be the transcendence realm. If it were to be raised to another level, that would be the human immortal realm, which has already reached the category of the immortal realm. Once successful, it would also mean that in the future, cultivators in the Kanglan realm could cultivate to the human immortal realm, making the Kanglan realm the lowest level of the immortal realm. Chapter 139. The heavenly Tao assists in cultivation. A month later, Chu Fan arrived at the Tianqing realm. This time, the reward for signing in was cultivation, as he could no longer continue to break through, so it was stored by the system for now. The Tianqing realm, over 2 million years ago, could be said to be the strongest world in terms of comprehensive strength, second only to the Holy Realm. However, after suffering a great calamity, the Tianqing realm completely declined, and now the most powerful cultivator in the entire world was only at the 5th level of the Holy Master Realm. Chu Fan found that the laws of the Tianqing realm had all disappeared, as if the root of everything had been extracted. No wonder no one could break through to the Holy Emperor realm. After some inquiries, Chu Fan arrived at the ruins of the Li Clan. Over 2 million years, the world had changed dramatically, and the Li Clan ruins had turned into a forest. Chu Fan floated in midair, with the laws of time flowing around him. Under his control, the surroundings rapidly transformed and time reversed. Soon, Chu Fan retraced 2 million years back to the time when the Li Clan and the other 6 clans were slaughtered. The 9 black-clothed figures were masked and used treasures to conceal themselves. However, under Chu Fan's insightful eye, everything was laid bare. Huayu realm, Tong Tian realm, Wu Wang realm. So it was you three worlds people, Chu Fan murmured. Chapter 140. The Kanglan realm expose you want to take action against the underworld? If that's the case, I will communicate with my brother. If he doesn't agree, can you spare his life? There are two transcendence realm experts in the underworld. One is the Lord of Curses, and the other is his brother, the Underworld King. The Underworld King's strength is slightly stronger than that of the Lord of Curses, and he has always been the ruler of the underworld. I will. By the way, do you know who injured you back then? Not sure. There were three of them, all at the transcendence realm, and they concealed their identities. I suspect they are from other worlds. All right, if that is the case, we will meet eventually. To deal with the Huayu realm and other worlds, Chu Fan planned to let his 5 disciples, Ling Shiyu, and the Lord of Curses take action while he hid in the shadows waiting for an opportunity to act. Although dealing with other Transcendence realm experts was not a challenge for Chu Fan, he still had to guard against the heavenly Tao of that world interfering. Therefore, to be cautious, Chu Fan felt it was better not to expose himself too early. His ultimate goal was to capture the heavenly Tao. However, plans could not keep up with changes. 6 months later, the heavenly Tao told Chu Fan that the white mist outside the Kanglan realm was dissipating, and within half a month, the Kanglan realm would be completely exposed to the eyes of other worlds. Chapter 141. The current state of the Kanglan realm. Quick. Use your ultimate move. If this goes on, we will die. Wang Biao shouted at Wang Hu before entering Dao Yi Sect. They would never have thought there would be so many experts at the Emperor realm. Wang Biao was now furious with Guan Tianhua, who appeared cheerful on the surface, but secretly set such a trap waiting for them to step in. All right, together. Wang Hu also realized that they had to use their ultimate moves. A golden 6-pointed star lit up under their feet, and their cultivation soared once again. Symbolic Intent Fist. Ancient Intent Fist. The two great moves were executed with 10% of their strength, and the surrounding air was compressed to the extreme, making crackling sounds. Bang! Wang Hu sent flying 30 ancestors of Dao Yi Sect, and Wang Biao also sent over 20 flying. Go! Taking advantage of this gap, Wang Hu leaped out towards the outside, with Wang Biao closely following. The ancestors of Dao Yi Sect, seeing this, did not pursue. They were all left wanting more. It was not easy to get 2 opponents to practice against, and they hadn't had enough fun before they ran away. Although some ancestors were slightly injured during the practice, a healing pill would suffice to restore them. Disperse. The Supreme Realm experts are indeed difficult to deal with. It's better to ambush in the future. Chapter 142. Attack on the Wu Wang realm. Thankfully, I did not disgrace my mission. A year of cultivating in the Taoist Green Lotus is equivalent to 10,000 years of cultivation. Now it's up to you. The Heavenly Tao transferred Qing Shui and the other 5 from the Taoist Green Lotus, and Chu Fan could clearly feel that the aura of the Heavenly Tao had weakened by half. Master. The 5 of them came to Chu Fan. Chu Fan looked at them one by one, and each disciple had already reached the Transcendence realm. Let's go back to the sect and talk. After saying goodbye to the Heavenly Tao, Chu Fan took Qing Shui and the others back to Dao Yi Sect. Master, I want to take revenge. With my current strength, I should be able to handle everything, right? Bai Ziyue asked Chu Fan. Bai Ziyue had always remembered the incident where the sacred sects of the Central Continent attacked the Tianji sect, and now that his strength had increased, he naturally wanted to take revenge at the first opportunity. Chu Fan nodded. You can, but you have 1 day. However, some sects have already been destroyed by others during this year. Master, don't worry. With my divination, I can find all the survivors, Bai Ziyue said confidently. After that, Bai Ziyue left the Dao Yi Sect. Qing Xian, what's wrong? You haven't spoken the whole time. Master, I, Ling Qing Xian, am at a loss for words and don't know how to express myself. Chapter 143. Ziven Kyobang. Although the flower sacrifice master had already dodged, the brick still hit her squarely on the back of her head, instantly causing a large bump to form. Taking advantage of this moment, Jiang Feng had already rushed forward, his gigantic and powerful fist ruthlessly hammering down on her fake chest. The flower sacrifice master spat out a mouthful of blood, touched the now deflated area, and angrily shouted, "Is there anyone as disgraceful as you? What? The disgraceful one should be you. Clearly a man, yet so twisted." In Jiang Feng's eyes, regardless of gender, everyone is equal. Those who deserve to be hit with bricks will not be spared, and someone as twisted as the flower sacrifice master needs to be hit even harder. I'll fight you. The flower sacrifice master stopped fleeing and crazily engaged Jiang Feng in battle. On the other side, Qing Shui, Hua Wonking, and Ling Qingxian were teaming up to attack Chu Luzun, while the Lord of Curses, Ling Xie, and Bai Ziwe surrounded Emojizun. The battle of transcendent realm experts was truly earth-shattering, with the area within 100,000 miles of their combat zone devoid of other cultivators. Those who hadn't left had naturally perished. Chu Luzun and Emojizun were being beaten back repeatedly, their bodies covered in wounds inflicted by Qing Shui and others. Chapter 144. Prison in just half a year. The heavenly Tao of the Kanglan realm had completed its transformation and was attracting the Wuong realm and 3 other worlds to draw near for fusion. The Emperor realm and Supreme realm experts from Wuong realm, Huayu realm, and Tongtian realm already knew what was about to happen, but they were powerless to stop it, only able to watch helplessly as their world was devoured and integrated. On this day, on Xianling Peak, Ling Qingxian sought out Chu Fan alone, holding the little one in her arms. "Are you planning to tell me something?" "Yes, master." It turned out that Ling Qingxian had made up her mind to inform Chu Fan about her past. "In my previous life, I was the reincarnation immortal king. When I attempted to break through to the immortal sovereign realm, I failed and had no choice but to enter the cycle of reincarnation." Immortal king? What are the ranks in the immortal realm? The ranks in the immortal realm are as follows. Below the transcendent realm is collectively called the innate realm, followed by the transcendent realm. Above the transcendent realm are the human immortal, true immortal, earth immortal, heaven immortal, great Luo golden immortal, immortal king, immortal sovereign, and immortal emperor, each having 9 levels. Those who can enter the immortal realm from other planes generally possess the strength of a human immortal, while those below the transcendent realm are descendants of the original inhabitants of the immortal realm. Once they reach the great Luo golden immortal realm and above, they can be called upper immortals. Chapter 145. Upper immortal realm. Chu Fan's matters were already settled. Only the heavenly Tao of the Kanglan realm and the patriarch side remained. The heavenly Tao of the Kanglan realm would completely merge with the 7 major realms, and its overall strength would be infinitely close to the human immortal realm. On this day, the Chaos Emperor found Chu Fan. "The old man is ready. Come with me to the heavenly Tao space now." "All right." Chu Fan followed the Chaos Emperor to the heavenly Tao space. Upon meeting, the Chaos Emperor directly said, "Give me the great Tao green lotus, and I'll help you block him." The heavenly Tao looked at Chu Fan, and Chu Fan nodded. "Give it to him. He is the most suitable candidate." "Okay, I just need the most critical step to separate from the great Tao green lotus." The Chaos Emperor said, "We have already made arrangements. Just wait." 3 days later, the Holy Realm appeared and violently collided with the Kanglan Realm. In an instant, the newly merged ground was filled with countless cracks and ravines. Some areas collapsed and sank, forming a large lake, while others were pushed up, creating mountains. 17 newly emerged transcendent realm experts hovered in midair, astonished at the merging worlds. "Is this the complete Holy Realm?" Lin Xian appeared next to Chu Fan, holding a child that looked exactly like the heavenly Tao of the Kanglan Realm. Chapter 146. Ascension Pool Ding. Completion of Immortal Realm Check-In. Reward. All perfected Tao rules evolve into perfected immortal methods. As soon as Chu Fan arrived in a strange place, the system's voice echoed in his mind. The next moment, he felt his body undergoing a transformation, a feeling of indescribable comfort. After a while, Chu Fan extended his finger, and 2 laws, one silver and one gray, emerged from his fingertip. These were the laws of time and reincarnation, which had completely transformed into the corresponding immortal realm laws. It seems this is the immortal realm. I wonder where the patriarch is. Does the immortal realm also have a Taoist sect? Chu Fan muttered to himself. Upon entering the immortal realm, he was unfamiliar with his surroundings and didn't know where to go. The area was deserted. Chu Fan decided to find someone to ask. He randomly chose a direction to fly in, but as he flew, he noticed something was off. This immortal realm didn't seem as filled with immortal energy as Ling Qingxian had described, and it was not much different from the Kanglan realm. But one thing was certain. This was definitely the immortal realm because he had successfully checked in. What exactly happened? At that moment, a nearby fight caught his attention. Upon closer inspection, he saw 2 teams engaged in battle, each consisting of 7 members. Chu Fan immediately descended quietly to get closer. Chapter 147. Taoist Sect in the Immortal Realm. Just as Chu Fan was heading to the location of the Ascension Pool, a major event occurred in the Kanglan realm. Because the rules of the immortal realm and Kanglan realm were different, the flow of time was also not the same. Chu Fan spent a few days in the immortal realm, while 10 years had passed in the Kanglan realm. On this day, after refining the great Tao Green Lotus, the Chaos-Emperor finally broke through to the 7th level of the human immortal realm and ascended to the immortal gate in front of everyone's eyes. Oh my! As expected of the Chaos-Emperor, he has truly ascended to the immortal realm this time. Sigh, this heartless man is one step ahead again. I have to chase after him once more. Ji Du watched as the Chaos-Emperor disappeared through the portal, feeling a bit melancholy. Other women of equal beauty shared Ji Du's sentiments. Within the Daoi sect, Qing Shui, Jiang Feng, and the other 5 had been in closed-door cultivation, while the other ancestors and elders also practiced tirelessly, hoping to enter the immortal realm and witness the scenery there with their own eyes. The only one relatively free was Ling Xie. Ever since she avenged her clan, she felt much lighter but also somewhat melancholic. Ancestor, what are you troubled about? I see you've been gloomy, the old village chief asked Ling Xie. I'm thinking about whether to stay here or to go into closed-door cultivation and break through to the immortal realm. Chapter 148. Bringing everyone to the immortal realm. Chu Fan entered the Daoi sect. Apart from the familiar 10 peaks, he finally discovered something different. A large medicinal field had been added to the back mountain, filled with countless immortal herbs, limitless in supply. There was also a spirit tool hall with true immortal tools, heaven immortal tools, and even immortal king tools. Additionally, there were training rooms, comprehension rooms, and so on. Overall, it was just like the functions of the Holy Spirit Tower, except that these halls were for cultivation above the human immortal realm. It truly had everything, just lacking people. Daoi Sect. Passers-by suddenly noticed a sect named Daoi Sect appearing and curiously came to investigate. Which reckless person created this sect? Don't they know that aside from Liuli Wang City, no other forces are allowed to exist here? Just wait and see. The city lord of Liuli Wang City will definitely send someone to eliminate it. But what they don't know is that the city lord, Qi Yi, has already been controlled by Chu Fan. In the absence of other people from the Feng Tian Empire, Daoi Sect can be said to be very safe. A month later, Chu Fan signed in at Tianxian Bridge. After understanding the function of Tianxian Bridge, he smiled happily. Truly heaven helps me. Tianxian Bridge is a magical bridge that connects the fairy realm and other lower realms. Chapter 149. Princess of the Feng Tian Empire. The cultivation conditions of Daoi Sect are indeed remarkable. In just 1 month, the ancestors have broken through from the Heavenly Emperor realm to the Transcendence realm, and Ling Xiu is already on the verge of breaking into the human fairy realm. Yi Xian, Li Youji, and others have also broken through to the Supreme realm. At this time, the advantages of the divine beasts are becoming apparent. Little Phoenix has already undergone nirvana and entered an enigmatic state. Once it completes its transformation, it will become a divine beast in the human fairy realm. Among Chu Fan's 5 disciples, the fastest progress is made by Ling Qingxian and Hua Wanqing. Ling Qingxian has memories of her past life, and the only thing she lacks to break into the human fairy realm is the spiritual energy from the fairy realm. Now that all conditions are met, she breaks through a small level every few days and is now at the 7th level of the human fairy realm. Hua Wanqing is a bit slower, but has also reached the 5th level of the human fairy realm, while Qing Shui, Jiang Feng, and Bai Zi, you have reached the 4th level of the human fairy realm. Beep, sign in successful, reward obtained, Secret Realm of Time. Secret Realm of Time allows one to cultivate for a year within it, equivalent to 100 years in the outside world. Applicable only to cultivators below the heavenly fairy realm. Once reaching the 9th level of the earth fairy realm, one can no longer enter. It is said that the system rewards what is most lacking, and it seems that Chu Fan has grasped this rule well. Whenever he needs something, he just has to think about it for a while, and he gets it during the next sign-in. Chapter 150. Poor Dingman the next day. The bored Mu Yuqing left Liuli Wang City, and while wandering, she spotted the prominent Daoi Sect in the mountains. Oh, why is there a sect there? Let's go take a look. Hey, is anyone there? Mu Yuqing politely called out at the gate of Daoi Sect. There's no one inside, miss. It's better if you go back. Chu Fan's lazy voice came from within. Mu Yuqing, if there's no one, how can you speak? Can I go in to visit the sect? That's not very good, is it? You're the princess of the Feng Tian Empire. If you get hurt here, wouldn't that bring us misfortune? Mu Yuqing was surprised. Who is this person? Without showing their face, they already know her background. The only one who knows her background is Uncle Chi, right? Elder Ji. Can you tell who that person is? Mu Yuqing asked softly. As the princess of the Feng Tian Empire, she had strong protection when going out, and the Elder Ji she mentioned was her secret protector. At the 9th level of the heavenly fairy realm, with such strength, they could establish a not too small sect force in the central fairy domain. Princess, I can't discern their strength either. For your safety, let's go look elsewhere, Elder Ji advised. Chapter 151. Settling in Qin Guangzhou. The battle between the Xishang Sect and Yin Luo Sect ultimately ended with Xishang Sect having the upper hand, thanks to an additional ancestor at the 1st level of the Earth Fairy Realm, giving them an advantage everywhere. In less than half a day, Yin Luo Sect was completely exterminated, and some elite disciples who fled were hunted down and killed. All treasures of Yin Luo Sect were plundered by Xishang Sect. Sect Master, it's been confirmed that only Ding Min's whereabouts are unknown. Perhaps she escaped. Don't worry about her. A human fairy realm cultivator can't stir up much trouble. Half a month later, Chu Fan arrived in the central part of Linlang Domain, where the fairy energy was 10 times denser than in the outskirts, and the population had increased. On the way, Chu Fan saw many large cities, each comparable to a sect. He also learned that in the central region, sects were actually fewer, mostly consisting of academies and aristocratic families. The sects that have survived possess some strength. Sects without strength have either disbanded or been forced to the barren edges. The place Chu Fan arrived at was called Qin Guangzhou, which had over 20 aristocratic families and 10 academies distributed over an area of over 100 million miles. Chapter 152. Pengfei Academy with Chu Fan's current strength. As long as no fairy kings come, he can handle anyone at will. Even if a cultivator below the 5th level of the fairy king realm comes, they might not be able to defeat Chu Fan. Therefore, he fully supports the actions of his disciples. Disciples should be pampered. If they cause trouble and attract powerful enemies, he can step in to resolve it. This tradition of Dao Yi Sect has been maintained for many years, and he aims to set a good example. On the 3rd day, under by Ziyu's guidance, Jiang Feng set up several formations to weaken cultivation at the front of Dao Yi Sect, planning to activate them when the Academy's disciples arrive tomorrow, and then close the door to catch the dog. After hearing about it, Yi Xian and others also came to join the fun. Jiang Feng, can I blow them up a bit? Don't worry, I will definitely control it and won't kill them, Fang Qian requested, holding a bomb pill in her hand. Fang Qian, let me take the lead in this first round. You'll have your turn later. Right now, you should go to the medicinal fields to study and make higher-level pills. Don't you think it's delightful to blow up Earth Fairy Realm cultivators with true Fairy Realm strength? All right, after watching your performance tomorrow, I will enter seclusion to refine explosives, ensuring that even Earth Fairy Realm cultivators will fear them. Fang Qian was also getting excited. Chapter 153. The counterattack of Pengfei Academy. Geng Hui glanced at Geng Li hanging upside down from the tree. Her heart dropped. Encountering Jiang Feng's terrifying expression again, she hurriedly spoke. We are disciples of Pengfei Academy. You cannot harm us. For a moment, even she, at the 1st level of the true fairy realm, didn't dare to act recklessly. Pengfei Academy? Is it really that powerful? Ignorant. We are just new students of Pengfei Academy, and we have senior brothers and sisters whose cultivation has reached the 5th level of the true fairy realm, and there are teachers at the Earth Fairy Realm, with the dean being at the Heavenly Fairy Realm. Geng Hui said proudly, and at this moment, she finally gained a bit of courage and was no longer as afraid as before. If the people from Dao Yi Sect wanted to touch her, they should at least consider whether they could withstand the wrath of Pengfei Academy's teachers. Her expression gradually became smug, and she even started imagining Jiang Feng and the others begging on their knees for them to leave. Her companions behind her all stood tall, feeling proud to be disciples of Pengfei Academy. So where are your senior brothers and sisters, teachers, and dean now? Naturally, they are in the academy. Why do you ask this? As soon as Jiang Feng heard this, he burst into laughter. They're not even here. What are you so proud of? You're asking for a beating. Chapter 154. Yin Crou Fang Qian, Meng Zhe, Zheng Mingwei, and others had already set up formations, drug sprays, and bomb packages in advance on the path of Brother Wang and the others from Pengfei Academy. As soon as Brother Wang and the 7 entered the trap, the formations activated, wrapping them up, followed by explosive talismans and explosive pills that went off with a bang for a quarter of an hour. When Wang Shixiang and the 7 others, covered in injuries, crawled out of the pit, the itching powder was sprayed all over them. Suddenly, They felt millions of ants crawling on their bodies. With their wounds, they couldn't help but scratch, and ultimately the itching became unbearable, causing them to faint from the pain. By the time Wang Shixiang's mentor arrived with a dark face to rescue them, Fang Qian and the others had already looted Wang Shixiang and the others clean and left. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. The Pengfei Academy has lost face to the point of embarrassment. They thought they were so powerful, but without even reaching the enemy's home. Their entire force was wiped out. I definitely have to share this with my junior sisters. The people from Sanghui Academy were gleefully mocking Pengfei Academy. The next day, 3 mentors from Pengfei Academy, all at the 7th level of Earth Immortal Realm, headed straight for Daoyi Sect, one of whom was Wang Shixiang's mentor. Chapter 155, Subduing the Yin, Crow Mo Taoqian. Are you kidding me? You want me to take action against a 3rd level celestial immortal? That's going to cost extra. The Yin Crow croaked. Fine. Add 2 heads of 1st level Earth immortals to the deal, and after you kill the strong ones from Daoyi Sect, I'll find them for you. Deal. As soon as the words were spoken, the torches underground suddenly extinguished, and when they reignited, the Yin Crow was already gone from the stand. Mo Taoqian quietly exited the underground and returned to his office. With the Yin Crow taking action, he felt assured that the strong ones from Daoyi Sect would surely die. The Yin Crow had come to Pengfei Academy 200 years ago and stayed under his temptation. It was a powerful alien species with the cultivation of a 1st level Great Luo Golden Immortal, and its origins were unknown. Mo Taoqian only knew it was very intelligent and cunning, and it particularly enjoyed eating human brains, especially those of recently deceased Earth Immortal Strong Ones. For it, consuming the brain marrow of an Earth Immortal right after death was the happiest moment. If given the chance, it would prefer to strike while the Earth Immortal was still alive, piercing through the back of the head and sucking out the brain marrow, reveling in the delightful sound it made. Thus, to keep the Yin Crow, Mo Taoqian had been staying at the academy on the surface while secretly disguising himself to hunt down cultivators above the Earth Immortal Realm. Chapter 156, Academy Exchange Meeting. The next morning, Chu Fan finally received the notice sent by Mo Taoqian. This late move of secretly advancing was useless now, as the Yin Crow had already been captured, and this news arrived too late. He muttered himself. Meanwhile, the Yin Crow had quietly returned to Pengfei Academy, and although it was daytime, no one noticed its presence. At this moment, Mo Taoqian was completely unaware that the Yin Crow had turned against him and was about to strike. He was leisurely sipping tea in his office. Whoosh! The Yin Crow seized an opportunity and quickly nailed itself to the back of Mo Taoqian's head. With a piercing sound, the Yin Crow penetrated Mo Taoqian's skull, then forcefully sucked, drawing in both red and white matter into its belly. Refreshing. Mo Taoqian trembled all over, staggering to his feet, his face filled with terror, his bloodshot eyes struggling to look back to see what had attacked him. Unfortunately, being in a visual blind spot, he couldn't see anything and could only rely on his spiritual sense. But his spiritual sense was gone, instantly consumed. He let out a painful roar, raising his hand to swat the Yin Crow away, but it quickly flew up and pecked him hard on the other side of his head. Chapter 157, A Beggar There's Nothing I Can Do. Although the divine beast phoenix currently has low strength, it is definitely the master's most favored pet. Once the phoenix's power increases, the Yin Crow will surely be suppressed. After living for so many years, it still has some insight. Chu Fan replied, yes. That asked the Yin Crow, did the master come specifically to see me? My strength is improving rapidly. I see that. Keep cultivating well, and once you are powerful, I will take you out to play. Great. Chu Fan quickly exited the time-secret realm, and the Yin Crow on his shoulder remained silent, now more devoted to him than ever. Everything it saw in the time-secret realm made it understand that in the future, Daoyi Sect would undoubtedly become a powerful sect worshipped by all forces. Although it was still in its infancy, with Chu Fan around, strength was inevitable. Master, I have some news to tell you. As soon as Chu Fan came out, Jiang Feng rushed over. What is it? Guanghui Academy will hold an exchange meeting in a month, and I want to go. Chu Fan asked in confusion. Where did you hear this news? Jiang Feng pointed to the 2 unconscious cultivators outside the mountain gate of Daoyi Sect. I asked them. Chapter 158, Principle of Guanghui Academy. Lu Kaiwa, your method of seeking revenge is too reckless. No wonder it failed. If it were me, I would first investigate the enemy situation, set up traps along their usual routes, and seize the opportunity to ambush them. You've waited so many years, there's no need to rush. Moreover, the opponent has an immortal king as a backing, so you should remain calm, strengthen your own power, and if that is not possible, be good at seeking help. Don't tell me your strength is worse than those from the Liu family? Hong Bo shook his head and replied, the strongest person in the Liu family is only at the 6th level of Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, while the Ling and Gua families are even weaker, with only 3rd level Great Luo Golden Immortal experts. That's just it. Besides, as far as I know, immortal kings cannot casually intervene, especially against those below the immortal king realm. I was too hasty. I thought I could take revenge openly with my own strength. But then the Liu family brought out an immortal king artifact to control me, resulting in the current situation. Sigh. Chu Fan waved his hand and comforted him. Fortunately, there's always a way out. Since you've joined Daoi's sect, your revenge will come in 3 years, right? If that immortal king wants to intervene, I will help you deal with him. Chapter 159. Chu Fan breaks through to Immortal King Realm and heads to Guanghui Academy a few days later. The news of the exchange meeting at Guanghui Academy also reached the Feng Tian Empire. Just as Mu Yuqing returned to the Mu Wangfu, she heard about it. Father, I want to go see Guanghui Academy. Lord Mu looked at his precious daughter with affection and asked, you just returned from Liuli Wang City and want to go to Guanghui Academy? Can you handle it? Why not rest a few more days? Father, the exchange meeting at Guanghui Academy doesn't start for more than 20 days. I can rest at home for 10 days before heading out. All right, whatever you say. I'll let your Uncle Mu take you there. Okay, Mu Yuqing nodded. Uncle Mu is her real uncle, who also dotes on her. His strength is formidable, reaching the 5th level of Great Luo Golden Immortal, just 1 level lower than her father, Lord Mu. By the way, Father, I encountered a strange sect in Liuli Wang City called Daoi's Sect. Mu Yuqing detailed her experiences in Liuli Wang City to Lord Mu, also mentioning that Qi Yi had been controlled by someone. Is Uncle Qi Yi doing all right now? Lord Mu sighed and said, Qi and I are sworn brothers. Later, due to certain events, he gave up part of his cultivation to avoid involving me and went to Liuli Wang City to atone. Chapter 160. The foolish Jiang Feng in the Linlang Immortal Domain, aside from eliminating the forces under the Linlang Immortal King. The strongest powers are the Feng Tian Dynasty and the Wanxian Dynasty. Regions like Qin Guangzhou are governed by at least 10 territories under the Feng Tian Dynasty. Therefore, despite the fame of Guanghui Academy, Hanhai Academy, and the Zhuge family in Qin Guangzhou, they cannot compare to the Feng Tian Dynasty, whose status is 2 levels higher than theirs. Thus, when Liu Kaihua heard that the princess of the Feng Tian Dynasty was coming to Guanghui Academy, he was extremely excited. Everyone knows that the current emperor of the Feng Tian Dynasty has only one close brother, Lord Mu, and Mu Yuqing is the most beloved daughter of Lord Mu. Just this identity alone could make countless people swoon. Moreover, Mu Yuqing herself is a stunning beauty, already a master at the 1st level of the heavenly immortal realm at just 500 years old. With such a background and strength, who could compare? This exchange meeting at Guanghui Academy is limited to the powers of Qin Guangzhou, and Mu Yuqing's arrival has directly elevated the scale of the event by several levels. In the future, when it is mentioned, Liu Kaihua feels proud. Look, no matter how powerful Hanhai Academy is, can it compare to my Guanghui Academy? We have the princess of the Feng Tian Dynasty personally visiting. How can you compare? Chapter 161. An agreement to spar. Zhuge Yun to be abused Miss Qing Xian. I am Zhuge Yun, the heir of the Zhuge family. May I come in for a visit? Miss Ling Qingxuan's residence had already seen no less than 10 groups of people come to befriend her, all of whom she politely turned down. After sending away one group, a person claiming to be the future heir of the Zhuge family knocked on her door again. I have already said I won't see anyone. Master Zhuge should go back. Miss Qing Xian, what harm is there in meeting once? With the strength of my Zhuge family, we could certainly create a beautiful story together. Zhuge Yin said from outside the door. Upon seeing Ling Qing Xian for the first time, Zhuge Yun's heart stirred, and he planned to take her as a concubine. Yes, as a concubine, not a main wife, as the position of the main wife should be reserved for Yang Huiru. The relationship between the two families must continue, and he could not give that up just because of Ling Qing Xian. Since you insist, then let us wait until after the exchange meeting to spar. If you can win against me, I will agree to your request. Ling Qing Xian knew that the purpose of this visit was to spar. So she decided to deal with the bothersome Zhuge Yun as well, since they were going to fight anyway. Having one more opponent wouldn't hurt. All right, it's a deal. Zhuge Yun outside was so excited he nearly jumped up. Chapter 162. Jiang Feng takes the stage, shocking everyone due to age Gong Yusheng. The Guanghui Academy exchange meeting concluded with Gong Yu defeating Zhuge Yuan, who was at the 9th level of the true immortal realm, while Gong Yu was at the 8th level, bringing down the curtain. The head of the Gong family was smiling, stroking his beard, very satisfied with Gong Yu's performance. Zhuge Yi and others looked displeased, especially Zhuge Yun. As Zhuge Yuan's older brother, he was very dissatisfied with Zhuge Yuan's performance. Despite having a higher cultivation level than Gong Yu, he still lost to her, which was utterly embarrassing. Zhuge Yuan was too arrogant. If it were me, I could take her down in 2 moves at the same level, Zhuge Yun said angrily. It's useless to say this now. The next should be the challenge events from the other academies. Perhaps you will have a chance to take the stage as well, Zhuge Yi turned and said. Zhuge Yun nodded. He naturally had to take the stage, as he hadn't forgotten his agreement with Ling Qingxian. On the other side, Chu Fan, along with his 2 disciples and a shadow crow perched on his shoulder, watched the match and had no interest in the battle between Zhuge Yuan and Gong Yu. It was more childish than playing house. From start to finish, it was all flashy techniques, merely for show with countless weaknesses. If he were to take the stage, he could easily defeat them at the 1st level of the true immortal realm. Chapter 163. Who else? A decorative pillow, however. After the shock, they also showed hesitant expressions. Indeed, Jiang Feng's talent was astonishing, but he had exposed himself, which was very dangerous. In the Linlang immortal domain, the Linlang immortal king would certainly not want to see a future genius who could threaten him grow, and he would surely find ways to eliminate Jiang Feng. Unless Jiang Feng had someone backing him who could deal with the Linlang immortal king. But could that be possible? If Jiang Feng wanted to continue surviving, he had only 2 options. One was to completely submit to the Linlang immortal king and become his subordinate, and the other was to leave the Linlang immortal domain and hide away to increase his strength. Alas, just as he was about to break through, Jiang Feng's future looked dangerous. Zhuge Yi sighed softly. He valued talent. If it weren't for Jiang Feng being a hot potato, he would have happily recruited him into the Zhuge family for training. In the future, the Zhuge family could produce an immortal king, which would be a matter of great honor. However, now Jiang Feng had exposed himself in front of everyone, and no one dared to have any thoughts about him. Because soon, the Linlang immortal king would definitely take action. No one was willing to confront the Linlang immortal king, nor did they dare to. If Jiang Feng knew the thoughts of everyone present, he would surely laugh at them. What is so scary about an immortal king? You all are this afraid? If he doesn't come, it's fine. If he does come, he will definitely be beaten by my master. Chapter 164. Ling Qingxian takes the stage. I will meet you. A resolute-looking young man with red lips and white teeth jumped onto the stage, unable to stand Jiang Feng's arrogant demeanor. Zhuge Yuan? How'd he get up there? Fighting someone at the 9th level of the true immortal realm against someone at the 3rd level? How is that possible? As soon as Zhuge Yuan appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of others. With such a huge difference in cultivation, how can you dare to go up? Isn't that clearly bullying? You've embarrassed Guanghui Academy. If this matter spreads, others will say that Guanghui Academy only knows how to bully the weak. Even Zhuge Yi and Zhuge Yun, who were seated, looked displeased. However, Zhuge Yun completely forgot about his agreement to spar with Ling Qingxian, as the difference in their cultivation was even greater. Hearing the discussions below, Zhuge Yuan's face turned slightly red, but since he was already up there, he couldn't just go down. So, he straightened his expression and said to Jiang Feng, I want to bully you. I will suppress my cultivation to the 3rd level of the true immortal realm and fight you. Jiang Feng glanced at Zhuge Yuan disdainfully and said, Just you? Suppressing your level? Didn't you see that the one at the 5th level of the true immortal realm wasn't my opponent? You might as well use your full strength. After saying that, Jiang Feng's aura changed, and with a roar, he broke through from the 3rd level of the true immortal realm to the 5th level. He waved a brick in his hand to show respect. I will also fight you with my full strength. Chapter 165. The Cycle of Reincarnation. However, Ling Qingxian also seemed to be at the 3rd level of the true immortal realm. Even if she had hidden her realm like Jiang Feng, she would at most be at the 5th level of the true immortal realm, while her son Zhuge Yun was at the 3rd level of the earth immortal realm. How could they fight? Could it be that Ling Qingxian has the confidence to defeat Zhuge Yun? He looked at Zhuge Yun in confusion, wanted to see how he would respond. Dad, I will go down first. I will definitely win for you to see. Zhuge Yun did not explain to Zhuge. He stood up and flew down towards the stage. No matter what, Zhuge Yun must win this battle, not only to satisfy his own desires, but also to bring glory to the Zhuge family. Ling Qingxian, looking at you is truly like seeing a true immortal at the third level of the true immortal realm. I want to bully you. I will suppress my cultivation to be on par with yours. That way, if I defeat you, you will be convinced. Ling Qingxian's face was like ice, and she disdainfully said, Is this the character of the Zhuge family? You are even more arrogant. There is no need for you to do that. After speaking, the aura around Ling Qingxian surged, instantly rising from the third level of the true immortal realm to the ninth level. I will use the ninth level of the true immortal realm to crush you, at the third level of the earth immortal realm. Ling Qingxian pointed at Zhuge Yun and said with great dominance. Zhuge Yun's mouth twitched. It was the first time he had been underestimated. Although his strength did not rank highly in the entire Linlang immortal domain, he was among the top 5 in Qin Guangzhou. Otherwise, he would have become the future heir of the Zhuge family. Chapter 166. A secret move. While Zhuge Yun was deeply immersed in the reincarnation space, reminiscing with his great-grandmother, everyone's attention was on Ling Qingxian, who had comprehended the mysteries of reincarnation, but they did not notice that on the seats of the Tao Sect, Chu Fan and Jiang Feng had already disappeared. Master, where are we going? To get something, Chu Fan replied as he quietly approached the forbidden area of the Radiant Academy, where the treasure vault was located. It turned out that after arriving at the Radiant Academy, Chu Fan, under the observation of the insightful eye, had seen a treasure in the vault emitting a faint aura that he sensed belonged to a powerful immortal king. Therefore, he agreed to let Jiang Feng and Ling Qingxian reveal part of their strength during the competition, intending to attract everyone's attention while he took the opportunity to secretly retrieve the treasure from the vault. Initially, he only intended to let Jiang Feng perform, and his purpose for coming to the Radiant Academy was merely to recruit someone. However, he couldn't find a suitable person but discovered a good item instead. If he didn't return to the Tao Sect, wouldn't that be a wasted trip? Finally, after hearing about the agreed battle between Ling Qingxian and Zhuge Yun, Chu Fan assigned a task to Ling Qingxian to attract everyone's attention as much as possible, facilitating his actions in the shadows. Chapter 167. The power of 3 creating a tiger. If the people from Amu Wangfu did not come, then they could operate smoothly, keeping Ling Qingxian's matter concealed and preventing the news from spreading to Qin Guangzhou. As for which faction Ling Qingxian ultimately chose to join, that would be their internal competition, unrelated to the outside world. Lu Kaihua even glanced at Mu Xuanwang, thinking that the arrival of the Mu Wangfu was ostensibly to participate in the Radiant Academy's exchange meeting, but was likely due to some internal news specifically for Ling Qingxian. Throughout the process, the old president of Pengfei Academy, Zhao Ding, said nothing and did not express any opinions. He knew that with his strength among the many bigwigs, he couldn't insert himself into the conversation. It was better to simply watch the drama unfold. He witnessed the performance of the 2 disciples from Tao Sect and thought that Pengfei Academy deserved to lose, especially that Jiang Feng. Zhao Ding's first impression of him was that he appeared quite honest and simple, but in reality, he was full of cunning. When dealing with Pengfei Academy's Gong Li and others, he had revealed a 9th level Earth immortal strength, and now, just a month later, he had already reached the 5th level of the true immortal realm and even defeated Zhuge Yuan, who was at the 9th level of the true immortal realm. What does this indicate? It indicates that Jiang Feng had been hiding his cultivation from the very beginning, causing Gong Li and others to suffer a great loss. Chapter 168. Linlang Immortal King. What? Lu Kaihua, like a dying man suddenly sitting up, rose from his seat, his eyes wide open as he looked at the 3 people in front of him. What on earth happened? Tell me everything without missing a word. Although the 2 guardians at the 5th level of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm were older than Lu Kaihua and were considered his seniors, they still had to be subservient in front of him. Lu Kaihua held a high position in the Radiant Academy, and even the long-secluded old president had to show him respect. Teacher Bai, the first to speak, was Bai. I just conducted a routine inspection of the forbidden area in the back mountain and found the 2 seniors collapsed on the ground. After I woke them up, They said they didn't know when they passed out. One of the guardians continued, "After Xiao Bai woke us up, we immediately went to check the treasure vault. When we opened the vault, we saw that all the treasures were still there, so we breathed a sigh of relief. However, old Su noticed something was off. There was a faint aura of a stranger entering at the vault's entrance, so we decided to count the treasures in the vault. To our surprise, when we entered the vault, we found it completely empty. What we saw outside was just an illusion created by that damn thief to confuse us." Chapter 169, Being Followed. The scene shifted back to when Chu Fan and Jiangfeng left the Radiant Academy. They did not return to Dao Yi Sect in the same manner as Ling Qingxian, but instead flew slowly at a normal speed. "Master, someone is following us," Yenya suddenly said to Chu Fan on the way. Chu Fan acknowledged with an and since even Yenya knew someone was following, how could he not be aware? "Master, I'll catch him," Yenya volunteered, shooting from Chu Fan's shoulder like an arrow. In a short while, Yenya returned with a gray-clad young man. Geng Sheng, puppet body, 70,000 years, cultivation, 7th level of the celestial immortal realm, introduction from the feathered immortal domain. Skilled in puppet techniques, his true self hidden in an unknown location, walking outside with puppets, undetectable even by immortal kings, with superb thieving skills. Those targeted by him are usually robbed clean, hence he is pursued by many enemies. The gray-clad youth looked slightly shocked. He bowed slightly, curiously examining Chu Fan, then glanced at Yenya behind him. Chu Fan's cultivation was not high, at the 3rd level of the celestial immortal realm. He was surprised that Yenya was actually a master at the great Luo golden immortal realm. He had been very cautious, but was still caught by Yenya. Chapter 170. Lifting the restrictions on the arms of the mighty divine ape Haha. Dog Sheng, I finally found your base. Hongbo had not yet reacted when he saw 3 fierce-looking men approaching, each exuding an aura that warned others to stay away. With decent strength, a 9th level celestial immortal and 2 8th level celestial immortals. "Who are you? Why did you injure an elder of the Dao Yi Sect?" Hongbo pointed at the 3 men and asked. Having seen Geng Sheng explode earlier, Hongbo had already realized that it was likely Geng Sheng's doing, and the real Geng Sheng should have entered Dao Yi Sect. Although he didn't know why Geng Sheng was being pursued, he did not intend to let these 3 men, who were all below the great Luo golden immortal realm, go. At this moment, Hongbo was hiding his cultivation level, so the 3 men had not detected that he was a 9th level great Luo golden immortal. Otherwise, they would have fled long ago. "Oof. You must be Dog Sheng's accomplice. Hand him over," the 9th level celestial immortal shouted at Hongbo. The 3 of them were also from the feathered immortal domain and had previously been thoroughly robbed by Geng Sheng, viewing him as their lifelong enemy, wanting to eliminate him at all costs. Recently, they had discovered Geng Sheng's whereabouts and, after a fight, had been escaped by him. Chapter 171. Golden Behemoth. Diamond Barbie the Golden Behemoth took 2 days to finally arrive at the depths of the Night Forest, which is the territory of the Fallen Phoenix. "Fat Bear, what are you doing here?" A black phoenix over 5 meters tall spoke in a hostile tone. The Fallen Phoenix's cultivation is at the 4th level of the Immortal King realm, while the Golden Behemoth is a bit stronger, at the 5th level of the Immortal King realm. Usually, this Golden Behemoth rarely visits the Dark Night Forest, so its sudden appearance must have some purpose. It just ambushed the Linlang Immortal King, and now another Golden Behemoth appears, making it hard not to suspect it's also here for the Black Pearl. The Golden Behemoth slightly shrinks its form, looking straight at the Fallen Phoenix, and Dao says, "What are you so nervous about?" "I'm here to ask you for a favor." "What favor?" "To help me deal with someone. My old partner's arm has been missing for tens of thousands of years, and I sensed it not long ago." "The Great Strength Monkey?" The Fallen Phoenix knows that the Golden Behemoth and the Great Strength Monkey are partners, having watched the incident from afar back then. That battle was a duel between the Great Strength Monkey and an immortal king of the 7th level, shaking the heavens and the earth, with stars shifting positions. In the end, the Great Strength Monkey was defeated by the immortal king and was slain by a sharp sword, its body taken away. Chapter 172. Visitors from Linlang Hall the day after Mu Xuanwang left, Hongbo noticed 2 figures sneaking around 100 meters away from the Dao Yi Sect, seemingly observing something. Hongbo pretended not to see and continued eating his spirit fruit. Recently, most of the Dao Yi Sect's disciples had entered the secret realm of time for cultivation, leaving Hongbo as the only one outside. One at the 8th level of the great Luo golden immortal realm, and one at the 5th level with some strength, Hongbo muttered, no longer paying attention to the two. The two figures Hongbo saw were the dean of the Radiant Academy, Lu Kaihua, and the old dean, Su Xinji. Initially, Su Xinji was furious upon hearing that an elder from the Taoyi sect had raided the Radiant Academy's treasury and wanted to kill them immediately. However, after calm analysis, he realized that the person who could stealthily raid the treasury must possess considerable strength. Thus, he and Lu Kaihua quietly came to the Taoyi sect to conceal themselves and observe. They thought they were well hidden, but had already been discovered by Hongbo teacher. Should we sneak in? There's just a gatekeeper at the 9th level of the celestial immortal realm. If we are careful, he definitely won't notice us, Lu Kaihua said to Su Xinji beside him. Chapter 173. Chu Fan takes action. Luo Xiao, Wu Rong, and Guanbao are the fiercest warriors under the Linlang Immortal King. In the past, the three had teamed up to slay several at the 9th level of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Thus, facing Hongbo, they still felt they had the advantage. The two sides were in a standoff, not attacking immediately. Hongbo saw Wu Rong take out a healing pill and swallow it. Paying no mind. 2 breaths later, Wu Rong's injuries healed, and he joined Luo Xiao to stand in a row, each holding their life-bound immortal artifact. Still full of confidence, facing Hongbo, who was at the 9th level of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Until Hongbo gave them a meaningful smile and snapped his fingers, they suddenly felt their cultivation restricted, dropping from the 8th level to the 6th level of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. They lost a full 2 levels. What kind of formation is this? How can it be so powerful? Wu Rong and the others had never seen such a magical formation that could weaken their cultivation so much. Their earlier confidence turned into a bad premonition. 3 at the 6th level of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, no matter how strong they were, couldn't defeat someone at the 9th level unless they had 20 more at the 6th level, which would still be a slim chance. Chapter 174. Lychee? How do you call me Lychee? With 3 crisp sounds, Luo Xiao and Guanbao instantly turned to ashes, and Wu Rong, holding the Immortal King treasure, barely lasted another breath before following them. The Immortal King treasure, struck by a beam of light, had lost its function, falling to the ground like a piece of scrap iron, devoid of any luster. After the deaths of Wu Rong and the others, the dark clouds that blotted out the sky immediately dispersed, and everything returned to normal as if nothing had happened. Hongbo looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, filled with admiration for Chu Fan. This was the first time he had witnessed Chu Fan truly take action, and it shocked him for a lifetime. No wonder Elder Chu guaranteed that in 3 years, even immortal sovereigns would have to kneel. The power displayed just now was already infinitely close to that of an immortal sovereign. Hongbo felt that being able to come to the Taoyi sect was a blessing from heaven. He immediately adjusted his mindset, returned to the gate of the sect, closed the formation, and continued his security work. Meanwhile, Meng Mengda also looked on in shock, having personally experienced the strength of the person who had just acted, which was more than 10 times stronger than her. This was a being whose power was infinitely close to that of an immortal sovereign. Chapter 175. Zhao Ding's identity. A day later, the spy sent by Gan Buhai finally returned with news. After reading the contents of the communication token, his hands trembled with excitement and fear, not obeying his commands. He heavily sat down in a chair, excited because he learned that Su Xinji and Lu Kaihua were both dead, killed by a mysterious person. The spy didn't dare to approach too closely to see who it was, only knowing that the soul lamps of Su Xinji and Lu Kaihua at the Radiant Academy had gone out, since both deans of the Radiant Academy were dead. Wasn't this an excellent opportunity for the Han Hai Academy? For thousands of years, under Lu Kaihua's leadership, the Radiant Academy had shown a trend of surpassing the Han Hai Academy, which made Gan Buhai very unwilling. Now that Lu Kaihua was dead, the Radiant Academy was bound to decline. The Han Hai Academy could take this opportunity to completely swallow the Radiant Academy. However, since the Radiant Academy and the Han Hai Academy were far apart, between the options of annexing and opening a branch, Gan Buhai chose the former. They only needed to move all the resources of the Radiant Academy back to the Han Hai Academy, and the resources of the Han Hai Academy would definitely double, allowing for even more talent cultivation. The reason for his fear was that the people from the Mu Wang mansion went to the Taoyi sect but were turned away, leaving helplessly. Soon after, a general from Linlang Hall arrived, and before long, the entire sky darkened, and 3 masters from Linlang Hall were nailed to the void, leaving not a trace behind. Chapter 176, Plastic Sisterhood at the Dao Yi Sect. Meng Mengde followed Chu Fan back to Xianling Peak. On the way, she quietly released her consciousness to scan the Dao Yi Sect, but found no one. Elder Chu, why is there no one in the sect? Chu Fan had already introduced himself to Meng Mengde, who then asked him. After entering the Dao Yi Sect, Meng Mengde could no longer sense the aura of the great strength monkey, which made her curious, feeling that the Dao Yi Sect wasn't as simple as it appeared. There are originally few people in the Dao Yi Sect. Right now, there are only 3 of us. Elder Hong Bo is responsible for guarding the gate. 1 elder is in seclusion, and I'm quite free, so I'll be responsible for showing you around, Chu Fan said with a mischievous smile. Really? I don't believe it. Meng Mengde looked as if she had completely seen through Chu Fan's lie, thinking that he was definitely deceiving her. Perhaps the disciples were hiding somewhere to cultivate. At that moment, the 2 arrived at the peak of Xianling Peak. Meng Mengde saw Chu Fan point several times at the void, and she had an ominous premonition. Elder Chu, what are you doing? Chu Fan, sit down, Dal. I will rearrange some defense formations to prevent you from destroying them later. After all, the destructive power of the golden behemoth in the immortal king realm is quite astonishing, don't you think? Chapter 177, Upgrading the secret realm of time on the way to the divine beast phoenix for cultivation. Chu Fan took the opportunity to check on the cultivation achievements of his disciples. Qing Shui had already reached the 5th level of the Earth Immortal Realm. Ling Qingxian was at the 6th level, Hua Wanqing was at the 5th level, and Bai Ziyue was at the 3rd level. Such results made Chu Fan feel relatively satisfied, with Qing Shui's performance being the most outstanding, as she was now close to catching up with Ling Qingxian. Ling Qingxian, leveraging her advantage as a reincarnation of the immortal king in her previous life, had made rapid progress in the true immortal realm, surpassing Qing Shui and Jiang Feng by several levels, with a breakthrough speed that could be described as terrifying. Now, Qing Shui had caught up, and Chu Fan specifically observed that she was practicing in the secret realm of time through her understanding of the laws of time. Indeed, Qing Shui had successfully comprehended the laws of time with her talent and strength, applying them to herself, which was equivalent to having double time acceleration. This was the true reason she could catch up with Ling Qingshuan's pace in such a short time. Currently, among Chu Fan's 5 disciples, only Hua Wanqing and Bai Ziyue had not comprehended any laws, and for Jiang Feng, the result would only be known after he refined the arm of the great strength divine ape. Before long, the 2 arrived at the place where the divine beast phoenix was cultivating. Chapter 178, My Good Intentions. You should cherish Meng Mengde that took 5 days to finally reach the Dark Night Forest. The Dark Night Forest was located at the junction of the Linglang Immortal Domain and the Feather Transformation Immortal Domain, with the Demon Ape Immortal Domain on the other side of the Feather Transformation Immortal Domain. Fat Bear, why are you here again? As soon as Meng Mengde arrived at the Dark Night Forest, the fallen phoenix said unceremoniously, I've recently reached a critical point in my cultivation and can't help you. The fallen phoenix secretly tucked away the black pearl before looking up at Meng Mengde, as she could smell the bear's scent from the golden behemoth from far away. Hey, why do you look like this? Have you found a second spring? Try to flirt with some handsome human? The fallen phoenix mocked without holding back upon seeing Meng Mengde in human form. Meng Mengde wasn't angry. After knowing the phoenix for so many years, she was aware of how sharp-tongued the phoenix was, so she completely ignored the fallen phoenix's question and started her own plan. I infiltrated a sect called Dao Yi Sect, and inside, I discovered a big secret that concerns you. Don't try to play riddles with me. I'm not interested. I found that Dao Yi Sect has a divine beast phoenix that is about to mature. Chapter 179, The Plan of the Emperor of the Myriad Phenomena Dynasty, My Dear Ministers. According to the news from my informants in the Feng Tian Dynasty, 2 remarkable figures have emerged in the Feng Tian Dynasty. Shi Gonggong, please show everyone the contents of the recording stone. In a great hall, the Emperor of Heaven spoke to the arriving ministers, and after finishing, he handed the recording stone to Shi Xiangfengong. Shi Gonggong carefully took the recording stone and walked to the lower platform, playing the contents of the recording stone in front of the ministers. Once the ministers finished watching the recording stone, they all gasped in shock. I didn't expect the Feng Tian Dynasty to produce 2 genius figures. Aren't these future immortal kings for sure? Your Majesty, what do you plan to do? If these 2 are taken in by the Feng Tian Dynasty, our Myriad Phenomena Dynasty will be in danger. A minister said anxiously. Yes, your majesty. If these two grow up, the myriad phenomena dynasty will be in peril. Your majesty, I am willing to be the vanguard and go to the Feng Tian dynasty to kill these two, eliminating future troubles. A minister at the third level of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm volunteered to help the Emperor of Heaven. The Emperor of Heaven did not speak, patiently listening to the ministers express their opinions, and after they all finished, he continued to speak. Chapter 180. The Fallen Phoenix's Scheme Meng Meng De confidently said, "Of course. Trust me, this is the best way, and it will definitely help you achieve your dreams." Yu Feng did not say anything further, as the gate of Daoyi Sect was already in sight, and she felt the connection through her bloodline. Indeed, there was a divine beast phoenix here. To avoid being discovered by the divine beast phoenix, she quickly concealed her aura, restraining her bloodline, and flew towards Daoyi Sect hand in hand with Meng Meng De. Hong Bo was still diligently standing guard, as Chu Fan had already informed him in advance. When he saw Meng Meng De bringing back a girl in a black dress, he asked, "Meng Meng De, who is that person behind you?" "Hong Master Hong, this is my good sister. Her name is Yu Feng. I brought her here to join the sect. My sister's biggest wish is to join Daoyi Sect," Meng Meng De explained, as her current identity was that of a disciple of Daoyi Sect, and her behavior had to match her identity. Hong Bo glanced at Yu Feng, but said nothing. Turning back to his resting chair, Meng Meng De then hurriedly took Yu Feng towards Xianling Peak. "I'll tell you, if you want to get close to the divine beast phoenix, you must take the peak master of Xianling Peak as your master, because the phoenix resides on Xianling Peak. If you become a member of Xianling Peak, you can get close to the divine beast phoenix." Chapter 181. Chu Fan returns to the Kanglan realm. Chu Fan left Xianling Peak with Xiao Huang, leaving behind the Shadow Crow and the imprisoned fallen phoenix. Chu Fan took Xiao Huang to the square of Daoyi Sect, suppressing his cultivation to the first level of the heavenly immortal realm before stepping onto the heavenly immortal bridge. According to the recent statements from a newly admitted direct disciples of Daoyi Sect, it had been 130,000 years since the lower realm Kanglan realm had passed, and with the support of the heavenly Dao's bias, Daoyi Sect had long since become a superpower with countless supreme realm experts and over 1,000 heavenly emperor realm and transcendental realm cultivators. However, the tradition of Daoyi Sect was to develop quietly, and everyone was extremely low-key. So outsiders did not know the true situation of Daoyi Sect, and still thought it was just a medium-sized power. Chu Fan came to the lower realm this time because he had been feeling uneasy for the past few days. After some calculations, he deduced that a major change would occur in the Kanglan realm, and the root cause was that hand from over 2 million years ago. The last time the sect's ancestor Lin Chen's clone fought against the Guardian, he later ascended to the immortal realm, but no one knew the specific circumstances. However, this time, the Kanglan realm would face an even stronger enemy, which was the backer of the Guardian, a powerful being at the 9th level of the immortal king realm. Chu Fan could not calculate the specific identity of that immortal king realm 9th level being, only their realm. So in order to prevent destruction of the Kanglan realm, he needed to make some preparations. Chapter 182. Goodbye. Kanglan realm. Chu Fan could not change the outcome, as the Kanglan realm could withstand at most the power of the first level of the heavenly immortal realm. Once it exceeded that, the Kanglan realm would collapse. The immortal king realm 9th level being who took action only wanted to destroy everything. And even if his power was weakened due to the distance between the immortal realm and the Kanglan realm, it was still beyond what the Kanglan realm could bear. It wasn't that Chu Fan didn't want to take action. He was afraid that as soon as he did, the attack from the immortal king realm 9th level being would arrive, and the Kanglan realm would collapse first. System, is there any way? In desperation, Chu Fan had to ask the system if there was a solution. Transform. The voice of the system echoed in his mind, and with just 2 words, it fell silent. All information about transform flooded into Chu Fan's brain. Chu Fan carefully digested all the content from Huawei before looking at the heavenly Tao and saying, "I have a method. Do you think it is feasible?" As he spoke, Chu Fan transmitted the content of Huawei to the heavenly Tao in the form of a light orb. After the heavenly Tao finished reading, it fell into deep thought. Huawei is about making the heavenly Tao self-destruct and then starting anew. The self-destructed heavenly Tao will not be completely destroyed, but will return to its original state, and the strength of the human immortal realm will also be sealed. Starting over again. Chapter 183. The Fallen Phoenix submits. Why is Daoyi Sect so quiet? As soon as Chu Fan saw the scene of a person and a bird, He knew that the Yin Crow had already convinced the fallen phoenix. The Yin Crow indeed has some skills in this regard. Greetings, master. The fallen phoenix walked over with a swaying waist, a flattering look in her eyes. She gently pressed the edge of her strapless dress with her hand and slightly bowed to Chu Fan before presenting her soul mark. Chu Fan took the soul mark, first nodded in satisfaction at the Yin Crow, then looked at the fallen phoenix and said, "You'll find that staying in Dao E Sect is better than anywhere else." "Yes, master," Yufeng replied respectfully, clearly already completely PUA'd by the Yin Crow. That day, the Emperor of all things launched troops southward, beginning an attack on the Emperor of Sealing Heaven. On the other side, 10 capable generals from the Emperor of all things disguised themselves, bypassing the city guard's inspection, and quietly flew towards Dao E Sect, led by Zhao Ding. Among these 10 capable generals, 3 had reached the 7th level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, and the others were at the 5th or 6th level, which could not be considered weak. Their main purpose for this trip was to communicate with the Sect Master of Dao E Sect, hoping to reach a consensus. If this method does not work, then they would seize the opportunity to kill those 2 disciples to eliminate future troubles. Chapter 184. Ah, my eyes. Come in with me. After receiving the gifts, Yufeng glanced at General Qi and the other 10 people, then turned and walked into Dao E Sect. General Qi nodded to the others and followed behind Yufeng. Upon entering Dao E Sect, General Qi and the others curiously looked around at their surroundings. A gigantic square, with a grand hall in front and more than 10 mountain peaks faintly visible in the distance. The scale was not very large. Strangely, there were no people to be seen in Dao E Sect. They had not encountered a single figure on their way here. Just as General Qi was puzzled, a young man approached them. The young man looked ordinary, just slightly more handsome than him, with a faint smile on his face. "Welcome, esteemed guests. I'm Elder Go from Dao E Sect." Elder Go Sheng smiled and reached out his hand to shake hands with General Qi. "Elder Dog? Such a peculiar name." General Qi almost laughed out loud, but managed to hold it in thanks to his special training. "Hello, Elder Dog." General Qi also extended his hand and lightly shook hands with Go Sheng. "You are here to meet our Sect Master, right? Please wait a moment. The Sect Master is cultivating in the back mountain. You can sit in the Grand Hall while I go notify the Sect Master." "Thank you." General Qi smiled, watching Go Sheng turn to leave, feeling that this elder dog was not bad. Although his name was unpleasant, he had a kind heart. Chapter 185. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Soon, Meng Zhe returned with tea, and upon seeing this, Go Sheng hurriedly helped. The two began serving tea to General Qi and the others, with Meng Zhe zeroing in on Zhao Ding and handing the tea to him. The moment Zhao Ding took the teacup, Meng Zhe directly used his theft technique to transfer all the treasures from Zhao Ding's spatial ring into his own spatial ring, then quietly withdrew. The remaining 10 people were each served tea by Go Sheng, and besides General Qi, who had already been robbed. All the other 9 people's treasures were also stolen by Go Sheng. "Sect Master, I have something to attend to, so I will take my leave," Go Sheng said to Guan Tianyue after stealing all the treasures. Guan Tianyue smiled subtly and said, "All right, Elder Go, you may go." After Go Sheng left, only Guan Tianyue and Yufeng, who stood behind him, remained in the Grand Hall. Guan Tianyue took a sip of tea and asked, "May I ask what the esteemed guests from the Emperor of all things wish to discuss with our Dao E Sect?" As the topic began, General Qi clasped his fists towards Guan Tianyue and first praised Jiang Feng and Ling Qingxian. "I have heard that your sect has produced 2 geniuses, one named Jiang Feng and the other Ling Qingxian. Our Emperor highly appreciates them, so I was sent to establish a connection with Sect Master Guan. I wonder if Sect Master Guan would be willing to form an alliance with our Emperor of all things?" Chapter 186. It is a kind of cruelty to look closely at ugly people as Chidi's fist was about to smash into Guan Tianyue's chest. Guan Tianyue's expression changed, and he had no time to defend himself, only able to raise his arms to protect his chest. Bang! Guan Tianyue's arm shattered, and a large hole was blasted in his chest. He spat out blood and flew backward, finally crashing into the wall of the Grand Hall, collapsing on the ground, unconscious. Sect Master, Yufeng was about to check on Guan Tianyue's condition when she was stopped by Qi. "Quickly tell me, where are Jiang Feng and Ling Qingxian now?" Yufeng shook her head, her face full of anxiety. "I won't tell you. Give up on this idea." Qi's expression was fierce as he sent Yufeng flying. He did not use too much force, and Yufeng only suffered minor injuries. "Not going to say? Do you think I have no way to find them? An expression of triumph spread across Chi Di's exaggerated horse-like face, his small eyes revealing great wisdom. Just then, a surprised voice came from the entrance of the Grand Hall. What happened here? Ah, Sect Master, what is wrong with you? Chi Di turned to look overjoyed, because the two people he had been longing for, Jiang Feng and Ling Qingxian, had appeared at the entrance of the Grand Hall. Jiang Feng, Qingxian run. Yu Feng shouted desperately, her tone filled with urgency. Chapter 187. Deriving information about the mysterious immortal King Yu Feng did not kill Qin Ming, but instead used an illusion again, altering all the memories in his mind from entering the Emperor of Sealing Heaven to Dao Yi Sect, changing it to their group encountering black-clad assassins midway. There were a total of 20 black-clad individuals, among whom 3 were at the 8th level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, while the rest were at the 6th and 7th levels. They ambushed midway, killing General Chi Di and the others with ruthless methods, destroying their bodies and quietly retreating afterward. Chun Ming had deviated from General Chi Di and the others due to pursuing a suspicious character midway. After completing the kill, he returned to find that General Chi Di and the others had been ambushed, hiding in the dark and witnessing the entire process. The identities of those black-clad individuals became apparent. They must have come from the Emperor of Sealing Heaven. Only a force like the Emperor of Sealing Heaven could muster such a lineup of experts. As for suspecting the Linglong Hall, although Linglong Hall could also field such a lineup, they had no reason to attack the Emperor of all things and would not hide their identities to ambush them. If Linglong Hall wanted to destroy the Emperor of all things, it would only take a command from immortal King Linglong. There would be no need for such elaborate schemes. Therefore, it must have been the people from the Emperor of Sealing Heaven who acted. The Emperor of Sealing Heaven had definitely planted spies within the Emperor of all things, learning about their movements, and that is why such an incident occurred. Chapter 188. The Frightened Linlang Immortal King. Signing into the Immortal Palace, the disparity in strength between the two sides was too great. 10 Great Luo Golden Immortals needed to deal with 2 Great Luo Golden Immortal second layers, easily completing the slaughter, coupled with the advance of a 700,000 strong army. The leaderless 500,000 troops of the Wuxiang dynasty dropped their weapons and fled in panic, completely losing their morale. The Feng Tian dynasty army pursued victoriously, and within a day, there were very few left of the Wuxiang dynasty's 500,000 troops. When the battle report returned to Huang Tiandu, he was taken aback. Damn Feng Yunwan, he must have known my plans in advance. Good, very good, this is not over. Huang Tiandu roared, his face turning red with anger. At this moment, a eunuch entered and knelt before Huang Tiandu, reporting to the emperor, General Chun Ming has returned. Oh, great! Quickly summon him in. Hearing that Chun Ming had returned, Huang Tiandu's anger turned to joy. Chun Ming's return should bring good news. Overjoyed, Huang Tiandu did not realize why the eunuch mentioned Chun Ming instead of the leading General Chi Di. Your Majesty, you must help us take revenge. As soon as Chun Ming entered, he knelt before Huang Tiandu, tears streaming down his face. Huang Tiandu's expression changed, and he immediately had a bad premonition. Chapter 189. Qin Guangzhou is about to become unstable after settling the Immortal Palace. Chu Fan entered the time-secret realm, gathering nearly 20,000 people who would cultivate within it. There were 13,000 intersect disciples from the Dao Yi Sect, 400 elite disciples, 60 elders, and 930 ancestors. The cultivation levels of the intersect disciples were mostly at the Heavenly Emperor realm, with a small number at the Human Immortal realm and the majority at the True Immortal realm. The ancestor-level members, having cultivated for a longer time, were all at least at the first layer of the Earth Immortal realm, with the strongest like Emperor Qingxian and Ancestor Jianyu, already at the 9th layer of the Earth Immortal realm. In addition to these, there were the Spirit Tribe, led by Ling Xie, who was at the 9th layer of the Earth Immortal realm, while the other Spirit Tribe members were similar to the intersect disciples. The likes of respectable Lung Shi and Ji Du had just entered the Immortal realm, with their strength around the 3rd layer of the Human Immortal realm. Chu Fan, did you call everyone here to announce something? Guan Tianyue approached Chu Fan as he usually gathered everyone for significant matters. Yes, Sect Master, I have good news to share. Upon hearing it was good news, everyone focused intently on Chu Fan. Chu Fan did not keep them in suspense and began. Next to the entrance of the time-secret realm, there's a great hall called the Immortal Palace. which has 3 floors. Chapter 190. Starry, Immortal, Venerable. Misty Mountain, after Gan Buhuan guaranteed that he would not trouble the teachers and students of the Radiant Academy. Most chose to join the Han Hai Academy, with only a very small number feeling guilty and opting to return to their families. Gan Buhuan assigned the Han Hai Academy's mentors to handle the accommodation of the Radiant Academy's teachers and students and flew with Yu Gui towards the treasure vault of the Radiant Academy, after they had previously teamed up to eliminate several elders of the Radiant Academy. They began to widely proclaim the merger with the Radiant Academy, but had not yet had the chance to plunder the treasures of the Radiant Academy. Now that they had the opportunity, they naturally aimed to pack all the treasures and resources from the Radiant Academy back to Han Hai Academy, as these resources could cultivate even more powerful beings in the future. When Gan Buhuan and Yu Gui excitedly blasted open the treasure vault of the Radiant Academy, they were dumbfounded. The vast space was empty, not a single hair in sight, with a wind blowing in through the entrance, swirling around and producing a whistling sound, illustrating what desolation meant. Gan Buhuan and Yu Gui stared at each other in bewilderment, seeing the confusion on each other's faces. The treasure vault of the Radiant Academy was actually empty. This meant that the seemingly glamorous Radiant Academy was actually a hollow shell, with 90 of its resources long since depleted. Chapter 191. The starry, immortal, venerable. Who cares about face? Yes, immortal, venerable. Good. Then I will calculate what exactly the Tao E sect is about. The starry, immortal, venerable said confidently, then extended his right hand, closed his eyes, and gently flicked his fingertips. Immediately, an invisible force surged from his fingertips, rushing out of the hall and quickly connecting to the location of the Tao E sect. Linlang, immortal king, was also affected by this invisible force, causing her to retreat several steps. The next moment, the starry, immortal, venerable let out a muffled grunt and slowly opened his eyes. The Tao E sect is indeed deep. Linlang, you cannot deal with them. A hint of desolation flashed in Linlang, immortal king's eyes as she asked, is it that even the immortal venerable cannot deal with them? The starry, immortal, venerable shook his head. It's not that I cannot deal with them, but there is no need. You should return to the Linlang palace to pack your things and come here to cultivate immediately. After saying this, before Linlang, immortal king could respond, he waved his hand, sending her out of the hall. Hearing that she could follow the immortal venerable to cultivate, Linlang, immortal king, was instantly overjoyed and hurriedly dashed out, wanting to return in the shortest time possible. Once Linlang, immortal king, left, the starry, immortal, venerable could no longer suppress the blood in his throat and spat out a mouthful several meters away. Chapter 192. Is there a possibility that the master is already an immortal venerable? At the Tao E sect, 3 young figures flew out of the immortal palace. Qing Shui, Jiang Feng, and Ling Qingxian. Sister Qing Shui, junior sister Qingxian, you both broke through as well? Jiang Feng, who had broken through to the immortal king realm, was super excited, and his innate spirit tool, the De Zhuang, had also transformed into an immortal king tool. As long as one did not exceed the 4th layer of the immortal king realm, anyone hit by Jiang Feng's brick would have to surrender. Of course. By the way, what level is our master at to be able to create such powerful things? Ling Qingxian marveled at the immortal palace ahead. Even with her experiences as a reincarnated immortal king for millions of years, she had never seen a treasure capable of allowing someone to ascend in broad daylight. Why not just give it a try? I haven't sparred with master yet. Jiang Feng grinned, weighing the De Zhuang in his hand, looking eager to give it a go. Qing Shui and Ling Qingxian exchanged glances, both seeing the same thought in each other's eyes. Is Jiang Feng planning to challenge his master? Does he think his skin is too thick? Qing Shui meaningfully glanced at Jiang Feng and reminded him, Junior brother, we want to participate in the sparring with master. You need to work hard, and I believe you can definitely test master's strength. Chapter 194. Encountering the Linlang Hall team, Jiang Feng was right. Since that is the case, you 3 should accompany Elder Hong Bo to the Luoying immortal domain. At this moment, Chu Fan appeared in front of the 4. Master. Elder Chu. The 4 greeted in unison. Chu Fan nodded and took out 4 talismans, distributing them evenly among the 4. These are the attack and defense talismans I just refined. Once activated, for 1 hour, even a 6th layer Immortal King 1T be able to break your defense. Below the 5th layer Immortal King, you can kill them. Hiss. Among the 4, only Hong Bo was unaware of Chu Fan's cultivation level. Upon hearing the terrifying effect of the talismans, he froze in place. Qing Shui and the others had long since become accustomed to their master's methods, or rather, they had grown numb to it. Even if Chu Fan took out something even more miraculous, they would still consider it normal. After giving the protective talismans, Chu Fan left again. Jiang Feng examined the talisman in his hand and then carefully put it away. Wait for me a moment. I'll go to the Time's secret realm and call some senior brothers out. The more people, the greater the strength. After speaking, Jiang Feng quickly headed toward the Time secret realm. A quarter of an hour later, he returned with 17 disciples, including Qin Haoran, Yi Xian, Feng Huai, Feng Qian, Meng Zhe, and others. Chapter 195, Self-Detonating Immortal Artifacts in Less Than 10 Breaths. Of the 300 or so people from Linlang Hall, only 100 remained unlooted by Qin Haoran and the others, because they were simply too poor. Good dogs don't block the way. Hong Bo remained unperturbed, completely ignoring the words of the Yin Ghost. The Yin Ghost's expression darkened. Ever since the Linlang Immortal King dominated the Linlang Immortal Domain, no one had dared to act arrogantly in front of him. Yet just now, Hong Bo had actually called him a dog and blocked their way. Presumptuous. No one dares to be disrespectful in front of my Linlang Hall. Kneel before me. The Yin Ghost shouted, quickly raising his hand and pressing down to Hong Bo. The pressure of a ninth-layer great Luo Golden Immortal descended upon Hong Bo, trying to force him to kneel and teach him a lesson for offending Linlang Hall. Whoosh! A cold wind blew by, and contrary to the Yin Ghost's expectations, Hong Bo did not kneel under his pressure. The Daoi sect members remained motionless, staring at him as if he were a fool. His earlier shouting and screaming resembled a clown entertaining himself. The situation became awkward. Even the other two generals exchanged glances, unsure of what the Yin Ghost was trying to do. Wasn't he the plan to make that person kneel? Why is there no reaction at all? Could it be Tu Shiu empty? Chapter 196. The true ruler of the Dark Night Forest. In the next moment, they were dumbfounded, except for a few who could still produce human-level and true immortal-level artifacts. The others could only endure the impact of the explosion, their minds occupied with thoughts of why their spatial rings were empty. I'll help. After a while, those in the Earth Immortal and Heaven Immortal realms could no longer withstand the damage from the explosion, and after a scream, they fell to the ground, becoming charred corpses. By the time the first wave of explosions ceased, fewer than 40 people remained from Linlang Hall's over 300 members. The Yin Ghost, injured further, had completely fainted, supported by the other two generals on either side to avoid collapsing. These two generals were also not faring well. Their clothes were tattered, and their exposed skin was charred, with only their whites of their eyes and teeth remaining white. They felt humiliated. As generals of Linlang Hall, they were bullied by two ants of the Heaven Immortal realm. If this got out, they would definitely be ridiculed. Damn it, you wait. Linlang Hall will never let you go. One general could not swallow this anger and dropped a harsh remark before planning a strategic retreat. At that moment, countless fine powders suddenly fell from above, touching their skin and instantly merging into their bodies. Chapter 197. The Qing Tian Man Yo. This is a beast second only to divine beasts, the Qing Tian Man Yo, possessing absolute defense. If the defensive method of the divine beast Xuanwu is the first, then the Qing Tian Man Yo is second. It achieves this entirely due to the thick, shiny black skin on its body. The Qing Tian Man Yo's innate ability is to charge recklessly, and its ultimate move, related to the horn above its nose, can unleash lightning, called Thunderclap Annihilation. This Qing Tian Man Yo has reached the 9th layer of the Immortal King realm. 1 million years ago, it was chased by an immortal sovereign and, relying on its innate skills, struck that immortal sovereign hundreds of thousands of times, causing the immortal sovereign's realm to drop back to the 9th layer of the Immortal King. However, due to overusing its innate skills, it had to fall into slumber. Now, 1 million years later, it has made a powerful return. Lin Chun, wait for me. Wasn't it just a few stolen fruits? Why hold a grudge against me? Once I gather enough strength, I will definitely avenge the humiliation of being chased. The Qing Tian Man Yo snorted, making the Dark Night Forest rustle. Someone clever. Come and tell me the situation here. The Qing Tian Man Yo commanded, looking down at the beast below. At this time, a white fox jumped out and detailed the situation of the Dark Night Forest. Chapter 198. Where is your home? Point me a direction with the arrival of the Qing Tian Man Yo. The feathered Immortal King flew from the territory of the Linlang Immortal Domain to the feathered Immortal Domain. As they passed over the Yuan Gate, Chao Dangui from Limlang Hall suddenly exclaimed, "Look quickly, there's a red object flying past." "What is it? So fast?" Meng Ziming looked up and found that the object Chao Dangui mentioned had long since disappeared. "Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? What could move so fast that even my divine sense couldn't detect it?" "It's true. That thing flew by in an instant." "All right, never mind it. Dealing with the Yuan Gate is more urgent." Meng Ziming no longer dwelled on the matter and walked ahead, followed by Chao Dangui and 2 other 9th-layer great Luo golden immortals, along with other generals. This time, Linlang Hall had mobilized its entire army against Yuan Gate. After flying for about 15 minutes, a woman in green suddenly appeared before them. The woman in green had her back to them, her black hair cascading down to her waist, holding an ancient sword in her hand. "Who goes there? Why are you blocking our way?" The woman in green turned around, and everyone saw her appearance, which could only be described in 2 words: very beautiful. She had exquisite features, willow-shaped eyebrows, sparkling eyes, a straight nose, and thin lips adorned with light red lip balm. The breeze swayed her skirt, giving her an elegant and ethereal presence, as if she stood apart from the world. Chapter 199. The Qing Tianman Nyo delivered to your doorboom. The Tao of Heaven and Virtue, the birth of the Immortal King. On this day, the news of the birth of the Immortal King once again reached the ears of those in the Immortal King and Immortal Sovereign realms, and it was 2 sounds, meaning 2 more Immortal Kings had been born. Just a month had passed since 3 Immortal Kings were born, and now there was yet another new Immortal King. In the past, the interval between the emergence of a Celestial King in the Immortal Realm was at least 10,000 years, with some lasting for hundreds of thousands of years. However, recently, this phenomenon has changed. Similarly, some beings in the Celestial Respect and Celestial King realm have begun to deduce the identity of a Celestial King, but they still have no clues and cannot deduce anything. They have started to realize that these 2 new Celestial Kings are connected to the last 3 and may even belong to the same force. The rushing Qing Tianmanyo also heard that emotionless voice, but did not care at all. Who becomes a Celestial King has nothing to do with it. Instead of thinking about these things, it is more satisfying to knock a few people away. After a while, Qing Tianmanyo came to a sudden stop because it saw 3 people not far ahead. This is a sect located there, 2 men and 1 woman. The men are dressed in dark robes, while the woman is in a bright red dress, which excited Qing Tianmanyo. Chapter 200. Divine Beast Domain. Fierce Beast Xiongqi Yufeng and Meng Mengda did not recognize Qing Tianmanyo. They glanced at it and then did not pay any more attention. It was just a Celestial King realm demon beast, although its strength was a bit stronger than theirs, since they had arrived at Daoyi Sect. It had to behave itself. Sometimes Meng Mengda even thought, if Lord Qinglong came, would he also be ignored? "Hey, old bull." Bai Ziyue gently patted Qing Tianmanyo's face. Qing Tianmanyo obediently blinked its eyes, slightly enlarging its size, waiting for Bai Ziyue and Hua Wanqing to stand on its back. Then, after Bai Ziyue pointed in a direction, it quickly dashed off. In the Immortal Realm, humans are not the only rulers. There are also demon tribes. Humans and demon tribes each occupy half of the Immortal Realm. The highest leader of the demon tribe is the so-called divine beast Qinglong, along with the white tiger, Qilin, Xiongqi, etc. These divine beasts, fierce beasts, are powerful, almost all at the Celestial Respect realm. The divine beast domain is where these divine beasts reside and is also a place of worship for all demon beasts. The divine beast domain is the holy land for all demon beasts. It is also the largest territory in the entire Immortal Realm. On the surface, the divine beast domain represents the highest combat power of the demon tribe. No one knows just how powerful the divine beasts like Qinglong and Qilin are. They only know that they are very strong. Chapter 201. Ugly but fun. After arriving at the Eternal Night City, Hong Bo's dozen elite disciples looked at Hong Bo and Jiang Feng, wanting to know how they should arrange things. "Let us find a secluded place first," Hong Bo said, sensing that Jiang Feng was about to make a suggestion and noticing that there were too many people around. Soon, they rented a small courtyard. And Qing Shui waved her hand to set up 2 or 3 isolation formations to prevent eavesdropping. Everyone then turned their attention to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng smiled and said, "Finally, it's time for me to showcase." He cleared his throat, took out several scrolls and 2 or 3 jade slips from his space ring. "Didn't I go out for a while on the way here? I brought back these things. Take a good look." Everyone stepped forward to watch as Jiang Feng opened the scrolls, which depicted various characters, vividly illustrating their facial features. Even a mole at the corner of the eye was clearly visible. Junior brother Jiang Feng means for us to disguise ourselves as these people and attack the Lu family in their names. Framing them? Yi Xian stroked his chin and said, "Exactly. Look at the contents of this jade slip. Each person's information is outlined clearly. The Lu family will definitely not see through our disguises." Chapter 202. Annihilating the Three Great Families. Celestial King Luo Ying. I'm taking it out. I'm taking it out. I'm taking it out. Lu Qingtian was dumbfounded. The Celestial King artifact he had kept in his space ring had inexplicably disappeared. Without the Celestial King artifact, how could he? A great Luo golden immortal at the 8th level possibly stand against those 5 people, not to mention the group of 7th and 8th level powerhouses behind them? Escape. I must escape. The thought immediately appeared in Lu Qingtian's mind, so he disregarded the others in the Lu family and turned to run. The Lu family could be without him, but he could not die. As long as he was alive, in a few thousand or tens of thousands of years, the Lu family could be reborn. He had extreme confidence in his abilities. When Lu Qingtian fled, he took one last glance at the few women in his residence who still seemed reluctant to part, sighing inwardly, "What a pity for these beauties. Ancestor, you can't leave us." The Lu family head, who was only at the 3rd level of the great Luo golden immortal realm, saw Lu Qingtian turn to flee and cried out in despair. Lu Qingtian was the stabilizing force of the Lu family. With his departure, the Lu family was truly in peril. Hearing the head of the Lu family's shout, Lu Qingtian did not look back. Feeling even more disdain for the head, "You idiot, didn't you see how many strong people are behind? If my Celestial King artifact were still here, I would definitely dare to fight, but without it, charging in would be seeking death." Chapter 203. Two-faced Lu Rumei. After the minister finished speaking, he glanced at the woman next to Celestial King Luo Ying. This woman was Lu Rumei from the Lu family, also the most favored among Celestial King Luo Ying's 5 concubines, almost always accompanying him at major meetings. Upon hearing this news, Lu Rumei frowned, looking at Celestial King Luo Ying with a pleading gaze. Lu Rumei was very clever. She would not act arrogantly just because Celestial King Luo Ying favored her. On the contrary, she was very good at controlling her emotions and had a clear understanding that she must never do anything that would make Celestial King Luo Ying dislike her. Therefore, even though she knew that extremely bad things were happening with the Lu family, she still controlled her soon-to-explode negative emotions. It would be best if Celestial King Luo Ying took action. Celestial King Luo Ying gently patted Lu Rumei's hand to comfort her, then looked at the minister, his authoritative voice ringing out, "Tell me exactly what happened." "Yes, Celestial King." The minister bowed and continued. "The ancestor of the Hong family, Hong Bo, invited experts from the Linglang Palace of the Linglang Immortal Domain and, in a moment, killed all the members of the Lu family. Then they split up to annihilate the Ling family and the Guo family." After speaking, the minister activated a jade slip and threw it out, which projected part of the scene above everyone. Chapter 204. The resolute Yuan Min. Chao Donggui's face turned pale as he bent down to spit out the foreign object in his mouth, which turned out to be Ding Yuanming's old phlegm, dark green with some black, and very sticky. After spitting for 10 breaths, Chao Dongui finally caught his breath. The people around him wanted to laugh, but dared not, only their shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Chao Donggui's eyes burned with rage as he gritted his teeth at Ding Yuanming. "You old thing," refusing to drink the toast and instead drinking the punishment wine. "I'll ask you one more time. Will you submit or not?" After speaking, Chao Dongui circulated his spiritual power, forming a barrier in front of him. "My Yuan men will never be slaves." Boom! Ding Yuanming, fearless of death, broke free from the restraints of the elite soldiers, and his body instantly swelled to twice its size. Boom! Ding Yuanming exploded, self-destructing. In his last moments, he thought, "I hope Song and the others have escaped. In the future, Song will revitalize Yuanmin." After Ding Yuanming self-destructed, the other surviving elders and disciples of Yuanmin also followed suit, without hesitation. The sound of explosions went off one after another, and the force generated by the blasts spread outward. Some elite soldiers in the Linlang Palace, who were unable to dodge in time, were blown to smithereens, with only those who were powerful and at a considerable distance from the center of the explosion surviving. Chapter 205. Really? I don't believe it. Really? I don't believe it. The immortal king Luo Ying stared at Meng Ziming. Meng Ziming was sweating profusely and assured once again, "Really, Your Excellency, we are truly done for. If you don't believe me, you can ask our Linlang immortal king. If we lie in front of you, wouldn't that be seeking death? I doubt you would dare." Luo Ying nodded and no longer made things difficult for Meng Ziming and the others. With a turn, he instantly left the Linlang Great Hall. He went straight back to the Luo Ying immortal domain. As for where the Linlang immortal king went, it was obvious. There was nowhere else but the mysterious mountains. After Luo Ying left, Meng Ziming breathed a sigh of relief, but his face soon turned pale because their Linlang palace was now broke. With their last bit of savings taken away by Luo Ying, the once mighty force of the Linlang immortal domain had become destitute, and if this were spread, it would truly be a laughingstock. Chao Fengui ordered a rest for a few days and then immediately head to the Dao Yi Sect, as well as the lower-level families, to replenish their treasury. Now that they were out of money, Meng Ziming, who had previously looked down on those lower forces, had no choice but to take action against them. Currently, the only relatively wealthy entities in the entire Linlang immortal domain were the Dao Yi Sect and those families. Chapter 206. Once again thrown away, the unlucky feathered immortal king feathered immortal king. Even if he turned to ashes, Meng still recognized this killer who had slain her old man. But she knew that with her current strength, she couldn't defeat the feathered immortal king. And with Chu Fan by her side, she didn't immediately go berserk. "Are you the sect master of the Dao Yi Sect?" the feathered immortal king asked Chu Fan. Looking at him, from the moment Chu Fan entered, he sensed that Chu Fan was extraordinary and also recognized that the formations in the hall were all created by Chu Fan himself. Chu Fan calmly looked at the feathered immortal king, and the information about the feathered immortal king flashed in his mind. Feathered immortal king 5. 4 million years old. Cultivation, 7th level immortal king. Description, ruler of the feathered immortal domain, also the most powerful immortal king under the starry immortal sovereign. Killer of the strength god ape, and having learned about Jiang Feng and Ling Qingxian, he intended to recruit the Dao Yi Sect under his banner due to its immense potential. "I am not the sect master, merely an elder," Chu Fan said to Undove. The feathered immortal king's brows furrowed slightly, looking somewhat displeased. "What? I, as an immortal king, come to your Dao Yi Sect, and I'm not even worthy to meet your sect master. Only an elder is sent out?" His tone had a mix of teasing and seriousness, giving the impression that while he was angry, he wouldn't immediately resort to violence. Chapter 207. You don't want to either. The feathered immortal king, who was supposed to fly back home for free, lay on the ground with a vacant gaze. He could never have imagined that he had set out on an auspicious day, only to be knocked back by the Qing Tian barbarian bull. As if that wasn't enough, the highly valuable inner core of the strength god ape was snatched away by a woman who claimed she would personally kill him in the future. What enmity was this? Up to now, the feathered immortal king still had no idea about Meng's true identity. He got up from a large pit, supporting his waist with his right hand. His face twisted in pain. This waist is really full of ups and downs. It seems I need to seek help from the starry immortal sovereign after I recover. The feathered immortal king muttered to himself. He finally understood why the Linlang immortal king went to the mysterious mountains. The only reason was that he had witnessed the terror of the Dao Yi Sect. Or perhaps the Linlang immortal king had also been knocked back by the Qing Tian barbarian bull. I hope it's the latter. At least I can have some psychological comfort. Outside the Dao Yi Sect, the youth transformed from the shadowless crane hid in the void, showing a look of surprise on his elongated face. Just now, he had personally witnessed the feathered immortal king being knocked away by a master of the Dao Yi Sect, disappearing into the sky. From his observations, the one who struck must have been the Qing Tian barbarian bull that had just entered the Dao Yi Sect. Chapter 208. Shadowless Crane and Zhang Aiquan, two people who shared similar tastes, met and immediately embraced each other tightly. Big brother, Zhang Aiquan, gazed affectionately at the shadowless crane. Second brother, the shadowless crane, called gently. Chu Fan, watching from the side, felt goosebumps rise and, leaving the two passionate individuals behind, quickly returned to Xianling Peak, fearing he wouldn't be able to resist the urge to slap the two of them. After Chu Fan left, the shadowless crane and Zhang Aiquan began to walk hand in hand through the Dao Yi Sect, with Zhang Aiquan giving a detailed introduction of the internal situation of the Dao Yi Sect to the shadowless crane. Those two are the protectors of the Dao Yi Sect. The two sisters have a great relationship, But women's hearts are like needles in the sea. You'd better not provoke them. They are both at least 4th-level immortal kings. Zhang Ikuan pointed to Yu Feng and Meng Meng, who had just exited the hall. The shadowless crane was greatly astonished and scrutinized them for a while, secretly thinking, the Tao Sect indeed harbors hidden talents. I never expected these two delicate ladies to be immortal king powerhouses. Also, that white-clad man riding the bull is by Ziyue, the 5th disciple of Elder Chu. He is exceptionally gifted, and at just under 100 years old, he is already an immortal king. As for what level, I'm not sure. And look at that bull he rides. It's a 9th-level immortal king, Qing Tian Barbarian Bull. I've heard it has a fondness for budding people wearing red clothes. So you must never wear red in the future. I'm worried about your backside. Chapter 209. Wang Tsong and Xiao Luoluo then. To satisfy the curiosity of the Tao Sect disciples, the shadowless crane dropped several bombshells regarding some secrets of the immortal realm, leaving the disciples of the Tao Sect enthralled. Once they entered the immortal realm, most of their time was spent in cultivation. Hearing such explosive news now, how could they not be excited? At that moment, Hongbo and his group returned safely. The elite disciples eagerly approached, inquiring about their gains. In the territory of the Linlang immortal domains Wanxiang dynasty, since the Wanxiang dynasty was subdued by the Linlang palace, the war had long ceased. But it had also become much more desolate than before. In a desolate mountain forest, under a giant tree without leaves, Wang Tsong opened his eyes indifferently after finishing his cultivation. He had sword-like brows and starry eyes, and his features were handsome, radiating an aura that warned others to stay away. Finally back. Fortunately, this body has excellent talent, even stronger than in my previous life. With the experience from my past life, I will reach that realm I have never touched before. To thank the Yuan sect for its cultivation of me, I will personally destroy the Linlang Palace, which can also be seen as a conclusion to this life's ties. Wang Tsong was the closed-door disciple of Ding Yuanming, the ancestor of the Yuan sect. Knowing that the fall of the Yuan sect was inevitable, he had Wang Tsong take most of the resources and escape through a secret passage, planning to take revenge once he became stronger in the future. Chapter 210. The feathered immortal king has run away after that. Wang Tsong and Xiao Luoluo began to share their experiences over the years. And when Wang Tsong learned that Xiao Luoluo had reincarnated into the Xiao family, he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Wang Tsong had already heard of Xiao Qin's name in his previous life, known as a figure most likely to break through to the immortal emperor realm. In the immortal realm, whether it is the immortal king or the immortal venerable, upon hearing the name Xiao Qin, they all show great respect and will give him face. This is the treatment of a big shot at the 9th level of the immortal venerable realm. Song Lang, we need to find out that person's whereabouts, and then take him down with thunderous means. I want to torture him to death. All right, but before we go, we need to destroy the Linlang Palace first, Wang Tsong said, nodding. In the divine beast domain, the monkey rushed into the hall in a hurry. Lord Xiongqi, something bad has happened. What happened? Xiongqi had just finished an important matter with the female white fox in the dense forest, and upon returning to the hall, he heard the monkey shouting and rushing in, immediately sensing that something was wrong. Lord Xiongqi, the shadowless crane we sent out, has disappeared, and the fate line is also gone. Xiongqi was slightly startled. The shadowless crane was not strong, but it had exceptional escape abilities. If it was caught, it indicated that the person who acted was powerful. Chapter 211. Linlang Palace destroyed my lord. Isn't Tao Sect just a small sect? Is it necessary to send such a large force? On the way to Tao Sect, a general at the 5th level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm questioned. This time, the lineup from Linlang Palace had all come except for Meng Ziming. The Tao Sect was only famous around Qin Guangzhou in his eyes. It was not comparable to the Feng Tian dynasty. Moreover, from what he heard from the lord of the Feng Tian dynasty, there were only a few experts in Tao Sect. You don't understand. Even when a lion hunts a rabbit, it uses all its strength. Our Linlang Palace cannot make mistakes again, Chao Dengue explained. Since the Linlang Immortal King only warned them to be wary of Tao Sect without explaining why. They later learned from their investigations and the lord of the Feng Tian dynasty that there were a few powerful figures in Tao Sect. With their lineup of 2 at the 9th level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, 6 at the 8th level, and over 20 at the 5th, 6th, and 7th levels, taking on Tao Sect was completely overkill. All right, let's talk. Let's quickly take down Tao Sect. Just as Chao Dangue and the others were about to reach Dao Yi Sect, a man and a woman appeared above Linlang Palace. The man was handsome and imposing, while the woman was elegantly dressed in blue. Chapter 212. Wang Tsong shock in less than a quarter of an hour. Only Chao Dangue and another general were left among the Linlang Palace people, with layers of corpses piled on the ground. 11 at the 9th level of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Chao Dangue ground his teeth in astonishment. He had just seen Gosheng unleash his full power to kill the generals and elite soldiers of Linlang Palace, and he recognized his realm. Looking at Gosheng, who was closest to him, fighting another general, he quietly retreated and then fled at high speed. Gosheng smiled slightly, ignoring Chao Dangue, and instead sent out 3 puppets, with 4 9th-level great Luo Golden Immortals besieging one. Originally, with Gosheng's strength, 1 puppet could handle that general, but to be safe, he added 3 more. The general was almost cursing. He felt he was being forced into a dead end. He also acted decisively, knowing he was doomed, and resolutely embraced one of Gosheng's puppets despite the risk of being injured. "If I'm going to die, I'm taking one down with me," the general shouted, and then with a loud bang, he self-destructed. The power of the self-detonation spread outward and instantly dissipated upon contact with Dao Yi Sect's protective formation, affecting only the things outside the formation. Chapter 213. The Great Luo Golden Immortal ranking. Seeing the reaction of Wang Tsong and Xiao Luo, Chu Fan smiled slightly and said, "No need to be so excited. I mean no harm. My Dao Yi Sect has some connections with Lin Shan." Chu Fan did not mention that Lin Shan was the founding ancestor of Dao Yi Sect, only that he had connections with it. Upon hearing the name Lin Shan, Wang Tsong and Xiao Luo lowered their guard and sat back down. "Elder Chu, how did you know our identities?" The identities of Wang Tsong and the others were known only to them. This was their biggest secret. The fact the young man whose background was unclear could see through it left him astonished and surprised. Therefore, he was very curious about how Chu Fan had identified them. Chu Fan explained, "I have a technique to observe the fate of others, which allows me to see some of their backgrounds. You two need not worry. Your reincarnated identities cannot be seen by anyone else except me, unless you expose them yourselves." Wang Tsong relaxed at this, feeling it was best not to expose their identities until their strength had increased. "We learned that Linlang Palace came to deal with your sect because Linlang Palace destroyed the sect I belong to, Yuan Min, so we are here for revenge. We speculated that Linlang Palace had already been destroyed by your sect, and thus we thought to pay a visit and probe your sect's strength." Chapter 214. Dao Yi Sect disciples on a list. Chu Fan called over the most experienced Hong Bo to consult him about the details of the Great Luo Golden Immortal ranking. "Elder Chu, the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm is a ranking created by the heavenly Dao of the Immortal Realm, which only records human beings. The people on the list will display their name, age, cultivation level, and affiliated sect," Hong Bo explained. After he finished speaking, he looked at Chu Fan, whose brows were furrowed, and knew what was troubling him. Chu Fan was indeed quite distressed. Although the basic buildings provided by the system in Dao Yi Sect could isolate everything, he was unsure if they could evade the heavenly Dao's scrutiny. "System, what do you think will happen?" Chu Fan had no choice but to ask the system. "Just wait and see. Steady." Upon hearing the forward response from the system, Chu Fan felt relieved. Given the system's nature, if it said so, it would definitely be fine. Hong Bo, seeing Chu Fan's expression change from worry to joy, scratched his head in confusion. "Elder Chu, have you thought of a good solution?" 3 days later, Chu Fan began to sign in. Ding, sign in successful. Reward, cultivation reward. Automatically integrated into the host's body. A muffled sound echoed in Chu Fan's body as his cultivation level surged from the 1st level of the immortal venerable realm to the 3rd level. Chapter 215. Gathering of Divine Beast. Big shots in the Divine Beast domain. The 4 immortal venerables, Qinglong, Zhu Ke, Xiongqi, and Qilin, were gathered in the hall, looking through the ceiling at a golden bell in midair and the dense list below. "Xiongqi, the list of human geniuses has come out this time. What do you think?" Qinglong, as the most powerful figure in the Divine Beast domain, had reached the 6th level of the immortal venerable realm. He spent most of his time in seclusion and rarely appeared unless there was a significant matter. "I thought that after the last great calamity, the human race would gradually decline, but I did not expect such outstanding juniors to emerge, truly stronger than ever. I still remember the last top of the Great Luo Golden Immortal ranking was that person's daughter, who was nearly 100,000 years old. This time, none of the people on the list exceeds 150 years of age. Xiongqi, did you forget something? Look at those human-affiliated forces. They're all unknown. Zhu Ke reminded. As she spoke, the three big shots turned their gazes toward Qilin. Qinglong spoke. Qilin, why don't you try to see if you can find out what their forces are called? Among the four, Qilin was adept at observing celestial phenomena and measuring heavenly secrets. Qilin nodded. I'll give it a try, but since even the heavenly Tao's investigation was unsuccessful, I can't guarantee it. Hopefully, I can detect some clues. Chapter 216. The downfall of Luo Ying, the immortal king after Jiangyu, Emperor Wenyin, and others praised the disciples of the Taoist sect. They all retreated into the secret realm of time. If they didn't hurry to cultivate, their disciples' strength would soon surpass theirs. The Taoist sect returned to tranquility, with all disciples entering the secret realm of time to cultivate, and those on the ranking list were refining the sphere of profound meaning. Chu Fan also returned to Xianling Peak, where Hua Wanqing was still cultivating in the fire lotus pool. Qing Shui, Jiang Feng, and the others had gone out with by Ziyue a few days ago, riding the Azure Sky Savage Bull, claiming they were going out to seek opportunities. Chu Fan let them be, without signing in for the treasures that could enhance their cultivation. The facilities of the Taoist sect couldn't provide much help to Qing Shui and the others. It was better for them to go out and broaden their horizons. Perhaps they could gain opportunities like Hua Wanqing. After all, Qing Shui and the others had a large number of talismans he had crafted, so even if they encountered a fifth-level immortal sovereign, they could still retreat unscathed. In the mysterious mountain, after the gentle persuasion and coercion from Xing Yao, the immortal sovereign, Yu Hua Immortal King succumbed and began to serve alongside Lin Lang, Immortal King, at Xing Yao's side. As a result, Xing Yao's cultivation level rose from the first to the third level of the immortal sovereign realm within a few months. He couldn't help but marvel at the power of this technique. Chapter 217. Xing Yao, Immortal Sovereign Mu's Haha. Husband, you finally realized it. Since you want to kill me, I can't just not resist, right? What means did you use to poison me? Why didn't I notice? Luo Ying, the Immortal King, recalled the days spent with Lu Rumei and realized he had never seen an opportunity for her to poison him. Husband, have you forgotten? When we were intimate, you absorbed something from me, didn't you? You bitch, you actually poisoned me. Luo Ying, the Immortal King, was furious and hateful, unable to believe that this beautiful woman had a heart as venomous as a snake. Just scream, this is your madness before you die. Ha ha ha. I, Lu Rumei, will become an immortal king today. Lu Rumei laughed as she walked toward Luo Ying, and in the midst of his terrified expression, one hand plunged directly into his eyes. The others in Luo Xing Pavilion were completely unaware of what was happening, as Luo Ying had set up a concealment formation before making a move against Lu Rumei, which only ended up ensnaring himself. Half a day later, the Tao of Heaven recognizes an immortal king is born. The voice of the Tao of Heaven once again echoed in the ears of all immortal kings and immortal sovereigns, when they learned that the one breaking through to the immortal king realm was a woman named Lu Rumei, and that she belonged to the territory governed by Xing Yao, Immortal Sovereign. The other immortal sovereigns lost interest. Chapter 218. The Speechless Tao of Heaven in the Immortal Realm. Ding. Sign in successful. Reward. Upgraded version of the essence of all things. 1 VAT. Upgraded essence of all things can elevate divine level plants to the chaotic level of heavenly essence liquid. Note, ineffective for transformed divine objects. After the sign-in was successful, a large vat of upgraded essence of all things appeared before Chu Fan. After understanding the effects of the essence liquid, Chu Fan knew that the Bodhi Divine Tree and the Pan Tao Divine Tree could be upgraded. What a pity if it worked on transformed plants. It would allow the Wutong Old Tree and Wanqing to experience the wonders of the upgraded essence of all things, Chu Fan murmured. When in the Kanglin realm, Hua Wanqing had consumed a bottle of essence of all things and completely transformed into human form. But this time's reward was the upgraded version, which she could not enjoy. Chu Fan took the upgraded essence of all things into the secret realm of time and poured half a vat of essence liquid onto the Bodhi Divine Tree and the Pan Tao Divine Tree. After a quarter of an hour, the Bodhi Divine Tree and the Pan Tao Divine Tree visibly grew 5 meters taller, with the fruits between the branches emanating a faint golden light, enveloped in a layer of golden mist. Chaotic level Bodhi Seed. Consuming one can enhance the comprehension of a cultivator at the 9th level of the Luo Golden Immortal Realm, specializing in the understanding of profound meanings. increasing the probability of comprehending the profound meaning by 70%. If consumed by someone above the immortal king realm, it can directly break through 2 levels of cultivation. Each person is limited to consuming one. Chapter 219. The Destruction of the Sacred Land by Liu Xingzhan. Didn't my master say I could increase by 3 levels? Why did I increase by 4? Hua Wanqing was slightly surprised to see she had broken through to the 8th level of the immortal king realm. Forget it. Let it be. After all, it's a good thing. She no longer dwelled on this and shifted her gaze to the fiery red lotus beside her. The chaotic fire lotus, Hua Wanqing's original form, was rapidly shrinking, and after a moment, it turned into a speck of dust and vanished into the fire lotus pool. Hua Wanqing stood in the fire lotus pool, having almost completely refined the energy within over the past few months. After a moment, Hua Wanqing stepped out of the fire lotus pool, and just as she reached the foot of the mountain, she was surrounded by a group of people. "Stop, woman. Come here. Our young master has something to ask you." A man resembling a servant shouted at Hua Wanqing. His cultivation at the first level of the De Luo Golden Immortal Realm. To use a first-level De Luo Golden Immortal as a servant shows just how powerful this young master's background must be. Hua Wanqing, proud as frost, seemed not to hear the servant's words and continued flying forward, with a semi-transparent red lotus seat supporting her beneath her feet, coupled with her extraordinary demeanor. Resembling an immortal, the servant was about to step forward to stop her, but was halted by a handsome young man in splendid attire, who flashed in front of Hua Wanqing. Chapter 220. Hua Wanqing versus Hao Yan Immortal King. This illusion technique is indeed impressive. It can control the mind. Hao Yan Immortal King can resist most illusions. Seeing that the veiled woman would reach the main hall in a few breaths, Hao Yan Immortal King adjusted his robes and teleported to the square. Hua Wanqing slowly ascended the steps to the square, where countless petals of various colors began to fall from the sky, covering the ground for hundreds of miles. Wherever the petals touched, everyone below the Immortal King realm fell into a deep sleep, lying on the ground, except for Hao Yan Immortal King, who looked grimly at her. "Who are you? Do you know the consequences of provoking me?" Hua Wanqing lightly parted her lips and said, "You are Hao Yan Immortal King, right? I come from the Kanglan realm. Now you remember, don't you?" "What? A remnant of the Kanglan realm. You're the one who refined the Tao Blue Lotus, aren't you?" "Very well. Heaven is aiding me," Hao Yan Immortal King exclaimed. Then his expression turned joyful. Not long ago, his subordinates sent to guard the Kanglan realm were killed by Lin Shun. He had fought with Lin Shun for 3 days and nights, narrowly losing to him. Had it not been for the intervention of the Tianyu Sacred Land, he would have certainly been severely injured by Lin Shun. At that time, he had already realized that the Kanglan realm was undergoing great changes, and the treasure he had painstakingly used to break through to the immortal sovereign realm, the Tao Blue Lotus, must have been intercepted by someone, so he decided to destroy the Kanglan realm. Chapter 221. The Devouring Spirit Stone. Hao Yan Immortal King's escape. The water column raged madly, and the flames remained dazzling. It couldn't be extinguished at all. A burning sensation came from deep within his soul, stimulating Hao Yan Immortal King's nerves. He realized this was not ordinary flames. This is the karma fire. Hao Yan Immortal King was greatly alarmed, no longer daring to hold back. The dark red stone in his hand emitted a black glow, painting the surrounding sky black. Day turned to night, and the air was filled with a decaying, damp smell. On the ground, the petals in midair were visibly corroded away. A roar from the ancient times shook the void, as if witnessing the passage of time and the collapse of heaven and earth. Hua Wanqing sensed the impending danger and immediately flew back to avoid the impact of the decaying aura. "Hee, you forced me to use my ultimate move. Then let it become a part of my power." The evil voice of the Hao Yan Immortal King echoed behind Hua Wanqing. His eyes were blood red, and 2 green fangs extended down to his chin. He seemed to have transformed into a different person, with black gas rising from his head and half-meter-long nails shimmering with a sinister glow. With a hiss, the nails pierced through Hua Wanqing's back and emerged from her abdomen, toxins beginning to spread throughout her body, turning her snow-white skin dark. Chapter 222. The unlucky Hao Yan Immortal King. The Howling Abyss is a notorious and fearsome place in the Hao Yan Immortal domain. Every night, terrifying wails or the angry cries of vengeful spirits echo from the abyss, giving it its name. It is said that anyone who enters the Howling Abyss, whether a celestial or a powerful Daiyuo Golden Immortal, never comes out alive. They all die. Over time, the Howling Abyss became a forbidden area, and no one dared to set foot there. No one knows whether an immortal king can safely enter the Howling Abyss, as there is only one immortal king in the Hao-Yin immortal domain. What they do not know is that the Howling Abyss is actually another lair carefully crafted by the Hao-Yin immortal king, so that if he is ever backstabbed, he can hide inside the soul-devouring stone and escape to the Howling Abyss to recover his strength. In fact, his foresight was very useful. During the last battle with Lin Shun, if it weren't for the appearance of the immortal sovereign from Tianyu Holy Land at the last moment, he would have had to pretend to self-destruct and hide in the Howling Abyss. This time, the Hao-Yin immortal king was almost killed by Hua Wanqing, and his residual soul hid in the soul-devouring stone and escaped to the Howling Abyss. Chapter 223. The Jade Spirit Immortal Sovereign. How shameless! Let me absorb. The Hao-Yin immortal king roared in anger, taking out the pale soul-devouring stone, infusing it with spiritual energy to activate it, and pointing it at the Qing Tian barbarian bull. To him, the only real threat was the Qing Tian barbarian bull. As for the others, he would deal with them later. The soul-devouring stone released a powerful devouring force, fiercely sucking at the Qing Tian barbarian bull. The bull's hair stood on end, and the celestial energy within its body was being devoured by the soul-devouring stone in countless threads, causing the stone's color to deepen. The Qing Tian barbarian bull was startled. It did not expect that this beggar-like Hao-Yin immortal king had such a hidden card, and it could clearly feel the celestial energy within it rapidly depleting. Bai Ziyue, who shared a mental link with the Qing Tian barbarian bull, held the protective talisman given by Chu Fan and swiftly appeared in front of the bull. The soul-devouring stone suddenly lost its target, and its devouring power instantly ceased. The expression of the Hao-Yin immortal king changed as he looked up and down at Bai Ziyue, trying to discern what was so special about this person that he could resist the devouring of the soul-devouring stone. But after looking closely, he concluded that Bai Ziyue was no different from those young talents. What kind of trick is this? Bai Ziyue replied, "Did you not hear what my senior brother said? Hurry up, be quick." Chapter 224. The Jade Radiance Immortal Domain in Tianyu Holy Land. After the return of the Jade Spirit Immortal Sovereign, she had been pondering which forces the few handsome young men and beautiful women who wanted to kill the Hao-Yin immortal king belonged to. Those capable of being bestowed a talisman with the power of the third level of immortal sovereign by their elders must have a very high status, possibly as legacy disciples. In such cases, elders would generally notify other forces. As a result, if these disciples caused trouble outside, they could downplay major issues and resolve minor ones due to their elders' influence. This situation is very common, as the three major holy lands have always done this. For instance, Zhu Shiyan from Tianjue Holy Land and Lu Xingzhan from Taimi Holy Land were also introduced to everyone by their elders back in the day. Fortunately, I recognized the situation and slipped away in time. Otherwise, it would have led to a fierce battle. If I ended up missing an arm or a leg, the losses would be too great, and I would lose face. More seriously, their elders might come looking for me. The Jade Spirit Immortal Sovereign praised her own wit. As for the Hao-Yin Immortal King, he was definitely dead. There was no need for any sense of obligation. It was just a matter of two losses. After all, very few people knew about this matter. Those few handsome young men and beautiful women wouldn't say anything, nor would she. So who would know? Chapter 225. The Jade Radiance Immortal King, with the surname Dongfang Li Tianyu, was conflicted. If it weren't for that reason, having the favor of the Jade Radiance Immortal King, a powerful female leader with unparalleled beauty and immense resources, would make him very willing to enjoy that soft rice. However, in the Jade Radiance Immortal Domain and the surrounding celestial domains, who didn't know the rise of the Jade Radiance Immortal King? The Jade Radiance Immortal King, whose original name was Invincible, was renowned in the immortal realm 7 million years ago as the second on the Daluo Golden Immortal list. Due to his handsome appearance, he was pursued by countless noble young ladies, and even some older female immortal kings from the three major holy lands threw him olive branches. Dongfang Invincible was devoted to the path and rejected them all. Later, he was hunted down by a female immortal king who was driven by love and hatred, and he fled into the eternal spirit abyss. When he emerged again, he had already become an immortal king. His identity changed from Dongfang Invincible to Dongfang Yuzhao. with his handsome appearance transformed into that of a graceful beauty. It is said that she obtained the unparalleled inheritance Quasi-Emperor sacred canon from the silent, immortal sovereign. The silent, immortal sovereign, whose full name is Hua Buyu, is a legendary super powerhouse who has 1 foot in the immortal emperor realm. And the unique, ancient skill Quasi-Emperor sacred canon he created opened a new path for cultivation. Chapter 226. The Return of the Black Tortoise. 15 minutes later, 5 women and 1 man left the Jade Radiance Immortal Palace. The 6 of them vanished into the void, with only some powerful Daluo golden immortals catching a glimpse. Inside the Jade Radiance Immortal Palace, the Jade Radiance Immortal King slumped on the ground, panting heavily, and took a while to recover. What on earth is their background? No, I need to report this to the Immortal Sovereign. The Jade Radiance Immortal King took out a communication token, activated it, and a voice came through. What is it? Immortal Sovereign had discovered the Chaos Stone, but it escaped. The voice in the token clearly paused, evidently surprised by the news of the Chaos Stone. Where did it go? I don't know. Its helper suddenly erupted with the strength of the 2nd level of Immortal Sovereign, and I couldn't compete. However, I left behind a trace of its aura, and I will transmit it to you now. Good. Continue to stay hidden. I will call you again if needed. Yes, my lord. The Jade Radiance Immortal King replied respectfully, then cut off the communication token, called in her subordinates to manage the affairs of the Jade Radiance Immortal Palace, and entered her cave to enter seclusion. This experience struck her hard, and she was more determined than ever to quickly elevate her strength to the 9th level of Immortal King to ensure her own safety. Chapter 227. The Pitiful Azure Dragon at the deepest part of the Divine Beast Domain, also known as the Origin Land of Divine Beasts, lies the supreme legacy left by the 5 Divine Beast ancestors, the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and Shilin. Only one auspicious beast of the same kind can exist in the world. For example, the Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird can be said to be unique in the immortal realm. These auspicious beasts have inherent advantages in strength and talent, being born at the 1st level of Celestial Realm. However, due to the closure of the Origin Land, the strongest among them has been unable to break through the 7th level of Immortal Sovereign for a long time. Their ancestors were all-powerful beings at the Immortal Emperor level, so it is easy to imagine how terrifying the inheritance of the Origin Land is. As long as the Origin Land is opened, the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, Qilin, and others all have the opportunity to break through to the 9th level of the Immortal Sovereign Realm, or even become half-step Immortal Emperors. As for reaching the Immortal Emperor level, it depends on whether one's understanding of the Great Tao reaches perfection. The method to open the Origin Land is for each of the 5 divine beasts to drop a drop of their blood into the pit at the gate of the Origin Land. Due to the disappearance of the Black Tortoise and White Tiger for tens of millions of years, the deterrent power of the Divine Beast Domain has gradually weakened. On the human side, with the development in recent years, a few 7-level immortal sovereigns have emerged. For instance, the 3 major sacred lands each have 8-level immortal sovereigns stationed there, holding an extraordinary status and not fearing the Divine Beast Domain at all. Chapter 228. Feng Wu and Kuan Ba the Vermilion Bird flashed and crossed space to the side of the Divine Beast Phoenix, gazing at it with shining eyes. Although the Divine Beast Phoenix is not one of the 5 divine beasts, it belongs to the Divine Beast category due to its connection with the Vermilion Bird clan. Therefore, in the Divine Beast Domain, the Vermilion Bird has always cared for the Divine Beast Phoenix clan, treating the fallen phoenix like a distant granddaughter. After hearing that the fate line of the fallen phoenix had disappeared, she even sent a clone to search for it, but over a year has passed without any results. Now, a Divine Beast Phoenix with an extremely high bloodline suddenly appears. How could she not be delighted? Moreover, this phoenix clearly just came of age, but already possesses the strength of the 1st level of the Immortal King realm, comparable to her in her youth. What is your name? The Vermilion Bird gently asked. My name is Xiao Huang. The little phoenix replied truthfully. The Vermilion Bird frowned slightly. This name doesn't quite fit your identity. Have you thought about a more pleasing name? If not, I can help you choose one. How about Feng Wu? Feng Wu, what does that mean? Although Xiao Huang disliked others disapproving of the name given by her master, in order to obtain the inheritance of the Phoenix ancestor, she could only endure it and pretend to be close to the Vermilion Bird. Chapter 229. Moon Worship Cult. When the Vermilion Bird returned to the main hall, she saw Qiongqi and the Qilin fighting each other. The 2 beasts fought by shrinking their bodies and colliding with each other. Due to the higher cultivation level of the Qilin, it quickly gained the upper hand. The vermilion bird flashed to the middle of the two beasts and shouted, "Stop! Don't fight anymore! Tell me, what is going on?" Xiangqi and the Qilin transformed into human forms and remained silent. The vermilion bird pointed at Xiangqi and said, "You speak." Xiangqi snorted coldly and said, "Just now?" The Qilin said he intends to cultivate that little phoenix into an immortal sovereign, saying her talent is extraordinary and, like us, not restricted by the fate-line river. However, for such an unknown phoenix, I have no objection to her going for the inheritance since it belongs to the Phoenix clan. But to cultivate her into a new ruler is against the rules. You all should think about it. Suddenly, the black tortoise and white tiger appear. And now, they're S.A. Phoenix. Isn't that strange? We haven't seen them for tens of millions of years, and now they all show up together. I don't understand. After hearing Xiangqi's explanation, the Qilin's expression softened. He looked at the vermilion bird and said, "What Xiangqi said seems to make some sense." Chapter 230. Mo Yao, who are you? Looking at the stunning woman before him, Su Ning was filled with confusion. "Master, I am Mo Yao," the woman said, and a soul body appeared above her head. After the soul body appeared, the originally stunning woman had lifeless eyes, and it took a moment for her to return to normal. "Mo Yao, it really is you," Su Ning exclaimed, looking at the soul body with emotion. "It's me, Master. I finally found you." The soul body cried tears of joy and shouted to the stunning woman, "Quick, Rume, quickly greet our ancestor." The stunning woman slightly bowed and respectfully said to Su Ning, "Disciple Lu Rume greets our ancestor." "Get up," Su Ning replied, his gaze focused on Mo Yao. After a moment, Su Ning, Mo Yao, and Lu Ru Mei sat on the ground under a large tree in the dark night forest, where Su Ning had set up a barrier. "Mo Yao, quickly tell Master about your experiences over the years," Su Ning asked with concern. Mo Yao was his only disciple. Back then, the moon worship cult was at its peak, its overall strength rivaling the three major sacred lands. As the ancestor of the moon worship cult, the only disciple he valued was Mo Yao. Mo Yao's talent was the highest in the moon worship cult, second only to Hua Buyu, who had already left the sect. If it weren't for the fact that when the great Luo Golden Immortal ranking opened, Mo Yao happened to exceed 100,000 years of age, she would have undoubtedly topped the list that time. Chapter 231. The Chaos Emperor breaks through to Immortal King after several days of travel. Jidu and the Cold Sunset Sovereign each held tightly onto Li Tianyu's arms as they returned to the Dao Yi sect, with Li Fangdu and others following behind. Their expressions were normal, and they were not jealous that Jidu and the Cold Sunset Sovereign were being close to Li Tianyu, as they took turns coming along the way back. "Is this the Dao Yi sect?" Looking at the buildings that looked exactly like those in the Kanglin realm, Li Tianyu exclaimed in surprise. Along the way back, Jidu and the others had not mentioned anything about the Dao Yi sect to him. "Yes, Brother Tianyu. It was Elder Chu who brought the Dao Yi sect and us to the immortal realm. I forgot to tell you, the Kanglin realm has self-destructed and disappeared. This story is long. Let's first see Elder Chu, and then I will explain everything to you in detail." Li Tianyu nudda, turning his gaze towards the buildings of the Dao Yi sect. In his perception, every building of the Dao Yi sect exuded a mysterious aura, completely incomparable to the Kanglin realm. It must be Elder Chu's doing, Li Tianyu silently thought. Elder Chu was the most mysterious person he had encountered in the Kanglin realm, second only to Lin Shun. Even after comparing Elder Chu with Lin Shun, Elder Chu's background seemed even more mysterious. Lin Shun was at least a prominent figure in the immortal realm, while Elder Chu was completely unknown. Chapter 232. Su Ning, the immortal sovereign, can't keep up the act on this day. The sky was clear and blue. At the entrance of the Dao Yi sect, the fallen phoenix was sitting at a wooden table, combing her hair and putting on makeup. At this moment, a man and two women flew in from a distance, who were none other than the disguised Su Ning, Mo Yao, and Lu Rumei. Su Ning revealed a cultivation level of the 9th level of the celestial immortal realm, while Mo Yao and Lu Ru Mei were at the 8th level. The fallen phoenix glanced at the three and then ignored them, continuing to apply her makeup. "Senior sister, we three siblings have come to pay our respects to our master. We want to join the Dao Yi sect," Su Ning respectfully said to the fallen phoenix, bowing politely, making it seem as though he sincerely wanted to join the sect. "We do not accept disciples here. You should look for another place," the fallen phoenix said coldly without turning her head. "Also, I am not your senior sister. She thought to herself, what a joke. The weakest person in the Tao E sect is at least at the 9th level of the great Luo golden immortal realm. What are you 3 celestial immortals doing here? Moreover, the Tao E sect has no intention of recruiting disciples. Most importantly, the tricks of suddenly showing up to ask for apprenticeship are ones I played with in the past. At a glance, I can tell you're up to no good. Therefore, at this moment, the fallen phoenix felt a bit of wariness towards Su Ning and the others, thinking they were definitely hiding their true cultivation to spy on the secrets of the Taoist sect. Chapter 233. Is Chu Fan an immortal emperor? Ideals are abundant, but reality is stark. Su Ning thought he could easily control the fallen phoenix and Hong Bo, but his attack encountered an invisible barrier when it was still 10 meters away from them, and then there was nothing further. Huh? Su Ning was surprised, expanded his consciousness again, and carefully probed the surrounding void, but found no hidden experts. How did you do it? Su Ning asked. He knew that a formation had resisted his attack, meaning he wanted to know who set up such a powerful formation. From his earlier casual strike, it was clear that this formation could at least withstand a full attack from a 9th level immortal king. Thus, the person who set up this formation must be at least a 1st level immortal sovereign, and particularly skilled in formations. If it were just a 1st or 2nd level immortal sovereign, he wouldn't be afraid. What concerned him was whether this immortal sovereign had the backing of the 3 major sacred lands. Right now, he was not a match for the 3 major sacred lands. You ask, I answer. Guess. The fallen phoenix teased. Wait until I catch you, and then you'll know what cruelty is. Angered by the fallen phoenix, Su Ning stopped caring. After all, he had already set up a concealment formation, and as long as he could finish quickly, he would have hidden away long before the 3 major sacred lands noticed. Chapter 234. The ancestors of the 3 major sacred lands move out this time. The calamity for the human race might be the most intense recorded in history. Since the last time when 10,000 immortal kings broke through simultaneously, I felt that the immortal realm had changed. It seems that this so-called child of destiny is the key to resolving the human race's calamity. Speaking of this, I also want to mention that the 10,000 immortal kings have been confirmed to be those on the great Luo golden immortal list, because even now, their whereabouts remain untraceable and unfathomable, as if they're no longer in the immortal realm. That is what worries me. I even wonder if those people came from an unmentionable place. Chill, don't speak recklessly. That place is not something we can discuss. Let's postpone the first matter for later and move on to the second matter. There's news from the divine beast domain. The remnants of the moon worship cult have appeared. What? Upon hearing this, other immortal sovereigns exclaimed in surprise. Moreover, that remnant has reached the 7th level of immortal sovereign. This immortal sovereign then dropped another bombshell, projecting Su Ning's appearance with immortal power. The crescent mark on Su Ning's forehead, representing a member of the moon worship cult, was watched by numerous immortal sovereigns. Chapter 235. A Sword Immortal King of Xianhua Immortal King. This is called the cycle of heavenly paths. The heavens have given us a chance for revenge. And today is your day of death. I will slice you into 1,000 pieces and then perform a blood sacrifice. Wang Tsong gritted his teeth, revealing his hatred for Xianhua Immortal King. Ha ha, Wang Tsong, did you reincarnate without a brain? Do you think that with just one of you at the 1st level of Immortal King and another at the 9th level of Great Luo Golden Immortal, you can deal with me? Or do you think you have any helpers? Xianhua Immortal King was unafraid. He knew Wang Tsong and the others very well. Apart from Lin Shun, who was a friend, they had basically no connections and relied on nothing. Lin Shun had disappeared for a long time, and there was basically no news of him. Moreover, given Lin Chen's character, he would never allow Wang Tsong to come over so openly. Mocked by Xianhua Immortal King, Xiao Luoluo was about to activate the token to summon her father's spirit to deliver a heavy blow to Xianhua Immortal King when a sword light flashed from a distance. The sword light was silent. The 3 only felt a brightness before hearing Xianhua Immortal King let out a scream. This familiar scene made Xiao Luoluo's face brighten with joy. This was the sword opening heaven technique, her sister Xiao Macho's move. Chapter 236. Nanbua Immortal Sovereign. Able to bend and stretch, seeing that it was the immortal sovereign of the heavenly absolute sacred land, Xiao Luoluo quickly took out the token representing the Xiao family's identity. Nanbua Immortal Sovereign looked at the ancient token engraved with a character for Xiao. His heart skipped a beat. He cautiously asked, "May I ask what is your relationship with Senior Xiao Chun?" "He is my father, what about it?" Xiao Luoluo answered truthfully. My goodness. Nambua Immortal Sovereign was nearly in tears. Indeed, she was from the Xiao family. He regretted in his heart why he had to follow along. Why not just stay at home, enjoying the beauty? Speaking of the Xiao family, especially Xiao Chun, it brought back vivid memories. Years ago, Xiao Chun suddenly visited the heavenly absolute sacred land and was stopped by him, who had just broken through to the immortal sovereign realm. At that time, he arrogantly yelled at Xiao Chun, saying, "The heavenly absolute sacred land is not a place where any cat or dog can come and go as they please." The result was that Xiao Chun decisively struck him, and later, several immortal sovereigns, including the heavenly absolute immortal sovereign, came to investigate and were also beaten by Xiao Chun. Since then, the heavenly absolute sacred land realized Xiao Chun's power and learned about the existence of the Xiao family. After Xiao Chun left the heavenly absolute sacred land, he was also beaten by the heavenly absolute immortal sovereign and several other ancestors, with the reason being that he was too arrogant and caused them to be beaten. Chapter 237. Chong Miao Immortal Sovereign and the Soft Rice Plan of Xing Yao Immortal Sovereign. Before long, someone from the heavenly extinction sacred land arrived, and it was none other than Chong Miao Immortal Sovereign herself. Xing Yao, it's really you. Upon seeing the familiar face of Xing Yao Immortal Sovereign, Chong Miao Immortal Sovereign was overjoyed. Seeing Chong Miao Immortal Sovereign's expression, Xing Yao Immortal Sovereign felt relieved. It was settled. Chong Miao Immortal Sovereign still had feelings for him. At that moment, Xing Yao Immortal Sovereign decided to find an opportunity to eliminate the two burdens, Lin Lang Immortal King and Yu Hua Immortal King, so as not to expose that humiliating secret and affect his relationship with Chong Miao Immortal Sovereign. Anyway, that cultivation method had already reached its limit, and keeping these two around was of no use. Lin Lang Immortal King and Yu Hua Immortal King stood silently behind Xing Yao Immortal Sovereign, completely unaware that Xing Yao Immortal Sovereign planned to eliminate them after confirming that Chong Miao Immortal Sovereign still loved him. It's me, Chong Miao, long time no see. Xing Yao Immortal Sovereign greeted with a smile. Hearing Xing Yao Immortal Sovereign call her name directly, Chong Miao Immortal Sovereign suddenly felt sweetness in her heart, as if she had drunk honey. Indeed, there was a connection. Seeing Chong Miao Immortal Sovereign's affectionate look, Wuya Immortal King confirmed in his heart. Then, after learning about Xing Yao Immortal Sovereign's plans, Chong Miao Immortal Sovereign immediately made arrangements, letting Xing Yao Immortal Sovereign accompany her to the heavenly extinction sacred land and arranging a guest elder position for him. Chapter 238. The immortal sovereigns of the three major sacred lands arrive 3 days later. Chong Miao Immortal Sovereign finally arranged for Xing Yao Immortal Sovereign to have the guest elder position in the heavenly extinction sacred land. Xing Yao Immortal Sovereign had successfully enjoyed the soft rice and stepped onto the big ship of the heavenly extinction sacred land. Xing Yao, why didn't I see your two subordinates today? Chong Miao Immortal Sovereign asked curiously, as the two immortal kings who usually followed Xing Yao Immortal Sovereign were unexpectedly absent. Oh, them? I'm already grateful to have joined the heavenly extinction sacred land, so I sent them away to train outside to avoid others gossiping about you. Xing Yao Immortal Sovereign naturally wouldn't tell Chong Miao Immortal Sovereign that he had already killed Lin Lang Immortal King and Yu Hua Immortal King and destroyed their bodies. Instead, finding an excuse, Chong Miao Immortal Sovereign had no doubts and did not inquire further. She took the initiative to hold Xing Yao Immortal Sovereign's hand and gently said, "I'll take you to your exclusive residence right now, which happens to be right next to mine, so we can see each other every day from now on." The starry immortal nodded, feeling a surge of joy within as he praised his method for being truly marvelous. Moreover, after arriving at the heavenly destruction sacred land, the ominous premonition he had vanished without a trace, allowing him to finally relax without further worry. Chapter 239. The invitation of the three sacred lands immortal lords. Upon entering the Taoist sect, the heavenly absolute immortal and his companions looked around, leaving no corner of the Taoist sect unchecked. Their faces were filled with doubt. The Taoist sect was too quiet, with hardly any people around. In such a large sect, it was impossible that only a few individuals were present: a gatekeeper, 2 girls playing and laughing, and this man who just introduced himself as Elder Chu Fan, with no one else in sight. Furthermore, the architecture within the Taoist sect gave them a mysterious feeling. Although it stood there plainly, they could not see through it. This place was filled with too many unknowns, especially this Chu Fan, who revealed no signs of cultivation, exuding an air of calmness and treating the three immortal lords of the 8th level as if they were ordinary people. Such demeanor could only be possessed by a master-level individual, and naturally, those they considered experts had to be of the same level as them. Privately, they had already concluded that Chu Fan was an 8th-level immortal lord, a hidden strongman whose spatial understanding had reached an unparalleled level. Before long, the four arrived in the main hall, where Chu Fan personally brewed tea for them, using the ultimate De Hong Pao tea leaves he had obtained, which was unique in the immortal realm. Chapter 240. The Ancient Spirit Abyss. After the three immortal lords left, they were completely unaware that a faint golden mirror above them was reflecting their conversation. Chu Fan sat atop the Xianling Peak, retracting the divine mirror with a slight sigh, realizing that these three old fellows had indeed seen, through some clues, experience comes with age. Fortunately, they did not intend to pursue the matter further, only taking an interest in the Taoist sect. If it came to the point where he had to take action, he would deal with them then and make them vow to keep it secret. After making his decision, Chu Fan threw the divine mirror out again, under his control. The mirror traversed through layers of space and soon arrived in a strange dimension. This space was filled with an ancient aura, mixed with a decaying scent. Clearly not a simple place, truly worthy of being called the Ancient Spirit Abyss. Looking at this space that was completely out of place with the immortal realm, Chu Fan et Galim, by pinpointing Qing Shui and the other's location, he transmitted the divine mirror into the Ancient Spirit Abyss, indirectly viewing some scenes within through the mirror. Below the mirror, a group of 5 people, accompanied by a green ox and a white tiger, were cautiously exploring the Ancient Spirit Abyss. Chapter 241. The plagiarist of the immortal realm's heavenly Tao. The emergence of the immortal palace startled Chu Fan, who had been watching from the top of Xianling Peak. Even he, usually calm and composed, was genuinely surprised, because that immortal palace looked exactly like the one rewarded by the Taoist Sect system. The only difference being its size. System, what is going on? Why has an immortal palace appeared in the immortal realm, and it looks identical? Plagiarism. This is plagiarism. The heavenly Tao must have discovered the Taoist Sect's immortal palace, so it created one too. I will remember this favor. Although the system's voice remained emotionless, Chu Fan could still detect the indignation in its words. It seemed the system was also angry. After understanding the truth, Chu Fan shook his head helplessly, continuing to observe the immortal palace in the outside world, wanting to see what the heavenly Tao of the immortal realm was up to. The appearance of the immortal palace naturally attracted countless people's attention, especially the immortal lords of the 3 sacred lands. The location where the immortal palace appeared was precisely at the intersection of their 3 sacred lands territories. An immortal palace? What's going on? Heavenly Absolute Immortal spoke, puzzled by the sudden appearance of this entity. Chapter 242. The human race's talented one's breakthrough to the immortal king realm. The demon race's female, genius Heavenly Absolute. Why don't you predict what will happen? Suggested South Wave Immortal. Heavenly Absolute Immortal glanced at South Wave Immortal's shadow beside him, wishing he could slap this fool. How many times has it been? Still so foolish. It was precisely because of your stupidity that we were beaten by Shao Chun. You still have a wooden head. Matters concerning the heavenly Tao of the immortal realm are not something we can casually deduce. Don't drag me into your misfortune. Without my permission, you are not allowed to speak again. Heavenly Absolute Immortal commanded sternly. Realizing he had made a mistake, South Wave Immortal stepped back slightly, lowering his head and remaining silent. Then, Heavenly Absolute Immortal continued. The emergence of the immortal palace benefits our human race. Everyone should now focus on those outstanding human talents who can recruit after breaking through to the immortal king realm. I have this intention as well. By the way, I should mention that our previous expedition to hunt down the remnants of the moon worship sect has basically confirmed that they will not pose a threat to us. In the future, everyone should pay attention to a force called the Taoist Sect in the Linglong Immortal Domain. We must not provoke them, added Heavenly Destruction Immortal. Chapter 243. The man who turns his back on humanity. What kind of demon beast is she? She looks so beautiful in human form. Indeed, with that perfect figure and exquisite features, she is no less than those renowned beauties of our human race, each having their own characteristics. Once the white-clad woman appeared, she instantly became the focus of attention, and the immortal lords of the 3 sacred lands were also observing her. Can you tell what type of demon beast she is? I can't tell. She looks a bit like a nine-tailed fox, but still has some differences. Forget it. It doesn't matter, since she isn't human. We don't need to recruit her. True. After breaking through to the Immortal King realm, the white-clad woman was about to leave when suddenly a group of individuals appeared not far away. No, to be precise, it should be a group of demon clan members in human form. Each of them wielded a wolf-tooth club, and the two leaders were both at the first level of the Immortal King realm. Moonlight Snow Fox, what do you think you're running? One of the Immortal King demon clan members shouted. The white-clad woman turned to look, smiled slightly, waved her slender hand, and transformed into sparkling starlight fragments. By the time the fragments dissipated, her figure had also vanished. The demon clan Immortal King came to an abrupt stop in mid-air, his expression unfriendly. She got away again. Another demon clan Immortal King shook his head. This is not going well. I see that the Moonlight Snow Fox has already broken through to the Immortal King realm, making it even harder for us to pursue her. For now, we can only report the truth to the king and request stronger forces to deal with her. Chapter 244. The most forbidden place in the immortal realm, the unspoken land. Chu Fan learned about the unspoken land, a mysterious and unfathomable place, even older than the immortal realm itself. It is said that the unspoken land existed before the immortal realm had even evolved. And what kinds of beings inhabit it may be known by some in the immortal realm, but they dare not divulge it. In fact, the unspoken land is not its original name. The original name is considered taboo to mention, or else disasters will befall, so everyone refers to it as the unspoken land. The immortal realm has three major forbidden places: the unspoken land, the mysterious land, and the ancient spirit abyss. The place that cannot be spoken of ranks first. There is no way to enter it. Even if one reaches the 9th level of the immortal sovereign realm, they can only gaze at it in vain. The mysterious place requires a strong individual above the 9th level of the immortal sovereign realm to enter. Those who do not reach this level will surely die if they attempt to enter. The eternal spirit abyss is quite special when it is not opened. It resembles an ordinary territory, but occasionally, inexplicable things appear. However, once it truly opens, it becomes a place of danger. Speaking of which, in the perception of those powerful beings in the immortal realm, the place that cannot be spoken of is regarded as a location that surpasses the immortal realm itself. They have no doubt that there are immortal emperors within it, and not just one. Chapter 245. The Eternal Spirit Abyss opens. Various races surge in the blink of an eye. Another 2.5 years have passed. The number of people who initially entered the Immortal Palace and have now broken through to the Immortal King realm has exceeded 1,000. This number accounts for 1/3 of the original total number of immortal kings in the immortal realm. It seems like a lot, but considering the trillions of beings across the various races in the immortal realm, it is still very few. Apart from more than 1,000 who broke through to the Immortal King realm, the others have failed. Some left the Immortal Palace with unwillingness, some with regret, and some in despair. The failures went unnoticed. Outsiders focused their attention on those who became immortal kings, as these are the true prodigies. As the last person walked out, the Immortal Palace vanished, signaling the end of the greatest opportunity for the 9th level of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm since ancient times. Following this, disputes arose. Some, after breaking through to the Immortal King realm, directly attacked their enemies and uprooted them overnight. There were also territorial disputes and entanglements of love and hate. These occurrences have happened before, but this time, due to the appearance of the Immortal Palace, such phenomena have doubled. The three great sacred places turned a blind eye to these conflicts, even being too lazy to manage them. They only cared about major matters concerning the human race. Such trivial matters were left to unfold as they would. Chapter 246. The troops split into two. The Chaos-Emperor left the Tao East Sect with his 5 beautiful confidants. Chu Fan watched the direction they disappeared and murmured, "If they cross over, it's a joyful matter. If not, it's fate." In the central part of the Eternal Spirit Abyss, Qing Shui, Jiang Feng, and the other 5, along with 2 beasts, looked at the enormous crack in the sky. Jiang Feng asked, "Is this the opening of space?" "Yes, the Eternal Spirit Abyss has opened. Those below the immortal sovereign realm from the outside can enter," replied the white tiger under Qing Shui and the others. It had a better understanding of the Eternal Spirit Abyss than Jiang Feng and the others. "Does that mean various opportunities will appear?" Jiang Feng's eyes lit up as he began to fantasize about holding an immortal sovereign artifact in one hand and an immortal sovereign manual in the other. Indeed, and the opening of the eternal spirit abyss indicates that the barrier at the deepest part has also been unlocked, revealing countless inheritances inside, the white tiger explained. So what are we waiting for? Let's quickly pack up all the inheritances before others arrive, and then return to the sect for our senior and junior brothers and sisters to choose from. No, there are many opportunities at the deepest part, but dangers lurk everywhere. Some perilous areas can kill those at the first level of the immortal sovereign realm. We must not act recklessly. Chapter 247. Lu Xingzhan arrives, of course. To prove that my divination skills are extraordinary, I will first give you a free reading, by Zua, said enthusiastically, then raised his right hand to begin calculating. Soon, he finished and said, "What I calculated just now is about your sect. You are the chief disciple of the sect, and your master is the sect leader, right? Moreover, many years ago, your master intended to pass the sect leader position to you, but you refused, saying you wanted to go out to train and enhance your strength. Am I right?" Yi Xian's eyes widened in disbelief, and the few disciples behind him also looked astonished. "Taoist, what you calculated is true. That's amazing. Quickly, help me calculate where my opportunity lies in the eternal spirit abyss," Yi Xian exclaimed, quickly taking out 10 top-quality immortal spirit stones from his spatial ring and handing them to Bai Ziyue. "All right, as long as the immortal spirit stones are in place, everything can be discussed," Bai Ziyue said with a smile, taking the immortal spirit stones, and then pretended to calculate again. He then informed Yi Xian of Jiangfeng and their location, suggesting he ambush with Jiangfeng. "Thank you, Taoist." Yi Luan excited Tankit Bai Ziyue, then turned to call out to his fellow disciples, "Junior brothers and sisters, let's go. We are heading to the place of opportunity." Chapter 248. One-sided battle, a cow? Then we will slaughter you first. The 6 immortal kings at the 9th level scoffed as they saw the Qing Tian man Niu getting ready to charge. "Let's have a fair fight. I'll count to 3, the Qing Tian man Niu said with a martial spirit, not minding their contempt, but reminding them to prepare. 1, 2, before he could finish counting to 3. The Qing Tian man Niu took the initiative, catching the 6 off guard, and with his half-step immortal sovereign strength, he instantly sent one flying. A scream echoed from afar, and everyone was momentarily stunned. They couldn't react to the sudden change. They saw the Qing Tian man Niu ramming into the waist of that immortal king guard, infusing him with lightning. That person would be severely injured if not dead. Naive. After successfully landing his attack, the Qing Tian man Niu immediately retreated, proudly exhaling 2 puffs of white air from his nostrils. He had used this ambush tactic countless times, and each time it had excellent results. With his half-step immortal sovereign strength, even someone at the first level of the immortal sovereign realm would be defeated by his charge. Years ago, he had stolen 3-1 Dao fruits from Lin Shun in an attempt to break through to the immortal sovereign realm, and was pursued for countless miles by Lin Shun. Later, relying on the power of the Wan Dao fruits, he struck Lin Shun thousands of times, causing Lin Shun's realm to drop. That was his most glorious moment. Chapter 249. Qing's tragic love as Hua Wanqing. The 2 and the cow disappeared. The distant spectators once again saw Lu Xingzhan and his group. What shocked them, however, was that apart from Lu Xingzhan being unharmed, his 5 guards lay on the ground, charred and gasping for breath. In comparison, perhaps the one who was sent flying had the least injury. Who are they to defeat 6 immortal kings at the 9th level? These are the immortal kings of the heavenly extermination sacred land. Even if they escaped, the heavenly extermination sacred land would definitely retaliate. Lu Xingzhan, the young master, would not swallow this humiliation. Otherwise, where would he put his face? "Shu, don't say anything. It's best to keep this matter to ourselves, or we will be the first to suffer," someone urged. Lu Xingzhan's expression remained calm as he took out 6 healing pills and fed them to the 5 guards lying on the ground. With the healing pills of the immortal sovereign level, the 5 immortal kings at the 9th level soon regained consciousness, their internal injuries mostly healed. And as for their external wounds, they would recover in half an hour. "Take this pill to him and bring him back." Lu Xingzhan tossed the last healing pill to the gray-clad man. Chapter 250. The competition for opportunities in Qinghe. "Let me ask if Qing Shui and the others are going," Hua Wanqing said as she took out a communication token to contact Qing Shui. "Sister, have you heard about the Qinghe matter? Are you going over?" "We're not going. There shouldn't be many tiers left. You can go and distribute them. All right, then I will go with Junior Brother Ziyue. Hua Wanjing put away the communication token and landed on the back of the Qing Tianman Yo with by Ziyue, who carried them towards the location of Qinghe. Have you heard? Qinghe has appeared. We can give it a try. At a certain location, 7 disciples of the Dao Yi sect gathered together. They were a later batch entering the Wangu Lingyuan and were unaware of the Qing Tianman Yo defeating the guards of the Tian Mie Sacred Land. We can go, but definitely do not go in person. Lian Ziqing, a 4th-level immortal king and the leader of the 7-member team, spoke up, her mind clear and decisive. Yes, senior sister Lian is right. Let's create a puppet to go in. In case of any accidents, we won't lose anything. One disciple agreed, and his suggestion received everyone's approval. Tens of thousands of disciples of the Dao Yi sect had basically come to the Wangu Lingyuan, most of whom were concealing their cultivation, disguising themselves as mid-level Deluo Golden Immortals, an ambiguous realm. Chapter 251. Bai Ziyue takes action as soon as the words fell. A mad laugh from a masked man echoed from the void above, his half-step, immortal venerable cultivation evident, surrounded by swirling black mist. The ugly mask flickering in and out of sight within the mist, adding to the terrifying atmosphere. Ha, finally caught you. The raspy voice of the masked man sounded as he swung a black flag in his hand. The entire formation began to tremble with evil power, attempting to engulf all trapped cultivators. On the surface, only about 100 immortal kings were trapped, but in reality, there were over 3,000, as more than 2,000 were disciples of the Dao Yi sect. Naturally, they would not sit idly by. The 100 or so immortal kings unleashed their ultimate moves, simultaneously striking towards the formation above. Others did the same. For a moment, the formation's attack was actually pushed back by them. Seeing this scene, everyone's hearts settled, believing that as long as they continued to bombard the formation, they would escape. However, what happened next made countless hearts sink to the bottom. Panic ensued as the 300 or so immortal kings, attacking with all their might, suddenly had black gas rising from their faces, followed by screams. Their faces and bodies began to rot, intense pain making them unable to circulate their immortal power, and the formation suppression surged down once again. Chapter 252. Omega Cannon, this artifact that can fill and fire immortal artifact to explode enemies, is what Bai Ziyue used most skillfully besides the Tianji Divine Plate. Named the Omega Cannon. In the years of training outside the Dao Yi sect, he had almost always used this weapon. Now, to deal with the half-step immortal venerable masked man, he filled it with the Luo golden immortal level artifacts, enough to provide good cover for the Qing Tianman Yo. As for why he didn't use immortal king level artifacts, that would simply be a waste, and with so many onlookers, exposing too much of his resources wouldn't be good. I'll blow you up. Over 50 Deluo golden immortal level artifacts rushed toward the masked man in an instant. Just as the masked man intended to use the bloodthirsty soul banner to fling them away, they exploded directly. The chain explosions generated significant force, and the shockwave became increasingly intense, directly enveloping the masked man. At this moment, the crowd below forgot their fear, all staring with open mouths at the explosions above. Due to the aftermath of the explosions being blocked by the formation, they were not affected. Among the crowd, a small number of people had seen Bai Ziyue before. When they entered the Wangu Lingyuan, they had witnessed Bai Ziyue calculating opportunities for others. At the same time, they were also anticipating whether Bai Ziyue could defeat the masked man and then save them. Chapter 253. Leaving Qinghe. Human nature is like this, when trapped in a predicament. Hanging by a thread, one is willing to sacrifice anything to seek a chance for survival, but when one's life is temporarily safe, asking them to give something back makes them hesitate. Thus, when they heard Bai Ziyue ask them to take out immortal artifacts and elixirs, they hesitated. Seeing this, Bai Ziyue said nothing. This was already within his expectations. He pretended to turn and leave. Just as he took a couple of steps, someone began to shout, "Fellow Taoist, wait, I am willing to take out half of my savings. Please save me from this great formation." Me too. With one person taking the lead, dozens followed suit. Bai Ziyue saw this and thought, good heavens, all those speaking up are my fellow brothers and sisters. It turns out these are the water army cooperating with him. Do you want to be trapped here waiting for that masked villain to come back and kill you? Or do you want to escape? Exactly. What reason does the fellow Taoist have to save you? What have you given him in return? Disciples of the Dao Yi sect criticized the unwilling cultivators one after another. making those who spoke earlier lower their heads in shame. I'm willing to offer a tear as a reward. Please save me, fellow Taoist. Qin Haoran, quick-witted, swiftly picked up a tear from the mud, raised it above his head, and shouted to Bai Ziyue. Chapter 254. Yu Zhao, Immortal King, follows the Chaos Emperor. Damn it. I must take revenge for this grudge. Just wait for me. Io, in a cave somewhere in the Wangu Lingyuan. The masked man who escaped using the blood escape technique was furious, causing his but wound to flare up in pain, making him grit his teeth. He hated it. It was all that person from the Tianju sacred land's fault, causing his plan to almost fall apart. According to the original plan, if he could use the bloodthirsty soul banner to devour over 200,000 cultivators, he could directly proceed to the depths of the Wangu Lingyuan to find the slumbering place of the blood demon emperor for a blood sacrifice, and his mission would be successfully completed. But now, because Bai Ziyue intervened, he had only devoured the essence and blood of a few thousand people, far from reaching the preset standard. Moreover, after this lesson, those cultivators would not be foolish enough to let him set up traps again. Now, he could only recover from his injuries first. The Wangu Lingyuan is vast, with the outer area being only 1/10 of the depths. And after billions of years of digging, most opportunities have been exhausted. Therefore, many who searched the outer regions found nothing. The bold ones planned to enter the depths of the Wangu Lingyuan. The timid ones were basically cultivators whose strength was insufficient to reach the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm. With their strength, they could only wander around the periphery of the Wangu Lingyuan. If they ventured into the depths, the outcome would be certain death. Chapter 255. A small tree hole. While the six of Li Tianyu were concentrating on investigating whether there were any anomalies around, they had no idea they had already been targeted by the Yu Zhao Immortal King, who was waiting for an opportunity. Half a day later, Li Tianyu finally discovered an unusual place. It was a small hole the size of a thumb at the side of a large tree's root. Because the hole was too small, it was almost invisible from a distance. When approaching, it appeared to be an ordinary small hole. However, Li Tianyu saw more. This hole actually emitted a faint familiar aura, which came from Lin Shun. How could this be? Li Tianyu was very surprised. Lin Shun had been here and even left something for him, but as far as he knew, it had been over 30 million years since the last time the Wangu Lingyuan opened, and over 30 million years ago, Lin Shun had already entered the depths of the Wangu Lingyuan. Old man Lin, it seems I still don't know you well enough. You are far from simple, haha. Li Tianyu shook his head self-deprecatingly, sighing that Lin Shun was too deeply hidden, truly worthy of being the founding ancestor of the Taoist sect. You all wait for me here. Li Tianyu instructed Ji Du and the others, and then stepped closer to the small hole. As he got within a certain distance, a sudden force pulled him inside. Chapter 256. Some secrets. Lin Shun took out a white stone and threw it to Li Tianyu, saying, "This is the reason I want you to do this. Take the stone into the deepest part of the eternal spirit abyss, open the Immortal Emperor's cave, and try to break through your realm as much as possible. Then, when you are outside, you cannot return to the Taoist sect, but instead, make a name for yourself in the Immortal Realm. Preferably let everyone know that you have refined the Dao Qing Tian. You want me to be in the open while Chu Fan is in the dark. What exactly are you planning?" Li Tianyu saw through Lin Shen's thoughts. This is a long story, but overall it relates to the Immortal Realm and to you. You'll have to digest it yourself, Lin Shen explained. Then injected a light group into Li Tianyu's mind, allowing him to process the information within. Li Tianyu closed his eyes to receive the light group containing vast information, and it took him a full hour to open his eyes. At that moment, he was shocked, his facial muscles involuntarily twitching, because the information Lin Shun provided was truly astonishing. No wonder the human race faced repeated calamities. It turned out to be related to the Chaos Golden Lotus, and he had refined the only petal that had fallen from it. After thinking for a moment, Li Tianyu nodded seriously. "Old Lin, I promise you this. I will do as you say." Chapter 257. Gu Fanshan set to trap. The 5 soul bodies communicated with each other in their unique ways. 6 immortal king-level delicacies. This is too delicious. I observe that the chi and blood of that man is the strongest. He must have a special physique. Then the 5 of us will enter the consciousness of those women, control them, and then work together to deal with that man. No one can monopolize. We must share. That's the idea. I've been hungry for over 20 million years. This time, let's feast on them, haha. The 5 soul bodies laughed as they allocated the delicacies, planning to ambush as soon as Li Tianyu and the others entered the Nether Mountain range, quickly seizing control of the 5 women's bodies and then focusing on that man. However, The ideal was bountiful, but reality was harsh. As they eagerly awaited the six to enter the mountains, each of them took out a talisman. Boom! The six instantly erupted with the cultivation of the fourth level of Immortal Sovereign, completely stunning the five soul bodies. They looked at each other, their expressions as if they had just eaten something unpleasant. We waited for over 20 million years, intending to have a feast, and you pull this on us? Chapter 258. Yower. Half an hour later, the sea of chi and blood was completely devoured, and all the soul bodies that had consumed the chi and blood had significantly improved their strength. The more they consumed, the more they improved. A male and female at the 9th level of Immortal King looked at each other and smiled contentedly. They had a premonition that as long as they consumed 10 more Immortal King level practitioners' chi and blood, they could take that step and become powerful Immortal Sovereigns. At that step, they would at least become Immortal Sovereigns at the 7th level or higher and could leave the Eternal Spirit Abyss, walking in the Immortal Realm in a new form. Husband, this moment, we have waited for over 100 million years, and we finally see it. The female Immortal King nestled in the male Immortal King's embrace. Yes, it has not been easy, the male Immortal King sighed. They have been born in the Nether Mountain Range, enduring hardships and growing stronger step by step, all for the sake of obtaining physical bodies and leaving the Eternal Spirit Abyss. However, just as they yearned for a bright future, a cyan porcelain bottle on the ground suddenly emitted a cyan light, and in an instant, the male Immortal King's soul body changed dramatically. Within him, the chi and blood that had already been refined suddenly boiled, burning his entire body. Husband, it hurts. The female Immortal King's soul body, in the same predicament, twisted her face in unbearable pain. Chapter 259. Yin Yang Immortal Sovereign after successfully robbing Gu Fanchen. Jiang Feng clapped his hands in delight and shouted to Qing Shui and the others. Let's withdraw. Jiang Feng knew that as the heir of the Tianyu Holy Land, Gu Fanchen must have some means of self-preservation, making him impossible to kill. After all, Jiang Feng was just purely robbing him, and he didn't expect any unexpected gains. The 4 and 1 tiger quickly retreated to their base to regroup with Feng Huai, Feng Qian, and the others. Soon, they returned to their base, where Feng Qian and the others greeted them. Beside Feng Qian stood a haggard-looking female soul body, none other than Yower, who had just escaped from Gu Fanchen's trap. At this moment, Yower looked worried, staring fixedly at Jiang Feng with expectation in her eyes. Don't worry, it's all sorted out. Here, take this. Jiang Feng took out the cyan porcelain bottle that Gu Fanchen had given him and handed it to Yower. Yower was so moved that she kept bowing. She quickly uncapped the bottle and poured out the absorbed male soul body, Huang Cheng. At this moment, Huang Cheng had already fallen to the 1st level of Immortal King, and his body was as small as a rat. When he looked up and saw Yower with tears in her eyes, he hoarsely called out, Yower, is it you? This isn't a dream, right? Chapter 260. Tianyu Immortal Sovereign arrives at the entrance of the deep Eternal Spirit Abyss, Zhu Shurian of the Tianjue Holy Land. Accompanied by 6 9th-level Immortal King guards, fought his way through dozens of demon beasts and over 10,000 high-level soul bodies, finally arriving. Looking at the environment deep within that was out of place with the outside, even Zhu Shurian, who had seen much, felt worried. This was his first time entering the Eternal Spirit Abyss, and he was on a mission. Before entering, the Tianjue Immortal Sovereign had a private conversation with him, revealing some secrets. Deep within the Eternal Spirit Abyss lies the inheritance of the founder of the Tianjue Holy Land. In the past, beneath the Immortal Emperor realm, the Yin Yang Immortal Sovereign was the first, and the founder was the second. Due to an unprecedented battle, the founder unfortunately fell, and his inheritance is buried deep within the Eternal Spirit Abyss. Since the formation of the Eternal Spirit Abyss, it has only been opened 3 times, and each time, the Tianjue Holy Land sent their most talented heirs, but none succeeded, although they all managed to return safely. This time, Zhu Shurian, as the new generation heir of the Tianjue Holy Land, had even higher talent and was greatly expected by the Tianjue Immortal Sovereign. He must be able to retrieve the inheritance and strengthen the Tianjue Holy Land. To this end, the Tianjue Immortal Sovereign had laid numerous measures on Zhu Shurian to ensure his safety. Chapter 261. Qian breaks through Dao E Sect. Tianyu brother. Is this Dao E Sect really that mysterious? Then why did you still call me here? The red-clad man beside Tianyu Immortal Sovereign asked. His name was Qian, an Immortal Sovereign-level expert who had emerged from the Eternal Spirit Abyss and was now at the 7th level of Immortal Sovereign. His identity was that of a soul body who had broken through to the immortal sovereign realm and regained a physical body, transforming into a human, while also obtaining half of his original body as strength, which is why he had such high cultivation. Qi Yin was one of the hidden immortal sovereign-level experts of the Tianyu Holy Land, second only to Tianyu Immortal Sovereign. The idea to gather soul bodies was a suggestion aimed at curing the hidden ailment left from his transformation into a human. Tianyu Immortal Sovereign nodded, his expression calm as he spoke. Indeed, Dao Yi Sect is very mysterious, but I have still uncovered some secrets. The strongest person in Dao Yi Sect is only at the third level of Immortal Sovereign, which is nothing for you. Moreover, I have sensed that Chun Heir's mission has failed, meaning he can no longer bring the soul body out of the eternal spirit abyss for you. Qi Yin furrowed his brows, feeling puzzled. What does Gu Fanchen's failure have to do with you bringing me to Dao Yi Sect? Chapter 262. Qi Yan's Identity. A series of attacks hit Qi Yin, sending him flying far away. You really mean it. Qi Yin spat out blood, looking astonished. Wasn't this an illusion? Why were the attacks so real? The 6 men in white opposite him smiled slightly, and then vanished without a trace in front of Qi Yin, while the surroundings began to change. The buildings around disappeared. The stone slabs beneath his feet turned into flat green grass, and a few green trees stood quietly nearby. In front of him were the men in white, a stubbled man, a woman in a black dress, and a woman in a pink dress, all looking at him with inexplicable smiles, as if watching a fool. These were the only ones still active in Dao Yi Sect: Chu Fan, Hong Bo, Yufeng, and Meng Mengda. The others were either in seclusion or out adventuring. As for the 2 immortals, Su Ning and Mo Yao, Chu Fan had them change their appearances and go out to carry out a major mission. At this time, Qi Yin was transported by Chu Fan to Xianling Peak. Under the gaze of Chu Fan's insightful eye, Qi Yan's information appeared directly in his mind. Qi Yin, 70 million years old. Cultivation, surface immortal supreme, realm 7th level. Actual immortal supreme, realm 9th level. Introduction, a member of the extraterrestrial rain demon surviving from the 8th human race catastrophe. After the catastrophe, he was severely injured and infiltrated the eternal spirit abyss to recuperate, entering the heavenly universe sacred land in the form of a soul body to secretly gather information about the immortal realm, waiting for the return of the Rain Demon clan to invade the immortal realm. Chapter 263. Qi Yin escapes in the alternate space. Qi Yin was imprisoned, standing still. As soon as Chu Fan entered, he sealed Qi Yan's mouth, preventing him from speaking. In this alternate space, everything was non-existent. It isolated time and all heavenly secrets. No one could speculate or investigate what Chu Fan was currently doing. In Qi Yan's terrified gaze, Chu Fan smiled slightly, placing his hand on Qi Yan's head, and began to read his memories. How could Qi Yin, whose power was only at the 9th level of Immortal Supreme Realm, be a match for Chu Fan? Chu Fan easily invaded Qi Yan's mind, delving deep into his consciousness and probing all hidden information. Half an hour passed in the outside world. Chu Fan emerged from the alternate space with a dazed Qi Yin. Qi Yin, feeling dizzy from the memory extraction, suffered considerable mental and physical harm. At that moment, a violent force suddenly erupted deep within his consciousness, instantly restoring him to his peak strength, even breaking the restrictions set by Chu Fan. One opportunity. In an instant, Qi Yin exploded, countless droplets of blood surging toward the Dao Yi Sect. The explosion's power sending Chu Fan flying several dozen meters, though he was uninjured. Chapter 264. 9-section Holy Immortal Herb. After returning to the heavenly universe sacred land, Tianyu Immortal Supreme pondered for a while, then took out a communication token to summon Tianjue Immortal Supreme and Taimi Immortal Supreme. In a short while, the 3 Immortal Supremes gathered on the high platform, and they were in their true forms. What is the matter, Brother Tianyu? Tianjue Immortal Supreme asked. I want to tell you something. It concerns the human race. Tianyu Immortal Supreme didn't dare to hide anything and explained how Qi Yin disguised himself as a human to gain his trust, secretly gathering information, and how he later discovered Qi Yin and ultimately killed him. Throughout the entire process, he did not mention Dao Yi Sect, and Qi Yin was said to have been killed by him. Brother Tianyu, you were reckless. Fortunately, it didn't lead to a major mistake. Taimi Immortal Supreme spoke with urgency. Tianjue Immortal Supreme waved his hand, explaining to Tianyu Immortal Supreme. The Rain Demon clan is indeed the best at disguise. Our ancestors spent a lot of effort to eliminate those extraterrestrial beings, yet there were still fish that escaped the net. Fortunately, Brother Tianyu has already killed the extraterrestrial being, so there is no need to pursue it further. Now that Brother Tianyu has told us this, is it a reminder for us? Tianyu Immortal Supreme nodded. Since the Rain Demon clan can disguise themselves to infiltrate the heavenly universe sacred land, perhaps there are disguised extraterrestrial beings in your territory as well. Especially among the disciples who entered the eternal spirit abyss this time. We need to investigate thoroughly. Chapter 265, Blood Demon Emperor. Underground altar upon hearing that Lu Xingzhan had given them the opportunity to enter the immortal pool. The three guards were so moved that they directly knelt down and thanked him. The immortal pool is a secret realm in the heavenly universe sacred land used to enhance the cultivation of cultivators above the immortal king realm. Especially for those at the 9th level of immortal king realm, being able to enter the immortal pool is a very important opportunity, as it provides a chance to break through to the immortal supreme realm. However, there are significant limitations to the immortal pool. Not every immortal king entering can enhance their cultivation. Firstly, each person has only one opportunity to enter the immortal pool before reaching the immortal supreme realm. If they enter again, the energy within the immortal pool will no longer be effective and may even lead to a waste of energy. Secondly, the lower the realm, the greater the chance of enhancement. Only those immortal kings who have contributed to the sacred land will have the opportunity to enter the immortal pool. These issues are secondary. The main point is that the energy of the immortal pool is not infinite. After using some, it will take thousands of years to replenish. Therefore, Tianyu Immortal Supreme stipulated that it is best to wait until reaching the 9th level of Immortal King realm before entering the immortal pool to attempt a breakthrough to the Immortal Supreme realm. Otherwise, the heavenly universe sacred land could directly use the immortal pool to mass-produce Immortal King powerhouses. So why let Lu Xingzhan and others risk their lives to search for opportunities to break through in the eternal spirit abyss? Chapter 266, Yin-Yang Immortal Supreme Inheritance. Yin-Yang ship after an hour. The altar finally stopped operating and returned to calm. Why has the blood food decreased by more than half? The masked man's mind echoed with the Blood Demon Emperor's voice. He knelt respectfully on the ground, explaining to the Blood Demon Emperor, "My lord, while I was collecting blood food, I encountered an accident. The people from Tianju's sacred land suddenly attacked me, causing others to become vigilant, leading to the plan's failure. I only managed to kill over 300 immortal kings with great effort. Again, it's Tianju's sacred land. How detestable." The Blood Demon Emperor roared, his angry voice echoing in the masked man's mind, causing him unbearable pain. After a while, the Blood Demon Emperor calmed down and continued, "All right, although you didn't carry this out perfectly, I won't blame you. I will still reward you when I go out." "Thank you, my lord." The masked man was overjoyed. He had prepared himself to be punished by the Blood Demon Emperor, not expecting that the Blood Demon Emperor would not only spare him, but also promise a reward. Although this reward could not be realized immediately, he was not worried that the Blood Demon Emperor would deceive him. Sensing that the Blood Demon Emperor had fallen silent and was no longer paying attention to him, he wisely exited the underground space. Chapter 267, Golden Scales Immortal Liquid. Hurry up, senior brother Yi Xian, Fang Huai, Fang Qian, why are you all just standing there? So many immortal medicines are ours. Quickly refine them. Jiang Feng swallowed the 9-section holy immortal herb along with its plant and fruit, chewing as he urged Yi Xian and the others. Yi Xian and the others were also surprised to see so many celestial level elixirs for the first time. After Jiang Feng's reminder, they demonstrated what it meant to have the speed of a single person for hundreds of years. The wooden boxes on the dozens of racks were instantly opened by them, and the elixirs inside were directly stored in their spatial rings. 3 days later, Qing Shui and Jiang Feng successfully refined the 9-section holy celestial grass, reaching the realm of half-step celestial sovereign before stopping. While Yi Xian and the others broke through from the 4th level of the celestial king realm to the 6th level. Apart from the elixirs they had refined, each of their spatial rings still contained dozens of elixirs quietly lying inside, which could be shared with other disciples of the Tao Sect for refinement. After clearing out the first layer of racks, they entered the next layer, which contained various techniques collected by the Yin-Yang celestial sovereign, all of which were also of celestial level. However, these techniques were not very suitable for Jiang Feng and the others. Techniques like the longevity technique, reincarnation technique, and power technique had already been upgraded by Chu Fan after they entered the celestial realm, allowing them to cultivate to the half-step celestial emperor realm. Chapter 268. There are things inside the Yin ship the Yin-Yang celestial sovereign did not realize Qing Shui and the other's true cultivation level, thinking that these geniuses were merely at the second or third level of the celestial king realm. In response, Qing Shui and the others did not correct him, but instead watched the Yin-Yang celestial sovereign to see if he had any further instructions. After a while, the Yin-Yang celestial sovereign looked at the 9 people standing still and asked in surprise, "What is wrong? Don't you want this golden scale celestial liquid?" "No, senior. We can't wait to go in and soak right now." "Then why aren't you moving? We're waiting for you to give the word. In case there are any tests or the like." "There are none. Go in. Once you become powerful, remember to contribute to the human race." The Yin-Yang celestial sovereign said with satisfaction, appreciating the few young geniuses. The fact that they could remain so calm in front of a treasure showed that their temperament was much stronger than that of ordinary people. If Jiang Feng knew this thought of the Yin-Yang celestial sovereign, he would definitely scoff, saying that it was all due to their master's training that they could have such composure. After all, the things their master brought out had numbed them, and the mere golden scale celestial liquid was nothing special. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Feng looked up and asked, "May I ask you one last question?" Chapter 269. The Yin ship suppresses the splicing monsters after Qing Shui reviewed the events that happened long ago. She said to everyone, "There are 2 strange monsters inside the Yin ship that even the Yin-Yang celestial sovereign cannot kill. He can only suppress them. So we must be careful. There are such strange existences. Can they really not be killed? I'm not sure. What I saw was the Yin-Yang celestial sovereign turning into fragments and throwing them into the Yin ship to suppress them. After so many years, perhaps they have undergone changes. Indeed, let me tell you specifically about the things inside. It's best not to go in." Suddenly, the voice of the Yin-Yang celestial sovereign sounded behind everyone, startling Jiang Feng again. Jiang Feng looked speechlessly at the ghostly Yin-Yang celestial sovereign and said, "Senior, didn't you say your consciousness dissipated? How are you still here?" The Yin-Yang celestial sovereign really did not realize how sharp-tongued this seemingly honest-looking person could be. "I didn't expect you to have your eyes on the Yin ship. The Yin ship was a place I used to suppress evil objects. Although there's a blood pool inside, everything in there is not suitable for you. If not, you can leave now. Those 2 strange monsters cannot come out," the Yin-Yang celestial sovereign explained, while also looking at Qing Shui, whose mastery of the time principle was surprisingly impressive. Chapter 270. Chu Fan descends into the eternal spirit abyss without needing Qing Shui's reminder. Jiang Feng and Yixian also saw the 2 splicing monsters. Unlike what Qing Shui saw in the River of Time, these 2 splicing monsters currently had only the cultivation of the 6th level of the celestial sovereign realm. Clearly, after being suppressed for so many years, their strength had not fully recovered. This was good news for Qing Shui and the others. They remained motionless, watching as the 2 splicing monsters stepped into the traps they had set. Activate the formation. Hundreds of killing formations were activated at the same time, and the sounds of explosions and clashing swords and blades mixed together, instantly drowning the 2 splicing monsters. Qing Shui and the others only heard the piercing howls of the splicing monsters coming from the formation. Take advantage of their weakness. After Yixian finished speaking, he directly detonated the explosive talismans and bombs within the formation. In an instant, various sounds rang out, and just by listening to the noise, one could imagine how intense the scene inside the formation was. The explosions lasted for more than half an hour, and only after the smoke and mist inside the formation slowly dissipated did the figures of the 2 splicing monsters reappear before them. Unlike before, the splicing monsters had lost about 80% of their flesh after being bombarded, and now only had some bits of flesh hanging loosely from their necks, heads, and tails, looking as if they were about to fall off. Chapter 271. Dark Sky Horn Ant. As soon as Chu Fan said this, Jiang Feng realized that his previous thoughts were too naive. How could the Yin-Yang celestial sovereign compare to their master? Look, the splicing monsters that the Yin-Yang celestial sovereign found difficult to kill were as easy to slaughter as cutting vegetables in the hands of their master. If that is the case, then their master must have reached the celestial emperor realm. Jiang Feng felt as if he had discovered a new continent, looking up at his master, who was a head taller than him, in admiration. "Well, since you're here, Let me take you around. There's still some useful things inside. Chu Fan clapped his hands and walked straight into the Yin ship. When he reached the formation set up by Qing Shui and the others, the formation automatically dissipated. Seeing this scene, Qing Shui couldn't help but admire her master's incredible abilities. Following closely behind Chu Fan, they entered the interior of the Yin ship. In the first section, they saw a huge blood pool. According to Yaoer, this should be the blood pool that could help soul bodies break through to the celestial sovereign realm. Chu Fan took a glance and said, "This pool of water has been cursed by the heavenly calamity. If anyone benefits from it, those connected to them will die a terrible death." Qing Shui and the others suddenly understood that it was the heavenly calamity curse. Chapter 272. The chaos great emperor breaks through the celestial sovereign realm when this thought emerged in Jiang Feng's mind. In a certain stronghold of a powerful person in the eternal spirit abyss, the Qing Tian barbarian bull suddenly felt a chill on its back, making it shiver. "Old bull, what is wrong?" Bai Ziyue, who had just finished packing all the treasures in the stronghold, came over to ask with concern upon noticing the Qing Tian barbarian bull's unusual behavior. The Qing Tian barbarian bull replied, "Master, I feel like someone is plotting against me. Could you help me calculate who the black-hearted person is that dares to scheme against me?" Old bull, having just harvested a large number of treasures, Bai Ziyue was in high spirits and readily agreed. He began to calculate, and when he deduced that the matter was related to Jiang Feng, he smiled mysteriously. "Old bull, I can only deduce that this matter is related to senior brother Jiang Feng. I can't calculate the specifics. As long as they were disciples of the Taoist sect, their secrets were obscured. Even a powerful 9th-level celestial sovereign could not deduce matters related to disciples of the Taoist sect. The fact that Bai Ziyue could determine that this matter was related to Jiang Feng showed that his deduction abilities were quite strong. Then quickly asked, "It better not be anything bad." Qing Tian Maniu felt a shiver down his spine whenever he thought of Jiang Feng, who seemed simple and honest on the surface, but was actually full of schemes. Chapter 273. Seeking the Legacy for the Immortal Emperor. The yin-yang boats were tightly pressed together, and under Chu Fan's control, they began to rotate clockwise. At first, they turned 2 circles in a breath, then 3 circles for circles. And when they reached 10 circles in a breath, the yin-yang boats began to change and actually started to merge together. The surface of the lake rippled in response to the rotation of the yin-yang boats, creating waves that complemented the boats, forming a scene dominated by black and white. Above the yin-yang boats, a gigantic yin-yang fish pattern emerged, identical to the yin-yang fish disc held by the statue of the yin-yang immortal. Ling Qinxian watched the yin-yang pattern in the sky without blinking, observing its changes, deepening her understanding of the mysteries of yin and yang. If she could catch a glimpse of the path of yin and yang, she would be able to break through to the immortal emperor realm faster in the future. As for the others, their understanding of the path of yin and yang was shallow, far inferior to Ling Qinxian, and they could only stand quietly by, unable to discern anything. 3 hours later, the yin-yang boats were refined by Chu Fan into a black and white pearl, and the yin-yang pattern in the sky disappeared. "Qinxian, bring the reincarnation disc." Ling Qinxian ended her comprehension, and upon hearing Chu Fan's words, immediately took out the reincarnation disc and handed it over. Chapter 274. The 3-Phase Immortal Emperor. Fang Qian approached with concern and asked, "Brother, how are you?" Fang Huai gave her a reassuring look and replied, "I'm fine. Just a bit sentimental because the senior dissipated after passing all the legacies to me." The gray-clad elder had given Fang Huai all of his legacies and even infused his accumulated power into Fang Huai, helping him reach the 9th level of the Immortal King realm. With some more time to digest the legacies and refine the residual power within, he would surely break through to the Immortal Sovereign realm. Let's go. He left his consciousness here, waiting for the right person to continue his legacy. And now he has no regrets. In the future, Fang Huai must carry forward his legacy. "I will, Elder Chu," Fang Huai vowed earnestly. Then, Chu Fan and the others continued toward another place where an immortal emperor's consciousness resided. This time, they encountered a female immortal emperor. The female immortal emperor immediately took a liking to Fang Qian. Although Fang Qian's aptitude was not as good as Qing Shui and Ling Qinxian, she was still the most suitable candidate. This female immortal emperor practiced both alchemy and martial arts, so Fang Qian, being a talented alchemist, became her disciple. Chapter 275. Chu Fan confronts alien beings at the immortal emperor realm. Congratulations, senior brother Yi Xian, on breaking through to the immortal sovereign realm. Feng Huai, Feng Qian, and the others sincerely congratulated him as they approached. Among the group of 9, Yi Xian was the fourth to break through to the immortal sovereign realm. Feng Huai, Feng Qian, Liuji, Meng Zhe, and Zheng Mingwei were all at the peak of the 9th level of the immortal king realm and needed some time to digest before they could break through. Overall, they had received the greatest opportunities, as they all had the legacies of immortal emperors. Others had to struggle through countless hardships to barely break through 1 or 2 levels. While they easily reached the immortal sovereign realm and the 9th level of the immortal king realm. Fortunately, no outsiders knew. Otherwise, they would surely lament the unfairness of heaven, as competition could be deadly. After breaking through to the immortal sovereign realm, Yi Xian wore a broad smile, feeling very pleased. He had finally stepped into this stage. The 3-phase immortal emperor looked at Chu Fan and said, "Friend, may I have a word?" "Sure," Chu Fan nodded, asking Qing Shui and the others to wait outside before following the 3-phase immortal emperor into the courtyard. Once inside, the 3-phase immortal emperor stated confidently, "Not long ago, a powerful being appeared in the eternal abyss that shook us all. It must be you, my friend." As the first human immortal emperor in the immortal realm and the strongest among them, the 3-phase immortal emperor's vision and insight were extraordinarily sharp. Anyone before him would be seen through. Chapter 276. Yu Zhao, immortal sovereign, blocks the path. Big news. Yu Zhao, immortal king, no. Yu Zhao, immortal sovereign, has blocked a group of people at the periphery, saying she will kill them all. What? Yu Zhao, immortal king, broke through to the immortal sovereign? Yes, she must have obtained a supreme legacy deep within the eternal abyss. So she is now called Yu Zhao, immortal sovereign. Who are the people she blocked? Are they strong? Unclear. There is 1 man and 5 women. It seems they have some grievances with the immortal sovereign. Let's go see the excitement. At the periphery of the eternal abyss, a crowd began to spread the news that Yu Zhao, immortal sovereign, intended to kill people in front of countless witnesses. Most people knew who Yu Zhao, immortal sovereign, was, as her legendary name resounded throughout several immortal realms. They speculated that her public display of power, intending to kill in front of everyone, was largely to showcase her strength after becoming an immortal sovereign, allowing everyone to witness her prowess. At the summit of the mountains surrounding the eternal abyss, the Chaos-Emperor Li Tianyu and 6 others stood in midair. Opposite them was a stunning woman in a red dress. Following the guidance of the white stone given to him by Lin Chun, the Chaos Emperor had gained the most powerful legacy deep within the eternal abyss, breaking through to the immortal sovereign realm. And he was at the 3rd level of the immortal sovereign realm. Chapter 277. The Chaos Emperor Li Tianyu displays power. Not long after Qing Shui and the others arrived at the mountain peak, Hua Wanqing and Bai Ziwei also rode the Qingtian Menu there. Hua Wanqing's arrival immediately caught Lu Xingzhan's attention. Looking at this woman who captivated him deeply, a flicker of desire crossed Lu Xingzhan's eyes, but he quickly shook his head, dismissing those thoughts. Ever since he received the legacy from the ancestor of the immortal emperor realm, his temperament had stabilized significantly. He was no longer the kind of fervent youth who couldn't take his eyes off beautiful women. He was the heir of the heavenly extinction sacred land, and having received the legacy from the immortal emperor ancestor, he was destined to stand at the peak in the future. He couldn't sacrifice his bright future for fleeting romantic feelings. Gu Fanchang happened to see the change in Lu Xingzhan's expression and followed his gaze to see Hua Wanqing. He inwardly sighed at the beauty of such a woman, realizing that all the women from Tianyu's sacred land paled in comparison. No wonder Lu Xingzhan had feelings for her. If he hadn't already severed his emotional ties, he might have been deeply infatuated with her. However, when he saw Hua Wanqing join Qing Shui and the others, he nearly rushed over. Chapter 278. The Path of Chaos emerges, killing Yu Zhao, immortal sovereign. Hearing Qing Shui's words, Jiang Feng, Ling Qinxian, and the others gasped. This was too powerful. They thought that with their master leading them to gain opportunities in the eternal abyss, they were already far ahead of others. But Qing Shui informed them that Li Tianyu already had the strength to kill at the 7th level of the immortal sovereign realm. What kind of prodigy was Li Tianyu? Focus on watching. Remember the master's words, understand? Qing Shui reminded everyone. Yes, we understand, Jiang Feng and the others responded, then turned back to watch the battle. In the squares of the 3 great sacred lands, Zhu Shiyan, Lu Xingzhan, and Gu Fancheng gathered together, with Lu Xingzhan initially favoring Yu Zhao, immortal sovereign. When he was young, he heard the story of the Jade Zhaoxianzun. Back when the Jade Zhaoxianzun had not yet transformed into a woman, several women from the Heavenly Annihilation Sacred Land, who were in the Immortal King realm, had always wanted to marry her. After all, being able to rank second on the Great Luo Golden Immortal list, the qualifications of the Jade Zhaoxianzun were undeniably impressive. It was also because of the legendary life of the Jade Zhaoxianzun that Lu Xingzhan paid her great attention. It wasn't out of love, but merely curiosity. As a result, when the Jade Zhaoxianzun first engaged in battle, she was quickly at a disadvantage, which greatly surprised him. Chapter 279. Encounter with the masked man with the Jade Zhaoxianzun being slain by Li Tianyu. The battle came to an end. After this battle, Li Tianyu became famous, with various news spreading like wildfire, such as being the first to comprehend the great Tao among the immortal Zun realm and future emperor, etc., circulating among the crowd in the eternal spirit abyss. Once they exited the eternal spirit abyss, this news would spread throughout the entire immortal realm. Seeing the reactions of the crowd, Li Tianyu knew the effect was quite good. He glanced in the direction of Qing Shiyue and the others, said nothing, and directly flew out of the eternal spirit abyss with Ji Du and the others. What's going on? Why is everyone leaving the eternal spirit abyss? A cultivator who had been searching for opportunities at the periphery curiously asked. That's because there have been changes in the depths of the eternal spirit abyss. An entire space is starting to slowly collapse. Soon, even this place won't be spared. So, is it very likely that the eternal spirit abyss will just disappear like this? Perhaps. Let's go. It's time to leave the eternal spirit abyss. At the periphery of the deepest part of the eternal spirit abyss, the masked man looked at the collapsing space within, feeling quite nervous. Because Lord Blood Demon is still asleep, and if he gets caught up in this, his wish to become an immortal Zun will not be fulfilled. If he relies on himself, it would take at least tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. Chapter 280. Sealing Memories. Becoming strangers, although Qin Haoren and the others were not very old, they had quite a bit of practical combat experience. After all, they had been in the Kanglan realm and the Time-Secret realm for many years, practicing what needed to be practiced. They were the type of people who would never engage in a head-on confrontation if they could sneak attack and kill the enemy, and would not say a word of unnecessary chatter if they could eliminate their opponent in one shot. If they spoke a few more words before the battle, it would definitely be to plot some kind of conspiracy. This time, Qin Haoren first used telekinesis to empty all the items in the masked man's spatial ring. Then, right in front of him, he plundered the bloodthirsty soul banner. After a series of operations, the masked man was repeatedly shocked, creating an excellent opportunity for Lin Ziqing to launch a sneak attack. Such a scene was remarkably similar. The masked man fell in the same place twice. Each time during his moment of distraction, he was ambushed. After taking a solid palm strike from Lin Ziqing, he was now seriously injured, and his overall strength had decreased by 20%. Originally, he was already unable to defeat the 30 immortal kings at the 7th level and above who were teaming up against him, and now he was even more precarious. The masked man clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot, staring at Qin Haoren and Lin Ziqing across from him, wishing he could tear them to pieces. It seems he could only seek help from the Demon Emperor. The masked man still maintained his rationality, knowing he couldn't escape, and the place he was currently in was not far from where the Blood Demon was sleeping underground. Chapter 281. Opening the Mysterious Place. Xiao Chan appears when Chu Fan sealed the memories of Li Tianyu and the others and left, far away in an indescribable place. Lin Shun suddenly opened his eyes while lying on a recliner. Just now, the traces he left on Li Tianyu had also been erased. At this moment, he knew that it was Chu Fan who had made a move. I didn't expect him to grow so quickly, truly beyond my expectations, Lin Shun thought to himself, then turned his head to glance at the Tao ancestor who was fishing. At that time, when he was laying out his plan, it happened to be shortly after the Tao ancestor had just resolved his own issues, and, at that time, the Tao ancestor had been in a state of slumber for a while. In the principle of fewer people knowing the better, he did not inform the Tao ancestor about this layout. Moreover, he had sensed that there was still an unusual aura on the Tao ancestor, and to prevent any accidents, he had kept it from the Tao ancestor. Fortunately, after billions of years of recuperation, the Tao ancestor had fully recovered, and the evil thoughts in the copper coffin beneath him had also been nearly worn away. Old Xiao, stop fishing. How about coming with me to a place? Lin Shan stood up and said to the Tao ancestor, You plan to go to the mysterious place? The Tao ancestor guessed what Lin Shan was about to do. Indeed, I suppose you also want to see your disciple Xiao Shan, right? After breaking through the immortal emperor realm, he has almost turned the mysterious place upside down. Chapter 282. The Great Tao, Immortal Vain Old Lin. Look, since it's our first meeting, you should give me a gift for my disciple, right? The Tao ancestor looked at Lin Shan, and the expression on his face made Lin Shan want to punch him twice. Having lived for so long, Lin Shan was generally the one giving gifts, and the things he offered were few and far between. Now, the Tao ancestor actually wanted to pluck the feathers of this iron rooster. However, feeling angry aside, Lin Shan still took out a thumb-sized Immortal Emperor artifact from his pocket, which, under his control, transformed into a 6-meter-long whip. This divine torture whip can be soft or hard. It can serve as a whip or a fishing rod. The stick you have in your hand is too low in rank. This is the most suitable among my most powerful treasures for you. Take it. Saying this, Lin Shan showed a pained expression as he tossed the divine torture whip to Xiao Chun, who hurriedly caught it. Thank you, Senior Lin. Xiao Chun cherished the divine torture whip. With this whip, that perverted woman in the immortal emperor realm would no longer be his opponent. The Tao ancestor beside him twitched his mouth in disdain, looking at Lin Shan. He knew Lin Shan best. The divine torture whip was not one of Lin Shan's most powerful treasures at all. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so casually kept in his pocket. However, overall, the divine torture whip was indeed very suitable for Xiao Chun, and successfully plucking Lin Shan's will could also be considered a great success. Chapter 283. Lin Shan's plans. Lin Shan and the Tao ancestor saw 6 immortal emperors entering underground but did not rush to leave. Instead, they waited for them to arrive. Although these 6 were all in the immortal emperor realm, the strongest among them was only at the 4th level, far weaker than Lin Shan and the Tao ancestor. Old Lin, you don't like being the focus of attention from others, do you? We could just leave directly, the Tao ancestor asked. With their strength, Lin Shan and the Tao ancestor could leave without the 6 immortal emperors noticing at all. Lin Shan shook his head. If it were in the past, I would definitely agree with you, but now it's different. I need someone to know of my existence. At the very least, the immortal emperors in the immortal realm should know that there is a powerful figure like me. What exactly are you plotting? Why do I feel that during my days of slumber, you've secretly made some arrangements? I will tell you about that later. They are coming. Lin Shan slightly raised his head and looked at the 6 immortal emperors who had arrived. Soon, the 6 landed not far from the 2. One of them, a man dressed in a blue robe with a sharp and domineering aura, glared at Lin Shan and the Tao ancestor and shouted, What are you 2 sneaking around here for? Chapter 284. Hidden extraterrestrial beings. Chaos immortal domain. After a while, the flames disappeared, and the purple spirit immortal emperor was left burned to a shambles, his entire body charred black, with not a single hair remaining, becoming a completely bald figure. This is still because Lin Shan did not use his full strength. He only used 1,000th of his power. The purple spirit immortal emperor spat out black smoke, looking at Lin Shan with fear. Senior, spare my life. It's my fault for not recognizing greatness. I know I was wrong. Please treat me like a fart and let me go. The purple spirit immortal emperor was genuinely scared. He thought that having cultivated to the 4th level of the immortal emperor realm, he could walk confidently in the mysterious land. Except for a few immortal emperor powerhouses stronger than him. Who would have thought that the opponent was hundreds or thousands of times stronger than him, casually striking him and severely injuring him? What was even more terrifying was that the opponent's moves were exactly the same as his, the only difference being the power. Facing the purple spirit immortal emperor's desperate pleas, Lin Shan smiled slightly and said, I am not a killer. Otherwise, you have turned to ashes long ago. At this moment, the 5 immobilized immortal emperors discovered that they could move again. Thank you, Senior, for your generosity. If not, would you take me as your little brother? The purple spirit immortal emperor quickly said respectfully, realizing he wouldn't miss the opportunity to cling to such a powerful figure. Chapter 285. Is Lin Senior making plans? During these days exploring opportunities in the ancient spirit abyss, Xiao Luoluo realized that it would be difficult for her and Wang Tsong to stand out in the future. She had to admit that her sister's talent was far stronger than hers. Plus, her father, Xiao Chun, had entered the mysterious land and had not appeared. For Wang Tsong's future, she decided to let him join the Chaos Immortal Domain. This was a decision she made after deep contemplation over the past few days. In the immortal realm, if one were to ask which force had the most potential, it would undoubtedly be the Chaos Immortal domain, with the Chaos Immortal Sovereign in control. The Chaos Immortal domain would surely become the #1 force in the immortal realm in the future. Right now, the Chaos Immortal domain was just starting out, making it the best time to join because, at this time, the requirements for selecting disciples were relatively low. If one waited until the Chaos Immortal domain showcased its greatness before joining, it would be somewhat difficult. Moreover, Xiao Luluo also had a plan. She had a way to make the Chaos Immortal Sovereign accept their joining the Chaos Immortal domain. The Chaos Immortal Sovereign aimed to establish the Chaos Immortal domain as the 4th holy land for humanity, which would undoubtedly threaten the status of the 3 major holy lands. Although on the surface, the 3 major holy lands would not openly act against the Chaos Immortal domain to maintain their dignity. They would surely engage in some underhanded tactics behind the scenes. Chapter 286. I consider you a brother, and you want to be my father-in-law? After Xiao Luoluo finished recounting the deeds of the Chaos Immortal Sovereign, Xiao Chun decided to meet this rising star. The qualifications of the Chaos Immortal Sovereign were many times more outstanding than his own. Back then, he had entered the mysterious land with the cultivation of half a step into the Immortal Emperor realm, and it took him 50,000 years of cultivation to comprehend the Great Tao and reach the Immortal Emperor realm. In contrast, the Chaos Immortal Sovereign had already comprehended the Great Tao right after breaking through to the Immortal Sovereign realm, which was truly admirable. Mo-Cho, this Chaos Immortal Sovereign is so excellent. Perhaps you should consider it. How about it? Xiao Chun turned to Xiao Mo-Cho, his tone teasing. Xiao Mo-Cho rarely felt shy, lowering her head and saying softly, Dad, how can you arrange things for your daughter like this? Haven't you heard my sister say that the Chaos Immortal Sovereign has 5 partners by his side? What's the big deal? Strong people naturally have many beauties around them. As long as he loves you, it doesn't matter how many partners he has. Then I want to see if he really is as amazing as rumored. But even if I do like him, it wouldn't matter. He has to like me too. In the end, Xiao Mo-Cho decided to see for herself. Xiao Chun chuckled, and with Xiao Mo-Cho and the others, they performed a spatial transfer, instantly arriving at the Chaos Palace, where the Chaos Immortal Sovereign resided. Chapter 287. The Silent Immortal Emperor is struck. Xiao Chen's actions completely infuriated the cleanliness-obsessed Silent Immortal Emperor. She simply left the door wide open and directly launched an endless pursuit against Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun also had great fortune. After being chased by the Silent Immortal Emperor, he coincidentally comprehended the Great Tao and broke through to the Immortal Emperor realm, standing on the same level as the Silent Immortal Emperor. Now, the Silent Immortal Emperor could no longer bully Xiao Chun, mainly because their strengths were not far apart, and even in combat, neither side would gain an advantage. Therefore, the Silent Immortal Emperor began to avoid Xiao Chun, steering clear of any place he was at. Originally, with the ban in the mysterious land lifted, she thought she could finally find a quiet place to cultivate and also see the lucky person who obtained the inheritance she left in the ancient spirit abyss. However, upon inquiring, she learned that the Jade Light Immortal Sovereign had been killed by the Chaos Immortal Sovereign in the ancient spirit abyss. So she planned to confront the Chaos Immortal Sovereign for an explanation, only to unexpectedly encounter the annoying Xiao Chun again. This time, the Silent Immortal Emperor did not flee, but prepared to confront Xiao Chun head-on, because she was already at the 3rd level of the Immortal Emperor realm, while Xiao Chun was only at the 2nd level, giving her the advantage. What are you doing here? The Silent Immortal Emperor asked irritably. Chapter 288. The Holy Land Immortal Emperor Guqiye. After the Silent Immortal Emperor left with harsh words, she ran away at an astonishing speed, and Xiao Chun had no intention of pursuing her. He was satisfied with putting away the god-torturing whip. This whip was incredibly useful and powerful. With his cultivation at the 2nd level of the Immortal Emperor realm, he could defeat the 3rd level Silent Immortal Emperor and make her flee. Indeed, as expected of Lin Sr., the treasure he gave is excessively powerful. Xiao Chun muttered to himself, his admiration for Lin Chun rising even higher. He then returned to Li Tianyu's side and reminded him, Brother Tianyu, the Silent Immortal Emperor will definitely not let this go. I can't always be here. You need to think of a way. Li Tianyu smiled slightly and said, Thank you, Brother Xiao Chun, for your concern. I have my own methods to deal with this. That's good. Now that the matter is resolved, let's continue enjoying our drinks. Alright, the events that transpired in the Chaos Palace were quickly suppressed by Jidu and others. Those previously affected by the silent immortal emperor's pressure regained their ability to move, and the Chaos Palace once again entered a lively recruitment mode. In the Tianyu Holy Land, Gu Fansheng returned and immediately found the Tianyu immortal sovereign ancestor. In this trip to the ancient spirit abyss, the Tianyu Holy Land lost 3 immortal kings and thousands of great Luo golden immortals, which was still within an acceptable range. Chapter 289. The Phoenix Rebirth emerges from seclusion. The return of the fierce beast Kunpeng sent the beast god domain into a frenzy, with the fierce beast Xiongqi personally coming out to welcome him. In the beast god domain, after the disappearance of the 5 great beast ancestors, they finally welcomed a strong immortal emperor realm expert again, Lord Lida. All the beasts in the beast god domain welcome your return. Xiongqi suppressed his excitement and welcomed Kunpeng Lida into the Great Hall. Behind Lida, there were also 21 half-step immortal emperor realm beasts, all ancestors of ancient beasts like the Qingwan and the flame purple-maned lion. In total, there were 22 beast ancestors, all of whom entered the mysterious land together 10 years after the first great calamity of humanity. At that time, the 5 great beast ancestors had dissipated due to the calamity and to preserve the top power of the beast race. Kunpeng led the team into the mysterious land to seek a way to break through to the immortal emperor realm. Now, with the return of the beast ancestors, even if only Kunpeng had broken through to the immortal emperor realm, it was still great news. After all, breaking through to the immortal emperor realm was incredibly difficult. Among the trillions of cultivators in the immortal realm, only 6 immortal emperors had appeared during the first great calamity of humanity. Xiongqi can be considered a junior to Kunpeng and the others. When Kunpeng and the others entered the mysterious land, Xiongqi had not yet been born. His ability to recognize these ancestral demon clans comes not only from the ancient records of the divine beast domain, but also from his inherited memories. Chapter 290. The Elf, which can't we talk about it? I am Kunpeng, one of the 10 fiends. Have you considered it? Kunpeng wanted to use his identity to attract the phoenix. After all, they both belong to high-level demon clans and have always had a close relationship. I really won't consider it. Please step aside. The phoenix rejected him again, her hand already tightening on the talisman. If Kunpeng didn't let go, she would have to use the power granted by her master. You, the Qingwan ancestor, can't just stand by. Just as he was about to speak up for Kunpeng, he was stopped by Kunpeng raising a hand. Kunpeng stepped aside and said, "All right, I won't force you. The door of the divine beast domain will always be open for you when you have made up your mind." The phoenix did not respond and left with a cold expression. "Boss, are you just going to let her go?" The Qingwan ancestor was puzzled as to why Kunpeng let the phoenix go so easily. Did you see how proud she was just now? Can we expect her to respond to anything? You all go back and rest. I'll go out for a while. Kunpeng planned to follow the phoenix. Didn't he, the phoenix, just say she was going home? Perfect. I can follow her and see where she goes. Soon, Kunpeng followed the faint aura left by the phoenix and caught up with her. He concealed his figure and kept a certain distance from her, ensuring he wouldn't lose her while also not letting her notice him. Chapter 291. The Green Robe, immortal, stopping the way the 5th Dream Sovereign was a natural foodie. Before entering the mysterious land, she was known for frequently entering the habitats of demon beasts and encountering those she hadn't eaten before, naturally skinning them and cooking them up in one go. At that time, she had a title that made all demon beasts tremble in fear, the Demon Beast Terminator. Later, when she was hunted by Kunpeng after entering the mysterious land, it was the elf which intervened and saved her life. Inside the mysterious land, she couldn't enjoy the delicious demon beast food, but now that she was out, this shadowless crane had come to her door, and she naturally couldn't waste its good intention. At that moment, the unconscious shadowless crane slowly opened its eyes and vaguely heard the little girl in front of it talking about roasting it on a rack. Please don't eat me. My meat is very tough and not tasty at all," the shadowless crane exclaimed in panic, quickly thinking of a reason not to be eaten. Once it's in my hands, whether tough or tender, a good roast with some seasonings will make it delicious. The 5th Dream Sovereign prided herself on her culinary skills. If she said second best, no one would dare claim the first. Such a trivial matter is nothing to her. Chapter 292. The Unusual State of the Azure Sky Bull Aurora Rake. I'll smash you. Gosheng was very fast, and with an unexpected burst of power at the 2nd level of the Immortal Sovereign Realm, the green-robed woman was quite surprised. She quickly threw the white fox in her hand far away and took out a fine sword to battle Go Shang. Although the green-robed woman was at the 4th level of the immortal sovereign realm, she couldn't instantly kill Go Shang, who was at the 2nd level. This created more time for Zhang Ikong and the shadowless crane to escape. When Go Shang shouted to flee quickly, Zhang Ikong and the shadowless crane immediately crushed their talismans and sped away at the 2nd level of the immortal sovereign realm. They didn't choose to engage in a fierce battle with the green-robed woman because she was a solid 4th level immortal sovereign and, with her hidden cards, would be even stronger. They only temporarily possessed the 2nd level immortal sovereign strength, and if they couldn't win, they would fall into a life-and-death situation. Such an unreliable thing was something they would never do. Thus, in the first instance, they had already escaped tens of thousands of miles away, while the white fox thrown by the green-robed woman could only watch them flee, squeaking in frustration. Damn it! The green-robed woman was quite displeased. The seamless coordination of these three clearly indicated they had planned it all along. This made her furious. Indeed, they were the masterminds of the Bagua Tower, each one filled with malice. Chapter 293. The surprise of the divine beast White Tiger when the carrier was interfered with by Shiyu's divine consciousness waves. It fell into a state of low spirits. Another brain demon, Chu Fan, had not yet studied the chaos he captured last time, and now another Shiyu appeared. Brain demon. You've aroused my desire for exploration. I want to see what else you have researched, Chu Fan said as he shot out the path of confinement from his hand, wrapping around Shiyu. Everyone present heard a piercing sound echo from deep within their minds, especially the Azure Sky Bull, whose expression suddenly turned painful. After being bound by Chu Fan, Shiyu's concealment of the path in space became ineffective, and it immediately revealed itself. After all, it was only endowed with the path of concealment and the path of space, and it could only instinctively use it to hide itself, not like an immortal emperor who could manipulate the path at will. Seeing a red, worm-like creature hanging on the Azure Sky Bull, Hua Wanqing was startled, getting goosebumps. She had recently developed a fear of such disgusting and ugly things. The Azure Sky Bull's eyes nearly rolled back in shock. Who would have thought such a disgusting red worm would hang around its neck, looking like it had been there for quite some time? Chapter 294. Ling Shiyu goes missing. The divine beast White Tiger ignored Xuanwu's shamelessness, muttering a few inaudible words before finding a comfortable place nearby to cultivate. It planned to take advantage of this time to quickly break through to the immortal sovereign realm. 10 days later, the Emperor Qin Xian, ancestor Jiangyu, the Lord of Curses, and nearly 10,000 disciples of the Taoist sect all returned. After nearly 10 years of training, plus some who entered the ancient spirit abyss, they reaped significant rewards. The strongest, Emperor Qin Xian and ancestor Jiangyu, reached the 1st level of the immortal sovereign realm, while elite disciples like Qin Haoren and Lian Ziqing closely followed, reaching the 8th level of the immortal king realm. The remaining disciples were between the 5th and 7th levels of the immortal king realm. Such a lineup was something unimaginable in the past. Upon hearing of their return, Guan Tianyue personally came out to welcome them. Now at the 2nd level of the immortal sovereign realm, Guan Tianyue felt quite pleased seeing that they had gone through risks outside, while the strongest ancestor was only at the 1st level of the immortal sovereign realm. He didn't show this feeling of pride on his face, otherwise. Ancestor Jiang, you would pull his ear in front of many disciples. Welcome back, ancestor. Guan Tianyue's lips involuntarily lifted slightly as he spoke to Jiang Yu and the others. Chapter 295. The terrifying Daoi divine sect, as Chu Fan and Su Xian the immortal emperor entered the unspeakable land. They saw two people walking towards them. Lin Shun and the Dao ancestor. Little Su, you continue with your work, we'll handle the rest. Yes, Dao ancestor. Su Xian the immortal emperor respectfully replied and turned back to his post. Lin Shun and the Dao ancestor smiled at Chu Fan and said, Chu Fan, what brings you here? Dao ancestor, Lin ancestor, I have some matters I'd like to consult with you. But before that, I want to ask, is everyone in this small realm part of the Daoi divine sect? Of course, except for the 10 immortal emperor-level beings who are the Dao ancestor subordinates. The rest are all from the Daoi divine sect, Lin Shun said proudly. Chu Fan nodded. Just now, he had quietly explored this small world, and there were indeed many celestial emperors here. Besides Lin Shun and Dao Zhu, who were both at the 9th level peak of the celestial emperor realm, there were 10 at the 7th level, 25 at the 6th level, 53 at the 5th level, and 77 at the 4th level of the Celestial Emperor realm. There were 123 at the 3rd level, 300 at the 2nd level, 500 at the 1st level, and even around 100,000 at the half-step Celestial Emperor realm. This was the entire lineup of the unutterable land, which, to be precise, was the stronghold of the Tao Divine Sect. Chapter 296, Origin of the Celestial Realm. That star god realm existence turned out to be. After Chu Fan returned to Xinling Peak for more than 10 days, the system, which had been in a shielding state, suddenly chimed, ding. Sign in. Chu Fan raised the corner of his mouth and silently recited. Sign in successful. Obtained sign in reward. Source Pearl. Source Pearl is a one-time item that allows the host to view any past events they wish to see. Goodness, it was waiting for me here. Chu Fan had figured out the system's tricks. Whenever he encountered a critical point, the system would lend a helping hand. Chu Fan examined the fist-sized, transparent pearl that appeared in his palm. It didn't seem special, just like an ordinary crystal pearl. I want to check the origin of the celestial realm, Chu Fan said, while following the system's instructions to inject celestial power into the source pearl. The source pearl was activated, and the sky suddenly darkened. Chu Fan felt himself being transferred to another space, and before him was endless void. There were no stars in the entire void, just a dead silence. At that moment, a dazzling light appeared billions of miles away, and Chu Fan focused his gaze. It turned out to be a young man in gray clothes. This young man was someone Chu Fan had seen before. He was the longevity being Chunyu, whom he had encountered while crossing the star domains in the Kanglan realm. However, evidently, this young man's strength was far beyond that of Chunyu back then. By millions of times. Chapter 297, Dividing the Alien Corpses. Guchie had long been aware of Kunpeng's intentions. Who wasn't here for the coffin? Open the coffin boards. Guchie commanded, and several celestial lords at the 9th level stepped forward to lift all 9 coffin boards from the deep pit. Rich black gas surged out from the coffins, attempting to corrode everything around. With a wave of Guchie's hand, the black gas was blown away, revealing the contents inside the coffins. There were 9 very peculiar corpses. 3 of them had 3 heads, with their faces flat and devoid of features, while the last 3 had large mouths growing on their necks. They were the 3 great alien races. The Kunpeng with inherited memories exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention to him. Seeing the inquisitive gazes of the crowd, Kunpeng felt a little pleased, and then began to speak seriously. These are the 3 leaders of the alien races. The one with 3 heads is the brain demon. The one with a flat face is the dream demon. And the one with only a mouth on its neck is the devourer demon. The brain demon excels in various research, creating things like patchwork monsters and other entities. The dream demon specializes in creating dreams, putting enemies into eternal sleep and controlling them. The devourer demon is more straightforward, fond of devouring everything. Much like our fierce beast Tao Tai, consuming all without exception, with its body forming a separate space. Chapter 298. The alien army attacks the celestial realm. Half a month later, the chaotic immortal domain sent out invitations to the major forces of the celestial realm, announcing that in a month, it would hold a grand ceremony to officially establish the 4th human holy land, the chaotic holy land. Upon hearing the news, apart from the 3 major holy lands and the divine beast domain, other forces were shocked. They had thought that the chaotic celestial sovereign would establish the 4th human holy land only after breaking through to the celestial emperor realm. How could it be so soon? Where did he get the confidence? Did he not fear the 3 major holy lands making things difficult for him? The 3 major holy lands were the 3 most powerful forces of the human race in the celestial realm. Without comparable strength, one would not gain their recognition. Does anyone know what happened? Why is the chaotic celestial sovereign in such a hurry? I know a bit. I heard from my brother's aunt's husband's younger brother that the 2 daughters of a Shao family have joined the chaotic immortal domain. Which Shao family? Is it that one? Of course, it's that Shao family. After the great figure, Shao Chun emerged from the mysterious place. His cultivation is already at the 2nd level of the celestial emperor realm. With Shao Chun backing him, the chaotic celestial sovereign naturally has confidence. No wonder. I didn't expect the chaotic celestial sovereign to be so formidable, even bringing 2 daughters of the Shao family under his wings. I'm envious and jealous. If only I had such ability, how could my family not thrive? Chapter 299, The Fall of the Celestial Emperor. You all can go down. I can handle these alien races by myself. The fifth dream sovereign finished gnawing on a pig's leg and casually tossed it aside. Seeing such a small girl who looked around 8 or 9 years old appear before them, most of them did not recognize the fifth dream sovereign. Hearing such arrogant words, everyone wondered if this little girl had a problem with her head. This is an alien army, not a game. What is a little girl doing here to make some noise? Some even wanted to shout, "Whose child is this? Hurry up and take her home." Only those leaders of forces who were more in the know recognized the fifth dream sovereign. They clasped their hands and said, "Then we will trouble Dream's sovereign celestial emperor to eliminate the alien army for us." After speaking, they retreated with their elders and disciples back to the plaza of the chaotic palace. Dream's sovereign celestial emperor? Could she be the fifth dream sovereign who likes to eat demon beasts? Everyone was astonished. Is this the legendary celestial emperor powerhouse? Then there's no problem. With the celestial emperor powerhouse taking action, no matter how many alien armies come, they will all perish. Thus, also obediently withdrew. In midair, only the fifth dream sovereign stood in the air, while in front of her, the vanguard of the alien army was less than 1,000 miles away. Chapter 300, Alien Invasion, the Celestial Realm Falls. MOU, with a scheming smile, arms crossed, said, "Celestial Emperor Zi Ling, I have been undercover in the celestial realm for so long for the arrival of this day. You will ultimately be trampled by my Horn Demon clan." MOU was once a high-ranking member of the Horn Demon clan, when the invasion of the celestial realm was thwarted by the human celestial emperors. He was the only one to survive. After that, he disguised himself as a human, gathering intelligence and waiting for the next invasion of the alien army. Previously, he had encountered those two experts underground in the mysterious place with celestial Emperor Zi Ling. After escaping, he relayed the information back to the Horn Demon clan, which was then passed to the 3 major leaders. A few days ago, he released a colorless and odorless poisonous gas around celestial Emperor Zi Ling and the others. When the poison took effect, his fangs would show. He intended to rely on his own strength to slay celestial Emperor Zi Ling and weaken the top power of the human race. "Big brother, hurry and go. Remember to avenge us in the future." At that moment, the other 4 brothers of celestial Emperor Zi Ling suddenly rushed forward and surrounded MOU, shouting for him to escape. Celestial Emperor Zi Ling was momentarily stunned, then quickly came to his senses and turned to flee. Everything happened too quickly. MOU was also taken by surprise, watching as celestial Emperor Zi Ling escaped but unable to pursue. Chapter 301. The alien army is coming to deliver heads in a relatively weak area of the Linlang immortal domain. A blank space stretches for 100,000 miles. The blankness is like a small area of white paint smeared on a black cloth that spans millions of miles. The reason for the millions of miles of black cloth is that the surrounding immortal domains have been occupied by the alien army, and even the ascension pools in various places have not been spared. If an ascender were to rise from the lower realm to the immortal realm at this time, they would be greeted by an endless nightmare, without even a chance for reincarnation. This blank area is where the Tao Sect is located, and the entire sect is covered by formations set up by Chu Fan, hiding it away. From above, it appears as a vast expanse of white land, forming a stark contrast with the surrounding scorched earth, which the alien army quickly noticed. Initially, they thought it was some mysterious space in the immortal realm, so they sent a small squad into the blank area. The result was that the small squad never emerged again, nor did they send back any messages. Next, the alien leader sent in 30 small squads composed of 9th-level celestial immortals, but the outcome was the same. The celestial immortal squads also disappeared without a trace. However, what was strange was that the alien leader noticed that the small squads that entered the blank area had not perished. Their soul marks had not been obliterated. Chapter 302. Heaven's Gift, the Heavenly Transformation Technique. Guqia, Lu Xiong, Zhu Mao, Li Tianyu, the Elven Witch, and others sat at the head table, with several thousand celestial sovereign-level experts seated below. Everyone, 6 years have passed, and the entire immortal realm has only 4 sacred lands left unscathed by the alien atrocities. We have discussed and decided to launch a counterattack in 10 days. Guqia sat upright and informed the crowd of their discussions from the past few days. Lord Chia, the aliens have been unusually quiet for many days. Could it be that they are preparing to welcome alien experts at the celestial emperor level? A celestial sovereign stood up and respectfully asked Guqia. Guqia nodded. There's a possibility, so I'm looking for other human celestial emperors. At this moment of survival for humanity, they must take action. Among the humans, aside from the 4 celestial emperors killed by the infiltrating demon clan, there is still the purple spirit celestial emperor, the silent celestial emperor, the stream celestial emperor, and the pure celestial emperor who are unaccounted for. In the human sacred lands, the 3 major sacred lands have Guqia, Luxiong, and Jumao stationed, while on the chaotic sacred land side, it is Shao Chun, the elven witch, and the 5th dream sovereign. Guqia could not guarantee that when the alien celestial emperors descended, their forces alone would be able to withstand them. Chapter 303. Allowing alien celestial emperors to enter the immortal realm. As it turned out, Shao Chun had not left for long before he returned. "Dad, what is wrong?" Xiao Luoluo asked in confusion. "Nothing, just get ready. In a few days, I'll take you to hunt aliens for refining." Shao Chun did not explain, but shifted the topic. In fact, earlier, he received a transmission from his master, the Tao ancestor, advising him not to test the Tao Sect, as it was very dangerous. Shao Chun heeded the Tao ancestor's words, which is why he returned. The existence of the Tao ancestor is known to very few in the immortal realm, and he naturally would not disclose this matter. Li Qianyu and the others said nothing. Li Qianyu directly collected the corpses of the alien experts piled on the ground and turned to walk towards the training chamber. Li Qianyu is currently at the peak of the 9th level of Celestial Sovereign and has already comprehended the chaotic path. If he focuses on his cultivation for a few decades more, he could directly break through to the Celestial Emperor level. However, things are different now. With the heavenly transformation technique and over 400 alien expert corpses, he can break through to the Celestial Emperor level within a few days. As expected, 3 days later, auspicious clouds reappeared over the chaotic palace, with as many as 99 pieces of auspicious clouds appearing, golden light showering down on the chaotic sacred land. The cultivators of the chaotic sacred land bathed in the golden light, and those with injuries healed instantly, while those at a bottleneck directly broke through. Chapter 304. Guqia kills an alien celestial emperor. With one move, Shao Chun noticed that Li Qianyu seemed to know something. So he asked, "Chaotic celestial emperor, are you hiding something from us?" Li Qianyu smiled and replied, "Not really. I'm just speculating that perhaps alien experts at the celestial emperor level are about to arrive." 5 days later, the 4 sacred lands each arranged representatives at the 9th level of Celestial Sovereign and, together with the Beast Clan of the Divine Beast Domain, launched a counterattack against the aliens. With trillions of alien troops, the strongest among them was merely at the 9th level of Celestial King. How could they withstand the attack from the humans and Beast Clan? In an instant, the humans and Beast Clan surged forward like a tidal wave, forcibly plowing a broad path through the territories filled with aliens, collecting all the alien corpses. In this way, within a month, hundreds of immortal domains radiating from the 4 sacred lands saw no trace of any aliens. The humans returned with bountiful spoils, while the Beast Clan, not having cultivated the heavenly transformation technique, did not bring back any alien corpses. All were taken by the humans. Upon returning, the human celestial sovereigns tried refining the alien celestial kings and found the improvement in their cultivation to be negligible. So they distributed them to their subordinates at the celestial king level. They understood the pattern. To significantly improve their cultivation, the alien beings they refined must be at the same realm or higher. Chapter 305. The Burial Flower Valley and the Burial Flower Girl. Shao Chun smiled and said, "Don't worry, the chaotic celestial emperor can handle it. Let us find a few opponents to practice against." Shao Chun already had confidence in the strength of the chaotic celestial emperor. After the chaotic celestial emperor's breakthrough, he had sparred with Shao Chun and was on par with him, who wielded the god-torturing whip. Thus, Shao Chun had such confidence in the chaotic celestial emperor. None of the alien experts present at the celestial emperor level could match him. After saying that, Shao Chun selected 3 alien experts at the 3rd level of celestial emperor and swung the god-torturing whip, forcing the 3 alien celestial emperors to defend themselves. Kuanpeng, Lu Xiong, and Zhu Mao simultaneously targeted 8 alien celestial emperors, engaging in combat with ease. In an instant, 39 alien celestial emperors were reasonably allocated. They cried out in distress, with 7 or 8 celestial emperors at the 1st and 2nd levels attacking one at the 6th level, getting overwhelmed. The turbulence generated by the battles between celestial emperors was not something the celestial sovereign-level aliens could withstand. They quickly retreated tens of thousands of miles away to watch from a distance. However, The disparity in strength was too great. In less than half an hour, 32 alien celestial emperors were directly vanquished, their own paths merging with the heavens, leaving only lifeless bodies that Gu Qie and the others collected. Chapter 306. Reunion. Ling Xie is the reincarnated form of a fragment of the soul of Huaruashi, which Xinyu cast into the Kanglan realm before his reincarnation. Now, due to the burial flower girl, Ling Xie has regained her memories. However, she still has not seen Xinyu again. At this moment, the burial flower girl approached and examined Chu Fan from top to bottom, smiling slightly as she said, "You must be Elder Chu, as mentioned by my sister. Indeed, you have an extraordinary demeanor, and your strength is beyond my comprehension." The burial flower girl spoke lightly, but internally she was quite surprised, as she initially thought she would not find anyone in this world who could match her. However, Chu Fan's appearance changed her previous thoughts. Zonghua Valley is not a place that ordinary people can enter. Without her permission, even someone at the 9th level of the Immortal Emperor realm would suffer if they try to come in. Yet Chu Fan managed to enter so easily. Not only that, but the key point is that when he came in, the Zonghua maiden didn't sense anything at all. If it weren't for Chu Fan revealing his aura in front of the sea of flowers, she wouldn't have known someone had arrived. Chu Fan also looked at the Zonghua maiden and reviewed her information. Hua Yinran, half-step star god realm. Introduction. Ling Xie is the younger sister of Huaruashi from her previous life. After Chunyu and Huaruashi reincarnated millions of years later, she found this place, opened Zonghua Valley, and sought the reincarnation of Huaruashi. Chapter 307. Method to break through the star god realm. Elder Chu, I know your intentions. Could you wait until I refine the Chaos Golden Lotus before we discuss in detail? Chunyu held Ling Xie's hand and approached Chu Fan. Chu Fan nodded. No problem. There's no rush. What Chu Fan wanted to ask was naturally how to break through to the Star God realm. Xinyu, as a former Star God realm powerhouse, surely had some understanding of this. Then, Xinyu took out a small jade whistle and blew it. After a quarter of an hour, a dark wooden box fell from the sky above the Kanglan realm, crashing down in front of Xinyu. Xinyu crouched down to open the box and took out a crystal ball that was inside. Inside the crystal ball, a Chaos Golden Lotus quietly stood. Oh, it's missing a petal. Xinyu exclaimed in surprise after carefully observing the Chaos Golden Lotus inside the crystal ball. Chu Fan also focused and saw that the Chaos Golden Lotus only had 29 petals left. So he spoke up, "This Chaos Golden Lotus hasn't matured." "Has it? A mature Chaos Golden Lotus should have 36 petals. Elder Chu indeed has good insight. Yes, when I obtained this Chaos Golden Lotus back then, it only had 30 petals." Chapter 308. The Demon Realm. 3 major leaders of the alien races at that moment. The entire Kanglan realm experienced a huge tremor, and all living beings felt a warm current rushing into their bodies. Originally, besides Chunyu, the strongest beings in the entire Kanglan realm were only at the Martial Saint realm. When this warm current circulated through each living being's body, they underwent tremendous changes. Soon, some beings began to break through from the Martial Saint realm to the Saint King realm, then to the Saint Emperor realm, and finally directly becoming transcendents. Seeing all this, Chu Fan smiled and said, "It seems to have recovered." Chu Fan then looked at Xinyu. The changes in the Kanglan realm were closely related to him. When he was refining the Chaos Golden Lotus, some of the energy that dispersed was absorbed by the Kanglan realm, accelerating its advancement. Since that explosion caused the Kanglan realm to vanish over these millions of years, except for Chunyu, who remained due to being an immortal. Other beings had already reincarnated several times. After all, the lifespan of someone in the Martial Saint realm is at most several tens of thousands of years. However, considering that the people of the Kanglan realm would ascend to the immortal realm and enter a place occupied by alien races, Chu Fan directly connected the ascension entrance to the Chaos Sacred Land. "Elder Chu, Ruashi, and I want to stay in Zonghua Valley for a while. If you need our help, feel free to come to us," Xinyu said to Chu Fan. Chapter 309. Crossing the Star Domain. The Void. Chu Fan smiled lightly, raised his hand, and waved as if swatting away flies. That terrifying sonic wave seemed to meet its most feared nemesis, miraculously pausing in mid-air for a moment before directly changing direction and rushing towards the Brain Demon. The Brain Demon was shocked, and, for a moment, all 3 of its mouths forgot to continue releasing the sonic waves. It couldn't comprehend how this was possible to reverse the attack. Fortunately, it reacted quickly and made a great leap, soaring over 10,000 meters high to evade the sonic wave's attack. Waves of sonic blasts rushed far away where they passed. Not a blade of grass remained, and the brain demon, dream demon, and devouring demon, unable to dodge in time, were reduced to nothingness. Playing the destruction game? How coincidental. I can do that too. Courtesy demands reciprocity, Chu Fan said with a smile, blinking his eyes. 2 beams of golden light shot from his eyes, instantly reaching the brain demon's chest. With a whoosh, the 2 beams of golden light pierced through the brain demon's chest and continued soaring into the sky. The 3 heads of the brain demon wore expressions of disbelief, wanting to speak but unable to finish their words. Chapter 310. Immediately extracting a lucky little one having failed to break through to the star god realm, Chu Fan immediately returned to the immortal realm. This attempt wasn't entirely without gains. At least he learned that he wasn't bound by the star domain. However, it was strange that since the immortal realm's star domain was surrounded by the void, how did Hua Yinran come here? After all, she wasn't at the star god realm either. Fortunately, Hua Yinran and Chunyu had previously given Chu Fan a communication token, and he connected with Hua Yinran. What? The void? When I came here, there was no such thing as the void. A surprise voice from Hua Yinran came through the communication token. At this point, Chu Fan understood that the void had appeared later. Forget it, I'll go back and study how to integrate this star domain into my body. Chu Fan didn't dwell on it anymore. With a space leap, he returned to Xianling Peak. At this time, Xianling Peak was exceptionally lively. Chu Fan's 5 disciples had finished their cultivation and were sharing insights at Xianling Peak. Upon seeing Chu Fan return, they hurriedly approached to pay their respects. Master, you're back. Master, you've been gone for so long. Did you bring us any gifts? Jiang Feng asked, his big eyes sparkling. I actually do have something, but let everyone share this gift together. Jiang Feng, go to the Time's secret realm and call everyone out. Chapter 311. Human Race Counterattack. Eliminate the alien races. What is this? Is it a bead that records secrets? Wu Yinghie's eyes lit up. This is a treasure. Let me teach you how to use it. First, inject your divine sense into this small bead, and you'll be able to see several worlds where alien races live. Then, if you want to capture any alien for cultivation, just focus on it, and with a thought, you can bring it back for refinement. Now, let me demonstrate. Jiang Feng injected his divine sense into the small bead, and in less than 3 breaths, a comatose 7-layered alien from the immortal sovereign realm fell in front of him. Look, this is the alien I just captured. Do you all understand? Now I will distribute the small beads to you. In the future, you won't even need to go out to have endless aliens for refinement. Are you still worried about slow breakthroughs? Seeing this scene, all the disciples were filled with anticipation, crowding together, eager for Jiang Feng to distribute the small beads to them. Thank you, senior brother Jiang Feng. The disciples who received the small beads expressed their gratitude and eagerly began to try them out. By the time Jiang Feng had distributed the small beads to all the disciples, there were already thousands of comatose aliens lying on the ground in the square, each alien's cultivation level exceeding that of the immortal sovereign realm. Chapter 312. Prepared a surprise for you. You all know that the situation is urgent. As the number of powerful beings in the immortal realm decreases, we can no longer wait idly, even if it means sacrificing all our troops. We must take the immortal realm as soon as possible. Our time is running out. However, according to reports from the front lines, none of the troops that entered the immortal realm survived, and a large number of troops are blocked outside the pass. We underestimated the human race. In that case, in 3 days, all 3 major holy clans will set out to capture the immortal realm. Following the order from the 3 leaders of the alien race to accelerate the invasion of the immortal realm, hundreds of immortal emperor-level strongmen from the alien army, who were stuck outside the pass, forcibly broke through. After receiving the order from old ancestor Lin Shun, Sikong Yang quietly withdrew 80 of the troops, allowing the alien army to break through the pass relatively smoothly. Charge! Tear apart all the human race in the immortal realm. The leaders of the alien races, such as the Horn Demon Clan and the Night Shadow Clan, raised their arms and flew at the forefront. When they opened the entrance to the immortal realm and entered, they saw countless powerful human beings standing in front of them, each wearing a friendly smile. Chapter 313. The Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, and Qilin exit the pass. Speculations triggered by crystal source formation. With a wave of his hand, Guqiye cast a massive formation that enveloped several immortal domains, completely surrounding them and the alien race. forming a shackling effect that neither the alien race nor the human race could break through in a short time. After activating the formation, Gucci shouted again, "Kill them all, eliminate the alien race." Seeing their escape route blocked, the alien leader's eyes turned bloodshot. It turned out that the human race had long prepared a trap for them. "Even if I die, I will make you accompany me." The leader of the Red Tail clan, filled with rage, charged towards the chaotic immortal emperor, but was hit in the forehead by a stone thrown by the chaotic immortal emperor, and his vision was covered by darkness. And then there was no more. After killing the leader of the Red Tail clan, the chaotic immortal emperor waved his hand to collect the body into a spatial ring before it fell to the ground. Half an hour later, casualties began to appear among the immortal emperor-level aliens, and more than half of the hundreds of immortal emperors were killed in less than an hour. Only 3 remained at the 7th level of immortal emperor and a few others with varying degrees of injury at the 5th level. On the human side, all immortal emperors were only slightly injured, which could be completely ignored, with powerful figures like Gucci and the chaotic immortal emperor not injured at all. Chapter 314. The Despair of Alien Strongmen. Don't say you all. Even I have no information in this regard, Quinpin continued. Is there a possibility that those immortal emperor-level ancestors who left the crystal source are still alive and have left the immortal realm to go to other worlds? The Azure Dragon asked. Quinpin replied, "Perhaps, but as far as I know, outside the immortal realm, there are only vast voids and worlds inhabited by alien races, and there may be limited knowledge on my part. However, this matter need not be pursued, since the ancestors of the demon race left crystal sources for everyone. Let us absorb and refine them, break through to the immortal emperor level, and enhance the strength of the divine beast domain." Hearing Kuanpeng's words, the demon race ancestors at the peak of the 9th level of immortal sovereign, such as Qingluan, Xianmane Lion, and black-bellied spirit snake, brightened their eyes and walked up to the Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon handed over the crystal sources one by one for them to refine. "By the way, Qiangqi, what about that phoenix? Hasn't she completed her inheritance yet?" The vermilion bird asked Qiangqi, as she also had a phoenix crystal source that she wanted to give to the phoenix. "She has already exited the pass, but later Lord Kuanpeng said he had arranged for her to do other things." The vermilion bird looked at Kuanpeng, who nodded without denial. "Yes, she's a good seed. I'll let her continue to cultivate and return when she reaches the peak of the 9th level of Immortal Sovereign." Chapter 315. Gucci's ambition. It turns out that the remaining 3 at the 8th level of Immortal Emperor had not yet been captured. It was the great Emperor Qin Xian who communicated with everyone present. He wanted to see what level he could reach after refining the 3 8th level Immortal Emperors. The others did not compete or scramble, handing over the 3 strongest alien leaders to the great Emperor Qin Xian to deal with. Finally, on the 10th day, when the alien army entered the immortal realm, the great Emperor Qin Xian made his move and captured the 3 alien leaders, preparing to refine them. Before refining, the great Emperor Qin Xian looked towards the direction of Xianling Peak, not knowing what he was thinking. In the immortal realm, Gucci sensed a disturbance in the sky, and his expression brightened. "The alien army is coming. Everyone move. The opportunity to enhance our cultivation has come again." Gucci's voice spread throughout the 7 holy places, and countless people rushed out, using various space traversal skills to reach the place where the aliens appeared as quickly as possible. When they arrived, they saw a different alien army. Is this a new species of alien? It's different from the previous ones. Some cultivators looked at the strange features of the brain demon, dream demon, and devouring demon, puzzled. Throughout history, the 3 major alien leaders had rarely appeared in the immortal realm. So few had seen them. Chapter 316. The hidden hand. Turns out to be, since you were so stubborn, don't blame me for breaking in. Gucci felt disdain for the Su Xian Immortal Emperor in his heart. How could a mere 3rd-level Immortal Emperor be his opponent? But he knew that behind Su Xian Immortal Emperor, there must be someone even stronger, so he did not act too arrogantly. After all, he had politely expressed his desire to visit the unspoken land, since Su Xian Immortal Emperor was ungrateful when the Immortal Emperor-level expert behind him appeared. He could still retreat unscathed. Seeing Gucci insist on entering, Su Xian Immortal Emperor frowned. With his 3rd-level Immortal Emperor cultivation, he was completely no match for Gucci, who was at the 8th level of Immortal Emperor. "Xiao Chu, step back. I will handle this." At this moment, the voice of the Tao ancestor reached his ears. His expression brightened, and he looked at Gucci with a gleam of schadenfreude in his eyes. "Huh. When Elder Xiao makes his move, you are done for." Then, Su Xian, Immortal Emperor, turned and left, no longer paying attention to Guqiye. Where do you think you're going? Seeing this, Guqiye quickly formed a seal, and a ball of light suddenly appeared in his palm, shooting toward the back of Su Xian, Immortal Emperor. Guqiye only used the power of a 4th-level Immortal Emperor this time. If Su Xian, Immortal Emperor, did not resist, it would cause some injury, but would not be fatal. Chapter 317. The Fall of the Chaotic Immortal Emperor? Old Man Lin, what was that drop of blood earlier? It was able to immobilize us instantly. Dao Ancestor gasped, shocked. Just now, he felt utterly powerless for the first time, as he thought it would be a fierce battle. Yet they didn't even have a chance to strike, and the chaotic Immortal Emperor was captured. That was the source of the calamity. The origin that triggered the great calamity of the human race. Lin Shun explained seriously. Alas, I thought everything was within my plan, but I didn't expect the source of the calamity to be controlled by this hidden hand. It was a miscalculation. Could it be that the chaotic Immortal Emperor sacrificed himself for nothing? What about what you said earlier about being able to protect his life? What should we do now? Dao Ancestor was a bit anxious. That hidden hand would definitely recover peak strength after obtaining the chaotic stone and a petal of the chaotic golden lotus. Perhaps even directly reach the Star God realm. At that time, the entire immortal realm would be finished. Lin Shin shook his head. No, we still have a chance. Are you referring to Chu Fan? Can he handle it? The mastermind has always been by Chu Fan's side. The previous attempt to sever the connection between the Chaos Immortal Emperor and the Dao Sect was completely useless. Our relationship has long been seen through by him. Chapter 318. The Qingxian Emperor takes action. Disaster approaches. Immortal realm destruction. At this moment, Chu Fan noticed a movement from a soul jade token in his spatial ring. He took it out and found that the Chaos Immortal Emperor's token had developed a crack. Is he dead? It seems he has made his move. Chu Fan already had an idea of who was behind it, but with his current strength, it would be very difficult to kill that person. So, he pretended to know nothing and allowed the Qingxian Emperor to continue his disguise. Well, since I already have a clue, I should go find Ancestor Lin Shin now. In the unspoken place, Chu Fan, Lin Shun, and the Dao Ancestor sat on the ground. Chu Fan, how is it? Do you have any clues? A little. But the difficulty is not small, and I have a premonition that he will come soon. We will try our best to buy you some time. I truly never expected that the mastermind actually holds the origin of the disaster. Throughout history, the calamities faced by the human race have actually originated from him. I thought. Chu Fan fell silent. Ancestor Lin Shun and the Dao Ancestor indicated that they were prepared to face death. They were originally beings of the immortal realm. How could they stand against the Qingxian Emperor, who holds the origin of disaster? By the way, Chu Fan, from your understanding, why is the Qingxian Emperor doing all this? With his strength, wouldn't it be better to break through to the Star God realm by entering seclusion? Chapter 319. Chu Fan battles the Qingxian Emperor. Haha, Chu Fan. Luckily I was cautious, otherwise, I really wouldn't have been able to take you down. The Qingxian Emperor smiled proudly. To him, before breaking through to the Star God realm, Chu Fan's strength was what he cared about the most. Long ago, he worried that Lin Shun and the Dao Ancestor would find his whereabouts. Although he couldn't kill him, it would prolong his recovery time. Thus, for billions of years, he hid in the eternal spirit abyss, and only when the Qingxian Emperor entered did he seize control of him. From the memories of the Qingxian Emperor, he learned many secrets about the Dao Sect, especially about the mysterious Chu Fan. No one in the Dao Sect knew Chu Fan's true strength. Because of Chu Fan's mystery, he valued him greatly. After returning from the eternal spirit abyss, he finally witnessed part of Chu Fan's power. Chu Fan could easily handle beings at the peak of the 9th level of the immortal emperor realm, allowing the Dao Sect to capture foreign powerhouses for refinement with just a single bead. His strength was absolutely at the pinnacle of what could be achieved in this world, which is half a step into the Star God realm. Therefore, he sought every means to quickly recover to the peak of half a step into the Star God realm. Now, having refined the heavenly Dao of the immortal realm, his strength had returned to the Star God realm, and he could handle Chu Fan. Chapter 320. Black Blood Droplet Body. Chu Fan breaks through. Chu Fan's figure disappeared beneath the flames, and his aura slowly faded away. Half an hour later, the exhausted Qingxian Emperor stopped attacking Chu Fan. He withdrew the flame pearl, and the tiny stars around him gradually disappeared, leaving the spot where Chu Fan had stood empty. Impossible. The Qingxian Emperor was puzzled. He had controlled his strength very well. Even if Chu Fan was dead, there should be something left behind. Now, the entire space had lost Chu Fan's trace. The only answer was that Chu Fan had not died. Suddenly, he felt a ripple behind him. With a thought, he dodged, and the next moment, a crimson scythe swept past. You really didn't die? The Qingxian Emperor, having avoided the attack, turned around and saw that the attacker was indeed Chu Fan. You think too simply. This time, I will take your life. After Chu Fan said this, his body split into 2, then 4, until 32 figures, all at half a step into the star god realm, appeared. The 32 Chu Fans moved in unison, simultaneously punching towards the Qingxian Emperor, each punch carrying enough power to shatter the immortal realm. The Qingxian Emperor only managed to block most of the attacks, but 7 or 8 punches struck him directly. Chapter 321. Qing Shui and others are not from this star domain. With the integration of 3,000 origins, the entire immortal realm began to visibly restore itself. The collapsed houses rose back up. Those who had died, including the demon clan, reappeared in the immortal realm. In just 3 days, everything returned to the state it was in before the Qingxian Emperor harvested the immortal realm. Chu Fan flashed back to the Tao Sect, where familiar people, the Sect Master, elders, were all present, and even the Qingxian Emperor before he was possessed was revived, but his 5 disciples were missing. These 6 did not revive under Chu Fan's origin regression. The immortal realm has become somewhat different. Lin Chun and the Tao ancestor followed Chu Fan to the Tao Sect and observed for a while before speaking. At this moment, Lin Chun noticed that Chu Fan did not show any joy and asked, Chu Fan, is there still something unresolved? In Lin Chun's view, Chu Fan was now a star god realm powerhouse, and the disaster in the immortal realm had ended. He should be happy. Chu Fan explained, my 5 disciples did not revive. How could that be? With your strength, you should be able to revive everyone. They had previously performed a sacrifice, giving their power to me. That is how my strength increased so much, but I don't understand how they did it. Chu Fan briefly recounted the events, and, after thinking it over, couldn't come up with a reason, so he planned to consult the system later. Chapter 322, Departure. This power did not last long before it erupted. In the instant of the eruption, the entire immortal realm seemed to undergo a sublimation. The origin power became even denser. And Guqiye and others directly broke through a level. Beings above the immortal emperor realm increased their level, while those below the immortal emperor realm broke through even more. The weaker the strength, the greater the increase. On Xianling Peak, Chu Fan retracted his aura and exhaled. Finally broke through. It turns out that above the star god realm is the divine lord realm, Chu Fan murmured. Outside Xianling Peak, Lin Chun and the Tao ancestor, sensing the commotion, anxiously stood outside waiting. Because Chu Fan had closed Xianling Peak before cultivating, they couldn't enter, and they were worried about him, so they came to check. Chu Fan removed the formation, allowing Lin Chun and the Tao ancestor to reach the peak. Chu Fan, what just happened? Why was there such a big commotion? Ancestor Lin Chun, I just had a small breakthrough, Chu Fan replied. Another breakthrough? Lin Chun and the Tao ancestor were astonished. It hadn't been long since the last one, and he had broken through again. Chu Fan smiled and said, actually, you could try to break through to the star god realm now. The current immortal realm is different from before and can fully meet your breakthrough conditions. Chapter 323, Star Domain Pirates. In the void, under Chu Fan's newly upgraded insightful eye, the mysterious veil gradually lifted. This was a huge formation, equivalent to the trapping formations Chu Fan usually set up. This formation was magical. Cultivators below the star god realm who entered would be instantly affected by the formation, either falling into endless terrifying illusions or being trapped and unable to move an inch. However, above the star god realm, one can come and go freely, and the white mist in the formation only serves to obstruct vision. It is clear that the person who created the void must be executing some plan. When Chu Fan and Chunyu entered the void, a powerful figure far away in another star domain suddenly awoke from his closed-door cultivation, his gaze piercing through layers of space towards the direction of the void. However, when he tried to see who had entered the void, that person unexpectedly fired 2 brilliant beams of light. The middle-aged man let out a scream, doubling over in pain. After a quarter of an hour, the pain gradually dissipated, and when he lifted his head, his eyes were already gone. They had been destroyed. Damn it, who was this person? The middle-aged man attempted to restore his eyesight, but was unsuccessful. infuriating him to the point of cursing. Chapter 324. The cultivation system outside the star domain. The three burly men on the silver-white small boat saw that Chu Fan and Chen Yu completely ignored them, chatting away, and immediately became furious. Where did these country bumpkins come from, daring to disregard them? Because Chu Fan was concealing his cultivation level. They did not know that the young man before them was a powerful figure in the God-Lord realm, and that Chen Yu beside him was at the third level of the Star God realm, which was only somewhat troublesome for them. As Star Domain pirates who had long roamed the void, they lived on the edge every day. Today, they were lucky to encounter two seemingly isolated individuals, and they were determined to teach them a lesson. From the attire of these two, it was clear they did not come from any prominent family or divine power. If you want to keep your corpses intact, quickly hand over all your treasures. I guarantee you will die painlessly. The leader of the three burly men threatened with his axe, already prepared to attack. As soon as Chu Fan and the others said no, they would be met with a ground-splitting axe. Chu Fan slightly raised his head, flicked his right index finger lightly, and then saw the silver-white, small boat of the three burly men explode violently, the massive shockwave sending the three men flying. Chapter 325. Source Crystal. Breaking through the fifth level of the God's sovereign realm, Elder Chu. With this happening, we can no longer entertain you, Chen Yu said with a bitter expression to Chu Fan. He had originally wanted to invite Chu Fan to be a guest in the Zishuang realm and treat him well. But now the Zishuang realm was gone. It's fine. I have nowhere else to go anyway. Elder Chu, with this happening, we plan to investigate, so we cannot accompany you. Chen Yu intended to clarify the destruction of the Zishuang realm before deciding on the next course of action. He felt embarrassed to ask Chu Fan for help, as the destruction of the Zishuang realm might have happened billions of years ago, and it would definitely take time to uncover anything. Chu Fan replied, "Sure. If you need help, you can contact me. Take this." Saying this, Chu Fan handed each of the three a token. "What is this?" "This is a protective measure I give you. In case you encounter a powerful and unbeatable opponent, activating this token can help you escape." "Thank you, Elder Chu." After bidding farewell to Chen Yu and the others, Chu Fan turned and arrived at the main star of the ZG star domain, the ZG realm. From the information provided by the system, the ZG star domain is near the Yaoguang star domain, and there is a powerful figure at the sixth level of the star god realm, Saint Feather, in the ZG realm. Chapter 326. Falling Star Core. After Chu Fan killed Saint Feather and obtained his secrets, he finally got the answer he wanted to know. It turned out that behind Saint Feather stood a powerful figure at the fifth level of the God Lord realm, Lord Zhuiyuan. Lord Zhuiyuan is the founding ancestor of a force called the Xinyuan Divine Kingdom in the Ziwei star domain. As previously mentioned, in the Ziwei star domain, if a cultivator's level reaches that of the God Lord realm or above, they can choose a location to establish a sect. These sects often claim to be divine kingdoms and receive support from higher powers, which to some extent act as a backing for these newly established divine kingdoms, protecting them from interference by other forces. Of course, these divine kingdoms also have to periodically offer tributes to those powerful forces. By a stroke of luck, Lord Zhuiyuan learned that Chen Yu possessed a realm pearl, but at that time, he was engaged in a covert struggle with Lord Mayu. He was worried that if he acted personally, he would be discovered by Lord Mayu, so he sent his subordinate Saint Feather to hunt down Chen Yu. However, when Saint Feather reached the immortal realm star domain, he found that the realm had already shattered and transformed into a new star domain. He decided to investigate, but was ambushed by a mysterious person halfway and severely injured. Chapter 327. Arriving at the falling abyss, Xianing. Cultivation level, third level of the star god realm. Introduction from the Wanbao Divine Kingdom in the Ziwei star domain. Her father is the ruler of the Wanbao Divine Kingdom, showering her with countless favors. But she has a princess complex and becomes depressed for a month or two if things do not go her way. Since Chu Fan's breakthrough, the secrets that his eye of insight could see have increased, no longer limited to those below the star god realm. The two people beside Xianing, one male and one female, were exactly as Chu Fan expected, her bodyguards, both at the seventh level of the star god realm. Chu Fan had a rough understanding of the Wanbao Divine Kingdom. Its ruler, Xian Lai, is a being at the ninth level of the God Lord realm, and is considered quite powerful in the Ziwei star domain. The Wanbao Divine Kingdom mainly engages in business, such as acquiring or selling divine medicines, treasures, etc., and occasionally holds auctions. Regarding Xian Ying's initiative, Chu Fan chose to ignore it. He was not familiar with this girl he met for the first time. Therefore, he did not pay attention to Xianning and turned to fly towards the falling abyss. Moving so quickly that Xianning and the other three only saw a flash of white light before Chu Fan's figure disappeared into the vast void. Why are you so rude? Can't you at least respond? Xianning pouted, quite puzzled. Chapter 328. Arriving in the Z-Way, Star Domain. Searching for the spirit ruins, seeing the shattered moment achieve such great results, Chu Fan was very satisfied. He used the cycle of life and death to heal the injuries of the two starry sky behemoths. How is it? Why I said earlier still counts. Let me take one thing, is that okay? The two starry sky behemoths nodded rapidly like chicks pecking at rice, no longer possessing their earlier arrogance. Although both were beings of the god's sovereign realm, after witnessing Chu Fan's strength, they lowered their proud heads. They did not want to die. They wanted to love each other in this falling abyss for a long time. Therefore, facing a big shot like Chu Fan, they had no objections. Whatever Chu Fan wanted to do was fine. The female starry sky behemoth softly growled at the male starry sky behemoth, scolding him for provoking such a powerful human. Hadn't he said he would only take one thing? When the falling abyss do they care about? Nothing. Since that is the case, let this powerful human take it. They just need to sleep well. But the male starry sky behemoth had actively provoked him. Now, even it had to experience the pain of injury. The male starry sky behemoth did not speak, inwardly lamenting that this annoying female only knows how to blame him after the fact, when he attacked the human expert earlier. He had used all his strength. Chapter 329. Settling in the spirit ruins. Resolving the root cause. Host, you should consider your own strength. The spirit ruins, which you can enter and exit freely, are a death trap for others. Why is that? Look at the 9 terrifying formations formed naturally outside. Even a God realm expert would suffer. After the system's reminder, Chu Fan recalled that he had already passed through the 9 formations when he followed the 5-legged fragrant pig in. Well, such a beautiful place is naturally suitable for the Tao Sect to thrive. Without hesitation, Chu Fan sat down under a giant peach blossom tree, took out the falling star core, and began to refine it in his immortal realm. 5 days later, the refinement of the falling star core was complete, and the immortal realm fundamentally changed its appearance. The entire immortal realm, besides being filled with the source power that Chu Fan integrated, also gained a vast amount of energy generated by the falling star core. The falling star core had been refined into the core of the immortal realm's underground, providing an endless supply of energy. The original immortal realm, having merged with Chu Fan's source power, meant that everyone in the realm who broke through their limits was following Chu Fan's path. This would result in a consequence where the immortal realm will be limited for everyone by Chu Fan, and he did not want to restrict the cultivation direction of the beings in the immortal realm because of himself. Chapter 330. Xian Lai the god, Lord Mayu's tiger-like body shook, and he turned his head in a daze, discovering a handsome young man smiling at him. Who are you? I am the one who destroyed Yin Heng's eyes. Deep down, weren't you hoping I wouldn't show up? Unfortunately, it's too late. As soon as he finished speaking, God Lord Mayu immediately used all his strength and fled quickly. Bang! It was the sound of Iron Head colliding with the formation, and God Lord Mayu's eyes filled with stars as he fell to the ground. No need to struggle. Now that I'm here, you can't escape. Since you helped me kill Yin Heng, tell me, do you have any last words? My lord, please spare me. I didn't do anything. Is it your last word? No, change it. I allow you to change. God Lord Mayu's face turned as ugly as if he had eaten feces. He forced out a few tears, pleading with Chu Fan. My lord, you must believe me. I really did not offend you. Aren't you the one who instructed Yin Heng to set up formations in the immortal realm star domain? No, my lord. That was all Yin Heng's own decision. I had nothing to do with it. So I forget it. Since you don't want to say your last words, then let us go. With that, Chu Fan lightly flicked his hand, and God Lord Ma, you disappeared like melting ice and snow. Chapter 331. Xian Lai Shock. System upgrade. After the high-level officials of the Xunyuan Divine Kingdom handled Zhui Yuan's aftermath, they immediately convened an emergency meeting. Without a strong leader, Xingyuan Divine Kingdom's position plummeted, and with the Mingmi Divine Kingdom eyeing them, it could be said that Xunyuan Divine Kingdom was now precariously close to collapse. Just as more than 10 high-level star gods were uncertain about how to decide, good news arrived. God Lord Mayu of the Mingmi Divine Kingdom was dead. What? God Lord Mayu is also dead. What a coincidence. Zhui Yuan and Mayu both died at the same time. Could it be that the murderer is the same person? It's no wonder the high-ranking officials of Xingyuan Divine Kingdom reacted this way. Although occasionally a god lord might fall in the Ziwei star domain, the relationship between Zhui Yuan and Ma Yu is quite delicate. They could be said to be sworn enemies, having been at odds for a very long time. Now that both had fallen simultaneously, it was hard not to think they were killed by the same person. This is good news for us. With god lords falling, we must break through to the god lord realm within 10,000 years. Otherwise, Xingyuan Divine Kingdom will cease to exist. Let us strive to take all the resources in the Divine Kingdom and make a final push. Chapter 332. Visitors from the mid-level star domain half a month after the fall of Zhui Yuan and Ma Yu. Other surrounding divine kingdoms receive the news. While the god lords of these kingdoms rejoiced secretly, they also worried about whether they would face a similar fate someday. Some god lords from weaker kingdoms compared to Mingmi and Shengyuan knew that an opportunity had arrived. With two divine kingdom suppression gone, their development momentum will be faster than before. As for seizing resources from Mingmi and Shengyuan, they wouldn't dare, even if given 10 times the courage. There was an order from above. Whichever divine kingdom lost a god lord or god king would enter a protection period. This protection period lasts for 10,000 years. During this time, if a new god lord or god king emerges, the original status is maintained. If not, the divine kingdom will dissolve, and other kingdoms can fight for resources and take over their influence. Of course, such rules apply only to lower-tier divine kingdoms. For powerful forces, it's just a matter of their words. On this day, in the main hall at the center of the Ziwei star domain, Qiu Yushu and 4 other god realm experts stood respectfully in the square. Chapter 333. Nanji Tian and others enter the spirit ruins. The big gift from the system, the person who refined this small thousand world here, is a talent. In the future, this place might give birth to god realm experts. Even those in the Tao nurturing realm have a chance. Zhu Xianyang was also full of praise for Chu Fan. Nanji Tian nodded and continued. Actually, this small thousand world could undergo such changes thanks to the falling star core underground. Earlier, Nanji Tian had already explored this immortal realm and discovered the falling star core in the underground. The falling star core still had considerable effects for someone of his strength, and even if he didn't use it, he could give it to his juniors. However, he didn't do that. The falling star core was now fully connected to this small thousand world, and taking it out would undoubtedly cause this small world to collapse. He still couldn't bring himself to kill the chicken to get the egg, but the other two, upon hearing the words falling star core, had their eyes gleam with excitement. Let us go. Let us find the inheritance first. Nanji Tian didn't intend to spend energy on this small thousand world. He found the entrance to the second formation and flew ahead. In the spirit ruins, Chu Fan opened his eyes and looked towards the direction of the immortal realm. He sensed at the moment Nanji Tian and his group entered the immortal realm. Chapter 334. Chu Fan's warning: since you have obtained the inheritance, please leave. Chu Fan issued a dismissal order. Nanji Tian said nothing. He handed the inheritance to the younger Nan Xinyu behind him and nodded slightly. Then, he turned to leave. At that moment, Zhu Xianyang spoke up. Wait a moment, my friend. Before I came here, I reviewed the historical records left by my ancestors. If the inheritance can be refined within the spirit ruins, the effects will be even more pronounced. May I ask if we can let our juniors enter to refine it, and we will leave immediately afterward? Chu Fan directly refused. No. The inheritance has already been given to you. Do not overreach. Chu Fan was too lazy to waste words and directly activated the ancient jade crown atop his head. In the next moment, the cultivation of the creation realm erupted, concentrating pressure on Zhu Xianyang. Zhu Xianyang's expression changed drastically. Before he could react, he was overwhelmed by the pressure and fell to the ground, his mouth coming into close contact with the dirt, unable to move. Since Chu Fan's pressure was directional, aimed at making Zhu Xianyang back down, Nanji Tian and the others were not affected. However, they were shocked in their hearts, looking at Chu Fan with eyes full of fear. Just relying on pressure was enough to render the Tao condensation realm Zhu Xianyang without the right to move, which showed how powerful Chu Fan was. Chapter 335. Sect Reform. New task in the Lingxiu. Within the Tao Divine Sect, Chu Fan removed his disguise, sitting alone on a chair at the top of Xianling Peak, gazing blankly at the distant peach blossom forest. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that the system had mentioned a task earlier, but he hadn't looked closely due to dealing with Nanji Tian and the others. System. Didn't TU say there was a task? As the strongest sect signing in system, the current Tao E-Divine sect is too weak. Please transform the Tao E-Divine sect into the strongest force in the universe within a certain time frame. Each time you complete a progress, there will be generous rewards, including improvements in cultivation. The sect planning will be sent to the host. Please review it carefully. Wait, building the strongest sect shouldn't be the job of the sect master? Why is it always asking me, an elder? The host can discuss with the sect master and have him give you the sect master position. That's all. Then forget it. He doesn't want to be the sect master. Since completing the task can improve his cultivation, he might as well do it reluctantly. Thus, Chu Fan read through the task information issued by the system and exclaimed in surprise. The system listed a large number of things. Building the sect would be divided into 9 departments, namely Tianji Pavilion, Xingbu Chuanjiao Pavilion, Lianxi Pavilion, Danyao Pavilion, Spirit Beast Hall, Library Pavilion, Wudao Platform, and Elder Peak. Chapter 336. The Awakening of the Sleeping Powerhouse? Hey, Chu Fan, what treasure do you have in your hand? It looks so magical. Lin Shun and Dao Zhu stared at the wordless heavenly book in Chu Fan's hand with curious eyes. They were very curious about what this treasure was that could reveal answers to Chu Fan's questions. This is the wordless heavenly book, except for certain major confidential questions. It can answer anything you want to know. This is too powerful, much stronger than predicting the heavenly secrets. Predicting the heavenly secrets consumes countless efforts. Unlike this where you can know just by asking. Lin Shun was amazed while also casting envious glances at Chu Fan. Then, under Chu Fan's arrangement, Yi Xian and the 10 newly promoted elders left Lingshu and headed for the Sunset Desert. With the route provided by the wordless heavenly book and holding the protective talisman given by Chu Fan, Yi Xian and the others could travel to the Sunset Desert with complete peace of mind. In the immortal realm, within the Chaos Holy Land, Chaos Immortal Emperor Li Tianyu, Xiao Chun, and Qiu Yushu were drinking and chatting happily. After a few days of communication, Qiu Yushu had already become familiar with Li Tianyu and the others, even openly stating that he came to the Chaos Holy Land after receiving a reminder from the powerful being inside Lingshu. Li Tianyu and the others naturally knew who Qiu Yushu was referring to, and they also understood Chu Fan's character, so they didn't reveal too much. Chapter 337. The Glory of the Ziwei Star Domain in the Past. After a while, Nanji Tian continued to ask Nanwen Tian, ancestor, can you tell me what the Ziwei Star Domain was like in the past? I'll give you a rough idea. The Ziwei Star Domain used to be a holy land for the human race's cultivation. The reason the Ziwei Star Domain had such a title was entirely due to the 7 major forces and a treasure land. These 7 major forces were Tianji Pavilion, Blood Killing Hall, Chuanling Sect, Zhuxin Palace, Yaoshan Palace, Divine Beast Palace, and Wuyiage, and the last treasure land was called Wudao Square. Tianji Pavilion has only 1 pavilion master and 1 subordinate. The strength of the Tianji Pavilion master is unfathomable. Some say his strength has reached beyond the realm of creation. In Tianji Pavilion, as long as you can provide enough money, you can obtain anything you desire. The Tianji Pavilion master understands yin and yang. There is nothing he cannot calculate. Blood Killing Hall is a very powerful force. The main task of Blood Killing Hall is to hunt down the most vicious people. Once someone commits an act against the natural order, Blood Killing Hall will take action. At that time, there was a saying in the Ziwei Star Domain, when the blood leaf falls, life ends, indicating that once someone sees the blood leaf fall, it represents that their life has come to an end. Chapter 338. Visiting Ziwei Divine Palace. Qiu Yushu and others' excitement. Jiang Yi, why are you all gathered here? After Qiu Yushu emerged from his seclusion, he saw Jiang Yi and the 4 gathered in front of the Ziwei Divine Palace and asked in confusion. At the same time, he also glanced at Chu Fan, feeling a bit familiar. Brother Qiu, this friend suddenly came to the Ziwei Divine Palace, saying he was looking for you. Oh, Qiu Yushu looked at Chu Fan again. Chu Fan smiled slightly and said to Qiu Yushu, it's me. Hearing the familiar voice, Qiu Yushu trembled all over and blurted out, Senior? Seeing Chu Fan nod, Qiu Yushu immediately became excited and welcomed Chu Fan into the Great Hall, leaving Jiang Yi and the others puzzled. They had never seen Qiu Yushu so proactive, even when the strong from the mid-level star domain came last time. Qiu Yushu did not behave like this. At the same time, Jiang Yi and the 4 were also speculating about Chu Fan's identity, and the consensus was that Chu Fan might be a powerhouse from a higher level plane. Thinking of this, Jiang Yi secretly breathed a sigh of relief, glad that his tone when asking earlier was very polite, and he didn't offend this big shot. Once they entered the Great Hall, Chu Fan had already, under Chiu Yushu's guidance, sat down on the highest chair. Chapter 339. Establishing the Divine Beast Palace, rewarding cultivation after Chu Fan left. After Chiu Yushu and the others arranged the matters of the Ziwei Divine Palace, they took Qinggui and the others to the Sunset Desert. Big Brother Chiu, can you tell us how you met this senior? On the way, Qinggui asked, as the four were very curious about where Chiu Yushu had encountered Chu Fan. This is not a secret. Since everyone is working for the senior, I'll tell you. Then, Chiu Yushu recounted how he brought Nanji Tian and the others into Lingshu and met Chu Fan. You don't know, with the strength of Dao Condensation Realm. Zhu Xianyang was forced to the ground by the mere pressure from the senior. As soon as he finished speaking, Chiu Yushu saw the shock on Qinggui and the four's faces. So, you know how strong the senior is now, right? Remember, following the senior, the future is limitless. Look, we are about to obtain a legacy. At this moment, Chiu Yushu had become Chu Fan's #1 fan. Yes, what Big Brother Chiu said makes sense. It's all our fault for thinking about those powers at that time. Fortunately, the senior didn't blame us. All right, you must remember the senior's instructions. After refining the legacy, immediately start recruiting talents. On this matter, we must be personally involved and must not be negligent. Chapter 340. Ziwei Divine Palace Recruiting Talents. Causing a huge stir, Chu Fan planned to place the establishment of Tianji Pavilion last. Now that he had the wordless heavenly book, he could be considered the master of Tianji Pavilion. However, he didn't want to do that. He already had the most suitable candidate for the position of Tianji Pavilion Master. Not long after returning to Xianling Peak, Chu Fan sensed that someone was coming. 3 powerful figures from the Yudao realm. Nan Wentian, Yudao realm. Introduction. The ancestor of the Nan family from the mid-level star region. The Yangwang star region came to visit after hearing about the spirit ruins, speculating that a master was likely an ancient expert from the realm of fortune that had disappeared long ago. The other 2 were also there for the same purpose. The ancestor of the Fong family was named Fong Jingyao, and the ancestor of the Zhu family was named Zhu Manxian. When they passed through the first formation of the spirit ruins, they did not see the immortal realm, to prevent others from knowing about its existence. Chu Fan had already shifted the passageway. To enter the immortal realm, one must follow a specific route. Nan Wentian and the others did not find it strange, as their purpose was to visit Chu Fan. The 3 of them arrived at the 8th formation of the spirit ruins, which was where Nanji Tian and the others had encountered Chu Fan. They did not dare to intrude into the 9th formation, as they had already speculated that it was likely where the ancient expert resided. Chapter 341. The shock of the 3 absolutes elder. Testing begins before long. A gray-haired, ruddy-faced elder in green robes strode into the hall. His bright eyes looked at Chiu Yushu, revealing a slightly lewd smile. Lord Chiu, I, an old man, would like to recommend myself to join the Ziwei Divine Palace. My alchemy skills should be beyond question in the Ziwei Star region, right? Chiu Yushu nodded, but did not immediately agree. Instead, he teased. Old 3 absolutes, the former head of the Medicine God Valley, said you fell during a breakthrough. I lamented that for several days back then. Mainly because those shameless ones kept asking me to refine pills for them, claiming it would increase their chances of breaking through to the divine sovereign realm. If I could refine them, would I still be stuck at the 9th level of the divine emperor realm? So to find peace, I pretended to have fallen. Over the years, I felt quite at ease. The 3 absolutes elder's face was filled with memories of a free and unrestrained life. Since you pursue freedom, why come to join my Ziwei Divine Palace? Hearing Chiu Yushu's question, the 3 absolutes elder showed a helpless expression and said, I'm tired of freedom and suddenly want to find something to do. Now that I'm stuck at the 9th level of the divine emperor realm, breaking through to the divine sovereign realm is my long-cherished wish. Chapter 342. Han Lele, a bloodbath hall figure from a past life among the 4 blocks that Jiang Yi and others were responsible for. Only 1 block was set for the alchemy test, while the other 3 were prepared for the weapon refining test. This was naturally because there were not many people with alchemy talent in the Ziwei Star region, and most had already joined the Medicine God Valley. The Medicine God Valley has always been a major force in alchemy in the Ziwei Star region, gathering nearly 80 of the alchemy geniuses in the entire region. Chiu Yushu already had a plan in mind. after the three absolutes elder refined the pills. He would have the elder personally go to the medicine god valley and bring back the talented alchemists who met the requirements. The focus of the entire test was naturally on talent testing, as long as the talent was high enough, whether in cultivation or other aspects. The comprehension speed would definitely be much faster than others. As the testing began, a resolute-looking young man stepped forward and placed his hand on the Ziwei Divine Bell. His name was Han Lele, the young master of the Wuxiang Divine Kingdom, one of the supreme divine nations. His father, Han Xing, was a powerful figure at the 7th level of the Divine Emperor realm. Han Lele had a secret that no one knew. Just a few days ago, while he was cultivating, countless ancient memories suddenly surged in his mind. Chapter 343. The Origin of the Three Absolutes Elder by the third day. There were finally testers who passed the tests in alchemy and weapon refining, which were 2 alchemy geniuses and 3 weapon refining geniuses. They passed the test with barely passing scores, and relief was evident on all 5 faces. When they realized they had passed the test and could join the Ziwei Divine Palace, they were so excited they couldn't speak. 3 days of persistence had indeed brought a good result. In the talent block, another 12 people passed, and now a total of 22 people had successfully joined the Ziwei Divine Palace. Jiang Yi saw that only 2 people had passed the test in his area after so many days, and he couldn't help but shake his head. Indeed, those with alchemy talent had long been snatched up by the medicine god valley. It seemed that to obtain more alchemy geniuses, he could only start with the 3 absolutes elder. The same was true for weapon refining. It was uncertain whether it was because the divine casting palace had left no inheritance, but there were only a handful of people capable of refining divine weapons in the entire Ziwei Star region. This type of refining was different from cultivating one's own life weapon within the body. Almost all cultivators, apart from refining their own divine weapons from those left behind by ancestors or in secret realms, relied on nurturing a divine weapon in their dantian. Chapter 344. The Chaos Immortal Emperor emerges, establishes the transmission spirit sect. The 3 absolutes elder hesitated for a moment, but quickly regained his composure and said to Chu Fan, "Senior Chu, you indeed have a discerning eye. My little abilities have been seen through by you." Chu Fan said, "Your alchemy skills are enough to serve as the chief of the Medicine God Palace. Under your leadership, the Medicine God Palace will surely regain its former glory." "Thank you for the praise, Senior Chu. I will not disappoint your expectations," the 3 absolutes elder said excitedly. He did not expect Senior Chu to think so highly of him. Senior Chu's words were enough to indicate that he could serve as the chief of the Medicine God Palace, which was currently the highest position in the palace. The 3 absolutes elder knew that his opportunity had arrived. Seeing that Chu Fan was very satisfied with the 3 absolutes elder, Qiu Yushu was extremely excited. He could finally serve Chu Fan. "Senior Chu, a total of 43 geniuses passed the tests outside. How do you plan to arrange them? Since they are already here, let them accompany me to the immortal realm." "Yes." Qiu Yushu turned and walked outside, and before long, he brought in those 43 outstanding talents. Chu Fan casually glanced over, and when his gaze landed on Han Lele, he paused slightly, a hint of a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Everyone, quickly greet Senior Chu," Qiu Yushu urged from the side. Chapter 345. Breaking Through to the Transformation Realm, the Ocean of Origins Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the initial construction of the Transmission Spirit Sect. Reward. Cultivation. Crown of the leader of the Transmission Spirit Sect. At the moment Li Tianyu nodded, the voice of the system echoed in Chu Fan's mind. Thus, Chu Fan casually transferred the Insight Cliff from the Time Secret Realm to the square of the Chaos Sacred Land. Anlelis pupils sudanli constricta. This Insight Cliff was exactly the same as the Insight Square back then. Could it be that this Senior Chu really wanted to recreate the ancient forces of the Ziwei Star region? "Elder Chu, why did you move this here?" Li Tianyu had entered the Time Secret Realm and cultivated under the Insight Cliff, so he was quite familiar with it. But he did not understand why Chu Fan wanted to bring the Insight Cliff here. "This is the ancient Insight Square I want to build. Although it's still a bit lacking, it will get better and better in the future," Chu Fan explained. "Ding! The initial construction of Wudao Square has been completed, and rich rewards have been obtained, including cultivation rewards, the luck treasure Dinghai Xinjian, and the source ocean, Hunyuan level. The luck treasure Dinghai Xinjian is a primordial artifact born in the chaos at the beginning of heaven and earth. After enduring endless years and condensing the luck of the human race, It became the luck treasure of the human race. As long as the Dinghai Shenzhen exists, the human race will stand tall. Chapter 346, Tianshu Star, Qin Xian Palace. Chu Fan arrived at the time's secret realm, extracted the source ocean, and placed it where the insight cliff originally was. This source ocean is different from the 3,000 sources integrated during Chu Fan's transformation of the immortal realm. It is the purest source with no attributes. Therefore, no matter what attribute the cultivator practices, they can enter the source ocean to absorb the source and enhance their cultivation. This is prepared by the system for the ancestors and disciples of the Taoist sect. Chu Fan has not forgotten that he needs to elevate the strength of the Taoist sect to the highest in the universe to obtain the rich rewards mentioned by the system. Chu Fan chose to let the ancestors of the Taoist sect experience the effects of the source ocean first. Ancestors Lin Shun, Tao ancestor Jiang Yu, and over 4,000 ancestors stood at the edge of the source ocean, gazing at it in a daze. Chu Fan, what is this? Ancestor Lin Chen asked. Over the years, he and a Tao ancestor had been in closed-door cultivation in the time's secret realm, raising their cultivation to the 9th level of the Star God realm. Such a cultivation speed far surpassed others. Perhaps only Li Tianyu could match their strength. This is the source ocean. If the ancestors enter to cultivate, they might quickly break through to the Divine Monarch realm, or even the Divine King realm. Chapter 347, The Divine Tree of Building Wood, the Start of Transformation. Reporting to the Sect Master, there has been movement at Qin Xian Palace. 2 powerful figures in the transformation realm have left Tianshu Star, heading towards the Z-Way, Star Domain. The powerful figures sent by Yu and Changlu had just left Tianshu Star when the intelligence department of the Nanwu sect informed Sect Master Huang Tianqi. Huang Tianqi, whose strength was on par with Yu and Changlu, had been searching for a way to break through to the creation realm. Oh, it seems that Yu and Changlu has made new progress. Huang Tianqi nodded, his deep eyes gazing into the distance, the corners of his mouth revealing an expression of expected results. He also dispatched 2 powerful figures in the transformation realm to the Z-Way Star Domain. A slight disturbance among powerful figures can quickly cause huge waves. The 5 strongest forces on Tianshu Star, Jinghuan, Qin Xian Palace, Nanwu Sect, Xianmen, and Jingyu Sect, all had their strongest figures at the peak of the 9th level of the Hunyuan realm, except for Jinghuan, which ignored external affairs. The other 4 sect leaders were all searching for ways to break through to the creation realm. Not just them, but also the peak powerful figures of the other 3 star domains. Everyone yearned to break through to the creation realm. In this era, where the creation realm does not exist, if anyone breaks through to the creation realm, they would naturally be the first person in the entire universe. Chapter 348, The Path of the Previous Life. After about a quarter of an hour, Chu Fan finally sorted out his thoughts. He was indeed in the transformation realm. System, are you there? Chu Fan tried to call the system, but received no response, so he simply gave up. His mind once again focused on the young man in front of him and the woman holding him. Husband, look how cute he is. His eyebrows are just like yours. My dear, our son is destined to be extraordinary. The Celestial Master has predicted that his future will definitely be that of an unparalleled powerhouse. Don't believe that quack. He dares to call himself a Celestial Master. Nothing he predicted has been accurate. I just want our child to live a simple and happy life. What you said makes sense. I've already thought of a name for our child. Chu Fan. What do you think? Chu Fan is a beautiful name. Let's go with that. The young man took out a prepared gift as a token of thanks and handed it to the midwife. The midwife, smiling brightly, said, Chu Ming, I can see that your son is definitely a genius. He will surely lead you out of this mountain. After saying a good word, the midwife happily left with the gift. Chapter 349, Little Chu Fan awakens. Purple chi comes from the east, stars fall. The next morning, before the sun had risen, a sound like an eggshell cracking suddenly emanated from little Chu Fan. Chu Ming and Jun Jin Shi, who had been observing for a long time, were taken aback. And Chu Ming exclaimed, it's starting. Jun Jin Shi also kindly said to little Chu Fan, quickly sit cross-legged. No matter what happens later, try to remain calm. Little Chu Fan nodded. At this moment, he had no mind to speak. His full attention was on the round pearl in his abdomen, glowing with a purple golden light. The previous cracking sound came from this pearl. For some reason, little Chu Fan just wanted to check the situation inside his body and naturally achieved inner sight. Outside, endless golden clouds surged in from the horizon, and where the sun was supposed to rise, purple gas corresponded with the golden clouds above. The appearance of auspicious clouds and the arrival of purple chi were phenomena caused by little Chu Fan's awakening. Meanwhile, at the distant Chu family, the ancestral hall suddenly vibrated. And then a massive purple light shot straight up into the sky from within the hall. The movement of the ancestral hall immediately drew the attention of all the ancestors of the Chu family, and the family head hurriedly rushed towards the ancestral hall. Chapter 350. The Old Madman Takes a Disciple. As an observer, Chu Fan was astonished to see that his previous life had such terrifying talent. This kind of phenomenon was completely that of a destined protagonist. With such talent, he would definitely be an existence that sweeps away everything in the future. But why did his previous self reincarnate? Perhaps continuing to observe would yield the answer. After a long time, Chu Ming and Junjin, she calmed their inner excitement. Chu Ming turned and went to check if there were any anomalies in the formation he had arranged. Although the phenomenon caused by Chu Fan was terrifying and should have been seen by everyone in the star, no one should know Chu Fan's exact location. When Chu Ming confirmed that there were no issues with the formation, he let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, he had prepared in advance. Surely no one could find this place. However, just then, an old man suddenly appeared in Chu Ming's sight. The old man was disheveled with messy hair, leaning on a smooth, curved cane, walking towards him with an incredible gait. In the blink of an eye, the old man was before Chu Ming. The formation arranged by Chu Ming could not stop the old man at all. He's a super expert. How could this be? Chapter 351. Entering the Tao Sect. Familiar people, familiar faces. Ziwei Star Domain, Tao Sect. Is this the force where the old madman is located, or is it the supreme elder of the sect? When the old madman revealed his roots, the consciousness body of Chu Fan was startled. Indeed, his connection with the Tao sect had already existed since his previous life. Not long after the old madman left, just as he said, the Chu family members indeed found this place. Seeing Chu Ming and Junjin present, Chu Fengyun did not wear a stern expression. He gently asked, Chu Ming, where's my good grandson? Considering his good grandson, Chu Fengyun did not hold a grudge against Chu Ming for the events of the past, since Chu Ming and Junjin had given birth to a super genius grandson. It made up for everything. Chu Fan has been taken away. They said they are accepting him as a disciple. Chu Ming said irritably. Then why didn't you stop him? Is there anyone who can outmatch the Chu family? You're just too arrogant. You must know there are heavens beyond the heavens. To tell you the truth, Chu Fan's master is not someone you can provoke. He comes from the Ziwei Star Domain. Ziwei Star Domain. Not only was Chu Fengyun clueless about it, but even the three ancestors behind him were equally ignorant. They even thought that the Ziwei Star Domain mentioned by Chu Ming was fabricated to deceive them. Chapter 352. Cultivation Techniques. Improved techniques, you've seen it. And those who were shocked were indeed shocked. Is there no gift for your little master? As the crowd either stared wide-eyed or gasped in surprise. Not a single person took the initiative to present a gift, prompting the old madman to urge them. Yes, how could I forget this? Here, little master. This is my gift for you. Lin Shun was the first to pull out a pearl and hand it to Chu Fan. This is a spirit-subduing pearl, which can protect the little master from harm. Below the creation realm, no one can break its defense. Lin Shun explained the function of the spirit-subduing pearl to Chu Fan. Good disciple, this is a divine artifact of creation realm level. It's perfect for protection. Just accept it, and I'll teach you how to refine it when you return. The old madman said to Chu Fan. Only then did Chu Fan put away the spirit-subduing pearl. Following that, Tao ancestor Jiang Yu and others also took out their treasures, fan, jade, long sword, iron chain, etc. All were artifacts of Tao integration or primordial realm level or higher. If these items were placed outside, any single one would be enough to make countless people risk their lives to compete for it. Yet here, they were handed out one after another as if they were free. Chapter 353. The Master of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion Gui Su Ji. Not bad. Come, good disciple. Take a look at this eye technique. The old madman generously praised little Chu Fan while casually handing him a creation-level eye technique. Little Chu Fan continued to browse and soon comprehended the eye technique. The profound meanings of life and death flowed in his eyes, and in the next moment, under the anxious and expectant gaze of the old madman, two beams of light shot out from his eyes. Where the eye technique passed, the profound meanings of life and death transformed, intricate and mysterious, until they dissipated tens of thousands of miles away. Hiss! The old madman was startled and then burst into laughter. Good fellow, this really is a treasure. To learn a creation level technique instantly after reading it is one thing. But to directly comprehend the profound meanings of life and death is extraordinary. Master, I've also improved this technique. Let's call it life and death cycle. Good. Anyway, you can modify any technique you've improved as you wish. The old madman nodded repeatedly, already plotting something in his heart. The old man of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion is known for saying that besides him and his future disciples, no one can learn his Heavenly Machine technique, right? My good disciple has such an extraordinary talent. I must humble the pride of the old man of the Heavenly Machine. Chapter 354. The eve of the disciple acceptance ceremony. Hee. What are you anxious about? I never said I would snatch your precious disciple. The master of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion scolded with a smile. Then, he ignored the old madman and reached out to pat little Chu Fan's head. His eyes tightly closed as if calculating something. Seeing his action, the old madman immediately fell silent, quietly watching the master of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. He knew that the master was calculating the future for his good disciple. After a long time, the master of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion finally opened his eyes and shook his head. Seeing this, the old madman anxiously asked, "What's wrong?" Old man of the Heavenly Machine? The expression of the master of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion seemed a bit disappointed. Yes, disappointed. Did he calculate something unfavorable? The old madman was extremely tense. He had high hopes for his good disciple, who was an unprecedented genius and couldn't afford any mishap. I looked at Chu Fan's future. The path is all smooth, but what? But at the end, there's nothing, or rather, I cannot see what happens at the end. Even you, old man of the Heavenly Machine, can't see the result? How is that possible? The old madman was shocked. The old man's Heavenly Machine technique was supposed to know everything. Chapter 355. The ceremony begins. Chu Fan breaks through the star god realm. The elite disciples of the Tao, Sect lined up. And Yi Xian and others looked at Chu Fan sitting on the platform, marveling. Little Master is so lucky to be accepted as a direct disciple by the Supreme Elder. How enviable. The old madman's status in the Tao Sect was very high, being the one with the highest seniority in the whole sect. So his disciple Chu Fan was referred to as Little Master by the sect leader, elders, and disciples. Now, Chu Fan's status in the Tao Sect was second only to the old madman, Brother Yi Xian. According to other well-informed disciples, this Little Master has a heaven-defying talent. He had the cultivation of the 9th layer of the immortal Emperor realm as soon as he awakened. His 9th layer of the immortal Emperor realm. At this statement, all the disciples who heard it gasped. That's too terrifying. Where did this genius come from? I don't know. But it seems the Supreme Elder has been searching for him for many years, and the Master of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion helped. I also know one more thing. The Little Master's comprehension ability is extraordinary. For any God-level technique, he can comprehend it just by looking at it once. And he can even improve it, greatly increasing its power. Does such a person really exist? Of course. Otherwise, how could he become our Little Master? Chapter 356. Guiding Yi Xian seeing the grand gesture of the Medicine God Palace. Other forces were equally unwilling to show weakness, presenting various artifacts, treasures, pills, and manuals, all piled up in front of Chu Fan. It seemed they had turned the act of sending congratulatory gifts into a competition to see who could offer the most valuable gifts, thus gaining more face. After the gifts were presented, each sect leader warmly invited Chu Fan to visit their places later, and Chu Fan agreed. Finally, the old madman announced the ceremony was a complete success, and, after sending off the 6 major forces, he said to the disciples of the Tao Sect, "The Xianling Peak will open a general area. If any disciple has questions about cultivation or understanding techniques, they can come to communicate with Chu Fan." Upon hearing this news, all the disciples were excited. Xianling Peak is the residence of the Supreme Elder and a forbidden area of the Tao Sect, besides the sect leader and elders. No one else is allowed to step in. Now, to promote communication between the Little Master and them, half of Xianling Peak's area was specially opened. This was their opportunity. If they could get along well with the Little Master, and he casually offered guidance or some pills, wouldn't that be a leap forward? Chapter 357. 3 years later. The coming-of-age ceremony on Xianyuan Star 1 year later. Chu Fan's cultivation reached the 2nd level of the Divine Sovereign Realm. Over the past year, he had almost averaged 1 breakthrough per month, and whenever he broke through, various phenomena would appear on Xianling Peak. At first, the disciples of Tao Sect were constantly shocked, but later, they became numb to it. Chu Fan's talent was too monstrous, while others needed decades, or even centuries, to break through a realm. He achieved it in just a year. That disciple could not possibly be compared to Chu Fan unless he was out of his mind, as he simply didn't deserve to be compared with Chu Fan. At this rate, it was estimated that in another 20 years, the strength of the little master would catch up to Brother Yi Xian and the others. Perhaps, as the later breakthroughs became increasingly difficult, it might not be a problem for the little master. All right, let's go cultivate too. The little master is so outstanding and still works hard on his cultivation. We should learn from him. Another 2 years passed, and Chu Fan was now a 16-year-old youth, and this year was also his coming-of-age day. On this day, the old madman found Chu Fan, who was cultivating. Good disciple, you have been at Daoyi Sect for 3 years now. I suppose you must miss your parents, he said. Chapter 358, The Coming-of-Age Ceremony begins. The Li family ancestor breaks through. Come here. Quickly prepare a congratulatory gift. I'm going to meet my grandson at the Chu family. Jun Wuhan ordered on the spot, instructing the elders of the clan to prepare treasures at the Hunyuan level as a coming-of-age gift for his dear grandson. Hunyuan level treasures were extremely rare on Xianyuan Star, and as for the creation level, each of the 7 major forces had only 1 or 2 pieces, which were considered as the family's most precious treasures. Therefore, a Hunyuan level treasure was already the best gift. In the past, Jun Wuhan was completely opposed to Jun Jinsi being with Chu Ming, but 3 years ago, news came from the Chu family that Jun Jinsi's child, who was also his grandson, was the one who triggered the celestial phenomena on Xianyuan Star that day. At that moment, Jun Wuhan agreed to the proposal from the Chu family, and the grievances between the 2 families were resolved. This was because Chu Ming and Jun Jinsi had given birth to an unparalleled genius. This child was both the child of the Chu family and the Jun family. From the perspective of the celestial phenomena triggered, this child would definitely be an extraordinary powerhouse in the future, and even the creation realm would not be his endpoint. Being the head of the family, he naturally understood the benefits. He knew that in order to connect with Chu Fan, the 2 families must reconcile. Chapter 359, The Old Madman Takes Action. Shocking the audience. Li Ming Wang, what are you doing? Today is the coming-of-age ceremony of my Chu family's younger generation. What trouble are you causing? Chu Juaniang Sautet Angli. Today was a joyous day for the Chu family. Regardless of any grievances between the various forces, they would temporarily set them aside and give face to the Chu family. But Li Ming Wang was doing just the opposite, specifically choosing this time to create trouble. It was precisely because of such arrogance and self-centered behavior that Chu Chuanyang had taught him a lesson back then. Years had passed, and he still had not repented. Li Ming Wang laughed wildly and said, "Old man, I want to take this opportunity to step on you in front of everyone." Upon hearing this, aside from the old madman and Chu Fan, the others present were taken aback. Jun Wuhan, who was seated on the stage, was nearly enraged. Today was his dear grandson's coming-of-age ceremony, and Li Ming Wang's actions were clearly disrespectful to both the Chu and Jun families. However, since it was the Chu family's home ground, he could not overshadow them, and his strength was far inferior to Li Ming Wang's. If the creation-level ancestor of the Jun family were present, he would have felt more confident. Jun Wuhan turned to look at the old madman, who was meditating with his eyes closed, and silently prayed for Li Ming Wang, hoping he could survive at least half a move against him. Chapter 360, Answering Questions. The birth of the bombed demonist, the developments on Xianyuan Star were no longer a concern for the old madman and Chu Fan. Chu Fan followed the old madman back to the Z-Way star domain, continuing to focus on his cultivation. The old madman had said that once he reached the first level of the divine emperor realm, he could walk outside. The master of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion had once mentioned that letting Chu Fan travel outside would yield unexpected gains. Thus, this arrangement was made. Master, once you complete your breakthrough, how about we go play at the Divine Beast Palace first? The Divine Beast Phoenix said, standing on Chu Fan's shoulder, speaking in a sweet voice. All right, then let's go to the Divine Beast Palace first. Upon hearing Chu Fan agree to go to the Divine Beast Palace, Phoenix felt as if it had honey smeared inside. Indeed, its decision to volunteer as Chu Fan's spirit pet was very correct. Therefore, Chu Fan continued with his daily training plan, cultivating for 3 hours each day, and spending the remaining time learning other skills. Occasionally, disciples from the Daoyi sect would come to seek his advice, and Chu Fan would patiently share his insights with them. Whether it was regarding pills, formations, or talismans, Chu Fan had a talent that surpassed others. In his eyes, There was nothing he could not understand or comprehend. Chapter 361, The Black Wudong. Chu Fan breaks through. Preparing to come down the barbarian realm was a small secret realm opened up by the old madman in the back mountain of Daoist Sect. The main purpose of this small secret realm was to store a branch he had accidentally obtained a long time ago. That branch had been struck by heavenly lightning and had completely lost its spirituality. The old madman merely thought that this branch came from outside the heavens and intended to keep it as a collection. Little did he expect that when he went to the Heavenly Machine Pavilion to have tea with the pavilion master, he was told, "The branch you have is not ordinary. It is from an extraterrestrial species of Wudong tree." What is the difference between this extraterrestrial Wudong tree and the existing Wudong trees in the Z-Way star domain? The reason it is called an extraterrestrial species is that it is no longer limited to the demon race, but is half demon, half devil. However, this branch of the Wudong tree has retained a trace of vitality due to the heavenly lightning catastrophe. If you wish to preserve it, remember to find a separate place for it. The reason it is called an extraterrestrial species is that it holds infinite possibilities. The old madman, Chu Fan, in Guantanue arrived at the barbarian realm, and in front of them stood a 10-zhong tall Wudong tree, rising from the ground. This Wudong tree was completely black, with a trunk and leaves all of a shiny black color. As soon as the old madman and the others arrived, they saw the black Wudong tree suddenly tremble, and then a beam of black light slashed towards them. Chapter 362, The Blood-Killing Hall. Unintentional. Chu Fan comes down. The old madman also heard Chu Fan's Versailles-like words, and he helplessly shook his head. This disciple was good in every way, but the things he said unintentionally were truly hurtful. He called Chu Fan over and said, "Chu Fan, since you have already broken through to the first level of the Divine Emperor realm, it's time for you to go down the mountain to experience the world." "Yes, master. With your current cultivation, no one below the Divine Sovereign realm will be your opponent, but having more skills won't hurt. I will set up a few protective measures for you to ensure that others cannot harm you." Although Chu Fan had refined the spirit-suppressing pearl, cultivators below the creation realm could not harm him. However, just in case, the old madman decided to add another layer of protection for Chu Fan. That afternoon, upon hearing that Chu Fan was about to go down the mountain for training, the master of the Bloodkill Hall brought a man in black with him. This man, named Wu Xin, possessed the strength of the first level of the creation realm and ranked third among the assassins of the Bloodkill Hall. He was sent by the master of the Bloodkill Hall to protect Chu Fan, as no one was better suited to be a bodyguard than an assassin from the Bloodkill Hall. The assassins of the Bloodkill Hall specialized in speed, emphasizing one word: fast. Once they locked onto a target, they would kill it at the fastest speed. Some victims wouldn't even know who had killed them by the time they died. Chapter 363, Dangerous Treasures. Chu Fan's terrifying ability. Looking at the corpses scattered around, the woman frowned slightly, the smell of blood in the air repulsing her. She quickly slipped away, and after reaching a safe distance, her aura disappeared again, returning to her original fragile appearance. It seemed she could no longer stay here and had to find another place. The woman whispered softly. This place was no longer suitable for her, and she decided to go to a farther city to find another brothel, continuing her mission in the guise of a courtesan. After the woman left, Chu Fan emerged from his hiding spot, looking in the direction she had gone, and couldn't help but sigh. So this is how cruel the outside world is. From birth until now, before awakening, Chu Fan had lived a carefree life in Luoxia village. At that time, he had a relatively happy childhood, and the villagers of Luoxia were very friendly. After awakening, he was brought to Daoist Sect by the old madman. Because of his identity as the little master ancestor, everyone in the sect treated him with great respect. Therefore, he had never encountered the so-called treachery, nor had he experienced the cruelty of the world. Just moments ago, when that woman was about to be captured, he almost intervened. It was Wu Xin, hidden in the shadows, who reminded him that the woman had concealed her cultivation and it was absolutely impossible for her to be in danger. Chapter 364, Ice River. Looking at the lying Maetalu, Wu Xin blurted out, "Little master ancestor, you truly have the ability of words turning into law." Words turning into law. This is a supreme skill that only exists in legends. It is said that in the Z-Way star domain, only the Tao of Heaven might possess the ability of words turning into law. If Wu Xin hadn't known the little master ancestor's background, he would have thought that Chu Fan was the illegitimate child of the Tao of Heaven. Chu Fan rubbed his head and smiled. This should be a coincidence. He understood the supreme skill of words turning into law and did not believe he could possess such an ability. He thought it was just that he was a bit luckier, not that he could be said to have words turning into law. Little master ancestor. Whether it is or not, you will know if you try more in the future. Chu Fan nodded, then turned his gaze to the Maetalu ahead. Wuxin. How about we taste its flavor? Sure, I haven't eaten Maetalu before. An hour later, Chu Fan contentedly brought the divine beast Phoenix to the divine beast palace, while Wuxin continued to hide in the shadows. The divine beast palace, as one of the 7 most powerful supreme forces in the Ziwei star domain, naturally occupied a prime location. More than 90 of the inhabitants of the divine beast palace were of the demon race, with only a portion being human, and these humans had signed contracts with some demon beasts. Chapter 365, Chaotic Fire Lotus, the sleeping girl. I've been recognized. The little girl, Xiaoko with pointy ears, heard the conversation of a few people, playfully stuck out her tongue, and then put away the badge on her left shoulder. Seeing this scene, Chu Fan smiled. Xiaoko, you wouldn't be thinking of some bad idea again, would you? Although this Xiaoko looked like a girl under 8 years old, she was quite clever. No, little master ancestor, I just wanted to see if those people upstream would attack us without knowing our identities. If they do, I will ask the master to send someone to teach them a lesson. Chu Fan shook his head, no longer speaking. If someone were to attack them, Wuxin could resolve it in an instant without waiting for his orders. After walking about 10 miles, Chu Fan and Xiaoko finally arrived at the upstream of the ice river, where the temperature was even lower. Without the protection of celestial power, one could feel the cold wind piercing through to the bones, which was very painful. There were very few people upstream, only about 20 or so, but each person's strength was above the 7th level of the Divine King realm, with the strongest being 2 at the 4th level of the Divine Emperor realm. The strength of these people would not be a match for Chu Fan even if they teamed up. Chapter 366, Snow Woman Acknowledgement, How to Achieve It. It might require communication through thoughts, right? Hey, little master ancestor, why don't you try that? Can this really work? Chu Fan said uncertainly, as he knew what Wuxin was referring to, just to see if he could try the ability of words turning into law. He didn't believe he could possess such a defying ability, so he wasn't very confident. It's fine, just give it a try, what if it works? Under Wuxin's encouragement, Chu Fan no longer hesitated. He looked at the distant chaotic fire lotus and softly asked, Can you come with me? Amid Xiaoko's astonished expression and Wuxin's knowing look, the chaotic fire lotus, carrying the sleeping snow woman, slowly moved toward Chu Fan. The nearby Divine King and Divine Emperor realm experts watched in fascination as the chaotic fire lotus approached Chu Fan, filled with helplessness. After witnessing the 2 4th-level Divine Emperor realm experts instantly incinerated by the chaotic fire lotus, they realized that with their strength, it would be impossible to capture the chaotic fire lotus. Moreover, Wuxin's recent appearance made them aware that even if they had the ability to capture the chaotic fire lotus, they wouldn't have the courage to do so. After all, Wuxin's insignia was clearly that of the terrifying assassin of the Bloodkill Hall, and his status was extremely high within the Bloodkill Hall. Chapter 367, Accepting Disciples, Longevity Body. Ao Wu confirmed he was not mistaken. The identical expression was unmistakable. The little girl saved by the little master ancestor must be the Snow Woman. But why had the once unfathomably powerful Snow Woman suddenly turned into this state and lost all her strength? Not only that, but she was also devoid of any constitution. Ao Wu could see at a glance that the current Snow Woman was an ordinary body. What had she encountered to become like this? A big question mark appeared in Ao Wu's mind. He truly couldn't understand, as the contrast was too great. Could it be? Suddenly, a thought popped into Ao Wu's mind and couldn't be shaken off. He considered a possibility. Could the Snow Woman have failed in her attempt to reach that realm? Only this could explain why she had become like this. Above the creation realm had exceeded Ao Wu's understanding. In his memory, only 2 people in the entire Ziwei star domain had attempted to break through above the creation realm, but both had failed. One was the master of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, and the other was the Elder Madman. The master of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion was fine. After failing to break through above the creation realm, he recovered after 2 days of rest, while the Elder Madman had closed himself off for 10 years. Now, the third failed person is the Snow Woman in front of us, who is even worse off, as she has lost all her cultivation. Chapter 368, Returning to the Tao E Sect, Entering the Small Village. Little Master Ancestor, what happened? Hearing movement inside the house, Ao Wu rushed in with Xiao Ke. When he saw that the snow woman had changed in temperament and had become an eternal body, he was stunned. What was going on? Before, she was clearly immortal. A mortal body? How did she transform into an eternal body? Ao Wu was sure he was not mistaken, but now the snow woman was indeed an eternal body. Little master ancestor, what is going on with her? Chu Fan knew what Ao Wu wanted to ask and explained. Now she is called Qing Shui, and she is my disciple. I don't know why, but after she became my disciple, golden light erupted from her body, and she attained the eternal body. Ao Wu took a deep breath to calm himself. It was truly bizarre. Can someone really attain the eternal body just by becoming a disciple? Would anyone believe this if it were told? However, everything was indeed happening right in front of him. It seemed that in the presence of the little master ancestor, no matter how absurd things got, they still seemed quite reasonable. In the end, Ao Wu no longer dwelled on it and congratulations little master ancestor on receiving such a talented disciple. Because he had taken in Qing Shui as a disciple, Chu Fan decided to return to the Tao Sect first. After arranging things for Qing Shui, he would continue his training. Chapter 369, Awakening Ceremony, All Heavenly Physiques. Aunt Lin was also taken aback, then smiled and said, I'm sorry. The child is just being naughty. Guest need not mind. No, I'm serious. I want to go out with Master. Jiang Feng pouted and said, Yes, Aunt Lin. I also want to see the outside world. Qing Xian echoed, filled with longing for the outside world. Upon hearing this, Aunt Lin knew these two were determined to go out, so she no longer insisted. Besides, looking at the two little girls beside Chu Fan, it might be better for Jiang Feng and Qing Xian to follow along than stay here. Well then, guest, why don't you take them with you? If they misbehave one day, you can bring them back, Aunt Lin said with a pleading look. Seeing Aunt Lin's eyes, Chu Fan had no choice but to agree. Given that Qing Shui and Xiao Ke were playing so well together, it was fine to take them along. After all, it was just two of them. Once Chu Fan nodded, Jiang Feng and Qing Xian immediately knelt and bowed to him. Jiang Feng even asked Qing Xian to take out the bead Chu Fan had given her and hand it over. Master, this is your thing. I'm returning it to you. It's fine. Just consider it a gift for you, Chu Fan replied. After completing the apprenticeship ceremony, Chu Fan gained two more disciples, Jiang Feng and Ling Qing Xian. Chapter 370, Creating Divine Artifacts. So beautiful. Seeing the girl in a red dress, Qing Shui and Jiang Feng couldn't help but exclaim. The girl in the red dress slightly nodded, looking a bit shy, and said to everyone, My name is Hua Wanqing. I have met senior sister and senior brother. I feel like I've seen you somewhere. Qing Shui sensed a familiar aura from Hua Wanqing and asked, Senior sister Qing Shui, I am the consciousness of the chaotic fire lotus. At that time, you suddenly appeared, and I called out to you, but you were still in slumber, Hua Wanqing explained. So you are the chaotic fire lotus transformed. No wonder, realized. Since Hua Wanqing had transformed, Qing Shui and the others had only noticed the movement when they arrived at the peak and had not seen the original form of the chaotic fire lotus. Thus, Qing Shui understood after hearing Hua Wanqing's explanation. With this connection, the five quickly got along well. It is worth mentioning that after several days of interaction, Xiao Ke had completely attached herself to Ling Qing Xian, following her around every day. In Xiao Ke's words, Ling Qing Xian had a very attractive scent, and being with her made her feel particularly at ease. Senior sister, where did Master go? Hua Wanqing asked. Chapter 371, News from the Master of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. Master, this brick is amazing. I really like it, Jiang Feng said, holding the brick, looking at it excitedly. That's good. Hurry and refine the divine artifact. Since you have a divine artifact, you can't forget the core techniques. I have decided to create a technique for you to practice, Chu Fan said. Thank you, Master. You're so nice. After this divine artifact forging, Chu Fan suddenly had an idea. Is there a possibility to create an alternative auxiliary cultivation artifact? This kind of artifact is different from others. The other artifacts may have one or two characteristics at most, and those that are more powerful can nurture artifact spirits. The artifact he planned to create would have all-encompassing characteristics, such as being able to absorb all kinds of techniques, artifacts, physiques, etc., and provide help at the right time. Such an artifact could be called the Supreme Artifact. The idea was quite imaginative, and naturally, the difficulty of realization was immense. The kind of artifact Chu Fan wanted to create was almost akin to the Tao itself. Only the Tao could achieve such a thing. Suddenly, Chu Fan had a flash of inspiration. What if he integrated the Tao into the artifact as the artifact spirit? Then this artifact would have a chance of realization. Chapter 372. Chu Fan enters closed-door training. What method? You? Me? Yes. Only you have the possibility to realize it. It may seem far-fetched for you now, but neither I nor the old madman have a chance anymore. We failed in our attempts to reach that realm before, but you still have a chance. And I know that the future you will definitely succeed. The master of the heavenly machine pavilion said firmly. What should I do? Work hard to cultivate and strive to break through to the peak of the 9th layer of the creation realm in the shortest time possible. Then, settle down and challenge the realm beyond the creation realm. You don't need to worry about anything else. With the techniques you gave them, Qing Shui and the others won't achieve too low a level. Leave the external matters to me and the old madman. We will buy you time. And it's best if you can reach the pinnacle of the creation realm before disaster strikes. At that time, everything can change. Do you understand? Okay, I understand. Chu Fan note that he knew that even the master and the heavenly machine senior could not control the impending disaster with his current strength. How could he possibly stop it? The only thing he could do was to elevate his strength as quickly as possible, as the senior had said. Only with great strength could everything be changed. Chapter 373. Peak of the 9th layer of the creation realm, coming out of closed-door training. In the outside world, 63 years passed, while nearly 230,000 years had elapsed in the secret realm of time for Chu Fan. After all these years, he finally reached the peak of the 9th layer of the creation realm. In fact, he had reached the peak of the 9th layer many years ago and had attempted several times to break through the realm beyond the creation realm. But he always felt an inexplicable force blocking his breakthrough. No wonder even the master of the heavenly machine pavilion and the old madman had failed. It turned out that breaking through the realm beyond the creation realm was so difficult. However, Chu Fan was not discouraged. He did not think it was due to his lack of talent, but that his cultivation was not yet perfect. Only by perfecting the essence of the 3,000 great Tao would that layer of obstruction completely disappear. He also faintly sensed that there were some flaws in this time's secret realm, namely that the great Tao was not complete. It makes sense. The master of the heavenly mechanism pavilion and the old madman, his master, are not proficient in all origins. Being able to create the time secret realm is already quite remarkable. Moreover, as the time secret realm has been operating for so many years, problems that did not arise before will gradually emerge over time. After Chu Fan broke through to the 9th level of the creation realm, the effect of the time secret realm basically disappeared. Chapter 374. The reminder of the heavenly mechanism pavilion master, going to Tian Shan, human skin in the room. Please enlighten me. Senior heavenly mechanism. Once you fully comprehend the 3,000 great Tao origins, it will be worthwhile to introspect a bit deeper into your consciousness. You may discover something different. Remember, only attempt it when you are confident in breaking through the creation realm. At that time, everything will be clear to you, and breaking through will pose no issues. All right, I understand. Senior heavenly mechanism. All right, the old madman and I will try our best to buy you more time. What you wish to do next is entirely up to you. Thank you, Senior heavenly mechanism. I already have some plans. Good. I'll remind you again. Just don't leave the purple microstar domain. Chu Fan nodded and then turned to leave the heavenly mechanism pavilion. After Chu Fan left, the master of the heavenly mechanism pavilion sighed lightly, raised his hand to store the heavenly mechanism pavilion away, and then leaped, disappearing into the vast sky of the purple microstar domain. From then on, the heavenly mechanism pavilion closed its doors to the world and no longer conducted business. As for where the master of the heavenly mechanism pavilion went, probably only the old madman would know. Returning to the Tao Sect, Chu Fan immediately checked the depths of his sea of consciousness, but found nothing. He was sure that the master of the heavenly mechanism pavilion did not deceive him. Chapter 375. The ruler of the setting sun desert, poison flame black scorpion. Chu Fan left the small house and destroyed the human skin before leaving. Then, he looked up and saw a snow lotus shining with a soft white light at the peak of Tian Shan through countless clouds and mist. This snow lotus looked extraordinary, even reaching the same level as the chaotic fire lotus. Chu Fan leaped up and flew towards a mountain peak. At the summit, the wind was fierce, howling and whipping about, but froze upon touching the Tian Shan mountain body, reaching absolute zero. Even the wind was halted. Chu Fan's profound cultivation enveloped his body with origin power. Keeping the cold at bay, he approached the snow lotus, gazing at its crystal-clear petals, marveling at the wonders of nature. Such a breathtaking snow lotus blossomed at the absolute zero peak of Tian Shan, with no one to appreciate its beauty. The Tian Shan snow lotus had grown here in solitude for countless years. Perhaps only the snow maiden had seen it. The Tian Shan snow lotus seemed to know that Chu Fan intended to pick it, quickly shaking its petals and casting out a lotus pod filled with dozens of lotus seeds. Floating before Chu Fan accepted the lotus pod and said, "Since you are so thoughtful, I will take it. As a return gift, I'll give you something as well." Chapter 376. The Sea of Flowers Without Love. The black poisonous liquid spewed out and spread in all directions. Chu Fan flew back to avoid being affected. With Chu Fan's strength, he naturally did not fear the toxins of the poison flame black scorpion. Avoiding it was merely a distaste for such substances touching him. As the poison flame black scorpion's eyes were pierced by Chu Fan, it was about to struggle when a momentary blossom unleashed its power, accurately striking at the joints of its 8 long legs. With a few cracking sounds, the poison flame black scorpion's legs were severed and black blood spread out. The poison flame black scorpion roared in fury, the sound waves shattering the surrounding peaks. Locking onto Chu Fan's position through its divine sense, and its massive pincers slammed down. The poison flame black scorpion was already weaker than Chu Fan, and now as a half-damaged body, it could not possibly be a match for him. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Fan employed his old tricks, using Death Cycle once again, dodging the poison flame black scorpion's attacks while continuously piercing its body. After a while, the massive body of the poison flame black scorpion was riddled with holes, while Chu Fan remained calm and collected, as if he hadn't exerted his full strength. Too much bullying. The poison flame black scorpion was extremely unwilling. It could hardly believe that the young man before it was so terrifyingly strong, with so many martial techniques raining down, catching it off guard. Chapter 377. The Sea of Flowers Without Love. When Chu Fan first heard this rumor, he was skeptical, wondering if everyone exaggerated the Sea of Flowers, until the master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion told him that the rumors about the Sea of Flowers were true. Moreover, the strength of the flower messenger reached the 9th level of the creation realm. If one were to ask which of the 9 perilous places in the purple microstar domain was the most mysterious, the master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion would undoubtedly say it was the Sea of Flowers. It took the master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion several days of effort to learn most of the information about the Sea of Flowers. Chu Fan remembered that the master of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion once said that the strength of the flower messenger was not inferior to that of the old madman. This shows how strong the flower messenger is. This is also why Chu Fan chose to come to the Sea of Flowers first. After battling the poison flame black scorpion in the setting sun desert, Chu Fan gained a clear understanding of his strength. The poison flame black scorpion was simply not comparable to Chu Fan, existing on a completely different level. Chu Fan also planned to meet this mysterious flower messenger. He stepped tens of thousands of miles from the setting sun desert and landed steadily in the Sea of Flowers. The Sea of Flowers was virtually untouched by anyone, so no one saw Chu Fan enter the Sea of Flowers. Chapter 378. Intercepting halfway, battling the Mirror Demon. After Chu Fan left, deep in the Sea of Flowers, Huawei changed into a new outfit and reappeared in the place where the battle had just taken place. A curious expression appeared on her stunning face. "Chu Fan, you have piqued my interest." After half a day, Chu Fan was already approaching the Bailuo Valley. However, when he intended to land on the ground, a beam of white light suddenly shot out from the clouds ahead, enveloping him. Then, the scenery around Chu Fan changed. Chu Fan immediately realized who was behind this. He had been transported by the ruler of the Mirror Zone, the Mirror Demon, from near Bailuo Valley to the Mirror Zone. Mirror Demon? Interesting. Since you have delivered yourself to me, I'll take you as my target, Chu Fan silently thought. After 3 breaths, a tall, thin man with a crying face mask appeared before Chu Fan. He wore a blue and white striped robe, and a pair of long, pointed boots stood out prominently. "Hey, kid, I saw you come out from the Sea of Flowers. I want to ask you a few questions." The voice of the Mirror Demon was sharp, making it very uncomfortable to listen to. Chu Fan looked up and down at the Mirror Demon. It was the first time he had seen such a striking outfit, which was visually shocking. Chapter 379. Closing up for Breakthrough. Conversations from 2 lives. With the Mirror Demon killed, Chu Fan shook his head and smiled. He looked toward the certain spot ahead and said, "Next time I come, I hope your attitude won't be like it is this time." After saying that, he turned and left. Deep in the mirror zone, a phantom figure emerged from a mirror, wearing a mask of Gushao, with trembling hands. The mirror demon didn't die? No, the mirror demon died, but he left behind a backup plan. This figure is just a remnant of the mirror demon's soul that he buried long ago in case of an accident, so that if his main body encountered misfortune, he would have a chance to come back. Just now, before leaving, Chu Fan's words were heard clearly by the mirror demon. He was indeed afraid. It was obvious that Chu Fan had discovered the backup plan and did not seek to eradicate him completely. If he had known this earlier, he wouldn't have acted so recklessly, otherwise he wouldn't have ended up in such a situation. The mirror demon deeply regretted it. His current strength was far from what it used to be, merely at the first level of the creation realm. To restore himself to his peak, he didn't know how long it would take. After dealing with the mirror demon, Chu Fan visited various dangerous places one by one, such as Biluo Valley, Duanhuan Cliff, and the Death Forest. By the time he returned from the Sea of Realms, 100 years had already passed. In this century, Chu Fan finally polished his cultivation to perfection. Chapter 380. Return. Past memories resurface, refining the heavenly Tao of the purple microstar domain. My cultivation. When Chu Fan checked his own cultivation, he was shocked to find that he was not at the transformation realm, but at the mastery realm. System, what's going on? Why am I directly at the mastery realm? No response from the system. System? Here, my master. The system finally replied, but its voice was clearly different from before. Previously, it had a mechanical tone. Now, it had more emotion in it. Its address for Chu Fan had also changed from host to master. Noticing this, Chu Fan immediately asked, "Are you the heavenly Tao of the purple microstar domain?" "Yes. My master, I will give you these memories next." After the system finished speaking, countless memories surged into Chu Fan's mind again. These were memories from his previous life after breaking through to the mastery realm. As the memories continued to merge, Chu Fan understood the sequence of events clearly. After breaking through to the mastery realm, he had already become the strongest person in the world. Even the heavenly Tao of the purple microstar domain was merely at the birth profound realm. At that time, Chu Fan had not yet thought of refining the heavenly Tao into a system. Instead, he directly sought out the old madman and the master of the Tiangong Pavilion. Chapter 381. Reunion of Master and Disciple, members of the Tao One Sect from beyond. After understanding the cause and effect of the situation, Chu Fan took a deep breath. He opened the barrier of Xianling Peak and instantly arrived at Shengzhou Peak, where he found Guan Tianyue. Upon seeing Guan Tianyue, Chu Fan noticed a flickering glow within him, like a golden shadow swaying constantly inside his body. Chu Fan quietly opened his inside eye after reaching the mastery realm. His various supernatural abilities had long since changed. For instance, the insight eye was something he had refined after merging the abilities of the heavenly Tao of the purple micro-star domain in his previous life. The inside eye could perceive everything. No secret could escape Chu Fan's gaze. The current insight eye was in its complete form. Thus, as soon as he looked at Guan Tianyue, he realized that this body was merely a clone. The light shadow within him was just a trace of the main body's spiritual consciousness. As for Guan Tianyue's main body, he remained at the 9th level of the birth profound realm, located in the secret realm of the universe beyond the heavens. "Chu Fan, you've come out of seclusion?" Guan Tianyue asked with a smile. He knew Chu Fan had been in seclusion, but did not expect him to come out so quickly. "Master, how long has it been since I entered seclusion?" Chu Fan asked Guan Tianyue, wanting to discuss the matters of the 7 great forces and also to inquire how long he had been in seclusion. Chapter 382. The mystery of reincarnation finally unveiled. Most of the members of the Tao One Sect returned to their true bodies. The remaining few were those who appeared in later generations and did not have reincarnated bodies, like the Emperor Qingxian and Emperor Wenin. "I want to know what happened after I left the purple microstar domain. And why did you send out spiritual bodies to the Kanglan realm?" Chu Fan had regained his strength, but the memories he received were limited to before he left the purple microstar domain. He had no recollection of what happened after entering that mysterious black hole. Of course, based on the outcome of his reincarnation, he guessed that something must have happened afterward that led to this result. I will explain it to the little master ancestor. Among the elders of the Tao One Sect present, besides Chu Fan's disciples, Lin Shun had the highest status, so he took the initiative to step forward and speak. After more than an hour of narration, Chu Fan understood the reason. It turned out that over 3 billion years ago, After Chu Fan refined the heavenly Tao of the purple micro-star domain, he left. Without the restrictions of the heavenly Tao, the old madman, the master of the Tiangong Pavilion, and Qingxue all broke through and became strong practitioners in the birth profound realm. Later, the master of the Tiangong Pavilion and the old madman felt a calling and pursued Chu Fan. They also entered that black hole. Chapter 383. Elders of the Tianshu star forces arrive at the purple micro-star domain. 3 days later, the reminiscing was complete, and all members of the Tao, one sect from beyond the heavens, officially came out with Chu Fan. The 6 supreme forces, Blood-Killing Hall, Transmission Spirit Sect, God-Forging Palace, Medicine God Palace, Divine Beast Palace, and Endless Pavilion, still had their members, saving Chu Fan the time to rebuild. Before regaining his memories, Chu Fan had only started to establish the embryonic form of the 6 great forces under the system's arrangement. Now, it seemed that he did not care about these matters. The previous arrangements could also be incorporated. Qiu Yushu and Cheng Gui recruited some geniuses, which could serve as fresh blood for cultivation. After returning to Lingxiu, Li Tianyu, Ao Wu, and others left one by one to rebuild the Transmission Spirit Sect, Divine Beast Palace, etc., at the original locations in the purple micro-star domain. In the Tao One Sect, the Emperor Qingxian, the Emperor Wenin, and others suddenly noticed that the strength of those around them had greatly increased, leaving them shocked. When they learned from Jiang Yu and others that those previously were merely spiritual bodies, their true bodies had already reached the birth profound realm and death profound realm. They finally understood. On this day, the 4 major forces sent out by the Tianshu star finally arrived at the purple micro-star domain. They first went to the Zixio Divine Palace to ascertain the situation. Chapter 384. Reconstruction of the 7 great forces. Tianyu, how did you suddenly become so strong? Those people are all at the birth Tao realm. In the hall, Qiu Yushu looked at Li Tianyu, who stood with his back to him, and asked. Li Tianyu turned around and briefly explained the reason. Qiu Yushu was shocked. So you're the founder of the Transmission Spirit Sect. And the one before was just a spiritual consciousness clone of yours? Qiu Yushu was momentarily unable to accept this. The brother he had sworn an oath with had transformed into the founder of the ancient force, the Transmission Spirit Sect, in the purple micro-star domain. This left him at a loss. Seeing that Li Tianyu did not deny it, Qiu Yushu immediately knelt down, expressing that with his status, he was not worthy to be Li Tianyu's brother. How about we end this brotherhood? Li Tianyu shook his head and said, there is no need for that. Now that the true self has returned and is many years older than you, how about I be the elder brother and you be the younger brother? What about Shao Chun? Could he also? He is still the same as before. Qiu Yushu breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a bit more balanced in his heart. By the way, I came here this time to tell you something. The master instructed that we can stop recruiting geniuses. Chapter 385. Building the Land of Reincarnation, Hua Wulo Shak. In the Transmission Spirit Sect, Li Tianyu sat at the top, with other key elders seated on both sides. Jidu, Cold Shizuanshang, Shao Chun, Qiu Yushu, and others, some were original elders while others were new additions, all listened attentively to Li Tianyu's next arrangements. The Transmission Spirit Sect had just been rebuilt, and there were still many things to do. The Ziwei Star domain had changed a lot over the years, and the newcomers were no longer the same group as before. Due to historical discontinuities, it would take some time to instill the previous concepts in them. The previous 8 Yu Dao realm beings came from the 4 major forces of the Tianshu star, and I have sent one back to spread the news about the Ziwei star domain. I believe that soon, forces from other star domains will come to the Ziwei star domain. Li Tianyu conducted soul searches on Song Zhong and others, and after knowing their intentions, he kept Song Zhong to relay the message back to Tianshu star. The remaining 7 had already been sent to reincarnation. Those who dared to attack the Ziwei star domain had no reason to exist, even if they were gone. The Ziwei star domain would not allow people from other star domains to invade. The Sea of Other Shore Flowers. One of the 10 dangerous places in the Ziwei star domain. On this day, Chu Fan arrived at the Sea of Other Shore Flowers once again. Chapter 386. Refining the Ziwei star domain. My lord, please give your orders. I will definitely do as you say. In the mirror area, a tall, thin man wearing a mask with a wuxiao expression bowed to Chu Fan. He was the mirror demon, who had been left with only a remnant soul after being killed by Chu Fan last time and had barely survived until now. With his cultivation barely at the peak of the creation realm, not even having broken through to the birth Xian realm. Naturally, the mirror demon would not be as arrogant as last time with Chu Fan's return. He could not defeat Chu Fan in the first place, and over the years, Chu Fan's strength had surely increased significantly. If he did not show some respect, his life might be at stake. Looking at how smart you've become over the years, I called you here to send you to the Sea of Other Shore Flowers as an assistant to Hua Wulov. Really? The mirror demon was overjoyed. This was like a blessing for him. He had always wanted to enter the Sea of Other Shore Flowers, but Hua Wulov's strength was too strong. Now, with Chu Fan's introduction, he no longer had to worry. All right, you hurry over. I've already instructed Hua Wulov. Yes, my lord. After easily settling the mirror demon, Chu Fan then visited Biluo Valley, Duanhuan Cliff, Misty Ridge, Boundary Sea, and Death Forest. The scoundrel snake from Biluo Valley, the soul destiny from Duanhuan Cliff, the mist demon from Misty Ridge, the sea demon from Boundary Sea, and the death knight from Death Forest. Each possessed a cultivation of the third level of the birth Xian realm. Chapter 387, Quiet Flower Temple, 1 Rinjing. Oh, what day is it today? The big shots from Tian, Shu Star have gathered at my Quiet Flower Temple. As you and Changlu and the other 3 were led into the main hall by the people of Quiet Flower Temple and had just sat down, a melodious voice like a song came from outside. Then, a woman dressed in a light blue plain skirt walked in gracefully. She wore a silver hairpin, with long black hair cascading down her back, delicate features, and only her captivating eyes stood out. This woman was the ruler of Quiet Flower Temple and the strongest. When Rinjing, her aura was not apparent, yet brought a heavy pressure to you and Changlu and the others. Could it be that she has reached the creation realm? You and Changlu exchanged glances with the others, each harboring their own speculations. Quiet Flower Temple was special. It had existed long before you and Changlu and the others established the Qin Xian Palace and other forces. At that time, Quiet Flower Temple was the most powerful force in the entire Tian Shu Star, without exception. The Sect Master Wen Rinjing was immensely powerful, reportedly at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Hunyuan realm, and was the strongest person in Tian Shu Star. When Rinjing was naturally peaceful and did not like conflict, she established Quiet Flower Temple merely for a quiet and elegant place to live. She did not intervene in the power changes on Tian Shu Star or the later establishment of major forces like Qin Xian Palace, allowing them to stir up trouble. Chapter 388, The Master of the Abyss, Queen of the Other Shore Flowers. Meanwhile, in the Ziwei Star Domain, the Sea of Other Shore Flowers, under the joint efforts of Hua Wulov and the Mirror Demon and other strong beings, finally revealed the embryonic form of the Land of 6 Paths of Reincarnation. The entire Land of 6 Paths of Reincarnation was divided into 5 sections: Ghost Gate, Naiha Bridge, Reincarnation Hall, 6 Paths Gate, and the 18 Layers of Hell. Hua Wulov presided over the Reincarnation Hall, where all souls of beings in the Ziwei Star Domain would pass through the Ghost Gate and Naiha Bridge after death. Then, they would be judged by Hua Wulov. Those who were extremely evil would be cast into the 18 Layers of Hell, while those who could reincarnate would enter one of the 6 paths based on specific circumstances. At the moment the Land of 6 Paths of Reincarnation was formed, in the Abyss Plane, far away across countless time and space, the Queen of the Other Shore Flowers, who had achieved the Mastery Realm, suddenly opened her blood-red eyes. Good courage, daring to break free from the control of the Abyss. Let me see who it is. Saying this, the Queen of the Other Shore Flowers extended her slender hand, with the essence of the law swirling in her palm. Good, Hua Wulov. I will let you experience the myriad forms of the world. How dare you betray me? Calculating that it was Hua Wulov who built another abyss. The Queen of the Other Shore Flowers was furious. Nearly all beings in the Hongmeng universe, after death, would return to the abyss under her control, and how to be reborn was all in her mind. Chapter 389, Returning to the Blood-Killing Hall, Fairy Mu Yao. Hearing the words of the elder in a pink dress, Yuan Changlu and the others felt a sense of relief. Finally, they no longer had to be on edge. Yuan Changlu, whatever you do in the future, I absolutely will not get involved. Do as you please. Huang Tianqi angrily left. If it weren't for Yuan Changliu's inefficiency, he wouldn't have had to be so anxious for so long. He decided to return to Tianshu Star, rest for a while, and then see how the transmission spirit sect and other supreme forces would develop. If it was like before, allowing cultivators from all star domains to share their cultivation experiences, he might even have to participate. What a fool. Huang Tianqi did not give Yuan Changlu a good face, and Yuan Changlu directly cursed back. He looked at Huang Tianqi, who was gradually moving away, and disdainfully thought, "Go back. The Ziwei star domain has undergone great changes now. Breaking through to the creation realm will likely be easier than on Tianshu star. Your ignorance will bury countless opportunities." Yu and Changlu locked onto a direction and instantly disappeared, leaving only Wei Luo and Feng Xiao. "What to do? Will you return to Tianshu star or stay here?" Wei Luo asked. Feng Xiao hesitated for a moment before saying, "Although Yu and Changlu has let us down, it cannot be denied that he is quite clever. Since he chose to stay in the Ziwei star domain, he must know something." Chapter 390. The Arrival of the Lord of the Abyss. A month later, news of the resurgence of the 7 major forces in the Ziwei star domain spread across the 7 major star domains. And the happiest was undoubtedly the Nan clan of the Yaowang star domain. Nan Wentian was so excited that he could not speak, taking a deep breath for a long time before calming down. He knew that the opportunity for the Nan clan had come. "Zhitian, call Qinyu here, and we will go to the Ziwei star domain together to pay our respects to the Lord." At the same time, the Fang clan from the Kaiyang star domain, the Zhu clan from the Yuhang star domain, as well as various forces from the Tianxian, Tianji, and Tianquan star domains are also heading to the Ziwei star domain, under the intentional promotion by some individuals who are aware of parts of history. The past of the Ziwei star domain is gradually being uncovered. People have come to realize that these 7 major forces existed in ancient times. Previously, the peak of the Hunyuan realm was considered the strongest combat power in the entire universe, and in the era when the creation realm did not exist, the Hunyuan realm's 9th level meant being the strongest. Now, the creation realm is no longer the peak power, and someone has revealed a secret. Many existences within the 7 major forces have surpassed the creation realm. After another half-month, the realms above the creation realm have been disclosed, including the Shengxian realm, Xixian realm, Nirvana realm, reincarnation realm, and immortal realm, with each realm divided into 9 levels. Chapter 391. I really want to knock his head. Master of the Abyss, immortal realm level 3, divine power, infinite fear, abyssal cut, blood scythe slaughter. Introduction. The surface master of the Abyss plane, obeying the orders of the Queen of the Other Shore Flower, is the 2nd strongest in the Abyss plane, sent to capture Hua Wu AI under the Queen's command. As soon as the master of the Abyss appears, his information is discerned by Chu Fan, who nods secretly. Very good. The Queen of the Other Shore Flower has indeed made a move, which is exactly what Chu Fan wants. Chu Fan turns to glance at Ling Qingxian behind him, and then turns back to look at the master of the Abyss, deliberately asking, "Who are you?" The master of the Abyss carefully examines the group in front of him, detecting that their cultivation levels are all at the 1st level of the Nirvana realm. Except for the white-clothed man's cultivation, which he cannot see through, the others are like ants to him. As for the white-clothed man's cultivation, no matter how strong, it cannot exceed the reincarnation realm. The inability to see through his realm is merely due to some treasure that conceals his aura. In the Abyss plane, a Nirvana realm cultivation is at most the status of a messenger. Core members of the Abyss plane must be above the reincarnation realm. In front of the master of the Abyss, whether in the reincarnation realm or Nirvana realm, they must be respectful. Chapter 392. Fish for big fish. Seeing the master of the Abyss half kneeling in front of him, prepared for a beating, Jiang Feng smiles with satisfaction. He has practiced for many years and has never bullied an immortal realm being before. Fortunately, with his master present, he can have this experience. The D brick in Jiang Feng's hand glows red, and with a shout, he slams it hard against the back of the master of the Abyss's head. The master of the Abyss tightly closes his eyes, unwilling to witness this humiliating scene. Between humiliation and life, he chooses the former. In front of the Dominator realm, the immortal realm truly has no status. It's just a matter of knocking a few times on the head. It's nothing serious. This kid holding the brick is only at the 1st level of the Nirvana realm. How could he possibly hurt him? Just endure it. It will pass. As for the task assigned by the Queen of the Other Shore Flower, he can only return and report the situation truthfully. With a Dominator realm presence here, it is indeed understandable that he cannot complete the task. The Queen of the Other Shore Flower would surely not blame him. Bang! The D brick strikes the back of the master of the Abyss's head, and the recoil causes Jiang Feng's palm to tingle. Meanwhile, the master of the Abyss's head remains intact, without any scars. The toughness of an immortal realm expert's body is no joke. Chapter 393. Saint Su King. Birth of the Plane. However, Just as the Master of the Abyss sketches out Chu Fan's appearance, an invisible force suddenly appears and destroys the entire image. The Master of the Abyss's body flies out and crashes into the wall behind him, merging with it. Why am I always so unlucky? After uttering this line, the Master of the Abyss completely faints. The Queen of the Other Shore Flower casts a disdainful glance and then waves her hand, throwing the Master of the Abyss out of her dwelling to avoid the sight. Although the appearance of that Dominator realm was instantly destroyed, the Queen of the Other Shore Flower still managed to see some details. The images of the other 11 Dominators flashed through her mind, and none matched the one just now. Could it be that a new plane has produced a Dominator? How is that possible? The Queen of the Other Shore Flower is very puzzled. This Dominator's appearance is too inexplicable. The entire Hongmeng universe has always been composed of only 12 major planes. Even if a new plane appears, it cannot directly give birth to a Dominator realm existence. Wait, the Queen of the Other Shore Flower suddenly realizes a problem. Could Hua Wu AI's establishment of a new abyss be the work of this Dominator? My goodness, could he be trying to overturn other planes and achieve that supreme realm? Where does he get the courage? Chapter 394, Plane Fusion. Visitors from other planes, the Z-Wei plane merges with the Hongmeng universe, and all beings within the plane gain tremendous fortune. Various divine bodies, sacred bodies, etc. erupt like a geyser. Almost every force has awakened talents with special physiques. In addition to this, breakthroughs in cultivation are also quite shocking. Previously, there were only a handful of individuals in the creation realm. Now, there are more than 300 who have reached the third level of the creation realm or above. This is just the situation of some major forces. In the 7 supreme forces like the Transmission Sect and Divine Beast Palace, which outsiders are unaware of, there are also appearances of the reincarnation realm, and the Xi-Xian and Nirvana realms are even more numerous. As for the recently established 6 paths of reincarnation, due to Hua Wu AI not being a person of the Z-Wei plane, the gifts received are not many, and the cultivation has only barely broken through to the 7th level of the Xi-Xian realm, far inferior to the other 7 supreme forces. On the Taoist Sect side, Lin Chun, Daozu, Qin Shui, Jiang Feng, and others have been leading the way. They are all at the 5th level of the reincarnation realm. In 50 years, achieving such accomplishments, Chu Fan is very satisfied. This is considered a small surprise. As a result, the overall combat power of the Z-Wei plane has been boosted, and Chu Fan also feels that with the integration of the Z-Wei plane into the Hongmeng universe, the space is becoming increasingly stable, and its strength is constantly increasing. Chapter 395. The Thoughts of the Old Madman and the Master of the Tiangong Pavilion. Life Dominator, not only the Yin-Yang family and the Blue-Winged Angel clan, but other planes also have hostile forces that encounter each other along the way, resulting in fierce battles with casualties on both sides. These forces rarely engage in battles when in their respective planes. After all, whichever side goes to the other's plane will be outnumbered. Therefore, most battles are conducted in the endless void. This time, the expedition from a Z-Wei plane is not only for exploration, but also to treat it as a new battlefield where opposing forces can unleash their prowess in the Z-Wei plane. In the Z-Wei plane, without the support of a plane, whichever side will be on the same level. Based on the speed at which these forces are advancing, they are expected to reach the Z-Wei plane in about half a year. In the elemental plane, the old madman hurriedly runs to the residence of the master of the Tiangong Pavilion, excitement written all over his face. Old man Tianji, have you heard? It's here. It's here, ha. The master of Tianji rolled his eyes and said nonchalantly, "You're such a child at heart, even at this age." The appearance of the Z-Wei dimension signifies the return of our beloved disciples. I knew this long ago. Hearing this infuriating remark from the master of Tianji, the old madman nearly choked him by the neck and scolded. "If you knew, why didn't you tell me earlier?" Chapter 396. Reminiscing at the wine house, the Queen of Life can be considered one of the earliest beings to be born in the entire Hongmeng universe. She was born from chaos, absorbing most of the energy in the Hongmeng universe, and due to her exceptional talent, she quickly reached the Dominator realm. After that, other beings gradually appeared. Once she reached the 7th level of the Dominator realm, the Queen of Life stopped cultivating and remained at that level. As for the reason, no one knows. It's truly marvelous that a new dimension has been born. Unfortunately, I must guard it and cannot take a look. The Queen of Life said softly, her voice melodious and enchanting, evoking a sense of intimacy. Few things in the world pique her interest. She spends most of her time guarding the Sea of Life. Later, feeling too bored, she opened a space in the Sea of Life, and by chance, some beings unintentionally entered. The Queen of Life granted them the freedom to roam in the Sea of Life, where they live happily and joyfully. Due to the abundance of treasures and high-quality cultivation locations, these beings have reached terrifying levels of cultivation. Chapter 397. Fong takes action seeing this. The other guests shook their heads. This group clearly wasn't good people, especially those winged birdmen, who always had a troublesome look. Dare to cause trouble at the reminiscing wine house. Just wait, someone will take care of you. Fong frowned slightly upon seeing beings from other dimensions arrive. Why are they here? Do they have the same purpose as us? However, looking at the cultivation levels of these holy beings, the strongest was merely at the Nirvana realm, which eased Fong's heart. Sir, why are they here? They can't be here to cause trouble, right? Fong's subordinate communicated telepathically. It would be best if that's the case. I will take action then, and the owner of the wine house will owe us a favor, Fonda replied. He was eager for these beings to cause trouble, as that would definitely draw out the owner of the wine house. When the time comes, he would take action to deal with these troublemakers and gain the favor of the owner. The waiter of the wine house, upon seeing the situation, immediately put on a stern face and said to the loudest few skeletons, "Silence. The wine house is a place for dining and drinking. Please do not make loud noises or cause trouble." Chapter 398. The first auction then. Fonda flung the Bone Clan and Blue Wing Angel Clan away to a distance of 100,000 miles before clapping his hands and returning to the wine house. Fonda continued to sit in his original position, silently counting the time. With a series of applause, two individuals, a man and a woman, descended from the second floor of the wine house. The man was strikingly handsome, and the woman was extraordinarily beautiful. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for teaching those troublemakers a lesson. Chu here expresses my gratitude. The pair was none other than Chu Fan and Qing Shui. Chu Fan knew Fong's intentions and wanted to cater to him. To build a closer relationship is fine. As for whether he can extract useful information, that depends on his skill. Fong felt delighted upon their arrival. Just as he had anticipated, he cupped his hands toward Chu Fan and humbly said, "I can't stand those cultivators who rely on their strength to act recklessly. It's good to teach them a lesson." After speaking, Fong glanced at Qing Shui behind Chu Fan, and upon seeing her beauty, he was immediately awestruck. She was stunning, simply flawless. Not only that, but he also detected that Qing Shui's strength had reached the reincarnation realm, and considering she revered Chu Fan, it was clear that Chu Fan either held a high status and had a reincarnation realm protector, or was an exceptionally powerful being himself. Chapter 399. The eve of the auction, Little Stone enters the Z-Way dimension, sir. What should we do next? After leaving the wine house, a subordinate asked Fongda. Since Chu Fan is holding an auction, we naturally must show our support. Although these treasures are useless to us, the difference between going and not going is significant. Order everyone to gather as many top-quality divine stones as possible in the remaining half-month, Fongda said. He believed this auction was a great opportunity to utilize, and he even hoped for some reckless troublemakers to show up during the auction so he could take action again. Just right. The Lingy clan had sent information back earlier, and it was likely that powerful beings from the divine realm would arrive swiftly within half a month. Little Master Ancestor, since you are holding an auction, I will send you some top-level techniques. Little Master Ancestor, I recently forged several divine artifacts at the Death Profound realm level. I will send them to you. Little Master Ancestor, I also refined some pills to enhance cultivation, just in time to increase the number of products for auction. On the second floor of the reminiscing wine house, Chu Fan was listening to messages from Wuyage, the Divine Forging Palace, and the Medicine God Palace one by one. They heard that Chu Fan was holding an auction and eagerly presented their proudest works to support him. Chapter 400. The emergence of an immortal realm expert. These treasure flowers are bait used by the demon-eating flower and the Puing demon flower to lure prey. Each treasure flower emits a rich fragrance, making one feel refreshed upon smelling it, not to mention the effects after refining these treasure flowers, which can definitely elevate one's cultivation by several levels. As the saying goes, people die for wealth, birds die for food. These treasure flowers can enhance a cultivator's strength. How many cultivators can resist such temptation, especially after the demon-eating flower and Puing demon flower disguise themselves? Careless individuals would have no idea that lurking around these treasure flowers were two vicious monsters waiting for them to step into the trap. Once everything was set up, The Puing demon flower gently swayed its leaves, and suddenly, a crack opened in the mountain peak. After sufficient time passes, someone will discover this place. And then it will be the moment for the demon-eating flower and Puing demon flower to hunt. On the other side, in the divine realm, the eight-winged angel, revered as Lord Sun by the Lingyi clan, also received news that the Lingyi clan had been jointly exterminated by the Yinyang family and the Kongtong sect. Even the blue-wing angel clan, apart from the heavenly saintess who escaped using a treasure, suffered total annihilation. Although the blue-wing angel clan was not under his jurisdiction, and the Lingyi clan was his subordinate, he could not afford to lose face for the divine realm. Chapter 401. The auction begins. Two auctioneers, upon seeing the forces of the Yinyang family and others entering, Sun Tzu glanced over without concern. In the next moment, his pupils constricted. He saw the Eastern Emperor, who was also at the fourth level of the immortal realm. He and the Eastern Emperor had fought several times before, and each time ended in a draw. He originally wanted to quickly destroy the Yinyang family and the Kongtong sect before the Eastern Emperor God arrived. Now, it seems that the plan has fallen through. With the Eastern Emperor God present, he has no confidence. Sun Tzu turned his head away, letting out a cold snort. The Eastern Emperor God looked at Sun Tzu with a proud expression. I wondered who it was. Turns out it's the old fool Sun Tzu. The Eastern Emperor God wore a long robe with black and gold patterns, tall and straight, with a pair of sharp eyes beneath his thick eyebrows. There were often golden flames swirling in his eyes, and a mysterious aura surrounded him, making it impossible for those with lower strength to meet his gaze. Seeing that Sun Tzu ignored him, the Eastern Emperor God did not take the initiative to seek entertainment either, sitting a distance away in the front row. Soon, other forces entered one after another, and by noon, nearly half of the seats in the large auction house were filled. Chapter 402. Holding the Kuei Spirit Sword. Can reincarnation cut the immortal? The person who won the divine refining pill in the second row was Nan Wentian from the Nan family. Although Nan Wentian did not help much later on, Chu Fan still granted them some favors. And Nan Wentian's current strength was already at the first level of the Death Profound realm. While he was still not as strong as Wenren Jing and others at the seventh level of the Death Profound realm, he was still considered above average among many forces. Additionally, their Nan family had some connections with Elder Yu Shu of the Transmission Spirit Sect, which earned them respect from other forces. Therefore, when Nan Wentian shouted out 40 billion top-grade divine stones, Yuan Chonglu, Huang Tianqi, and others did not compete. As for the cultivators from other realms, they had few divine stones, at least fewer than Nan Wentian and Yuan Chonglu. They originally came just to join the fun, and if they encountered something they liked, they could participate in the bidding. Now that it was only the first item up for auction, there was no need to spend their divine stones. Perhaps there will be better items later. After Nan Wentian won the divine refining pill, his mouth was so wide open it could stretch to his ears. He knew that Yuan Chonglu and others must have prepared many top-grade divine stones, and when they participated in the bidding, he would have no chance at all. Therefore, after hearing about the miraculous effects of the divine refining pill, he suppressed his excitement and observed for a while, discovering that the forces participating in the bidding were relatively weak. Chapter 403. The auction ends. The battle for the spoils is about to begin. Seeing that the atmosphere had been built up adequately, Yu Feng continued. The Kuei Spirit Sword starts at a price of 100 million top-grade divine stones, with each bid increasing by no less than 10 million top-grade divine stones, 40 billion top-grade divine stones, 50 billion. Soon, the auction price of the Kuei Spirit Sword had already risen to the 400 billion threshold. At this point, there were not many forces left competing for strength. Huang Tianqi, Wei Luo, and the others from the 7 major star domains could be said to be the wealthiest in the entire auction house. They had gathered over 1 trillion top-grade divine stones in a short time. Seeing the supreme artifact like the Kuei Spirit Sword, even if it meant emptying their entire savings, they would not hesitate. 500 billion, 800 billion, 1 trillion. As the bidding continued, Huang Tianqi shouted out 1 trillion top-grade divine stones, a price that even the Eastern Emperor God and Sun Tzu could not withstand. They had only been in this realm for a day or two, and the top-grade divine stones they possessed were certainly not comparable to those gathered over half a month by Huang Tianqi and others. The Eastern Emperor God had originally intended to bid, but now it seemed he could only give up. The only option was to go out and snatch it. Chapter 404. Snatching the Frostflower Sword, Chu Fan takes action. Master, that man in the black and gold robe with 8 large wings on his back, is targeting the head of the Han family. They want to snatch the Frostflower Sword. In the room, Jiang Feng saw the Eastern Emperor God and others marking the head of the Han family, and hurriedly spoke up. In this realm, there are few artifacts capable of fighting across multiple realms, so it's not surprising they want the Frostflower Sword. Master, by doing this, aren't they disregarding us? If what we obtained from the Yi Wangshi Tavern is robbed after going out, wouldn't that be a slap in the face to Yi Wangshi Tavern? Chu Fan replied, there's no need to rush. I anticipated this long ago. Let's observe for now. With Chu Fan's words, Qing Shui, Jiang Feng, and the others stopped speaking and continued to watch the stage below. On the stage, Meng Mengde instructed the guards to take the Frostflower Sword backstage, paused for a moment, and continued. First, I want to thank everyone for participating in this auction. Now that we are here, the auction has come to a successful conclusion, and the winners will proceed to the backstage for transactions. I must also announce that all winners of the auction items will be protected by our Yi Wangshi Tavern. If anyone has ulterior motives, don't blame me for not warning you in advance. Chapter 405. Sun Ju's big move, easily killed by Chu Fan. Seeing the Eastern Emperor God retreat to a distance, the Bone Demon and several others in the immortal realm followed suit. They clearly understood that Sun Juo was currently in a rage and would definitely fight against the man at the 5th level of the immortal realm. Everyone was somewhat familiar with each other. Each person had means given by the Dominator Realm experts to deal with uncontrollable accidents. Sun Juo was at the 4th level of the immortal realm and could not possibly be a match for that man. The only way was to use the means of the Dominator Realm. As for them, they only needed to watch the show. If Sun Juo won, they could compete for the Frostflower Sword again. If that man won, they would not act. Their means were similar to Sun Juo's. If Sun Juo couldn't defeat him, naturally, they couldn't either. Eastern Emperor God, do you think Sun Juo can win? The Bone Demon retreated to a distance and asked the Eastern Emperor God telepathically. The Eastern Emperor God remained silent for a moment, shook his head, and replied, it's hard to say. It might be a tie. The Eastern Emperor God said this after some consideration. He felt a heavy sense of oppression coming from that man at the 5th level of the immortal realm. This feeling was something he had experienced with the Black and White Dominator, which was merely the aura released unintentionally by the Black and White Dominator. Chapter 406. The Queen of the Other Shore Flowers' plea for help. Dead. The Eastern Emperor God, Bone Demon, Fengde, and others were stunned into silence. The 5th level of the immortal realm had directly neutralized an all-out attack equivalent to the 9th level of the immortal realm and then casually annihilated Sun Juo at the 4th level of the immortal realm. Is this not a dream? Across the 12 realms, who would dare to say that they could achieve this without relying on external forces with a cultivation of the 5th level of the immortal realm? No matter who it is, being able to defeat someone at the 6th level of the immortal realm with the 5th level is already a super genius talent. When it comes to the immortal realm, the gap between levels is like heaven and earth. This is also why the Frostflower Sword can cut through 3 levels and cause such a huge shock. The Eastern Emperor God was very sure that just now, Chu Fan's attack relied entirely on his own strength and did not depend on any weapon or the like. In other words, although he is at the 5th level of the immortal realm, his true strength is comparable to that of the 9th level of the immortal realm, or even stronger than that of the 9th level. What a defiant character. What kind of realm is the Ziwei realm? In addition to the incredible supreme artifacts and the heaven-defying pills, there are actually immortal realm powerhouses who can fight across 4 levels. Chapter 407. The Black and White rulers are deceived after the Holy Void King's spirit arrived in the Abyss realm. He saw the Queen of the Other Shore Flower, and a handsome young man standing opposite her. The young man wore a golden glass robe, and 6 pairs of golden wings shone behind him. This young man is the ruler of the Celestial God realm, the Celestial God ruler, like the Holy Void King. The Celestial God ruler is only a spirit form that has come to the Abyss realm. Elder brother, look. As soon as the Holy Void King arrived, the Queen of the Other Shore Flower pulled out a transparent soul from the depths of the Abyss, which was Sun Juo. After Sun Juo was killed by Chu Fan, his soul came to the Abyss realm. At this moment, Sun Juo's eyes were vacant, in a hazy state, unable to perceive everything around him, like a soulless spirit body. The Holy Void King, with his profound cultivation, immediately sensed something was wrong. He only has 1 soul and 1 spirit, whether it is human or other beings after death. A complete soul consists of 3 souls and 7 spirits. Only a complete soul can be resurrected through heaven-defying means, or it can go through reincarnation. Once the 3 souls and 7 spirits have deficiencies, even if reincarnation is successful, there will be congenital defects after birth. Sun Zhu's current state, having only 1 soul and 1 spirit, is precisely why the queen of the other shore flower called for the Holy Void King. Chapter 408. The woman in the handkerchief. The existence of the ruler realm in the Ziwei realm did not surprise him. After all, the Eastern Emperor God had reported some information to him before. From this information, it is easy to deduce that the Ziwei realm has the existence of the ruler realm. The main point is that the strength of this ruler realm exceeds his expectations. The 7th level of the ruler realm, and there are actually 2 ruler realm powerhouses. For this, the black and white ruler had no doubts. Although a realm usually has at most 1 ruler, it does not rule out special circumstances. Because the elemental realm is a concrete example. On the surface, the elemental realm is under his control. The world only knows that the ruler of the elemental realm is the black and white ruler, but does not know that there is another ruler existing in the dark. What are you afraid? At this moment, a shadow appeared behind the black and white ruler, asking in a sinister voice. The black and white ruler's face turned cold, and he snorted, "Would I be afraid? As long as I do not leave the elemental realm, what can he do to me? Hee. If he is in the ruler realm, then indeed he cannot do anything to you. But what if he is above the ruler realm?" The black and white ruler stood up with a whoosh, roaring, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could there be an existence above the ruler realm in the Hongmeng universe?" Chapter 409. The Holy Void King's conspiracy. The Holy Void King is very clever. He knows that the existence of the ruler realm in the Ziwei realm is not to be trifled with. Even if they unite against him, they may not be able to retreat unscathed. Fortunately, he has his own clever plan. In ancient times, he accidentally obtained a handkerchief that sealed a woman. During conversation, the woman offered a black stone as a trade, asking him to help with a task, which he did not agree to. This black stone can perfectly replicate everything of the one who refines it, equivalent to having 2 6th-level ruler realm Holy Void Kings. The most important point is that if this black stone is destroyed at the moment of its demise, it will erupt with a black light that disregards all rules and directly occupies everything of the killer. In other words, if the Holy Void King transformed from this black stone is killed by Chu Fan, then at the moment of the Holy Void King's fall, everything of Chu Fan will be directly stripped away. As the main body, the Holy Void King can gain all of Chu Fan's power, including strength. Thus, the Holy Void King can quickly attain the 9th level cultivation of the ruler realm. The Holy Void King has grand ambitions. He has always wanted to become the strongest being in the Hongmeng universe, even aspiring to become an existence above the ruler realm. He is very ambitious and wants to control the entire Hongmeng universe in his hands. Chapter 410. The cautious Go Sheng. Subsequently, several waves of teams came one after another, all without exception falling into the traps set by the demon-devouring flower and the Puing demon flower, becoming their delicious meals. Mainly, those supreme medicines are too tempting. When those cultivators see the supreme medicines, all they think about is obtaining them and then refining them to enhance their cultivation. They never considered that just a short distance away from these supreme medicines, 2 demons were lurking. By the time they realized it, the Puing demon flower had already begun to drain their essence blood, and it was too late. In this way, in less than 2 days, the Puing demon flower leveled up a small level, reaching the 7th level of the Nirvana realm, while the demon-devouring flower leveled up 3 small levels, reaching the 9th level of the dead profound realm. This method of leveling up made the demon-devouring flower and the Puing demon flower very pleased. If only more cultivators could come, preferably at the dead profound realm and Nirvana realm levels. The demon-devouring flower clicked its 3 purple buds together, its uneven teeth clattering. "Yes, come more, and I can break through the Nirvana realm." On the other side, a short man cautiously surveyed his surroundings, appearing very cautious. He is Go Sheng, who heard about a secret realm appearing and came out to explore from the Taoist sect. Chapter 411. The unlucky Puing demon flower. An eye for an eye, never overnight. This is Go Sheng's principle of action. If he cannot win, he will find help. Previously, he had already deduced that the Puing demon flower's cultivation was probably around the 7th level of the Nirvana realm, so he found Jiang Feng, who was at the 5th level of the reincarnation realm, and was not afraid of not being able to win. After an hour, Jiang Feng and Go Sheng arrived at the mysterious space inside the underground peak. Over there, they must be nearby, They just need to find those supreme, divine medicines. Gosheng pointed in the direction where the previous avatar was destroyed. When they arrived at the scene, they saw a mess with countless broken branches scattered everywhere, and the ground full of pits and hollows. Clearly, a battle had taken place here before they arrived. After carefully inspecting, Gosheng shook his head and said, "No, this does not match the traces of a battle at all. This is a result of energy fluctuations. I understand now. The Puing demon flower must be furious. Haha." Jiang Feng then used his divine sense to scan the surroundings and discovered faint traces of energy. "They left from here. Let's follow." Soon, Jiang Feng and the others found the hiding place of the demon-devouring flower and the Puing demon flower. The demon-devouring flower was still using supreme divine medicines as bait, while it and the Puing demon flower were hiding in the dark, waiting for their prey. Chapter 412. The Sealed Flame Beast. The life sea collapses and disappears at the edge of the Hongmeng universe, in the Sea of Life. The Life Queen was playing and frolicking with other beings as usual after her cultivation. Suddenly, the Sea of Life shook, and countless flames erupted from the ground, covering most of the Sea of Life in just a few breaths. The Queen of Life's expression changed suddenly. She hurriedly transferred all the beings from the Sea of Life to the void outside, then ran alone towards the sealing area. She knew there must be a problem with the seal. That thing was about to escape. She couldn't understand how the seal could malfunction out of the blue. When she arrived at the sealing area, the thing within the seal was constantly crashing against it, and the endless flames were its creation. The Queen of Life quickly formed seals with hand gestures, and hundreds of seals appeared, rushing towards the ground. She wanted to repair the seal and suppress this terrifying entity once again. Otherwise, once it escaped, the entire Hongmeng universe would be in ruins. This was not what she wanted to see. However, the entity below had been lying in wait for countless years, having prepared numerous contingencies. Before the seals imposed by the Queen of Life could descend, they were shattered by the flames it spewed. Yin, do not be impudent. Chapter 413. The Queen of Life awakens. Where is this? The Queen of Life looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings, shaking her dizzy head. This is the ZY plane. Dao, Sect, Qing Shui answered, sitting by the bedside. ZY plane? The Queen of Life pondered this unfamiliar name. There was no such plane in the entire Hongmeng universe. But sensing the familiar aura of the Hongmeng universe in this plane, she confirmed she was still within it. Suddenly, she remembered something. Not long ago, she sensed the birth of a new plane, but at that time, she was occupied with guarding the seal and didn't pay much attention. Thinking of this, the ZY plane must be the newly birthed plane. Indeed, through Qing Shui's subsequent explanation, she learned that it had been 3 months since she fell unconscious. This meant that 3 months had passed since her fierce battle with the flame beast Yin. She had originally thought she could exchange her life to kill the flame beast and stop it from wreaking havoc on the Hongmeng universe. But at the moment both sides exhausted all their power and were severely injured, that shattered green lotus flower released its last light and enveloped her. When she awoke again, she found herself here. For the past 3 months, it had been this woman named Qing Shui taking care of her. Chapter 414. The divine ruler faces backlash in the elemental plane. The old madman and the master of the Tianji pavilion were leisurely sitting on a bench, resting with their eyes closed. Ever since the last time the master of the Tianji pavilion half-truthfully informed the black and white ruler about the situation in the ZY plane, the black and white ruler had been extremely busy and no longer had time to seek them out. The two were happy about this, spending their days lying flat, either drinking tea or sunbathing. This little life was truly enjoyable. Suddenly, they both opened their eyes and looked at each other. The old madman smiled mysteriously and said, "Old Tianji, you heard it too?" The master of the Tianji pavilion jokingly scolded, "What? Is it only allowed for you to hear? All right, since Chu Fan has come, we can go home now." As soon as the old madman finished speaking, a transparent light circle suddenly appeared in front of them. This transparent circle was large enough to accommodate 3 or 4 people, and the old madman and the master of the Tianji pavilion stepped into it without hesitation. In the next moment, the light circle shot up, breaking through the rules of the black and white planes at an incredible speed and crossing space. In less than 30 breaths, the old madman and the master of the Tianji pavilion found themselves in front of Chu Fan, who brought them back to the Dao Sect. In a newly opened space of the Hongmeng universe, the black and white ruler and the divine ruler suddenly trembled, and after exchanging glances, the divine ruler spoke first. Chapter 4:15. The Shadow's archenemy. However, after this, the black and white ruler, the divine ruler, and even the illusion spirit ruler and others appeared distracted, clearly showing signs of retreat from this encirclement action. The enemy was too powerful, and they did not dare take that risk. The Holy Void King, sensing the situation, felt a heavy heart, knowing it was not good. These individuals were all quite shrewd, and getting them to pay a price was quite difficult. He began to casually mention, "Everyone, think of a way. Once that one breaks through the realm, there will be no place for us to hide. All our hard-earned achievements over hundreds of billions, even thousands of billions of years will be handed over." Others nodded silently, understanding the logic. At this moment, the black and white ruler spoke up, saying, "Now that there's been such a stir, we definitely won't come up with a countermeasure immediately. I believe we should plan for the long term. Yes, we need to investigate from multiple angles to ensure nothing goes wrong," the divine ruler echoed. The Holy Void King knew he could not stop this and, to avoid raising suspicion, said nothing further and disbanded the meeting. The various rulers left one after another, returning to their own planes. The ruler of the dream realm, the illusion spirit ruler, cast a furtive glance at the Holy Void King before leaving. Chapter 4:16. The first ruler awakens. The benefit was that after being hunted for all these years, his cultivation had broken through to the 9th layer of the ruler realm. However, what weighed heavily on his heart was that even so, he was still not a match for that green-clad woman, who was only at the 6th layer of the ruler realm. Later, the Shadow regarded the green-clad woman as his lifelong archenemy, and without surpassing her strength, he did not dare to create further chaos. Thus, countless years passed, and the Shadow had not seen that green-clad woman again. However, in that secret space, the Shadow detected the faint residual aura of the green-clad woman from the Holy Void King. The Shadow was very certain that it was the aura of that green-clad woman. He absolutely did not mistake it. This indicated that the Holy Void King had contact with that green-clad woman, or that the Holy Void King had obtained something from her. Either way, it indicated that the Holy Void King was not simple. Coupled with the various behaviors of the Holy Void King at that time, the Shadow was quite sure that the Holy Void King definitely had a conspiracy. The Shadow did not explain much to the black and white ruler, but directly said, "My perception cannot be wrong. You better not interfere with the matter proposed by the Holy Void King." I had the same intention, mainly because the ruler of the ZY plane is too powerful. Chapter 4:17. The Holy Void King's decision. I'm not sure about the specifics, but I can confirm that it is still somewhat connected to your brother, Chu Fan explained. He had obtained some information through calculations, and to know everything, they would need to go to the river of heaven and meet that being. The Queen of Life nodded and continued to ask, "Since it is related to my brother, can you calculate whether he is still alive?" "I can't calculate that." "All right." The Queen of Life accepted this outcome, greeted Chu Fan, and then left Xian Spirit Peak. Chu Fan also had no immediate plans to investigate the River of Heaven, as it was not the right time. The Holy Void King angrily returned to the Void Plane and entered the secret space. His main body appeared and took out that handkerchief. "What's wrong? Did your plan fail?" The green-clad woman in the handkerchief guessed something from the expression of his clone. The Holy Void King snorted coldly. At a critical moment, the master of the Z-Way dimension caused trouble, and those clever individuals would definitely be unwilling to team up. "So, can the promises you made still be fulfilled? With your current strength, you probably can't even enter the River of Heaven, right? Moreover, I have a premonition that the River of Heaven is about to undergo a great change, and at that time, it will be even more difficult for you to enter." Chapter 4:18. The proud Holy Void King, it's all mine. The Holy Void King shouted excitedly in his heart, eagerly awaiting Chu Fan to give him a quick end. Then, he could strip Chu Fan of everything. Chu Fan looked at the headless body standing in the void, then glanced at the head in his hand, and smiled faintly. "You don't seem afraid of death? Are you plotting something?" The Holy Void King's eyes looked at Chu Fan's meaningful smile, almost thinking his plan was exposed. He immediately retorted stubbornly, "Don't say nonsense. I may not be as skilled, but I won't humiliate myself by begging for mercy. Kill or torture me. It's up to you." "Good. Indeed a person of strong character. Then I shall fulfill your wish." Chu Fan laughed heartily, exerting force in his hand, directly destroying the Holy Void King's head. With a casual wave, the Holy Void King's headless body was also consumed by the origin of destruction, leaving not a trace behind. In the endless void, powerful beings like the Black and White Masters and the Heavenly Master witnessed all of this. They had been watching from the beginning and ended up witnessing an astonishing scene. The Holy Void King, at the 6th level of the Master Realm, couldn't he even withstand a single move from Chu Fan. At the same time, each of them was grateful they had retreated in time. Otherwise, they would have met the same fate as the Holy Void King. Chapter 419. The Identity of the Woman in Green. The mark of heaven, the actions of the Holy Void King stunned everyone. It can be done like this? The Heavenly Master almost suffered internal injuries from holding back his anger. Just a moment ago, he thought the Holy Void King was about to succeed. In the end, he fled like a thief. Chu Fan similarly shook his head with a smile, realizing that the Holy Void King was indeed able to yield and retreat when the situation turned dire. It must be said that the Holy Void King had a very clear line of thought on this point. If he couldn't win, would he stay behind and wait to be beaten? Chu Fan didn't think too much. He had plenty of time to deal with the Holy Void King later. What he needed to resolve now was the handkerchief flying towards him. Chu Fan immediately spotted that this handkerchief was extraordinary, containing a powerful presence. Fortunately, her strength was already far from what it once was, probably due to being sealed for many years. "Young master, please wait, I mean no harm." Just as Chu Fan was about to take action, the woman in green from the handkerchief appeared. Light fragrance, 7th level of Master Realm, remnant soul, abilities feather transformation palm, opening heaven hand, great sun destruction heaven, etc. Introduction, a daughter of heaven, powerful at the 7th level of the Master Realm, capable of defeating those at the 9th level of the Master Realm, a rarity of the Hongmeng universe. 900 billion years ago, she followed the footsteps left by Yu Sun and entered the Mark of Heaven. Due to an accident, she was on the brink of death, and a wisp of her remnant soul escaped, sealed in the handkerchief, while her main body was sealed deep within the Mark of Heaven. Chapter 420. Grasping the Holy Void King. Apologies from the masters, but what the Holy Void King didn't expect was that Chu Fan's spiritual power hand still firmly locked him in place. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free. No, how could he be this strong? The Holy Void King's heart sank to the bottom, despair spreading in his mind. From birth until now, he had never felt this powerless and desperate. Chu Fan ruthlessly crushed his rising confidence with every move. His methods were extremely decisive. All his trump cards were useless in front of Chu Fan. How could he fight? How could such a strong existence exist in this world? The Holy Void King began to regretting why he had provoked such an existence. But now it was too late to regret. Chu Fan showed no mercy, suddenly exerting force, and in a distorted space, the Holy Void King's body was cut into countless pieces, ultimately turning into nothingness. The entire void dimension began to collapse, contracting, until it became the size of Star Domain. Chu Fan looked at the Holy Void King, who was left with only a wisp of weak remnant soul, trembling deeply in the innermost part of the void dimension, and did not strike again. Now, the Holy Void King's strength was almost falling out of the Master Realm, and the entire void dimension no longer had enough energy to support his recovery. Chapter 421. The heavens open, the Mark of Heaven appears, the ancient azure sky. All things rise. The Heavenly Master just uttered these words when he immediately realized what was happening. It must be related to those two old men he had cursed. Sure enough, Chu Fan's next words confirmed his suspicion. "Those two old men you cursed are my relatives." The Heavenly Master turned pale, nervously saying, "Chu Fan, my friend, I do not know the relationship between them and you, but as long as you can forgive me, I am willing to offer compensation. Would you be willing to hand over that 13-winged supreme treasure?" Chu Fan asked. "What?" The Heavenly Master exclaimed, staring blankly at Chu Fan. He felt panic inside. How did Chu Fan know he had the 13-winged supreme treasure? This was something no one else knew besides him. The 13 wings were the most supreme existence in their heavenly god clan. Even though his cultivation reached the 6th level of the Master Realm, he only had 12 wings. To grow the 13th wing, one must reach the 8th level of the Master Realm or higher. This 13-winged supreme treasure was left over from the ancient space of the heavenly god realm, and after research by the Heavenly Master, it was determined to be the remains of a heavenly god clan powerhouse at the 9th level of the Master Realm. That unnamed heavenly god powerhouse had long since fallen for unknown reasons, leaving behind only this pair of 13-winged wings. Chapter 422. The Shadow's Experience. The ancient space has the azure spring regarding his exposure of this matter. The Shadow did not mind. Compared to the news that the Thundermaster and the others had just mentioned, whether he was exposed or not was no longer significant. I understand the meaning of this phrase. The Shadow's response made everyone very curious. From a Shadow's reaction, they had already guessed that he must know something, otherwise, he wouldn't be so excited. The Shadow did not keep them guessing, but continued. The opening of the heavens refers indeed to the river of heaven, and the appearance of the mark refers to another place, the mark of heaven. You may not know about the existence of the mark of heaven. Indeed, even I only learned of it by chance. In the entire Hongmeng universe, there are no more than 5 who know of the existence of the mark of heaven. Once again, mentioning the mark of heaven, the Shadow still felt a lingering fear. At that time, the Black and White Masters had just taken over the elemental dimension, and after reaching an agreement with them, he had left the elemental dimension once. It was also during that time that he saw an incredibly dazzling light flash in the distant void. That light spanned across the void, as if a huge opening had been torn in the void. But interestingly, even though this opening emitted light, the other dimensions in the surrounding void seemed to be unaware. Chapter 423. The thriving Z-Way dimension, the Flame Beast, is well aware that the beings deep within the river of heaven are more powerful than itself. Not to mention that the Flame Beast is currently heavily injured. Even at its peak strength, it would not be a match for the beings of the river of heaven. However, there's a slim chance, and that chance lies in the moment of transformation for the beings of the river of heaven. For some unknown reason, these beings suffered severe injuries, nearly to the point of death. They had to abandon their cultivation and create the river of heaven for their rebirth. Now, they're about to break free from their cocoon, and their strength will return to its peak. But the prerequisite is that they must successfully break free from the cocoon. The Flame Beast constantly observes the changes in the river of heaven, speculating on when that being will break free. At that time, it will be the best opportunity for it to act. The energy within the river of heaven is terrifyingly powerful over the years. Even the high-level beings like the Celestial Sovereign and others have not dared to step into the river of heaven. After all, the river of heaven was created by the first sovereign of the primordial universe. Without the strength of the 9th level of the sovereign realm, entering the river of heaven would mean death. Although sovereigns can control dimensions and are difficult to kill as long as the dimension exists, no one is foolish enough to provoke the power of the river of heaven with the cultivation they have spent hundreds of billions of years to achieve. Chapter 424. The plot of the beings of the river of heaven 100 years later. Chu Fan and the Queen of Life finally succeeded in reviving the flowing arrow. The vitality within the 13 wings had almost completely faded, but fortunately, Chu Fan's power is immense, and with the Queen of Life continuously supplying life source energy, the 9th level flowing arrow of the sovereign realm was finally revived. Looking at the familiar face before him, memories surged into flowing arrow's mind, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Chu Fan, is that really you?" Chu Fan nodded and said, "It's me." Flowing Arrow is the ancestor of the angelic god race, and all beings in the celestial dimension can be considered his descendants. However, after creating the angelic god race, he left the celestial dimension, so even the celestial sovereign does not know his identity. They have always believed that the strongest being in the celestial dimension is the 6th level celestial sovereign, unaware that the strongest among the angelic god race is the 9th level Flowing Arrow. I never expected we would meet again. I thought, what? It was all your decision-making. Can that little danger really hurt me? If it weren't for your annoying wings still having some spirit, I could only revive you once I reached that level. Chu Fan scolded. Chapter 425. Flame Source Stone Who? When a mysterious shadow entered the restrictions set by the Queen of the Other Shore, it was finally detected by her. Unfortunately, the mysterious shadow had already set up numerous traps outside, leaving the Queen of the Other Shore and the Holy Void King trapped. Merge with me. A hoarse voice echoed in the space, and a mysterious shadow appeared behind the Holy Void King, with its strength not fully restored. The Holy Void King felt a terrifying force pressing down on him, and his divine consciousness was suddenly gnawed at by something, causing excruciating pain. He couldn't help but let out a howl, swinging his hands to try to stop the mysterious shadow. However, the mysterious shadow was too powerful. It simply extended a withered hand and pressed it onto the Holy Void King's head. The Holy Void King trembled as if struck by lightning, his eyes wide open. "Brother." The Queen of the Other Shore flew forward to rescue him. "Stop." The mysterious shadow scoffed, casually waving its other withered hand, sending the Queen of the Other Shore flying, crashing against the restriction. The gap in strength was simply too great. The queen of the other shore was greatly shocked. The strength of the mysterious shadow had actually reached the 9th level of the sovereign realm. Chapter 426. The first sovereign, D. As soon as the flame source stone appeared, all the flames spewed out by the flame beast were instantly absorbed by the flame source stone. Within just 2 breaths, the flames in the sky completely disappeared. Flame source stone. How do you have this thing? The flame beast was both terrified and excited. It was excited because this was the flame source stone, something it had dreamed of obtaining. Although the flame source stone is the nemesis of all flames, as a fire being, the flame beast naturally feared the flame source stone. However, if used well, it could also refine the flame source stone and break through to a supreme level. If possible, it wouldn't fear anyone, nor would it look down on the beings of the river of heaven. The terror came from the fact that the flame source stone belonged to Chu Fan, and Chu Fan had brought the flame source stone to deal with it. It was already injured, and now the flame source stone, its nemesis, was here. How could it fight? The flame beast had no intention of fighting back at all, and turned to charge into the depths of the river of heaven. Since it was already trapped by Chu Fan's restrictions outside, the only way out was the river of heaven. The violent power of the river of heaven was nothing to it. After all, its defenses were still intact. But for Chu Fan and the others, it was a different story. Chapter 427. Chu Fan's backup plan time returns to 0. With D's low roar, chaotic time rippled outward from it in all directions. Within the river of heaven, it seemed as if covered by a massive white cloth. Everything fell silent wherever the cloth passed. Chu Fan's cycle of life and death melted away as it entered the area of time, returning to 0, like ice meeting a great fire. Even more astonishing was what followed. Within the area of time returning to 0, D's body began to twist continuously, each moment placing its body in a different time stream. In this way, it was akin to drifting through the river of time. If one couldn't pinpoint its exact coordinates, it would be impossible to attack it. Come on, let me see how you plan to break my time, returning to 0. D stood in the river of time, its ethereal voice reaching Chu Fan and the others' ears. The Queen of Life and flowing arrows showed grave expressions. D's move was too powerful. Time returning to 0 is best explained as all attacks entering its range would revert to their original state, becoming the purest source rules. If one cannot determine D's position in time, it would be impossible to hit it. Even exhausting all power would not harm a single hair on D. Chapter 428. Heading to the primordial space, the azure sky wild bull decided to refine the body of the flame beast. This was its only opportunity to grow stronger quickly, and it had to seize it. The vast difference in power between it and its master made the azure sky wild bull feel useless, leading to feelings of inferiority. It yearned to become stronger so that it could continue to assist its master. The azure sky wild bull's decision was within Chu Fan's expectations, but he still reminded it, once you refine this body, your cultivation will only reach the 9th level of the immortal realm at most. You will not be able to break through to the sovereign realm. The azure sky wild bull is different from D. D was born from the heavens and is fundamentally similar to the flame beast, allowing for perfect integration with its body. Moreover, D has reached the peak of the sovereign realm, so the side effects after changing bodies would not exist. If it weren't for the fact that it lost its physical body in the demon world and was merely a soul entity sleeping, the body it condensed after breaking out of its cocoon would only be temporary. Otherwise, it wouldn't need to rely on the body of the flame beast for rebirth. I'm not afraid, said the blue sky barbarian ox solemnly. With its qualifications, reaching the 9th level of the immortal realm was already an unimaginable feat, let alone the dominator realm. Therefore, he was already very satisfied and had no thoughts about the dominator realm at all. Chapter 429. The blue drop spring in the mortal realm, the arrival of Chu Fan, made the heavenly god dominator and the others feel very anxious. Originally, they had received a hint from Chu Fan and wanted to seize the opportunity to arrive at the ancient space before Chu Fan took action, to get the blue drop spring first. Even if Chu Fan came later, they couldn't say anything, as it was a matter of first come, first served, and the fated would obtain it. However, their plan was quite perfect, but upon arriving at the ancient space, they found that there was no trace of the blue drop spring at all. After digging for days, they only found traces left by the blue drop spring. It was a small pool that had already dried up. The formation of this small pool was due to the drops from the blue drop spring. The bottom of the small pool emitted a crystalline light, which were small crystals left after the evaporation of the blue drop spring. The heavenly god dominator and the others arrived first but got nothing. Now that Chu Fan had come, if he found the blue drop spring, would there still be a share for them? However, the heavenly god dominator only stared blankly for a moment before his gaze turned to the flowing arrow beside Chu Fan. He stared at the 13 wings behind the flowing arrow in a daze. The flowing arrow smiled slightly and said to the heavenly god dominator with an air of superiority, "Smelly brat, aren't you going to come and pay respects to your ancestor?" Ancestor? The heavenly god dominator was astonished. It turned out that his ancestor had really been resurrected. Chapter 430. Follower Yin Xiaobei. The mortal realm is not very large. The entire world is equivalent to the former immortal realm. Nevertheless, it can be considered a universe, but this universe only has the mortal realm as a world. Chu Fan easily entered the mortal realm. He first checked his cultivation level and found that he was no longer at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Dominator realm. He released his divine sense and gathered relevant knowledge from the crowd in the mortal realm. The cultivation system in the mortal realm is not a secret. There are 4 levels: postnatal realm, innate realm, extraordinary realm, and saint realm, with no subdivisions within each realm. Chu Fan's current cultivation level is the saint realm. According to the information obtained, the strongest individuals in the mortal realm are merely at the extraordinary realm, and the saint realm has long since disappeared. Among those extraordinary realm beings, one is Chu Fan's avatar named Chu Yang, who is also a prominent figure in the mortal realm. However, Chu Yang disappeared 50 years ago, reportedly surrounded and attacked by several top experts led by Queen Xiaobai, entering the most terrifying place in the mortal realm, the Black Marsh, with his life unknown. As for the reason, it's beyond what these people could know. Returning to the current situation in the mortal realm, approximately 300 billion people live here, with only about 10 individuals above the extraordinary realm, and many extraordinary realm experts have not appeared for hundreds of years. Chapter 431. Black Marsh. Chu Yang appears. The holy water is a divine object from beyond the heavens. Yin Xiaobei learned from Chu Yang that if he could refine this holy water, his strength might break through to the saint realm. Therefore, he intended to go to the peak of Kunlun Mountain to seize this holy water. Fearing that too many strong individuals would come to seize it and that conflicts might break out, which would affect the surroundings, Chu Yang did not take Yin Xiaobei along. Later, Yin Xiaobei heard that Chu Yang was besieged by dozens of extraordinary realm experts and entered a dead end, with his life unknown. For years, Yin Xiaobei had been searching for Chu Yang's whereabouts, encountering some crises along the way, but fortunately, he only sustained injuries that were not serious. Subsequently, by coincidence, he met Chu Fan. "Master Chu Fan, please, you must save Lord Chu Yang." Yin Xiaobei pleaded with Chu Fan. "Chu Fan not dead." He felt that Chu Yang was indeed not dead and had an indistinct connection. Finding him wouldn't be difficult. The most likely place he existed was definitely the Black Marsh. The holy water that Yin Xiaobei mentioned was also what Chu Fan was looking for, the blue drop spring. As for the inconsistency in timing with the Hongmeng universe, Chu Fan could only explain that the time in the mortal realm and the Hongmeng universe was disordered. Chapter 432. At the peak of Kunlun, Queen Xiaobai appears. "My lord, I finally see you again." Chu Fan and Chu Yang exited the Black Marsh, and Yin Xiaobei, who was waiting on the shore, was extremely excited. "Xiaobei, you are here too." "Yes, my lord. I've been searching for you for 50 years. Yin Xiaobei, lacking the abilities of Chu Fan, did not know that Chu Yang was right beneath the Black Marsh. He had been there before, but due to the extreme danger of the Black Marsh, it was not a place where ordinary people could stay. Therefore, he habitually thought that Chu Yang must have gone elsewhere. Additionally, Chu Yang had been healing in the space beneath the Black Marsh, completely isolated from the outside world, and was unaware that Yin Xiaobei had come. Thus, their long-awaited reunion naturally led to endless conversation. Upon seeing that Yin Xiaobei was now at the innate realm, Chu Yang couldn't help but praise. "Not bad, Xiaobei, in just a few decades, you're about to break into the extraordinary realm. Thanks to my lord for preparing so many medicinal liquids for me, allowing me to embark on the path of a martial artist." The two chatted for about 15 minutes, and Chu Yang learned from Yin Xiaobei about the current situation in the mortal realm. Presently, Queen Xiaobai was still the strongest, with nearly 10 extraordinary realm experts at her command. Since the incident regarding the holy water, Queen Xiaobai had been investigating Chu Yang's whereabouts. Chapter 433. Kill them all and obtain the blue drop spring. The old man was quickly slapped in the face, and those present, including Queen Xiaobai, showed expressions of shock. So strong. From a moment Chu Fan struck until the old man's shoulder was pierced. The process was so fast that they didn't have time to react. If Chu Fan's move had been aimed at them, their fate would have been the same as the old man's. This is the power of a saint. Thinking of this, Queen Xiao Bai and the others felt their hearts drop to the bottom. It's terrible. Today we might be doomed here. At that moment, Queen Xiao Bai no longer had any desire to fight Chu Yang and was secretly thinking of ways to escape. Chu Fan had already seen through everything. He raised his hand again and pressed down in midair. Instantly, Queen Xiao Bai and the other 16 people were overwhelmed and collapsed to the ground. Each of them gritted their teeth, using all their strength to resist the endless pressure. Is this the power of a saint? Just relying on a breath of pressure rendered them immobile. Eliminate them, Chu Fan said softly. Chu Yang stepped forward and first spoke to one of the middle-aged men. You were the loudest back then, so I'll send you on your way first. With a bang, the middle-aged man took a palm strike from Chu Yang, and his head exploded, instantly splattering brain matter everywhere. Chapter 434, Leaving the Mortal Realm. The massive body in the void refining the Bailuo spring was not particularly difficult for Chu Yang, as his strength was there. The challenge lay with Yin Xiaobei, who was currently only at the innate realm and still had a distance to go before reaching the transcendent realm. He was originally of mediocre talent, with no martial arts aptitude at all, and it was only because Chu Yang spent over 20 years reversing his fate that he had gained his current strength. Therefore, having Yin Xiaobei refine the Bailuo spring was a significant challenge for him. Chu Fan naturally had to take action personally. Yin Xiaobei was a person of great potential, and considering his loyalty to the avatar of Chu Yang, Chu Fan didn't mind cultivating him into the only saint realm figure in the mortal realm. Chu Yang was not truly a person of the mortal realm. Once he reached the saint realm and the timing was right, he would merge with Chu Fan, and at that point, only Yin Xiaobei would remain in the mortal realm. After all, this was a place where Chu Fan had lived, and it would be perfect for Yin Xiaobei to manage. Yin Xiaobei was a grateful person of good character, making him the most suitable candidate to manage the mortal realm. Chu Fan also hoped that one day, under Yin Xiaobei's leadership, the mortal realm could rise to a new level. By then, the saint realm might just be a new starting point, with even stronger realms above. Chapter 435, Returning to the Z-Way Dimension. Everyone refines the Bailuo spring the moment the massive body opened its eyes. Chu Fan felt the surrounding space begin to collapse, and time and space were in flux. The next moment, Chu Fan was engulfed in darkness, and after about 3 breaths, the surroundings regained light. However, when Chu Fan clearly saw the scene around him, his heart sank. He had returned to the ancient space, right above the small pond. After thinking for a while, Chu Fan abandoned the idea of re-entering the mortal realm and turned to leave. He knew he had been transferred back by the massive creature that looked exactly like him, clearly not allowing him to continue his investigation. He no longer felt conflicted and decided to return to the Z-Way dimension. Upon returning and meeting the Life Queen and others, he learned that 2 million years had passed since he entered the mortal realm. During these 2 million years, the old madman and the master of the heavenly machine had slightly increased their strength, but remained stuck at the 9th level of the immortal realm. The dominator realm was not easy to break through. Aside from the old madman and the others, Qin Shui, Jiang Feng, Lin Shun, and others had made significant progress, all reaching the 9th level of the reincarnation realm and attempting to break into the immortal realm. The overall strength of the Z-Way dimension was steadily increasing, and everyone felt that the completeness and richness of the fundamental rules of the Z-Way dimension were dozens of times stronger than before. Chapter 436. The Mark of Heaven will emerge 3 years later. Chu Fan returned from the Chu family. During these 3 years, he had been helping the Chu family members refine the Bailuo spring. Of course, the Jun family was no exception. This could be seen as a great opportunity that Chu Fan had given to the Chu and Jun families over the years. After returning, Chu Fan still had about 30% of the Bailuo spring left in his hands, and since Xian Xiang had not yet finished her training, he flew towards the void of the Z-Way dimension. As he released his Dominator realm aura, soon 8 people, including the Heavenly God Dominator, the Black and White Dominator, and the Heavenly Thunder Dominator, arrived simultaneously. The Black and White Dominator had come alone, while the Shadow was absent. In fact, the Shadow had disappeared after entering the Heavenly River and obtaining some opportunity. Chu Fan didn't mind this. He looked at the eager expressions of everyone and directly took out 10% of the Bailuo spring, dividing it into 8 equal parts. Since he had promised you, I will naturally keep my word. I hope you will protect your dimension well after improving your strength. Everyone happily accepted the Bailuo spring and quickly said, "Thank you, Dao friend Chu Fan. We will remember this." Looking at the Bailuo spring in their hands, excitement shone in everyone's eyes, especially for the black and white dominator and the heavenly thunder dominator, who were at the 6th level of the dominator realm. They felt that the 7th level of the dominator realm was beckoning to them. Chapter 437. The Mark of Heaven opens. The old madman and the master of the heavenly machine challenged the dominator realm after arranging everything. Chu Fan and Qianxiang, who had recovered to the 7th level of the dominator realm, headed towards the vicinity of the underworld sea dimension. According to Qianxiang's sensing, the entrance to the Mark of Heaven was located in the void outside the underworld sea dimension. Sure enough, shortly after Chu Fan and Qianxiang arrived, a rumbling sound echoed through the void, as if long-dormant gears were beginning to turn. The world suddenly became muffled due to this sound. Naturally, the first to be affected was the nearby underworld sea dimension. The entire underworld sea dimension, which had been quite calm, began to experience turmoil. Waves of invisible ripples continuously impacted the underworld sea dimension. At this moment, the Tianming dominator was still in closed-door training refining the Bailuo spring. And most of the immortal realm experts were not present in the underworld sea dimension. The few remaining immortal realm experts quickly ascended, nervously scanning their surroundings to see what was happening. But they found nothing. Just as they were about to seek help from the Tianming dominator, the tremors ceased, and immediately, a long beam of light appeared in the sky above the underworld sea dimension. The light stretched from east to west, as if it had sliced the sky of the underworld sea dimension in half. What is this? The cultivators of the underworld sea dimension looked up in confusion. Chapter 438. The Dragon Sparrow in the Mark of Heaven space. 1 year after Chu Fan entered the Mark of Heaven, strange phenomena began to appear in the Hongmeng universe. Some bizarre creatures suddenly appeared in the void, but without exception, these beings had all lost their vitality. They were corpses. These corpses varied in appearance. Some had 2 heads and 4 arms, while others looked human but had noses that were about a meter long. After research by experienced individuals, a conclusion was reached. These corpses were not from the Hongmeng universe. They came from outside the Hongmeng universe. Moreover, these corpses had been dead for tens of thousands of years, yet strangely, they had maintained the state of having just died. It was as if time had frozen them at the moment of death. The reason for their sudden appearance in the Hongmeng universe remained unknown. Later, it was discovered by Chu Fan's Tianyi Stone avatar that these were beings from the Mark of Heaven space, or rather, they had been transferred from some world by the Mark of Heaven space. These corpses were not entirely useless. Research revealed that they possessed inner Dan, similar to those of the demon race, which could provide a slight boost in strength when refined. Chapter 439. Arriving at Ice Glacier Continent. Deep Sea Demon Chapter. The Dragon Sparrow King was furious to see Chu Fan and Qianxiang strike first. How dare these two kill its kin and then attempt to slaughter them? They didn't consider their own strength. The Dragon Sparrow King was at the 9th level of the Dominator realm, a top existence in this space. In this area, it was all the territory of the Dragon Sparrow clan. Previously, it sensed that living beings had entered and sent 7 clan members to capture them, only to receive a distress call from the Grand Commander. So, it brought the Great Protector of the 8th level of the Dominator realm to seek revenge on Chu Fan and the others. However, before he could make a move, Chu Fan and the others attacked first. At this time, Chu Fan did not reveal his cultivation at the 9th level of the Dominator realm. Instead, he and Qianxiang both appear to be at the 7th level. Such strength was simply insignificant in the eyes of the Dragon Sparrow King. Capture them. The Dragon Sparrow King ordered the Great Protector beside him. Yes, my lord. The Great Protector nodded, flapped his wings, and flew out to confront Qianxiang, spewing out green gas from his mouth. The moment the spatial rule's chaotic flow touched the green gas, it emitted a sizzling sound. This green gas could corrode space. Chapter 440. The highlight of the Deep Sea Demon Seal. That familiar face about to die? How can I not see it? Qianxiang exclaimed, as she carefully examined the enormous stone not far away. The enormous stone was transparent and stood motionless, without some strength. One would not be able to tell that it was a deep-sea demon seal. It was simply disguised too well. At first, Qianxiang didn't even notice. This was a deep-sea demon seal whose lifespan had come to an end, and its strength was only at the 9th level of the immortal realm. Seeing Qianxiang's confusion, Chu Fan explained, the deep-sea demon seal is a special species. Unlike other beings, its lifespan does not extend infinitely with increased strength, nor can it achieve immortality. Its lifespan is very short compared to other beings. A deep-sea demon seal at the Dominator realm level can live up to 5 million years at most. And below the Dominator realm, it cannot live for 100,000 years. In fact, many deep-sea demon seals cannot reach natural death. If they can live for over 500,000 years, that would be considered long-lived. Perhaps this is what is called fairness in the world. Because deep-sea demon seals increase their cultivation speed very quickly, they possess the strength of the star god realm from birth. As they age, their strength will also increase. Chapter 441, Mysterious Seal, Candle Dragon, if only I could see it again. Chu Fan. However, he also understood that witnessing the deep-sea demon seal's passing was something that could not be sought after. The reason for that giant face's appearance could only be investigated later. So beautiful, so satisfying. When the sky regained its brightness and countless crystalline fragments fell on the glacier continent and the sea surface, Qianxiang expressed her heartfelt admiration. Such a beautiful scene was truly a wonder of the ages. No other creature could achieve what the deep-sea demon seal did, bringing forth a visual feast even after its demise. Qianxiang's thoughts were relatively simple, and since she had no concept of the human face matter, she didn't think as far as Chu Fan. In her eyes, this visual feast met her expectations, and she hadn't experienced such joy in a long time. The last time she felt this happy was during the pursuit of the shadow, when she enjoyed the thrill of watching the shadow flee in panic. Today, having witnessed the splendid scenery, she felt her life was complete. Let's go. It's time to set off. At this moment, Chu Fan spoke. Let's go. I hope we can smoothly find the place where the physical body is sealed, Qianxiang softly replied. Chapter 442, The Battle Between the Flying Fox Clan and the Shadow Carving Clan. The second seal appears it took a month for Qianxiang's soul and body to merge. When she completed the fusion, Chu Fan saw her cultivation directly rise by 1 level, reaching the 8th level of the Dominator realm. This was her peak strength, but she was still slightly weaker than Chu Fan. Finally back, this feeling is so wonderful. Qianxiang placed her hands on her hips and laughed heartily. After laughing for a while, she remembered that she should maintain a ladylike image and not be so unrestrained. Quickly suppressing her excitement and sticking out her tongue at Chu Fan. I lost my composure just now. Now let's go find the candle dragon. Chu Fan said nothing, just nodded in agreement. After Chu Fan and Qianxiang left, a pair of golden eyes suddenly appeared beneath the deeper ice of the glacier continent. These eyes had been secretly observing Chu Fan and the others for 10 days. However, it hid very well, and with the distance being sufficient, Chu Fan did not notice the mysterious presence lurking in the dark. It watched the direction in which Chu Fan and Qianxiang left, and a glimmer of brilliance flashed in its eyes. Then, it quickly disappeared from its place, not knowing where it went. 3 days later, Chu Fan followed Qianxiang as they flew upward. The environment of the heavenly scar space was very special and layered, as if countless worlds were fused and stacked together. Chapter 443, The Death of the Turbid Dragon. The mysterious killer, the enraged shadow-carving royal family, had lost half of their rationality. Moreover, since Chu Fan's cultivation was not revealed, they could not see his strength and thought he was just a low-level Dominator realm. Taking advantage of the power granted by the seal before it disappeared, the shadow-carving royal family raised its hand and struck at Chu Fan. If you covet my seal, then die. Witnessing all this, Qianxiang exclaimed that the shadow-carving royal family was really stubborn. A mere 8th level Dominator realm dares to attack Chu Fan, whom even they weren't sure they could defeat. Are they seeking death too quickly? On the other side, the shadow-carving clan members looked at their royal leader's action with anticipation. The clan leader had just defeated an 8th level expert from the Flying Fox clan, giving them complete confidence. See, this reckless young human is about to be smashed into pieces by our leader. Facing the enormous palm coming towards him, Chu Fan chose to ignore it. He looked up at the seal still radiating a hazy human figure and asked the figure, "Have we met before?" When the hazy figure appeared, Chu Fan clearly saw it glance at him, and he felt that this was definitely not a coincidence. In response to Chu Fan's question, the hazy figure showed no reaction, and at this moment, the shadow-carving royal family's palm was already on its way. Chapter 444, The Sea of Bubbles. Is this the candle dragon egg? Chu Fan's face was filled with surprise. According to Qinxiang, the candle dragon is male. If this is the candle dragon egg, how could it have laid it? Qinxiang was also puzzled and said, I don't know either. But I dug this egg out from a corner, and look, it has dozens of layers of restrictions placed on it. At this time, Chu Fan activated his inside eye, clearly seeing the interior of the candle dragon egg. The embryo inside the candle dragon egg had stopped developing and was locked by restrictions, including space and time. It was precisely these restrictions that allowed the candle dragon egg to endure for billions of years without destruction. Originally, the candle dragon egg was as tall as 3 zhang, but it had been extremely compressed by the restrictions to a size slightly larger than a chicken egg. The purpose of this should be to better conceal it. Qinxiang, this candle dragon egg is damaged. Without special means, the embryo inside is unlikely to develop and hatch. Chu Fan was not being alarmist. Although the candle dragon egg was protected by restrictions, its spirit was still slowly dissipating. A long time has passed, causing the Zhulong egg to become damaged. What should we do? Is there a way to save it? Qinxiang is very worried, although she doesn't understand why Zhulong would lay eggs. This is the only useful thing left by Zhulong, and she still hopes to hatch the egg. Chapter 445. The Loser, Hill of Oblivion in Countless Bubbles. Different scenes are presented. For example, a completely blue bubble shows an ocean, with waves flying and rolling in the wind. Another bubble, with a red surface, is filled with crimson lava, exuding intense heat. Most of these bubbles are made up of single elements like water, fire, and lightning, resembling miniature worlds. Who knows how many years this sea of bubbles has existed? Chu Fan flew closer and reached out to touch one of the bubbles. The moment the bubble was touched, the balance inside was disrupted, causing it to collapse. With a pop, the bubble instantly shattered. Now, Chu Fan finally understood and couldn't help but marvel at the power of the creator of this sea of bubbles. This creator had a clever idea and took a shortcut. Unfortunately, judging by the state of the sea of bubbles, this creator ultimately failed. Could this be the work of some entity? Qinxiang, not foolish, also came to this conclusion after observing for a while. Chu Fan nodded and said, Indeed, this is the masterpiece of a powerful being who has taken half a step. Chapter 446. The Death Monarch. After Chu Fan and Qinxiang entered the Hill of Oblivion, Qinxiang's curious gaze was fixed on everything inside. To her, everything in the Hill of Oblivion appeared upside down, as if the entire space had been turned over. This was Chu Fan's second visit. Noticing Qinxiang's curiosity, he explained, Everything you see is not real. What you are looking at is actually the same as the outside. It's just that when it enters your sight, the time and space have flipped, which is why you think it's upside down. Chu Fan patiently explained that this was just an old trick of the old man. Sure, Mo. He remembered that when he first came in, he felt just as amazed as Qinxiang. After opening his inside eye, he saw through everything. After walking a few miles, they arrived at their destination, a small courtyard surrounded by 5 or 6 large trees. Under the big tree, a short old man was elegantly lying on a bench, eyes closed in rest. Seeing this, Chu Fan knew he was pretending to sleep and shouted, Old man, sure. Stop pretending and get up. The old man remained still, his eyes tightly closed, as if he hadn't heard Chu Fan. With a smirk, Chu Fan continued, Oh, I came this time bringing a little by Luo Spring, originally intended for someone's study. Since he is not here, let us go, Qinxiang. Chapter 447. Sending Qinxiang away. The pilgrimage site, Old man, sure. When I succeed, I will definitely help you find that enemy and let you vent your anger. Chu Fan promised Sure Mo. Then I'll wait for your good news. Sure Mo replied, pointing to Qinxiang and continuing, By the way, is this your companion? Qinxiang chuckled and replied, Senior Sure is joking. I'm just a friend of Chu Fan's, not a companion. Sure Mo looked meaningfully at Chu Fan and said, Chu Fan, it's not that I'm criticizing you. But while romance can be a hindrance on the path of cultivation, you can't be without it. Look at this young girl. She is great. Her talent is not lacking. And her strength is impressive. She is worthy of you. Chu Fan calmly replied, What is the rush? I'm not anxious, yet you, old man, are getting all worked up. If you keep talking recklessly, I might retract my previous promise. Sure Mo quickly waved his hands and said, No, I won't say anything more. For the sake of his future well-being, Sure Mo had to admit defeat. After chatting for a while, Sure Mo suddenly remembered something and said, By the way, Chu Fan, I heard from the old locust tree that the pilgrimage site has opened, and Jin Xiao might be making big moves. Jin Xiao? Is he one of the 5 losers you mentioned? Chapter 448. The holy demon recluse not long after Chu Fan entered the pilgrimage site. A mysterious figure clad in a raincoat and wearing a bamboo hat arrived outside the city gate. The hat obscured most of his face, revealing only a pair of sharp eyes, constantly brewing with killing intent. It was clear that this person was not good-natured. From the aura emanating from him, a peak in the 9th layer of the Dominator realm could be sensed. Without some cunning, how could one cultivate to this level? Unexpectedly, someone arrived before him. They might as well deal with them together, the man in the raincoat said in a hoarse voice. He then flew into the pilgrimage site as well. Inside the pilgrimage site, after Chu Fan entered, he closely followed the sand soldiers and wooden guards, wanting to see where they were headed. Suddenly, Chu Fan felt a powerful aura behind him. Turning around, he saw a man in a raincoat. Holy demon recluse, peak of the 9th layer of the Dominator realm. Divine ability, glorious divine palm. Annihilation spirit, description, one of the top 10 superpowered dominators in the heavenly scar space. He has walked far down the road of the 9th layer of the Dominator realm, hiding in the mysterious space of heavenly scar, waiting for the pilgrimage site to open to plunder the heavenly pearl of the Jin Shao monarch, attempting to break through to a higher realm. Chapter 449. The appearance of Jin Shao monarch. Bang bang. After 2.5 hours, the blood ants, sand soldiers, and wooden guards kneeling before the statue of Jin Shao monarch took out drums and gongs from somewhere and began to play in unison. The sound of the drums spread out across the yellow, sandy ground, and the sky gradually darkened. The holy demon recluse straightened his back, knowing that the sand soldiers were about to begin their sacrifice. His eyes were fixed on the golden palanquin. Inside the golden palanquin must be the heavenly pearl. The holy demon recluse suppressed his excitement, knowing that now was not the best time to act. After 10 breaths, the blood ants put away the drums and gongs, clearing a path as the sand soldiers opened the golden palanquin, revealing a pearl the size of a fist, colored milky white. It was indeed the heavenly pearl. The holy demon recluse was overjoyed. After waiting for so many years, he finally got it. As long as he dealt with the traps left by the Jin Shao monarch, the heavenly pearl would be his. But what he didn't know was that Chu Fan, upon seeing the heavenly pearl for the first time, revealed a meaningful smile. He turned to look at the statue of Jin Shao monarch, then towards the west, and quietly left. The holy demon recluse focused solely on the heavenly pearl, completely failed to notice that Chu Fan had already departed. Chapter 450. The bet the Jin Shao monarch thought his plan was flawless, only to find out it had been discovered. He quietly concealed the heavenly pearl and scrutinized the white-clad youth before him. This person was extraordinary and highly intelligent, unlike the foolish holy demon recluse. Currently, the holy demon recluse was still being played around by him, believing the heavenly pearl was real, while engaging in a back and forth with the statue he controlled. From the contrasting behaviors of the saint demon master and the young man in white before him, the difference is clear. In fact, Chu Fan realized the scheme of the Golden Dawn monarch when the heaven pearl was presented by the sand soldiers. With the eye of insight, Chu Fan immediately saw that the heaven pearl was fake, so he began to investigate the surroundings. Behind the statue, he saw a transparent thread connecting to the west. Therefore, he quickly retreated and came over here. When he saw the Golden Dawn monarch absorbing the energy of the heaven pearl, he knew his guess was correct. The Golden Dawn monarch had set up a trick to deceive the Saint Demon Master into fighting the statue while he secretly regained his strength on the other side. Unfortunately, all of this was seen through by Chu Fan. Chapter 451. The thoughts of the Golden Dawn monarch. The Golden Dawn monarch felt relieved and took out the heaven pearl to continue his healing. While healing, he pondered in his heart what method to use to leave once his injuries were healed. However, before he could decide, Chu Fan suddenly raised both hands, cupped them to form a trumpet shape, and placed them to his mouth. Come quickly. The Golden Dawn monarch trembled, almost dropping the heaven pearl. He leaped next to Chu Fan, grabbed his arm, and questioned, "Wasn't it agreed that you would wait for me to recover? Why are you breaking your promise? Are you afraid that I won't lose to you once I regain my strength?" Chu Fan had clearly intended to call the Saint Demon Master over just now. Chu Fan smiled and said, "It seems like you were planning something just now, so I changed my mind." Upon hearing this, the Golden Dawn monarch was slightly startled. Thinking to himself, he actually saw through what I was thinking. "All right, I swear by the great Tao, as long as you give me time to recover to my peak, I will definitely fight you. If I lose, I I will give you the heaven pearl. If I go back on my word, I will face eternal damnation. Thus, the Golden Dawn monarch had to swear to Chu Fan, ensuring him completely. Chapter 452. The shock of the Golden Dawn monarch, the Saint Demon Master fled decisively, knowing that staying would likely lead to death. The Golden Dawn monarch did not stop him. In his eyes, the Saint Demon Master was nothing at all. Although both were among the top 10 super rulers, there was still a significant gap between the second and eighth. The only one the Golden Dawn monarch could not defeat was the first-ranked Eternal Night monarch. In the past, he had fought hundreds of moves against the Eternal Night monarch and narrowly lost. He also knew that although the Eternal Night monarch had attempted to break through the Hongmeng ruler realm and failed, he had preserved himself and avoided backlash. Instead, he gained extraordinary insight and significantly improved his strength. It could be said that at that time, the Eternal Night monarch was the closest individual to the Hongmeng ruler realm. After so many years, the Eternal Night monarch's strength was undoubtedly even stronger, and the Golden Dawn monarch was now unsure if he could withstand even 10 moves from him. Apart from the Eternal Night monarch, the Golden Dawn monarch believed he was invincible. The Saint Demon Master couldn't withstand even one move under him. As for the young man in white across from him, let him experience my power next. Chu Fan looked in the direction the Saint Demon Master had fled, revealing a meaningful smile. Chapter 453. Obtaining the Heaven Pearl, the Saint Demon Master pleads for mercy. He felt he had a good chance of escaping, but he wasn't sure he could hide forever. Eventually, he would be discovered, and that would be disastrous. However, he was also reluctant to hand it over. Have you made up your mind? If you want to escape, you can give it a try. Seeing the Golden Dawn monarch hesitant, Chu Fan reminded him. Upon hearing this, the Golden Dawn monarch had a choice. Let's just hand it over then. Since this young man is so confident, it means he is already prepared for the possibility that I might go back on my word. Fine, I will give you the Heaven Pearl. But I would like to ask you for a favor. In the end, the Golden Dawn monarch chose to compromise, no longer willing to take risks. I won't help. Chu Fan replied without hesitation. The Golden Dawn monarch was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Chu Fan to respond so bluntly. He tentatively asked, "Aren't you at all curious about what it is?" Chu Fan shook his head. The Golden Dawn monarch sighed helplessly, muttering to himself, "Years ago, I attempted to break through the Hongmeng ruler realm and failed, but I still caught a glimpse of a corner of the world. Inside, there was a person holding a long sword, facing away from me. I clearly saw that the sword he held was the number 1 among the 10 Hongmeng artifacts. The Asking Heaven Sword." Chapter 454. The origin of the sacred place. Is the Hongmeng universe in danger? As for what to do, I haven't thought it through yet. How about this? You swear by the great Tao, and then you can leave. Chu Fan said. The Saint Demon Master immediately swore an oath by the great Tao, vowing to help Chu Fan with 10 matters. After the oath took effect, he left the sacred place without looking back. Without the Heaven Pearl, the great Tao oath still held binding significance for the Saint Demon Master. He left in a gloomy mood, having plotted for hundreds of billions of years, only to end up with nothing and now burdened by a great Tao oath. It was like losing both his wife and his soldiers. The sacred place was about to close. It was originally a backup for the Golden Dawn monarch to recover his injuries. Now that the Golden Dawn monarch had recovered, the sacred place was naturally of no use. Chu Fan walked out of the sacred place and glanced at the closing city gates. Chu Fan suddenly noticed a glowing orb flickering on the city gate before disappearing. He was sure it was not an illusion. At his level of cultivation, he wouldn't be unable to distinguish. There was indeed a light flickering, but it quickly vanished. Did this sacred place have some secrets? This piqued Chu Fan's curiosity. Chapter 455. The Emergence of the Hongmeng Ruler. Entering the demon world a month later, Chu Fan returned to the entrance of the Sky Scar. His expression was grave. The events occurring in the Hongmeng universe worried him greatly. He did not hesitate, forcefully splitting open a gap and instantly darting out. A familiar aura rushed towards him, and Chu Fan confirmed that this dark space was indeed the Hongmeng universe. Although the Sky Scar space drifted in the void and the distance had changed since he entered, thankfully, it was still within the Hongmeng universe. Chu Fan looked around. The entire void was pitch black, without any light or stars visible. He extended his hand to check the time. It had been over 10 billion years since he and Qianxiang had entered the Sky Scar, and 3 billion years since the Tianyi Stone clone was destroyed. Chu Fan quietly observed his surroundings, feeling calm. Since things had happened, He would see if there was a way to save the situation. At this moment, his connection with the ZY plane had completely vanished, indicating that the ZY plane was also gone. Fortunately, at this time, images from deep within his mind system surfaced, depicting the events that occurred just before the ZY plane disappeared. In the sky of the ZY realm, a gigantic hand suddenly reached down, grabbing the ZY realm and preparing to lift it up. Chapter 456. The interesting black sparrow, the blackbird, discovered Chu Fan, and the aura emanating from him made it feel afraid. It had a natural ability to keenly sense whether others posed a threat. From Chu Fan, it felt an unprecedented, terrifying threat. Am I going to die? The blackbird repeatedly thought in its mind. Chu Fan watched as the blackbird, which looked almost identical to the Een crow, stood frozen in place, its seemingly shrewd eyes filled with panic. Chu Fan realized that this blackbird was likely frightened by him. Don't worry, I won't harm you. I just want to ask you a few questions. Chu Fan said softly. The blackbird snapped back to reality, its rapidly beating heart calming down. It opened its sharp beak and asked, "What questions do you have, esteemed one?" "I will answer without reservation." "Well, I'm new here. Can you tell me about the cultivation levels in your world and who the strong ones are?" "Not from this world." Upon hearing Chu Fan's first sentence, the blackbird became tense again, and it didn't pay attention to the rest of what Chu Fan said. When it confirmed that there was indeed no aura from the demon world on Chu Fan, it rolled its eyes and fell straight down. Chapter 457. Gladiator City. Chu Fan did not respond, but continued speaking to the black sparrow. "Tell me what you know about him." "Yes, esteemed one." The black sparrow complied and began to recount the story of Yusun. "That was a long time ago. I still remember I was just a small fry at the 7th level back then. One day, a terrifying roar suddenly echoed in the sky. For demons were chasing a young man in blue, and they fought for a full 2.5 years. In the end, the young man in blue escaped, and 2 of the demons were severely injured. Later, the 4 demons simultaneously issued a decree, offering a bounty for the whereabouts of the young man in blue, promising great fortune to anyone who provided useful information. It is said that the young man in blue possessed a treasure coveted by the 4 demons. In the years that followed, countless demons sought the whereabouts of the young man in blue for that great fortune, but he seemed to have evaporated from the demon world, leaving no trace behind. After listening, Chu Fan nodded silently. It seemed that Yusun had been to the demon world, obtained a treasure, and then disappeared. He was either hiding somewhere in the demon world or had already left it. Chu Fan wasn't interested in those details. He was more curious about what the treasure in Yusun's possession was. This was something he could inquire about later with the demons. Chapter 458. Saving Chunyu. Lu Qi's pursuit to being with a snake's head and body was named Lu Qi, a top expert of the illusory snake demon clan, with a cultivation level of 9 stars at the 9th level. The largest merchant in Gladiator City was run by his subordinates. Some time ago, the merchant Een from the illusory Fox demon clan negotiated with him to hold a competition in Gladiator City, looking for 6th, 7th, and 8th level cultivators, all at 6 stars, to see which side could win. The competition would be held in a best-of-3 format, with the winning side receiving a treasure provided by the losing side. Lu Qi did not hesitate to agree to Een and scheduled the competition to start the next day. Originally, Lu Qi had already found 3 suitable candidates, but then unexpectedly learned that Een had found an 8th level warrior who could fight across star levels. Now, Lu Qi couldn't hold his composure. If he didn't come up with a plan, he would definitely lose. Fortunately, just as he was anxiously searching for suitable candidates, one of his subordinates came to report that a human cultivator was imprisoned in the dungeon, who could slay an 8th level opponent at 8 stars. Hearing this news, Lu Qi was overjoyed and immediately had his subordinate take him there. When he learned that the human had slain the undefeated gladiator in the arena, he exclaimed, "Good, very good.